In the northernmost reaches of the central sky continent, adjacent to the chilling abyss, lies a realm characterized by its frigid climate. Here resides the Hanyu dynasty, predominantly governed by the Yi lineage. The Hanyu dynasty, positioned in the northern expanse of the continent, oversees 4 provinces and 18 prefectures, home to countless subjects. Although its population is relatively sparse compared to other dynasties, the harsh climate hinders agricultural growth and invites the rampant presence of ferocious beasts. Consequently, the martial spirit prevails among its people, who are known for their robust and indomitable nature. Despite being situated in such a desolate land, the strength of the dynasty remains formidable. Had it not been for the relentless onslaught of demonic beasts from the far north draining their resources and the magical entities sealed beyond the chilling abyss constraining a significant portion of their power, it is likely that the ancestors of the Hanyu dynasty would have launched a southern campaign centuries ago to conquer the fertile and tranquil territories. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, the southern borders of the Hanyu dynasty are perpetually embroiled in warfare. The rampant beast incursions within the dynasty have led to a state of disarray, resulting in a unique distribution of power that starkly contrasts with that of other dynasties. To fortify against the incursions of these beasts, every prefectural city within the 4 provinces is impressively vast. To what extent, you may ask? It can be said that nearly half of the Hanyu dynasty's populace resides within these cities. Each prefectural city, whether in terms of land area or population, dwarfs those of other dynasties, often being tenfold or even several tens of times larger, rendering them akin to small nations. Simultaneously, the formidable walls of the county city are either constructed upon treacherous terrain or are robust fortifications, all fashioned from ancient, colossal stones. Adorned with countless formations inscribed by masters of military strategy throughout the ages, they're truly impregnable, providing significant resistance against the onslaught of beastly hordes. Beneath the county city lies the subordinate town. This town, albeit smaller in size, is adjacent to the county city and serves as a garrison for troops. During times of beastly invasions, it can assist the county city in its defense, while also sheltering the citizens from the outskirts. Despite the vastness of both the county and subordinate towns, they cannot accommodate the entirety of the dynasty's populace. Hence, there exist villages beyond the city limits. Typically, these villages are safeguarded by martial artists, and as long as they are not confronted with beastly hordes, they can manage to protect themselves against sporadic monster attacks. However, should they encounter higher-tier beasts, misfortune is inevitable. In contrast, residing in the comparatively smaller subordinate town is significantly safer than dwelling outside its walls. Therefore, within the Cold Feather dynasty, every household practices martial arts to strengthen themselves. If a child demonstrates talent in martial arts, the elders of the family will endeavor to ensure that the child undergoes the dynasty's assessment, hoping to enlist in the military. When one joins the army, their immediate family members are granted the privilege of residing within the city under the protection of the dynasty. Even in the event of a soldier's demise on the battlefield, their descendants for 3 generations may continue to dwell within the city, shielded from external threats. It is under the influence of such a prevailing ethos that the Cold Feather dynasty's military prowess has continuously surpassed that of all other dynasties. The imperial capital of the Cold Feather dynasty, known as Cold Heaven City, stands unrivaled among the 18 prefectural cities, both in size and the might it harbors. The sovereign of the Cold Feather dynasty, alongside his esteemed civil and military officials, commands the presence of several formidable warriors of the martial king realm, with an army renowned for its battle-hardened prowess, rendering the city as impregnable as a fortress. The imperial city, a manifestation of the sovereign's dominion, epitomizes the zenith of a dynasty, drawing countless aspirants yearning for a taste of its grandeur. Thus, those who reside within its walls are invariably of affluence or nobility. It is said that from the pinnacle of the celestial pinnacle pavilion, even a mere stone cast downward might strike a noble scion. However, not every noble enjoys unbridled glory. The youthful Cold King, Yihan, stands as a stark exception. Within Cold Heaven City lies the Cold King's residence. Unlike other royal abodes, the Cold King's manor is not situated in the bustling heart of the prefectural city, nor does it exude the regal majesty typical of other royal establishments. Instead, it occupies a desolate fringe of the inner city, where spiritual energy is scarce and solitude prevails, lending it an air of despondency. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Cold King's manor is palpably oppressive, as ranks of armored black-clad soldiers nearly fill the estate. In various corners of the manor, men and women garbed as servants huddle together, casting furtive glances and whispers toward the soldiers. Although none dare to voice their thoughts, the astonishment in their eyes is unmistakably evident. Despite their formidable numbers, the black-clad soldiers emit not a single sound, each one gripping their war spear tightly, standing resolute before them. They remain unyielding to the prying eyes of the servants behind them, resembling statues in their stoic silence. Though no words were exchanged, the expressionless faces of the soldiers conveyed an unmistakable aura of iron-blooded ferocity. It was evident that they were a disciplined battalion, forged in the crucible of warfare, embodying the ferocity of wolves and tigers. The grand doors of the royal palace stood resolutely shut, while a burly man clad in obsidian armor, with sturdy boots and a formidable 7-foot sword strapped to his back, stood at the foot of the stone steps, arms resting at his sides. Even in his silence, the lingering scent of bloodshed clung to him. A remnant of countless battles fought. It was likely that even the most timid of warriors would falter under the weight of his gaze. An overwhelming presence enveloped him, akin to a fathomless abyss, causing even the palace servants to retreat, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of martial prowess emanating from him, much less the black-armored soldiers, who, despite their formidable training, found themselves withdrawing to the peripheries of the courtyard. The middle-aged warrior appeared calm, yet the slight tremor of his hands and the uncontrolled energy radiating from him betrayed his true emotional state. As time inexorably progressed, the furrow in his brow deepened, and the pressure he exerted intensified. While the battle-hardened, black-armored soldiers managed to endure, the palace servants were in utter despair. Could they not bear it? They had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure with the silent harbinger of death standing before them. Who would dare to make a move? Just as the servants at the courtyard's edge felt their legs quaking beneath them, the firmly shut palace doors trembled slightly and, at last, slowly swung open under the expectant gazes of the onlookers. Creak, creak, creak. The grand doors of the palace revealed an elder clad in a white robe, his hair as white as snow, yet his face youthful, appearing with a hint of weariness as he emerged from behind the doors. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. The weighty sword. The words of the imperial physician seemed to herald good news. However, upon hearing them, the burly man's expression abruptly froze, leaving the entire courtyard enveloped in a sudden silence. The black-armored warrior glared fiercely at the elderly man, his voice laced with fury. The prince is but a mere mortal, and yet his soul has been harmed by a martial artist of the Grand Master realm. In less than 3 hours, you dare to claim he has recovered? Are you mocking me? Realizing who stood before him, the old man broke into a cold sweat, struggling under the oppressive aura. He managed to stammer. What this old man has said is entirely true, General. If you enter, you shall see for yourself. Lin Zhan regarded the old man, whose demeanor suggested he was barely holding it together, though he found it hard to believe that the prince's spiritual injuries could heal so swiftly. He also doubted that the physician possessed the audacity to deceive him. With that thought, Lin Zhan stepped into the hall, but suddenly recalled something and turned back, casting his gaze around before pointing to 2 black-armored soldiers. You two, come here. The onlookers were puzzled as to why General Lin hesitated to check on the prince's condition, remaining in the courtyard instead. Even the 2 soldiers were unsure of the general's intentions, but military orders are absolute, and they approached, clasping their fists in salute. General, what is your command? Lin Zhan glanced at them briefly, remaining silent as he grasped the hilt of the enormous sword at his back. With a slight exertion, he drew the 7-foot blade, positioning it horizontally across his chest to bear down upon the two men. The soldier on the left, sensing the weight of the sword, quickly raised his hands to support the hilt. Yet, he underestimated the sword's heft. When Lin Zhan released his grip, he felt an overwhelming force descend upon him. The sword seemed to possess an uncanny ability to suppress a martial artist's true energy, causing his internal flow to stagnate. As the balance shifted, he realized he was struggling to maintain his footing. Determined not to be humiliated in front of his peers, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of true energy he could muster. To be pinned to the ground by a mere sword in such a public setting would have been intolerable. Just then, he noticed the other soldier beside him had propped the sword's blade with his weapon, alleviating much of the burden, prompting a look of gratitude from him. The second soldier could only manage a wry smile. Having previously handled the general's sword, he knew well its capacity to suppress true energy. For the general, this suppression likely posed no hindrance, even solidifying his sword intent, making him all the more formidable in combat. However, for soldiers of mere warrior rank, this pressure nearly drained them of their energy, rendering them incapable of lifting such a formidable blade. The first soldier, having reacted just a moment too late, was astonished to see the other soldier actually daring to catch the general's sword with his bare hands. It was too late to intervene, so he too steadied the sword's blade with his weapon, combining their efforts to stabilize the immense weight. Reflecting on the fact that the general bore this burden at all times deepened their respect for him. Lin Zhan, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He simply sought someone to assist him in wielding the sword. Entering the hall while armed was contrary to etiquette, and although the prince would not mind, he still wished to adhere to propriety. Observing the two soldiers working together to steady the sword, Lin Zhan nodded slightly and turned, proceeding into the grand hall. As Lin Zhan departed, the oppressive weight that had enveloped them finally lifted. Lien Yunqing leaned against the doorframe, exhaling heavily. It was only then that he realized the cold sweat he had shed in those brief moments had soaked through his garments. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he turned to watch the black-armored warrior hastening away, his eyes narrowing as he stroked his gray beard. Had it not been for the assassination attempt on the Cold King, which nearly claimed his life and left him in disarray, he would have kept this secret hidden. Lien Yunqing's gaze deepened. Although he was merely a minor physician in the Imperial Hospital, his knowledge of spiritual matters was profound, and he held a respectable position within the institution. Otherwise, Lin Zhan would not have summoned him to attend to the princess' injuries. While the Imperial Hospital lacked the political factions of the court, he had served the royal family for decades and was well aware of the struggles for succession. Although the Cold King was not yet advanced in age, he had long since departed from his prime. Such unconventional warfare was escalating, as one must remember that a new ruler brings new ministers. If one were to place their bet wisely, they could become a founding hero, their contributions securing prosperity for their descendants. Lin Zhan, a general of great renown and martial prowess, came from a humble lineage, which rendered him less formidable compared to the esteemed families of the realm. Thus, his involvement in such political games was hardly surprising. What truly astonished Lien Yunqing was Lin Zhan's attitude toward the Cold King. Those with the means to engage in such political gambits were typically high-ranking officials or formidable generals, all possessing their own pride. Even if they resolved to support someone, they would never completely subjugate themselves to that individual unless that person ascended to the throne. However, Lin Zhan's demeanor toward the Cold King directly contradicted Lien Yunqing's perceptions. Chapter 3. The Secrets of the Royal Manor. At the moment when the Cold King was attacked, General Lin, leading his 8,000 Black Yin soldiers, forcefully breached the city gates, slaying the officials tasked with guarding the city, and ruthlessly annihilating the 3 prominent families within Wanhan City that dared to challenge the Cold King. It is unimaginable what thoughts raced through the mind of the old physician as he witnessed the blood-soaked Black Yin soldiers shatter the gates of the Imperial Medical Institute. The old man nearly fainted, mistakenly believing that a general had rebelled, as Lin Zhan prepared to enter the inner hall of the royal manor. Even in the face of the Cold King's unconsciousness, he did not forget to relinquish his weapons. To a martial artist in the perilous realm of the Cold Feather Dynasty, their weapon is akin to a second life. For a seasoned warrior like Lin Zhan, it is almost unthinkable to part with his weapon, except when presenting himself before the monarch. Yet, Lin Zhan's actions defied this norm. Throughout, he exhibited unwavering loyalty. demonstrating a singular devotion that seemed overly extravagant for a general sworn to the dragon. Moreover, the Cold King was not a crown prince or a royal heir, but merely a hereditary noble. His father, the late Cold King Yi Xiangang, although exalted as the one-word duke, was not of royal blood, thus precluding any possibility of contesting for the throne. Even with the accolades of military achievements, he could not alter the reality of his inability to cultivate martial prowess. In this world where martial strength reigns supreme, possessing the title of Cold King, while it may grant him a life of luxury, would not render him a figure worthy of loyalty and support. Thus, to Lien Yunqing, this situation seemed as illogical as the Cold King's inexplicable recovery. Observing Lin Zhan's figure recede into the distance, Lien Yunqing hastily followed, his mind racing despite having confirmed the Cold King's injuries numerous times. The fear instilled by Lin Zhan made him anxious, compelling him to keep pace. Lin Zhan paid no heed to the physician's confusion and strode through the courtyard into the inner sanctum of the royal manor. His heart was heavy with unease, for he understood that the prince's injuries could not possibly heal as swiftly as the physician claimed. In truth, the prognosis was grim. Yet, having heard the physician's words, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Lien Yunqing's thoughts were astute. The Cold King was born with an innate inability to cultivate true energy. His martial prowess remained at the pinnacle of a martial apprentice, forever barred from advancing to the rank of a warrior. In a realm where martial might is revered, no one would choose to follow or assist him. However, what if Lin Zhan was not merely a follower, but had originally been a loyal retainer? 8 years prior, the former Cold King Yi Xiangang had met an untimely demise, along with the disappearance of 3,000 soldiers from the Cold King's manor. The royal residence plunged into chaos. At that time, further calamity struck. It was revealed that the Cold King's sole heir, the 8-year-old Prince Yi Han, was also afflicted with an innate incapacity for martial cultivation, a revelation that plunged the already beleaguered manor into despair. According to the ancestral edicts of the Cold Feather dynasty, royal offspring who could not cultivate true energy by the age of 14 were deemed ineligible for succession. Yi Xiangang, a man of unyielding integrity, faced political adversaries both within the court and military. With his death and the loss of the palace guards, the Cold King's manor found itself besieged by various factions. The consequences of losing the throne at such a critical juncture were dire. At that time, no faction held the Cold King's manor in high regard, and many servants and retainers chose to depart. With the Cold King's demise and the Queen's early passing, the immense pressure fell upon the young shoulders of the then 8-year-old Yi Han. It was at that moment that Yi Han underwent a remarkable transformation. Shedding the guise of a mere child and emerging as a formidable noble, he relinquished nearly all external businesses under the Cold King's name and abandoned even the fiefdom, relocating the entire manor to the imperial capital, thus giving rise to the current desolate royal residence. Although the manor was not particularly weak, Yi Han's upheaval left it severely wounded, diminishing its prospects for resurgence. Yet, beneath the surface, Yi Han would not engage in self-sabotage. Adopting the guise of a wandering cultivator, he either joined the military or aligned with other factions, biding his time and preserving the Cold King's strength. Lin Zhan was among the elite sent forth by Yi Han during this period. Originally a loyal bodyguard to the late Cold King Yi Xiangang, Lin Zhan possessed exceptional talent and prowess, already a formidable warrior in his own right. However, as he was part of the royal residence's foundation, he concealed his abilities, serving in the shadows as a protector unbeknownst to the outside world. Yi Xiangang seemed to have foreseen his own demise, which is why he entrusted Lin Zhan with the task of guarding his son, Yi Han. In Yi Xianggang's vision, with Lin Zhan's protection, Yi Han would inherit the throne at 14, under the aegis of the dynasty. Even if enemies sought to undermine him, they would have to weigh their own strength. However, he could not have anticipated that Yi Han was destined to be an innate cripple, unable to cultivate. This revelation nearly obliterated Yi Han's path to kingship, rendering him unable to receive the dynasty's protection. Once this news spread, it attracted the covetous eyes of many. It is known that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Though the Cold King's manor had lost its soldiers, the treasures, martial manuals, and elixirs amassed by the Cold King during his lifetime remained untouched. And Lin Zhan, the commander of the Black Yin army, was indeed a trump card hidden in Yi Han's hand. Chapter 4. The past of the Cold King Lin Zhan did not disappoint Yi Han's expectations. Within a mere 8 years, He ascended from an ordinary soldier to the esteemed position of the supreme commander of the He Yin army amidst the treacherous and cunning environment of the military. While it is true that Yi Han's behind-the-scenes support and his own formidable martial prowess played significant roles in this ascent, Lin Zhan's own capabilities were indeed remarkable. Particularly, for someone like Yi Han, who bore the title of Cold, the conditions for inheriting the royal position were inherently more stringent. Although the requirements were rigorous, it was precisely this strictness that compelled the royal descendants to diligently cultivate their skills, preventing them from losing themselves in a life of indulgence. Thus, the dynasty has preserved this ancestral decree for a millennium without challenge. As Yi Han approached the time to inherit the throne, he sought permission from King Hanyu to personally lead his troops southward to engage with various kingdoms, relying on his wisdom and courage, as well as the dire circumstances surrounding the Hanyu dynasty. Without the need for military confrontation, he successfully negotiated tributes from 3 dynasties, ensuring their annual homage. Most individuals, when faced with such perilous situations, would retreat into obscurity. However, Yi Han, through his strategic acumen, orchestrated the larger scheme, safeguarding himself and deftly manipulating the powers at play, ultimately reaping the benefits. By capturing several martial artists, he secured significant leverage over both sides. Upon his return to the court, as he faced the king, the prominent figures of the court regarded him with a gaze that seemed to wish to consume him whole. Yet, King Hanyu was in high spirits, personally issuing a decree that permitted Yi Han to inherit the title of Cold King, restoring his fiefdom and bestowing upon him the title of Lord of the city of Han, a moment of immense glory. Logically, Ling Yu had endured many years of patience and preparation. Now, having achieved distinguished merit and received the emperor's decree, his power within the Cold King's residence was nearly on par with that of Yi Xian's era. Thus, it was only natural for him to depart the chaotic imperial capital and head to his fief. Although the capital thrived under the king's rule, it was not his foundation. The capital, despite its vibrant prosperity and multitude of formidable figures, was rife with intrigue, where ministers and royal nobles mingled, demanding careful consideration of every action to avoid irrevocable consequences. In his youth, Yi Han enjoyed the king's protection within the capital, which was far safer than his perilous fief. However, now that his wings had fully developed, the capital became a hindrance to the growth of his influence. Hence, departing was the most prudent choice. The battle for the crown prince. Yi Han was not a direct descendant of the king, thus his chances of succession were slim. Yet, as the renowned Cold King, a warrior of great repute, he certainly possessed the right to command respect from both ministers and generals. As Lin Zhan walked, his steps momentarily faltered. The Cold King's residence was modest in size, and its inner sanctum was significantly smaller compared to other royal mansions. Had it not been for his desire to avoid disturbing the Cold King during his recovery, he would not have ordered the soldiers to retreat to the courtyard. Gazing at the unassuming wooden door before him, Lin Zhan inhaled deeply, restraining his aura and martial pressure entirely within himself. Only when he felt as ordinary as anyone else did he gently push open the door. With a creak, the door yielded, and Lin Zhan stepped inside. The interior of the Cold King's chamber was not ostentatious. Rather, it exuded a stark simplicity. While the furnishings were adequate, they could barely be considered luxurious, especially when compared to the silks and jewels of other royal residences. Yi Han's quarters could indeed be described as rather austere. Lin Zhan disregarded the room's decor, bypassing the 8 immortal table directly to approach the bedside. There, resting upon the cold jade bed, lay a youth with a pallid complexion and tightly closed eyes. Although the young man's features were not conventionally beautiful, they possessed a refreshing charm, with a smooth, fair face marked by distinct angles and a striking demeanor. His dark hair fell straight over the pillow, and the slightly long bangs could not conceal his sharp eyebrows. Even with his eyes shut, the fierce spirit within his brow remained evident. Were it not for the lingering trace of youthfulness in his countenance, one would scarcely believe he was merely 16 years old. The young man resting there was none other than the current Cold King, the 16-year-old Yi Han. Lin Zhan approached the bedside quietly, standing beside the bed. He gently placed his right index finger upon the boy's forehead, closing his eyes to carefully sense his condition. No one knew better than Lin Zhan the severity of Yi Han's injuries. Given that the damage was to his soul, Lin Zhan hesitated to administer any life-saving elixirs, for even the slightest miscalculation could result in dire consequences. Had it not been for this, he would not have been so eager to breach the imperial medical facility. Yet now, the youth lying in bed had not only stabilized his soul, but had also become multiple times stronger than an average person. Even Lin Zhan, a seasoned general, found himself somewhat inferior in terms of soul strength compared to Yi Han. Were it not for the continued pallor of his complexion, Lin Zhan might have believed that Yi Han's injuries were merely a fleeting nightmare. Chapter 5. Yi Han awakens gazing at the youth lying on the bed. Lin Zhan let out a gentle sigh. He had served Yi Han for many years, obeying his commands, leaving at the most perilous and crucial moment to join the army. He watched as Yi Han transformed from an innocent child, ignorant of the world, into the formidable king of cold who strategizes for the peace of the realm. It would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no emotions about this transformation. As time passed, observing Yi Han's meticulous planning, Lin Zhan had nearly forgotten that the king of cold before him was merely a 16-year-old boy. Once assured of Yi Han's safety, Lin Zhan took the opportunity to appraise the furnishings of the room. The simplicity of the decor caused him to furrow his brow. Since the demise of the previous king of cold, he had not entered the royal chambers, but upon this visit, he found Yi Han's quarters excessively austere. It seemed necessary to mention this to the prince. Although the royal residence of the king of cold appeared dilapidated on the surface, it was no longer in the tragic state it had been immediately following Yi Xian's demise. While the family's wealth had diminished due to their distance from their fief, Yi Han had cleverly cultivated resources over the past few years, utilizing former attendants to secretly engage in commerce and operate taverns, thus accumulating a modest fortune. Furthermore, the king of cold had various extraordinary treasures left from Yi Xian's military campaigns. Without these, the royal house would not have withstood the covetous gazes of others. As the physician entered, Lin Zhan's expression softened. Although he was unclear about the nature of the king's recovery, it was evident that this physician played a crucial role in it. Naturally, he did not dare to be remiss. He quickly turned to offer an apology for his earlier indiscretion. However, as Lin Zhan turned to inquire about the physician's insights, Lien Yunqing suddenly gestured for silence, pointing at the king of cold behind him. Alarmed, Lin Zhan turned back to see the youth on the bed trembling slightly, seemingly on the verge of awakening. When Lien Yunqing had first arrived at the king of cold's residence, he had been at a loss regarding the grievous spiritual injury that threatened the king's very soul. He could only apply his knowledge of spiritual matters to attempt to untangle the essence of Yi Han's spirit, but with little success. Added to this was the soul attack from the assassin, which had penetrated the king's consciousness, creating a tumultuous disturbance within. Just as Lien Yunqing had begun to abandon hope, intending to seek forgiveness from Lin Zhan for his failure, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The disintegrated essence of the king's spirit inexplicably began to coalesce, reforming his soul. Most of the foreign spiritual energies seemed to vanish, drawn away by an unseen force, with only a remnant merging back into the king's spirit. In a matter of moments, the king, who had been on the brink of spiritual annihilation, not only regained his strength but experienced an explosive surge in spiritual power, surpassing even Lien Yunqing, a physician who had dedicated his life to the study of the soul. This explained Lien Yunqing's dazed expression when he encountered Lin Zhan upon exiting the inner hall of the palace. As he walked toward the inner chamber, Lien Yunqing deliberately lagged behind Lin Zhan, allowing him to enter the royal chamber first. After some time, he followed suit. Although he had not entered the room, he could predict Lin Zhan's actions. Lin Zhan would undoubtedly seek to assess the king's condition, employing his own spiritual energy to probe the king's soul. While the originally injured king may have posed little threat, the recent transformation had not only healed his injuries, but also elevated his spiritual intensity to levels exceeding Lien Yunqing's own. Though Lin Zhan had attained the pinnacle of martial prowess, seasoned by countless battles in the army, his spiritual strength paled in comparison to that of Lien Yunqing, a specialist in the field of soul studies. Furthermore, the king's spiritual might now eclipse that of Lien Yunqing. Thus, no matter how cautiously Lin Zhan approached, should he attempt to connect with the king's spiritual essence, he would inevitably be detected, awakening the king in the process. "My lord, you have awakened." This was the first voice Yi Han heard upon regaining consciousness. The middle-aged man clad in black armor offered a respectful salute, while an elderly figure with white hair and a youthful visage, dressed in a white robe, similarly bowed in greeting. "I am not dead." Yi Han blinked slowly, the only thought lingering in his mind. After enduring the soul attack, he had felt as though his very essence was about to shatter. The excruciating pain in his consciousness had driven him to the brink of wishing to cleave his own head with a blade. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of coolness had surged from deep within his spirit, dispelling all agony, akin to a serene stream flowing through his being. This soothing sensation permeated his soul, transporting him to a realm of serenity. In the last fragments of his memory, he recalled being in the city of Luohan, where the assassins had been vanquished by his protectors. However, in an instant of collective relaxation, a seemingly ordinary swordsman had lunged at him, drawing his blade with a wild ferocity. With a single stroke, he unleashed a sword aura characteristic of a master martial artist, effortlessly breaking through the protective formations of Yihan's guards, closing in on him. This swordsman, seemingly deranged, disregarded the attacks from surrounding protectors. With blood streaming from his eyes, he unleashed a forbidden soul technique, shattering his own consciousness to manifest a soul sword aura aimed directly at Yihan. The protective charms Yihan wore offered no defense against such spiritual assaults, allowing the soul blade to pierce deep into his consciousness. As his spirit trembled and he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he could only hear the anguished cry of the swordsman, "King of Cold, for the sake of my wife and children, die." Chapter 6. A detailed discussion on the soul. Yihan suddenly emitted a muffled groan. Raising his hand to his forehead, his face contorted in pain. "Your Highness." Upon witnessing Yihan's reaction, Lin Zhan immediately grew anxious. Yihan's rapid recovery from his injuries had already aroused his suspicions, leaving him concerned about potential aftereffects. Seeing Yihan's pained expression, he was naturally alarmed and unhesitatingly rose to retreat, signaling the physician Lian Yunqing, who stood behind him, to promptly attend to the cold king. Lian Yunqing quickly approached, retrieving 18 golden needles from a small jade box, ready to administer treatment to Yihan's forehead. However, he was halted by Yihan's raised hand, who then spoke in a cool voice. "There is no need. I appreciate your kindness, but I am no longer in grave danger. There is no need for acupuncture." Yihan lowered his hand from his forehead and, with great effort, sought to sit up, gripping the edge of the bed. Lian Yunqing hurriedly extended his hand to assist him, stating, "Your Highness has only just recovered from severe injuries. It is unwise to rise. You should focus on resting." After much effort, Yihan managed to sit upright, rubbing his temples as he sought to alleviate his headache. Anyone who suddenly had their consciousness inundated with a plethora of fragmented memories would inevitably suffer great pain. Although he did not fully comprehend why that person's memories invaded his mind, it was surely linked to the soul technique the swordsman had employed in his dying moments. After all, it was the most formidable strike executed by a grand martial artist, utilizing a lifetime of cultivation and their very life as a sacrifice. Unless there was some profound mystery involved, he would find it hard to believe otherwise. After a moment's hesitation, Lian Yunqing spoke again. "I beg your Highness's forgiveness. In truth, I am uncertain how your Highness's injuries have healed." Upon hearing this, Yihan had yet to respond when Lin Zhan could no longer contain himself. Speaking in a deep voice, "Physician Lian is the most accomplished physician in the Imperial Medical Institute concerning matters of the soul. After treating the cold king, how could he not know the nature of his Highness's recovery?" "You," Lin Zhan continued, "Physician Lian, what is your assessment of my condition at that time?" Yihan raised his hand to halt Lin Zhan's ongoing dispute with the physician and took the opportunity to inquire, "Physician Lian, please, speak freely." Having received this encouragement, Lian Yunqing respectfully continued, "Your Highness, the human spirit can be divided and referred to as the soul. There are 3 souls, the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul. There are 7 aspects of the spirit: the heavenly aspect, the spiritual aspect, the vital aspect, the force aspect, the central aspect, the essence aspect, and the heroic aspect. Among the 3 souls, the heavenly and earthly souls frequently exist externally, while the life soul resides solely within the body. Thus, the 3 souls do not often convene together. Among the 7 aspects, 2 are heavenly aspects, 2 are earthly aspects, and 3 are human aspects, harmonizing yin and yang, never to be separated. They often manifest in the bodies of warriors. In fact, the 7 aspects of a warrior are analogous to the 7 chakras located along the central meridian of the human body, extending from the crown of the head to the base of the spine, also known as the 7 divine treasures of the warrior's physical form. The heavenly aspect resides at the crown chakra, the spiritual aspect at the brow chakra, the vital aspect at the throat chakra, the force aspect at the heart chakra, and simultaneously connects to the palms and soles. The central aspect is located at the navel chakra, the essence aspect at the reproductive chakra, and the heroic aspect at the base chakra. The 7 aspects of the human body are governed by the life soul, which is why the life soul is also referred to as the human soul or color soul. The life of a warrior originates from this life soul residing within the womb. After the life soul takes residence, it distributes divine power among the 7 chakras of the body's central meridian, thus forming the 7 aspects of a person. Therefore, the soul is fundamental to human existence. If the human soul dissipates entirely, even if the body survives, it is merely a walking corpse, a fate worse than death. At this juncture, Lien Yunqing paused slightly before addressing Yi Han again. Your Highness, I must speak candidly. Given the severity of your injuries, it is uncertain whether you could still be considered alive. Audacious. Hearing this, Lin Zhan, standing behind Lien Yunqing, could no longer restrain himself and let out a fierce shout, startling the physician into a shudder. Yi Han raised his hand to silence Lin Zhan, gesturing for Lien Yunqing to continue. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Lien Yunqing glanced at Lin Zhan before proceeding. Your Highness, the aspect is unique to the human body. Upon death, the 7 aspects dissipate and the life soul departs, marking the end of life. When I was brought to the Cold King's residence by General Lin, I found that your Highness's 7 aspects had already collapsed, and the heavenly and earthly souls were nowhere to be found. Within your spiritual realm, only the last remnant of the life soul was desperately clinging on, solely supported by your willpower. Not even the most powerful celestial being could have intervened. I truly cannot comprehend how you. Though the words of the elderly physician were not particularly comforting, they held a kernel of truth. Lien Yunqing was a top-tier practitioner in the Imperial Medical Institute, having dedicated his life to the study of the soul, and his expertise in this domain was unparalleled. It was said that he had a grandson equally gifted in matters of the soul. With such a grandfather guiding him, he would surely achieve greatness in time. If possible, it would be wise to cultivate a connection with him, for compared to the other princes, the 8th prince's foundation was indeed too shallow. As Lien Yunqing continued his discourse, Yi Han leaned against the bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, his fingers twitched, and a gleam of joy sparkled in his eyes as he interrupted the elder's words. Enough, I understand now. Chapter 7. Past Lives and Present. System Activation. A brilliant light blossomed within Yi Han's eyes, his spirit in tumult. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed within his consciousness. Receiving a vast amount of alien soul power. Transformation complete. System energy replenished. System activated. System initialization complete. Binding host. Binding complete. Host Yi Chong Kong, Yi Han. Although Yi Han's heart was shaken, he did not lose his composure. He quickly calmed his expression. When he closed his eyes and reopened them, they reflected neither joy nor sorrow. Dr. Lien has truly exerted himself to preserve my life. However, due to my grave injuries, I require constant care, and I must trouble Dr. Lien to temporarily reside in the Cold King's mansion. I wonder if that would be convenient for you. Observing the smiling youth before him, Lien Yunqing could not help but shudder inwardly. Though he was inquiring, his words left no room for refusal. The Cold King's intentions were clearly to seal off information. The upheaval in Lohan City was evident to anyone with eyes, now. With the Cold King suppressing his own news, it seemed he was trying to lure the snake out of its hole. Realizing this, Lien Yunqing felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was merely a humble physician. Despite having lived long and gained some renown in the Imperial Hospital for his studies in the soul, he was not one to meddle in such power struggles. Now, he found himself inexplicably saving the Cold King's life without having to lift a finger. Even if he were to proclaim his detachment from the Cold King's faction, it was likely no one would believe him. Sighing inwardly, Lien Yunqing could only bow respectfully to the youth on the bed, saying, in that case, this old man shall follow the Cold King's orders. Hearing this, Yi Han felt a sense of relief, and the smile he wore became more genuine as he replied to Lien Yunqing. Since Dr. Lien has saved my life, I cannot be stingy. Please accompany Han Ning to the treasury and procure a cold feather soul calming pill as a token of my gratitude. I thank you, Your Highness. Having reached his advanced age, Lien Yunqing had little desire for worldly matters, and few things could stir his excitement, but the cold feather soul calming pill was one of them. Though termed a pill, it was not crafted by ordinary alchemists. Unlike common pills, this one required an intricate blend of over 100 unique energies from heaven and earth. The key to its creation lay not merely in the herbs, but in the harmonious fusion of these energies, which ultimately coalesced into the small pill. Thus, The crafting of this pill was beyond the capabilities of average pharmacists and alchemists. It necessitated the full assistance of a high-level formation master. The formation master would inscribe hundreds of formations, manipulating them with their spiritual energy to achieve a symbiotic balance. With the convergence of these formations extracting the essence of the world's energy, and coupled with the formidable power of the cold abyss, the pill could finally be formed. This intricate process meant that even the foremost formation master of the royal court, Master Xin Donghua, could produce no more than 4 pills in a single attempt. Given this, the rarity of such a pill was evident. Its sole effect was to condense the essence of heaven and earth, refining the primordial spirit within while fortifying the physical body, thereby enriching the soul and preserving the body from decay, ultimately extending one's lifespan. Such life-extending treasures, being rare and ethereal, are elusive and sought after. The fact that this miraculous pill possessed such effects only heightened its allure. However, due to its extreme rarity, it was said that only the Cold Feather royal family could refine it. Thus it was accessible solely to the royal elite. Lien Yinqing had never imagined that the Cold King would bestow upon him such a precious elixir. Yi Han smiled silently, nodding slightly toward the door. Suddenly, a shadow materialized in the empty space. The shadow coalesced into a youth clad in dark attire, standing straight and bowing respectfully to Yi Han. Han Ning, take Dr. Lien to the treasury. Yes. After bowing to Yi Han, Han Ning turned and exited the inner chamber, not sparing a glance for the 2 other living souls present. He appeared utterly unconcerned that Dr. Lien would not follow, leaving Lien Yinqing feeling somewhat awkward. Hurriedly, he took his leave from Yi Han and followed after Han Ning. With that, only Yi Han and Lin Zhan remained in the inner chamber. From the moment they had arrived, Lin Zhan had been observing Yi Han. Since he had left the Cold King's mansion, he had seldom seen Yi Han again, even when they had brief interactions. There had been little opportunity to scrutinize his features closely. Now, gazing at the strikingly handsome youth before him, Lin Zhan could not help but compare him to the mischievous child he remembered, sighing inwardly. The princess had passed away, and the old king had been the young prince's world, providing him with a realm of support. Yet, with the old king's demise, the impact on the young prince had been profound, resulting in such a drastic transformation. Though the youth's features had matured, hints of his childhood self remained. But Lin Zhan's observations pertained not to his appearance, but to his character. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhan, the seemingly tranquil youth was experiencing a storm within his heart, contemplating how to discreetly dismiss the commander of the Black Abyss army before him to investigate the newly awakened system within his consciousness. Indeed, Yi Han was not of this world. It was a secret he had concealed for many years, a truth known only to him. His true name was Yi Changkong, a modern man from Huaxia, a relatively renowned physiognomist skilled in the art of face reading, divination, and energy analysis. The path of the physiognomist, deeply intertwined with the ancient teachings of Taoism, required knowledge of the intricate arts, understanding the yin and yang, and comprehending the 8 trigrams, all of which had been passed down through millennia. Many believed that physiognomists were merely fortune-telling Taoist priests. However, this was a misconception. While their lineage and practices were indeed similar, there existed a fundamental distinction. Taoism espouses transcendence, advocating for a state of non-action to define the cosmos. In contrast, physiognomists engaged with the world, advocating for worldly cultivation. The secular realm is akin to a murky pool, and who can navigate it without stirring up dust? As physiognomists delve into the mysteries of fate and destiny, they inevitably disrupt the balance of yin and yang, rendering themselves targets of envy and animosity. Some, like Yi Han, might find themselves awakening to a past life in a bewildered state. Chapter 8. Breaking the deadlock with strength when Yi Changkong awoke. He had transformed into the 8-year-old Yi Han, coinciding with a significant upheaval within the Cold King's mansion. Both of Yi Han's parents had passed away. Nonetheless, it took several months for Yi Changkong to gradually merge his identity with that of Yi Han in the eyes of others, all without raising any suspicion. With Yi Han's closest kin having already departed from this world, no one was aware of his overnight metamorphosis, and the timing of his father's demise conveniently provided a cover for his series of transformations. He had long regarded this matter as his most profound secret, buried deep within his heart. Even the most trusted of his loyal warriors, Han Ning, had not been privy to even a fraction of this truth. Now, the inexplicable activation of a system within his consciousness had revealed both his original name and his current one, sending ripples of astonishment through his spirit. As a man of the modern era, he was not unfamiliar with the concept of a system. In his previous life, he had never placed his faith in fate or destiny, nor had he ever hesitated to discern the fortunes of others. He was acutely aware that revealing too much of the heavenly secrets would lead to a grim fate. Thus, he had resigned himself to his circumstances. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would be reborn in this foreign realm. To exist once more as a mortal was already a sign of divine favor. The privileges of those deemed children of destiny were beyond his wildest imaginings. When Yihan opened his eyes again, he found Lin Zhan still standing vigil at his bedside, maintaining his previous composure. The very breath he took seemed to be subdued, his careful demeanor making it difficult to believe that he was a formidable warrior on the brink of the martial sovereign realm. With a sigh in his heart, Yihan realized there was little he could do to dismiss this steadfast general at that moment. He mustered his spirits and spoke. After this battle, your identity can no longer remain concealed. Lin Zhan was taken aback by Yihan's words, suddenly recalling his current status and the reckless act of breaching the city in a desperate bid to save Yihan. A cold sweat broke out on him as he spoke solemnly. Your Highness, I shall seek an audience with the king to plead for forgiveness by tomorrow at the latest. However, before he could finish, Yihan raised a hand to halt him, taking the conversation in a different direction. Seeking forgiveness is necessary, but it cannot be done so casually. First, tell me what transpired while I was unconscious. Lin Zhan, observing the young man leaning against the bed, wished to urge him to rest a little longer. Nevertheless, given his understanding of the prince over the years, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Instead, he recounted the details of how he had led the Black Abyss army to breach the city, leaving Yihan furrowing his brow in contemplation. Casting a glance at the earnest Lin Zhan, Yihan sighed inwardly. Lin Zhan was commendable in every regard, loyal to him, and exhibited a disciplined demeanor on the battlefield. Although he could not be described as a master strategist, he did possess a rare talent for commanding troops. However, his political acumen was somewhat lacking when it came to the treachery of the court. The three prominent families of Falling Cold City had not only sealed the city gates, but had also shut down the city as protective array in their efforts against him. Under such circumstances, even he could not have relayed any information. How, then, had Lin Zhan come by this intelligence? Moreover, there was something amiss regarding the city officials' decision to close the gates. While protocol dictated that exiting the city required proper authorization, there were exceptions. In emergencies, such as when news arrived of beasts gathering to attack a village, the need for immediate action could render formal permissions irrelevant. For the city officials, though it might be improper to leave the city under such circumstances, it was a commonly accepted unspoken rule. Unless they had received a direct and absolute command from above, they typically would not obstruct a military commander, especially one in charge of the Black Abyss army, who wielded life and death authority. Although he was unclear on the intricacies of the situation, it was evident that someone was aware of the relationship between him and Lin Zhan and was attempting to ensnare him. Yihan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zhan, causing the general to feel a touch of embarrassment. Upon receiving news of the Cold King's peril, Lin Zhan's mind had momentarily ceased to function. Now, as he pieced together the unfolding events, he sensed that matters were far from simple. Feeling the prince's gaze upon him, he found himself at a loss for words. The guardianship of the city and the protective array, though often overlooked, was essential for the stability of a grand city, akin to the foundation of a towering edifice. Consequently, the defense of the city walls should not rest solely on one individual. The Cold Feather dynasty appointed 3 officials to oversee the city: the guardian, the supervisor, and the protector. The guardian was stationed at the city walls year-round, responsible for the opening and closing of the gates and external vigilance, holding the lowest rank among the 3. Next was the supervisor, whose duty was to oversee the operation of the protective array. Every supervisor was a master of formations, possessing at least a 4th-level understanding of array techniques. As the capital of the Cold Feather Empire, the supervisor of Cold Sky Emperor City, City Yuan, boasted a profound mastery of 5th-level formations. His responsibilities included not only monitoring the capital's array, but also overseeing the arrays of the 3 subordinate cities. When the 3 prominent families had conspired against him, they had previously sealed the array of Falling Cold City. Closing the protective array was not overly difficult, as it fell within the supervisor's purview. However, as the city lord, Yihan's authority over the protective array, bolstered by his lord's seal, surpassed that of the supervisor. The three families' ability to bypass him and directly seal the protective array indicated collusion with someone within the imperial city. You need not await others to accuse them. I require you to enter the palace immediately and report this matter to the king yourself. No matter the intricacies of the assassination plot, with the king's might behind us, there is no reason it should not be dismantled. The glimmer in Yihan's eyes hinted at a brewing storm. The mere act of tampering with the protective array of the subordinate city was a crime severe enough to warrant the extermination of their entire clan. In such a vast city, no more than 100 individuals could hope to escape the impending catastrophe. This was a technique honed over thousands of years, and the foundation upon which the Cold Feather dynasty had withstood the onslaught of beast tides. Should it become a funeral dirge for the subjects of the dynasty, who would honor their ancestors? Moreover, the individual capable of altering the array of falling Cold City might very well possess the ability to modify that of the Imperial City. Though the Imperial City was replete with powerful figures, the formations inscribed upon it far surpassed those of falling Cold City. The current king was a rare, enlightened ruler. Some truths needed not be elaborated upon, for no one could successfully deceive his discerning gaze. Chapter 9. The Sixth Prince's Conspiracy Within the Inner Chambers of the Cold King's Residence. Yihan succinctly concealed the incident of Lin Zhan's reckless breach of the city gates and unauthorized military mobilization. In light of the Grand City Defense Formation, Lin Zhan's actions appeared trivial by comparison. Lin Zhan was aware of this, yet he contemplated another angle. Thus, Mr. Situ, as the city supervisor of the imperial capital, would likely face the charge of negligence. However, Yihan shook his head, stating that while the city supervisor was indeed responsible for monitoring the operation of the city defense formation, this particular matter could not be laid at his feet. Noticing Lin Zhan's confusion, Yihan continued, explaining that altering the city defense formation was not a simple task. If anyone could wield the formation through the array plate, the dynasty would surely descend into chaos. The city defense array plates were divided into primary and auxiliary versions. The auxiliary plates were held by the city supervisors, who utilized them to maintain the operation of the formation, but that was the extent of their power. To alter the array map or control the formation, one must possess the primary array plate. In the Hanyu dynasty, the primary plates for the 70 or so formations, including those of the subordinate cities, were housed in the ancestral temple. Non-royal bloodlines and those not of the Yi family were forbidden from approaching, let alone retrieving them. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. If that were the case, then the plot against the prince was. Humph. Yihan scoffed, revealing a cold smile. The third prince had long desired his demise. It was hardly surprising he would orchestrate such a scheme. However, Yihan had not anticipated the extent of his resolve. The royal ancestral temple was not a place one could enter casually. Even the princes could not step foot without a compelling reason. Coincidentally, he had heard that the third prince had sought permission from the king to enter the ancestral temple recently for the purpose of refining his true essence. Now, with this incident unfolding, anyone not blind would suspect him immediately. Seeing his plans come to fruition, Yihan knew he must act swiftly or risk becoming a grave threat to himself. Thus, he prepared to face the risk of incurring the king's displeasure by allowing himself to rest eternally in the Cold City. Should today's battle result in the Cold King's demise within the Cold City, even if the king were to rage in fury, he would likely temper his wrath for the sake of blood ties, allowing him to escape unscathed. Even if this would incur the king's dislike, eliminating the persistent threat of Yihan was worth the risk. The city defense officials were already in league with the third prince, and the three prominent families of the Cold City had connections to him that were no secret. Now, with the city supervisor and the commander of the Black Yin army petitioning the throne, even for the sake of quelling public outrage, the king would not allow this lawless prince to escape unpunished. Moreover, the third prince's actions violated the dynasty's taboos. In a dynasty like the Hanyu, where major cities wield substantial power, the primary array plates for the city defenses were placed in the ancestral temple to balance that power. Thus, the city lords unavoidably entrusted their lives and fortunes to the dynasty. If a royal prince were to kill the city lord of the imperial capital out of personal vendetta and alter the city defense array within the ancestral temple, the news would surely spark a tremendous uproar, and the city lords would not let it rest. Yihan's move to report this matter discreetly to the king was to protect the royal reputation. Even if the king wished to provide Yihan with a satisfactory explanation, he would undoubtedly punish the third prince severely. After pondering for a moment, Yi Han seemed to recall something and instructed Lin Zhan, "Tomorrow, visit the sixth prince's residence. Deliver my message of courtesy, and inform them that once I awaken, I shall pay a visit in due course." Lin Zhan noted Yi Han's instructions carefully, intending to take his leave, but upon hearing Yi Han's words, he could not help but feel puzzled and asked, "Why does the prince wish to visit the sixth prince's residence? Shouldn't he, the third prince, be implicated in this matter?" Yi Han's face bore a cold smile as he replied, "You are mistaken. This matter is not so simple. If it were not for the sudden influx of that assassin's memories within his consciousness, the third prince would never have realized that what seemed to be a mere assassination attempt was, in fact, orchestrated with the hidden involvement of the usually unassuming sixth prince. The third prince harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, and this deadly trap was set with the intent to take my life. Therefore, would he inform you, Lin Zhan, to lead the Black Yin army to storm the city gates? That would be inviting trouble." Clearly, there were those dissatisfied with the third prince who were unwilling to act alone, thus resorting to this method of manipulation. The assassin who ultimately attempted to slay Yi Han was a formidable warrior at the Grand Martial Master level. Such an individual was not weak within the dynasty and held considerable renown among the populace. Yet, upon striking, he sacrificed his own vital energy to unleash his most powerful sword strike, repelling all of Yi Han's guards. He then employed a soul-binding technique at the cost of his very essence, demonstrating his determination to die. What he did not anticipate was that within Yi Han's consciousness resided a system, an existence beyond the understanding of the world. The system absorbed the assassin's soul power, transforming it into energy to activate itself. However, the memories of the assassin were left behind in Yi Han's consciousness. In those memories, the assassin had encountered the sixth prince's visage on multiple occasions. This assassin, known as Hua Xian, was a wandering martial artist who had reached the Grand Martial Master realm. Yet, he had neither joined the military nor aligned with any faction. He remained outside the city to protect the elders of his village. His prowess had granted him a measure of fame, yet his situation changed dramatically when he caught the eye of the sixth prince. With the prince's noble status, who could oppose him in his quest to control a wandering martial artist? The sixth prince lured him to his residence, using the lives of his wife, children, and village elders as leverage to compel him to assassinate the Cold King. If Yi Han survived, his family would face certain death. If Yi Han perished, the crime of attacking a royal would lead to his own ruin. His final roar was a manifestation of his resentment and fury. This scheme was originally laid by the third prince. Should it succeed in bringing about Yi Han's fall in the Cold City, even if the king, out of familial ties, refrained from delving deeper, the eighth and ninth princes, along with others in the Cold King's residence, would not let this matter rest. Even if it failed and Yi Han narrowly escaped death, any inquiry would inevitably lead back to the third prince, resulting in an irreconcilable outcome. Furthermore, it would force Lin Zhan, who had been shielding Yi Han, to reveal his hidden card to the various factions. This intricate double-edged plot, regardless of success or failure, was a gamble that promised no losses for the sixth prince. It even held the potential to undermine both the third and eighth princes, his rivals. The sixth prince, Yi Pingjiang, was indeed a figure of extraordinary caliber. Chapter 10. A deliberate deception. Listening to Yi Han narrate the intricacies of the matter, even Lin Zhan, with his fortitude, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The sixth prince, known for his reticent demeanor, had never engaged in the royal strife, leading many to believe that he harbored no ambitions for the throne. The saying goes, one can paint a person's visage but cannot depict their essence. One can know a face but not the heart, and this aptly encapsulated the situation. "Your Highness, should we not inform the eighth and ninth princes as well?" Lin Zhan ventured cautiously. As for what would transpire in the future, that depended on whether the sixth prince could withstand the repercussions of Yi Han's vengeance. A fierce light flickered in Yi Han's eyes. It was the first time since his rebirth that he had suffered such a significant loss. Although it was unwise to voice his grievances now, the thought of swallowing this insult was utterly out of the question. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Han reiterated, "Regarding my injury, let us keep this matter under wraps. No word must leak outside. Concurrently, I require you to send someone to the treasure pavilion to procure a substantial quantity of herbs and rare materials capable of fortifying the body and refining the soul." Understood. Lin Zhan bowed in acknowledgement, fully grasping Yi Han's intent. If news of the Cold King's serious injury and unconsciousness were to circulate, Anyone familiar with Yi Han's character would surely harbor doubts. Yet, if they uncovered that the Cold King's residence was purchasing a significant amount of medicinal supplies from the Treasure Pavilion, along with the imperial physician remaining at the estate, it would lend credence to the narrative of his injuries sustained during the recent assassination attempt. Truth interwoven with falsehood, and falsehood mingled with truth. This was Yi Han's stratagem, a calculated deception. He instructed Lin Zhan to deliver a letter of greeting to the 6th princess residence, intending to stir the waters and draw out potential threats. What he was currently executing was a patient waiting game. Once Yi Han concluded his instructions, he closed his eyes again, signaling the end of the conversation. Lin Zhan, with a wry smile, turned to exit. As he stepped outside, Lin Zhan paused, recognizing the 9th prince, who arrived unexpectedly. The 8th and 9th princes were generally overlooked, lacking maternal protection, rendering their circumstances more precarious than their siblings. Fortunately, the 8th prince was cautious and meticulous, and together they managed to care for one another, avoiding undue hardships. As dusk approached, it seemed improbable for the 8th prince to visit the king at this hour. What brings him here? Did the 8th prince not deter him? Voices from within the room indicated surprise, yet Lin Zhan detected no trace of anger in Yi Han's tone, only a hint of helplessness and indulgence. The 8th prince has been summoned to the palace, while the 9th prince likely came upon hearing news of the king, Han Ning remarked with a formal demeanor. However, Lin Zhan found his tone excessively stern. Mentioning the princes stirred no emotional ripples, not even in reference to the king. Yi Han raised a hand to gently rub his eyes, recalling that the 8th prince had previously mentioned the impending birthday of Empress Dowager Yuanhua. At this juncture, it was understandable for the 9th prince to leave the palace, but if he were to remain absent overnight, it would indeed be questionable. Moreover, the 9th prince, Yi Qingran, possessed a simple and carefree nature, making him susceptible to manipulation. If he were to learn of Yi Han's safety, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Very well. Han Ning inclined his head and turned to depart. To him, the princes bore no exceptional significance. He merely needed to follow the king's directives. Wait, Yi Han furrowed his brow slightly, a tinge of reluctance flickering in his eyes as he added, if the 9th prince visits with the 8th prince next time, allow them entry. Though the 8th prince, Yi Qingyu, shared the same mother as Yi Qingran, their personalities were worlds apart. The 9th prince, with his innocent and carefree disposition, was prone to being exploited, whereas the 8th prince, though somewhat timid, was exceedingly prudent and meticulous, making him less susceptible to schemes. Having lost their mother early and lacking external support, the brothers had endured much. And Yi Qingyu's cautious nature had undoubtedly played a vital role in their survival within the palace. Yi Han often conferred with the 8th prince on matters he found uncertain. While he refrained from divulging his plans to the 9th prince, the presence of the 8th prince was different. Although Yi Qingyu was not particularly talkative, he possessed a profound understanding of the intricate dynamics at play. Han Ning served as Yi Han's loyal attendant and covert protector. Due to past experiences and his cultivation practices, he exhibited minimal emotional fluctuations, embodying a demeanor as cold as ancient ice. It was likely that only Yi Han, the Cold King reborn, could withstand such an icy temperament. Although Han Ning's nature was typically detached, the recent peril Yi Han faced in Lohan City had sparked a deeper chill within him. Chapter 11. The Celestial System of the Mystical Gate. After dismissing Lin Zhan and Han Ning, Yi Han found himself alone in the inner chamber. With his eyes gently closed, he leaned against the head of the bed, seemingly taking a brief respite. He then lifted his hand and pressed lightly against a protruding stone platform situated before him. As a radiant light erupted, an intricate formation suddenly materialized from the stone platform, with flashes of divine light. More than a dozen formations of various sizes emerged within the seemingly modest inner sanctum of the Cold King's residence. However, due to his unique condition, the absolute pulse body, Yi Han's meridians were incapable of channeling true energy. Every attempt to cultivate felt as though his veins were on the verge of shattering, compelling him to temporarily abandon the notion of training. Unwilling to lead a life devoid of purpose, Yi Han swiftly redirected his focus to the formations that were ubiquitous in this realm. In his previous life, he was a master of divination, well-versed in the principles of the I Ching and numerology, which shared a commonality with the inscriptions of this world. Over the years, he had transformed from an ignorant child into a proficient third-tier formation master. Such talent had undoubtedly left many in awe. Moreover, Situ Yuan, Not only a guest elder of the Cold King's residence, but also his mentor in the art of formations, had played a pivotal role in his development. Among the various formations, the most prominent were the grand formations inscribed upon the four walls. This was the Four Radiant Ceiling Formation, a fifth-tier formation inscribed by Sita Yuan, which Yihan was currently incapable of arranging himself. This formation lacked any extraordinary abilities, save for its commendable sealing power. Once inscribed, it possessed the capability to sever spiritual awareness even when not activated. Yihan activated the formation to ensure that no one could witness the happenings within the chamber. Two fragments of jade lay before him, their once lustrous surfaces now dull, yet they were evidently of superior quality, rare to find. These were not ordinary jade stones, but mid-grade spirit stones, invaluable to practitioners. Spirit stones are the essence of the Earth's veins, solidified forms of gathered celestial energy, containing pure spiritual essence. When practitioners absorb the energy within, it significantly enhances their cultivation efficiency. The two spirit stones had lost their luster, and although remnants of spiritual energy lingered, they were hardly sufficient for use and were casually discarded by Yihan. To activate a formation, a practitioner merely needed to channel their true energy into it. Yet due to his innate condition, Yihan remained at the pinnacle of martial disciple realm and could not refine true energy. Thus, he was compelled to utilize spirit stones as a medium for each activation. Upon activating the formation, Yihan opened his eyes, and with a thought, an ethereal screen materialized before him, his system panel. Uncertain if others could perceive this panel, he decided to proceed with caution. Gazing at the displayed contents, he quickly furrowed his brow, as the information was somewhat unexpected. The translucent screen revealed only a scant few words, while the rest was obscured by a veil of gray mist. Host: Yihan, Yichang Kong. Identity: Cold King of the Cold Feather Dynasty. War King. Cultivation level: Martial Disciple Realm Perfection. Absolute Pulse. Secondary skill: Formation, 3rd tier. Soul: Early Xian level primary technique. 9-star Qian Kuan skill. Not yet initiated, secondary technique. 9-star Void Step. Movement technique. Sect: None note. The host does not belong to any sect. The celestial system of the mystical gate is not fully activated. The mention of the celestial system of the mystical gate left Yihan somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this system would pertain to a sect, which was indeed a surprise. As the Cold King of the Cold Feather Dynasty, he was no stranger to sections. Aside from the 4 major dynasties on the Zhongtian continent, there existed 3 sacred lands and 6 sects, coexisting in a delicate balance, each respecting the boundaries of the other. Among them, the Snow Dragon Sacred Sect, one of the 3 sacred lands, had established its presence in the far north. The Cold Feather Dynasty held a neutral stance towards it, as the vast northern territories posed no disadvantage to them. Rather, it alleviated the pressures of beast tides and the chilling abyss. Beyond the Snow Dragon Sacred Land, the other 2 sacred lands and 6 sects primarily set their gates outside the territories of the dynasties. The harsh environment of the extreme north made it difficult for crops to thrive, and the threats posed by demonic beasts and the chilling abyss deterred many from establishing sects there. Yihan's sudden encounter with the mention of a sect within his system, a crucial aspect for its activation, posed a conundrum. Historically, dynasties and sects maintained a separation. The strong of the sects refrained from meddling in dynastic affairs, and members of royal families seldom joined sections. Would he now be compelled to forsake his position as the Cold King to join a sect? A bitter smile crept upon Yihan's face as he shook his head. Within the dynasty, he held the title of Cold King, enjoying the protection it afforded. However, if he were to depart from the dynasty, his absolute pulse body would render him unwelcome in any sect, regardless of its size. Perhaps there existed another path. Yihan's gaze deepened, lost in contemplation of possibilities. Chapter 12. Xiantian Dao Sect. The Xiantian Heavenly Sovereign System initiated by Yihan necessitates the host, Yihan, to join a sect in order to fully activate the system. However, Yihan's unique physique precludes any sect from accepting him. Thus, to unlock the system, he must explore alternative avenues. If joining a sect proves unfeasible, perhaps he could endeavor to establish his own sect. With the Xiantian Heavenly Sovereign System at his disposal, coupled with his identity as the Cold King, he has no reason to doubt his ability to revitalize a sect. Yihan's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the option of founding a sect, silently uttering the words in his heart. Establish a sect. Host has chosen to establish a sect. Please select a name for the sect. Yihan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at how swiftly the process was unfolding. He gazed at the system interface displaying the words Xiantian Heavenly Sovereign, and after a brief contemplation, he declared, Xiantian Dao Sect. Host has named the sect, Xiantian Dao Sect. Confirm? Confirm. Yihan, demonstrating decisiveness, resolved without hesitation to finalize the name of the sect. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed within his consciousness. Affiliation confirmed, Xiantian Dao Sect. Would you like to initiate the search for a spiritual mountain venue for the sect? Search? Yihan was momentarily startled but promptly responded, initiate search. Suddenly, a divine light illuminated the illusory screen before Yihan. He distinctly sensed an intangible wave sweep through his body, radiating outward into the cosmos, causing his expression to change dramatically. All formations suspended within the room fell silent in an instant, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the entire estate appeared plain and unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary features. Yihan remained impassive, feigning ignorance as he leaned against the wall. Subsequently, waves of spiritual energy cascaded past him, yet they were not directed at him. The sources of this energy were surveying the entire city. This surge of spiritual energy persisted for the duration of half a stick of incense. When the tumult subsided, Yihan exhaled deeply, loosening his tightly clenched fists, only to find them drenched in perspiration. 8 formidable warriors, each at the martial king level. Yihan couldn't help but marvel internally. Martial kings were already capable of safeguarding a territory. Yet, the recent sweep of spiritual energy had revealed no fewer than 8 martial kings. How many powerful beings resided within the imperial capital? Yihan chuckled ruefully, never having anticipated that the system's so-called search would manifest as such waves akin to spiritual energy. If his nascent spiritual power could detect such fluctuations, how could the martial kings stationed in the capital remain oblivious? In the realm of Zhongtian continent, martial arts flourished, with countless practitioners honing their skills. Conversely, the cultivation of spiritual energy was not as prevalent. Typically, only array masters devoted themselves to such pursuits. The classification of spiritual power in Zhongtian continent lacked clarity. Most martial artists enhanced their spiritual power alongside their martial prowess. The system indicated that Yihan's spiritual level was at the initial stage of the Xian rank, utilizing a classification method of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Despite his innate limitations preventing him from absorbing energy, Yihan had honed his mastery of arrays and achieved the status of a third-level array master. Furthermore, having lived 2 lives, his spiritual power rivaled that of a great martial artist. During a recent perilous encounter, a great martial artist had imparted a secret technique, infusing him with a wealth of spiritual energy. Though this energy was significantly diminished upon system activation, the residual essence of his spiritual consciousness had facilitated a remarkable enhancement. His primordial spirit thus ascended to the Xian realm. Were it not for this transformation, even with the system's assistance in converting the foreign spiritual energy within his consciousness, he would not have awakened so swiftly after sustaining injuries. The elevation of his primordial spirit was a rare occurrence, akin to a mental metamorphosis. Entering the Xian realm equipped him with spiritual power comparable to that of an ordinary martial sovereign. Even the esteemed physician Lian Yunqing, who specialized in spiritual cultivation, acknowledged his superiority when assessing Yihan's spiritual injuries. Fortunately, the upheaval of spiritual consciousness within the imperial capital had only drawn the attention of martial sovereigns and array masters of the 4th level and above. Otherwise, such an ostentatious display by so many martial kings would have incited widespread panic among the populace. As he breathed a sigh of relief, Yihan could not shake the sense of urgency that arose within him. Had it not been for today's events, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of 8 martial kings in the imperial capital. Moreover, these did not encompass the entirety of the dynasty's strength. At least during the last ancestral worship, several esteemed elders had emerged from the royal ancestral hall, undoubtedly at the martial king level. In this world, power is paramount. Should one of these martial kings choose to support a particular prince, the assistance afforded would greatly exceed that of any so-called noble families. While he was uncertain about the other princes, the 8th and 9th princes had yet to encounter such influential figures. Preparation must commence swiftly. The involvement of even one martial king would undoubtedly disrupt the delicate balance of power. Just as Yihan was lost in thought, the distinct mechanical voice of the system echoed once more within his consciousness, rousing him from his reverie. System search complete. Within a radius of 100,000 miles. No suitable locations for the sect's spiritual venue have been identified. The host is encouraged to continue efforts to establish the sect as soon as possible. Beep. Host sect confirmed. Xiantian Dao sect. System functionalities partially activated. Beep. System task panel activated. Please complete the main tasks in a timely manner. Beep. Sect interface activated. Beep. Exchange interface activated. Chapter 13. The Ice Emperor's heavenly record. Yihan felt a surge of joy in his heart as a series of prompts echoed within his consciousness. When his system first activated, the interface revealed nothing but a stark character panel displaying his cultivation level. There was a large gray area, virtually empty, leading him to believe that the system might be a mere sham. Upon reactivating the indoor formation, a flicker of thought summoned a spectral light screen before him. This was the newly opened exchange interface. A mere glance at the images that materialized sent his heart racing. Treasures, techniques, elixirs, formations, and divine abilities were all laid before him, a dazzling array. The heavenly mystical tower, creation elixir, 9 radiant void extermination formation, Saint Emperor's floating world seal, and the map of mountains and rivers. Just the names alone stirred a wave of exhilaration within Yihan. Yet, he remained composed. As each treasure listed was accompanied by an extensive sequence of numbers, an indication of the cost required for exchange. Wasn't it supposed to be exchanged with spirit stones? What is this reputation value? Yihan was somewhat surprised. The medium for exchanging these treasures was not the spirit stones he had envisioned, nor any rare materials, but rather something termed reputation value. Reputation value, 671, somewhat renowned. As Yihan examined the system panel, the number representing his reputation value quivered slightly, transforming into 672 before his eyes, indicating that this reputation was subject to constant fluctuation. Yihan understood in his heart that this reputation value pertained to his renown, likely a result of his past diplomatic missions across various nations, which had garnered him prominence on the continent, thus yielding over 600 in reputation. While 600 might seem considerable, juxtaposed with the series of exorbitant figures he had just encountered on the exchange system, he could not suppress a bitter smile. With his current reputation value, exchanging for the most prestigious treasures was akin to chasing a mirage. The increase in reputation value must require tasks. I recall a notification regarding a task panel. With a wave of his hand, the main interface faded away, replaced by a line of glaring crimson text. Main quest: establish a sect, create a sect. Seek a blessed land as the sect's training ground. Construct the sect to achieve renown throughout the world. Quest deadline: 3 months. Penalty for failure: erasure of the host. Erasure of the host? Yihan was taken aback. What is this? Could this system truly turn against him? Reflecting on it, cold sweat broke out upon him. This system was shrouded in mystery. It appeared out of nowhere and vanished without a trace, with each prompt resonating directly from his consciousness. Despite delving deep into his own being with his spiritual awareness, he found no foreign entity within him. In such circumstances, if this system truly desired to obliterate him, would he possess the strength to resist? Host. To the system, he was merely a host, not a master. The relationship between Yihan and this system was not one of master and servant, but rather a symbiotic one. And it seemed that Yihan was the one bound in this arrangement. Upon realizing this, Yihan's expression darkened. He had initially believed this system would assist him, but now it appeared to be a grim harbinger compelling him forward. From this point onward, he feared he would be truly ensnared. Frustratingly, his recent search revealed that within 100,000 miles, there was no blessed land suitable for establishing a sect. Where was he to find a place to create a sect within 3 months? Now, he had gained no tangible benefits and risked his own life in the process. Contemplating this, Yihan furrowed his brow, yet found himself at an impasse, continuing to explore the system's various functions in hopes of discovering a method to heal his innate deficiencies. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed within his consciousness once more, bringing a measure of relief to his expression. Beep. Random extraction system activated. Beep. Detecting host's unique physique, common techniques inapplicable, now initiating a random extraction of a technique suitable for the host's current condition. Before Yihan's eyes, a random extraction interface suddenly manifested. Without any effort on his part, a colossal spinning wheel materialized, radiating a shimmering light, clearly containing extraordinary items. The wheel was divided into 22 segments, each housing a scroll. Although there were no inscriptions, Yihan could intuitively sense the names of these scrolls. The 5 Chi Essence Method, Celestial Star Soul Refinement Technique, Sovereign Body Refining Formula. The diverse array of techniques left Yihan in a state of awe. However, all these techniques shared a common trait. None required the use of meridians for cultivation. Some were secret methods for spirit refinement, others for body tempering, and still others directly for refining the primordial spirit. In essence, each had its unique strengths and merits. Yihan understood that these 22 techniques were rare treasures, each one capable of inciting fierce competition among various factions. Without hesitation, he spun the wheel, opting to initiate the extraction process. The massive wheel began to turn slowly, gradually decelerating in Yihan's gaze until the golden pointer came to rest within an ice blue segment. The scroll within seemed to tremble slightly before vanishing from the light screen, transforming into a beam of ice blue energy that landed in Yihan's palm. Simultaneously, the name of the scroll appeared in Yihan's mind. Secret Technique of the Arcane, the Ice Emperor's Heavenly Record. Chapter 14. Seclusion in the Realm of the System. No matter how splendid the manifestation, there always lingers an ethereal sensation. Yet now, the illusory element within that luminous curtain has palpably descended into his grasp, leaving him somewhat dazed. As he clutched the scroll in his hand, a fervent glow ignited in Yihan's eyes. At the moment the scroll entered his possession, information regarding the technique recorded by the system surfaced within his consciousness. The Ice Emperor's Celestial Record. This technique, while not vastly different from ordinary methods, is a superior art for cultivating ice attribute true essence. Ordinary techniques involve inhaling the spiritual essence of heaven and earth through the 7 orifices, circulating it through the meridians, and ultimately storing it in the dantian for cultivation. In contrast, the Ice Emperor's Celestial Record employs all 36,000 pores of the body to absorb the spiritual essence. It bypasses the meridians and does not enter the dantian. Instead, it refines the essence into profound ice true essence, storing it in every corner of the body, enabling the practitioner to exude a chill with every movement. Practitioners of this art gather true essence within the circumference of their bodies, unbound by the dantian, and thus cannot help but exude an aura of coldness. Typically, those who cultivate this technique develop white hair and carry a chilling presence wherever they go, unable to fully contain it. However, should one master this method to its zenith, even a mere mortal could transform into a saintly body of ice, summoning frigid winds for miles at the mere thought, an awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. Every individual who arrives in this world naturally aspires to attain martial prowess. As those around him refine their essence, Yihan often harbored feelings of envy and resentment, unwilling to resign himself to a life of impotence. He had repeatedly endeavored to forcibly cultivate, though the price paid was only blood and the consumption of nourishing pills without yielding any results. Over time, he ceased such futile attempts. Yet, this did not extinguish his yearning for the path. Rather, it intensified his desire to internally refine his surroundings. For years, he remained vigilant, keeping watch over the treasures within the treasure pavilion, even dispatching his hidden guards to various cities in search of items capable of unblocking his meridians, revealing the depth of his unwillingness to accept his fate. Though his meridians remained unhealed, the acquisition of a technique to cultivate provided him with ample reason to persevere. As for the chilling aura it emitted, he chose to selectively disregard that peculiarity. Compared to the pursuit of cultivation, he would willingly trade his dark hair for white, or even sacrifice a decade of his life if it meant progress. Resolute in his decision, Yihan dismissed the lingering pain in his consciousness, threw off the covers, and stood. "Han Ning," he called. "Present," came the reply from the shadowy corner of the room, where a figure in black seemed to materialize from the darkness without the door being opened. Yihan, unfazed, instructed, "I shall head to the spirit gathering room. You go to the treasury and procure some ice attribute pills and materials and deliver them to the spirit gathering room." The boy complied, revealing a rather peculiar form of teleportation. Yihan then pushed open the door and made his way to the spirit gathering room within the Cold King's residence. Although the primary mission had only a 3-month deadline, he was eager to experience the sensation of true essence entering his body and the refinement of his surroundings. Other matters could wait. As he walked, the pain in his mind seemed alleviated, and his spirit soared with anticipation eager to embark on his cultivation journey. His excitement caused concern for Han Ning, who feared his lord might lose control during cultivation. However, despite his exhilaration, Yi Han remained mindful of his responsibilities. After all, failing the main quest could lead to annihilation by the system. His path of cultivation had only just begun, and he had no intention of allowing it to end prematurely. Before sealing the door to the spirit gathering room, Yi Han cautioned Han Ning, "This seclusion shall last no longer than 3 days. If I have not emerged by then, activate the alarm array outside the door to awaken me." Having concluded these preparations, he sealed the door and retrieved a collection of spirit stones from his spatial pouch, embedding them in every corner of the room. The spirit gathering room served as the training ground within the Cold King's estate. It had been previously mentioned that Yi Han's residence was constructed in the inner city of the imperial capital, a location known for its meager spiritual essence due to various external pressures. While the spiritual essence here was denser than that of the outer city, it still paled in comparison to other areas of the capital. Yi Han, being born with a rare congenital disability, could not cultivate. Yet, his hidden guards, including Han Ning, were all exceptionally gifted warriors, and he was unwilling to hinder their progress. Thus, shortly after establishing his residence, he had C2 Yuan engrave several spirit gathering arrays within the palace. Although the surrounding spiritual essence was relatively thin, concentrating it through the arrays created a formidable total. Now, he stood in the most spiritually rich area of the Cold King's estate, where every possible spot within the array had been filled with spirit stones. While they were merely of lower quality, the simultaneous activation of over 100 stones would yield a substantial accumulation of spiritual essence. This concentration of essence was sufficient for even a perfected martial disciple, let alone a martial master seeking to advance. Sensing the spiritual density in the spirit gathering room, Yi Han nodded in satisfaction. With only 3 days available for a breakthrough, he needed to make every preparation count. He reached for the Isa tribute items that Han Ning had brought from the treasury and settled into a lotus position at the heart of the array, unfurling the scroll in his hands and immersing himself in its teachings. As his thoughts whirled, he committed the methods of refining true essence and absorbing it into his consciousness. The chamber fell into silence, save for the chilling aura emanating from the Ice Attribute treasures, which swirled into a mist that obscured his view. Amidst the ethereal white mist, only one figure remained, seated in the center of the room, as steadfast as an ancient statue, impervious to the world around him. Chapter 15. Qingyu Qing ran as Yi Han began his seclusion within the imperial city of the capital. In the northwest corner of Qingping Palace, a young boy was sulking alone. The boy appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, his features still retaining the innocence of childhood. Yet the contours of his face hinted at a budding handsomeness. His eyes seemed to shimmer like rippling azure waves, radiant as the stars that adorn the night sky. At this moment, the ninth prince sat sideways upon his favored purple bamboo throne, his eyes, black as gemstones, clouded with a hint of mist, exuding an endearing petulance. Outside the palace, it seemed a servant approached, and upon witnessing the sulking boy, appeared somewhat helpless. He bowed and said, "Ninth prince, just now." "Not in sight." Before he could finish, the clearly irate boy turned away, muttering, "Have him wait outside. Once I've calmed down, let him in." The boy stubbornly averted his gaze, leaving the messenger in a state of bemusement. "Your Highness, it is not Prince Han, but rather the 8th prince. Shaoran, who has upset you?" Before he could complete his inquiry, a calm voice emanated from beyond the palace doors, causing the servant to halt his words and step aside to pay respects to the newcomer. This new arrival was also a young boy, seemingly of the same age as the 9th prince, and their resemblance was strikingly uncanny. The 8th prince approached, his raven hair tied with a white ribbon. Clad in pristine silk, a white ribbon cinched at his waist, adorned with a piece of mutton fat jade, and draped in soft, translucent gauze. His brows arched gracefully, and his gentle, elongated eyes held a depth reminiscent of a tranquil spring, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. If the 9th prince's eyes sparkled like dancing stars, the 8th prince's gaze resembled a vast sea of stars, embracing all within its expanse. Though their appearances were nearly identical, the brothers exuded distinctly contrasting energies. Yi Qingran, the 9th prince, was spirited and decisive, yet his lack of guile occasionally led to recklessness. In contrast, Yi Qingyu, the 8th prince, as the elder brother, was cautious and perceptive, though his decisiveness paled in comparison to that of his younger sibling. In the grand settings of royal feasts and solemn ceremonies, he often found himself somewhat reticent, which occasionally displeased the king. The two brothers, with their complementary temperaments, had navigated the treacherous waters of the imperial court together, establishing their footing against the tide of adversity, though the struggles they endured remained known only to them. Upon hearing the voice of his brother, the initially sulking boy seemed startled, but soon a look of grievance washed over his features. He sprang up and buried his head against Yi Qingyu's chest, muffling his protest. "Brother, that scoundrel Yi Han is bullying me." Yet before he could elaborate, Yi Qingyu raised his hand and playfully thumped the boy's head. "How many times must I remind you? Yi Han is your elder brother. He is far older than either of us." "Humph, biased and pretentious." The boy rubbed his head, pouting slightly. "If you have the guts, next time, speak a complete sentence in front of him." "What are you saying?" "Nothing." Yi Qingyu regarded this mischievous imp with a mix of exasperation and fondness. Yet, Qingran's words evoked memories of the past. He recalled the time he had climbed the tallest locust tree in the palace to find his tree-climbing brother, only to slip and fall, landing directly into Yi Han's arms as he entered to meet the king. The incident had startled him so much that he clung to Yi Han, refusing to budge, leaving the surrounding guards utterly perplexed until the audience with the king concluded. Each time he reflected on that moment, sniffling and weeping in Yi Han's embrace, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Thus, even now, he would blush when conversing with Yi Han. In retrospect, although his childish actions seemed naive, they appeared to have been fated in some way. Seeing that his elder brother had chosen not to dwell on his previous remarks, Qingran shed his pretense and clung to Yi Qingyu, expressing his reluctance to let go. However, when his brother inquired about Yi Han, a shadow of worry crossed his eyes, prompting him to relay all the rumors he had gathered from Baishao Pavilion. Baishao Pavilion was a minor yet pervasive entity within the Hanyu dynasty, specializing in the sale of information. While its influence was negligible, even beneath that of a second-rate sect, it was omnipresent. They sold news ranging from court secrets to the whispers of common folk, all meticulously priced. When Qingran recounted the alarming news of Yi Han's perilous situation in Luanhan City, Yi Qingyu was taken aback. However, unlike his impetuous younger brother, he sensed the complexity of the matter and urged him to continue. Once Qingran finished, Yi Qingyu raised an elegant brow, inwardly sighing with relief. As a frequent visitor to the Han Prince's residence, he had some understanding of Yi Han's hidden maneuvers, recognizing that the prince meticulously managed his subordinates. Without Yi Han's explicit orders, even the most daring of guards would not dare to offend the current princes. What scheme is that fellow plotting now? Yi Qingyu pondered, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Chapter 16. The Prince's Accountability Brother. Do you believe that this fellow Yi Han has deliberately set a trap, waiting for others to fall into it? Well, it seems he has wasted my concern for so long. It turns out he was merely putting on a show. When he visited the Cold King's residence, I suspect he was hiding inside, secretly mocking him. Yi Qingran ground his small tiger teeth, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint, as if he had resolved to teach him a lesson. Yi Qingyu, observing his younger brother's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, he refrained from defending Yi Han. After all, Yi Han dotes on Qingran the most, so it wouldn't be amiss for Qingran to stir up some trouble for him. Though Yi Qingyu possessed a cautious nature, deep down, he was not vastly different from his brother, who thrived on chaos. This might be due to their interactions with Yi Han. Only when faced with Yi Han and Yi Qingran did this eighth prince of the Hanyu dynasty let down all his defenses and disguises, revealing his true, youthful self. Yet, Yi Qingyu harbored some concerns. Given Yi Han's character, it seemed improbable that he would recklessly put himself in danger without a prior discussion. Even if he had such intentions, the suddenness of the situation, coupled with his lack of communication, felt quite unusual. However, if he had indeed fallen into an ambush yet managed to escape, then setting such a trap would align well with his personality. At this moment, it remained to be seen which nefarious characters would emerge to take center stage. Whoever stepped forward would have to face the Cold King's wrath. Yi Qingyu shook his head, planning to accompany Qingran to the Cold King's residence the following day to seek clarity. Meanwhile, in other parts affected by Yi Han's arrangements before his seclusion, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Unlike the two princes, in the residence of the sixth prince, two men stood before the main hall, beads of cold sweat trickling down their temples, yet they dared not lift a hand to wipe it away. Among them, the frail elder was the steward of the sixth prince's residence, responsible for all matters large and small, a figure of considerable influence. Beside him stood a robust man, the captain of the 6th Prince's Guards, known as Bahu. His prowess had reached the level of a great martial artist. Although he was still in the early stages, he was formidable nonetheless. Both men were trusted confidants of the 6th Prince and had wielded considerable power in their daily affairs. Yet now, they could only stand before the hall, paralyzed with fear. Even as sweat trickled down their ears, they did not dare to move. Seated within the main hall was a refined young man, the 6th Prince Yi Pingjiang, the second son of the queen and the younger brother of the crown prince. Yi Pingjiang had never revealed any ambition for power, preferring to immerse himself in poetry and cultivation. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. The young man set down the scroll he had been reading, gently lifted a cup of tea from the table, took a delicate sip, and inquired, "General Lin Zhan of the Black Yin Army, did he truly say that?" Bahu raised his arm, revealing a terrifying handprint on his wrist. The mark was deep, showing signs of dark purple bruising, clearly a bone injury, with noticeable swelling evident in his arm. It was evident that Lin Zhan had struck with great force. Having learned the true nature of the 6th Prince from Yi Han, Bahu could not harbor any goodwill towards him, especially upon discovering that this individual was the mastermind behind Yi Han's assassination. Bahu nearly resolved to eliminate him. However, as Yi Pingjiang was of royal blood, Bahu could not act recklessly, and thus redirected his pent-up anger towards the captain of the guards beside him. Well, the 6th Prince glanced at the handprint on Bahu's wrist, his eyes involuntarily twitching, nearly causing him to spill his tea. Yi Pingjiang was no fool. He could easily deduce Lin Zhan's intentions. The thought of that handprint being on his own wrist sent a chill down his spine. The young man gently set down the teacup and turned his gaze to the elder standing before him, asking, "Elderly, what is your take on this matter?" Upon hearing the 6th Prince's question, the gaunt elder could not suppress a bitter smile. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that what was destined to come would eventually arrive. "Oh." Yi Pingjiang raised an eyebrow at the elder's words and casually stood up, saying, "That is quite strange. I recall advising you all to wrap this up promptly from the very beginning. This matter, I believe, should be handled by you, elderly. What? Is it not resolved?" Elderly, who oversaw the prince's residence, was by no means a simple character. If one were to rewind 30 years back, he had once been a ruthless figure. How did he come to know all of this? The young man's face bore a trace of frustration as he lightly tapped his forehead with his finger, remarking, "Could it be that Yi Han possesses the gift of foresight?" "This." The elder knelt before him, seemingly at a loss for words. At that moment, the robust man beside him flashed a fierce glint in his eyes, stepping forward to address the 6th Prince, "Your Highness, when Steward Li went to deal with the matter, he could guarantee that the witnesses were silenced. However, prior to his arrival, there may have been one or two who managed to escape, which is not entirely impossible." Bahuyu, the elder, being a man of determination, bit his lip and gripped his left arm tightly, tearing it with a swift motion. In an instant, blood erupted in the hall, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. "Old man, I beg for your highness's forgiveness." Chapter 17. The 3 Arrows of the Divine Marquis, capturing the dragon with cold blood in the residence of the 3rd Prince. A middle-aged man with a fierce glint in his eyes fixed his gaze upon the elderly figure clad in black robes before him, his eyes sparkling with malevolence. "And what of you? Why did you not appear during the hunt for that wretched brat?" The elder standing before the 3rd Prince hesitated for a moment, a raspy voice emerging from beneath his hat, seemingly echoing with the faint wails of 100 ghosts, sending chills down the spine. "I was delayed outside the city by someone. Although I managed to shake them off, it cost me precious time. By the time I arrived at Luohan City, Lin Zhan was already there. His cultivation was well known. He was a man on the verge of becoming a martial sovereign, aided by the Dark Swallow's army. Even if I had intervened, it would have been difficult to achieve any success." The eyes of 3rd Prince Yi Weihai sparkled with a dangerous light, akin to a lone wolf desperate for a last chance. The floor beneath him lay strewn with fragments. He had shattered everything within the hall that could be broken, yet still could not vent the fury in his heart. "Because of your momentary blunder, this prince has suffered the loss of 3 prominent families. And you still failed to take that brat's life? Shuechangjia, you have done well indeed." Yi Weihai's voice dripped with chilling malice, but the elder remained unfazed. Continuing with indifference, "The one who hindered me outside the city was Divine Archer Ho Du Hao." "Divine Archer Ho Du Hao? The city guard of the imperial capital?" Yi Weihai's expression shifted dramatically. "Why would he stop you?" Could it be that he too is under the influence of Yihan? The city guard is the last of the three great city officials and wields the highest power. Furthermore, Divine Archer Hodu Hao is a formidable warrior at the martial sovereign level, renowned for his divine archery skills. It is said that during the Beast Tide years ago, he had slain beast kings, instilling fear in all. If he is also aligned with the Cold King's residents, then Yi Weihai's meticulously plotted assassination becomes a complete farce. In the absence of the martial king, the Divine Archer is among the most powerful individuals in the capital. The elder, Shui Changjia, observed the third prince lose his composure at his words, a trace of contempt blossoming within him. He could not comprehend why the prince would value such an arrogant fool. Yet, when the name of the Divine Archer was mentioned, an undeniable fear flickered in his eyes hidden beneath the brim of his hat. He understood that although he was a martial sovereign, he walked a treacherous path, unworthy in the eyes of true power. He had not anticipated the vast chasm between himself and the Divine Archer. 3 arrows. Merely 3 arrows were sufficient to claim his life. The first arrow shattered his 1,000 calamities ghost trap. The second annihilated the Ghost King under his command. The third pierced directly through his heart, causing his ghostly form to explode. Although he narrowly escaped using the ghostly substitute technique, it left him severely weakened, nearly shaking the foundation of his being. This was also why he hesitated to confront Lin Zhan again. With his ghostly forces diminished, the outcome against Lin Zhan, who was half a step into the martial sovereign realm, remained uncertain. Wait, your imperial uncle. Your imperial uncle. The shaken Yi Weihai suddenly found a glimmer of hope upon seeing the elder, as if clutching a lifeline, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Quickly, I must see my imperial uncle." In his moment of desperation, he completely overlooked the disdain in the elder's eyes. After all, this man was a martial sovereign. Despite being compelled to assist him due to his uncle's influence, he could not afford to reprimand him carelessly. Shui Changjia observed the prince's pitiful display with a cold sneer in his heart, but before he could react, his form flickered and vanished from sight. Yi Weihai felt a surge of panic as the elder suddenly departed, but before he could utter a word, a chilling voice from outside interrupted him. "Your Highness, the king summons you. You are to enter the palace immediately." This voice was exceptionally cold, carrying a hardness akin to steel, more unsettling than the presence of Han Ning, Yihan's subordinate. Yet it was this very voice that caused the arrogant third prince's expression to shift, rendering him subdued. He rose to push open the sealed hall door, only to encounter the owner of that voice, sending a shiver down his spine. Clad in blood armor, wearing a mask resembling a ghostly visage, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's back. These were the Cold Blood Guards, a cadre of elite assassins directly under the command of King Hanyu. Each of them had undergone secretive and rigorous training, rendering them more akin to emotionless instruments of slaughter than human beings. The air grew heavy, as if it was solidifying, leaving the solitary figure clad in blood armor, standing in the center of the royal residence. The numerous guards under the third prince could only watch from a distance, gripping their weapons tightly, yet daring not to advance. A pack of worthless fools. Yi Weihai cursed silently at the timorous expressions of his subordinates but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He stepped outside, intending to inquire further, only to find the ghostly figure gesturing for him to proceed, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation. Yi Weihai's face darkened, yet he held back his anger, sweeping his sleeve as he strode forward. "Your Highness." A guard positioned at the entrance seemed to wish to intervene, but as he stepped forward, he fell silent. Before him, the figure clad in blood armor lifted its head, the blood-red eyes beneath the ghostly mask locking onto him with an unyielding gaze. A palpable bloodlust pressed down upon him, rendering his voice stifled in his throat. In that moment, his world fell into silence, his consciousness ensnared by the nightmare of those blood-red eyes. A cold sweat trickled down his ear, and even as the two departed, he remained trapped within that nightmare. A single glance had stripped a martial artist of the ability to resist, such was the weight of the Cold Blood Guards. Within the desolate hall of the third prince's residence, the earlier departing elder reappeared, his expression grave as he watched the two figures leave. "How have we drawn the Cold Blood Guards into this? This cannot stand. I must inform the king at once." Though he held disdain for the ineffectual Yi Weihai, he recognized that he was still a prince, inexplicably favored by the king, and thus could not afford to disregard him. The urgency was palpable. The Cold Blood Guards were bound by the edicts of past kings, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims over millennia. including royal kin who had dared to deceive the throne. Chapter 18. The Cold King emerges from seclusion at this moment. Within the lakeside pavilion of the Divine Arrow Marquis's residence, two individuals sat facing one another. Between them lay a chessboard, and while they sipped tea, their expressions spoke volumes of their differing sentiments. The younger man, with a slightly pallid complexion, had his white pieces scattered, having been thoroughly vanquished by the black pieces. Disheartened, he glanced once more at the board before decisively conceding defeat. Sun Hua, my dear brother, you did not travel such a great distance merely to showcase your chess prowess to me, did you? The middle-aged man, who had just been bested, was none other than Du Hao, the renowned Divine Arrow Marquis of the imperial capital. The individual opposite him, who bore a slight smile, appeared somewhat older. Upon witnessing the Marquis's swift concession, he too set down his pieces and remarked, Brother Du, the chessboard mirrors life. Tranquility of heart is the path. I sense your mind is not at peace today. Ha! Indeed, you are quick to speak, my lord. Since you have mentioned it, I shall be blunt. If my observations are correct, the individual you face today is likely, a master of ghostly arts, skilled in stealth and evasion. Who else could it be but that ancient specter from the Mountain King's manor? The Divine Arrow Marquis scoffed, revealing his disdain for Shui Changjia, who had narrowly escaped his grasp. It was understandable. Du Hao was a figure of great renown, having attained the pinnacle of martial cultivation, and his archery skills were unparalleled, enabling him to combat foes of higher ranks. In stark contrast, Shui Changjia, who relied on external elixirs to barely reach the martial realm, was but a mere shadow. The scholar Su, sitting across from him, remained unperturbed by the Marquis's interruption. He addressed Du Hao directly. Since you are aware that it was a member of the Mountain King's manor, why hinder him? You, my lord, do not seem to be one who craves power. As outsiders like us, merely protecting ourselves amidst the royal strife is challenging enough. Why involve ourselves further? Upon hearing these words, the Divine Arrow Marquis shifted his gaze to Su, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Brother Sun, you just claimed my heart is unsettled. I perceive it as you who are troubled. You have come here to extricate me from the grand scheme at play, or rather, to entice me into it. Have you not? Su was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied with a smile. It is no wonder my colleagues speak highly of your perceptiveness, Marquis. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of ensnaring you. I am not like you scholars, whose every word and action is a potential trap. The Divine Arrow Marquis raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp, the clear tea vanishing like a noble bloom. You may rest easy. I have no intention of meddling in royal affairs. As for today's encounter, I acted on the king's orders to obstruct that individual. Were it not for that, do you think I would have shown mercy? For a mere Shui Changjia to attempt to escape my arrows is nothing short of absurd. Though the Marquis's words were less than agreeable, Scholar Su appeared quite pleased. He rose to take his leave, saying, Since you feel that way, I shall be at ease. For individuals like us, it is one thing to navigate the court. However, once we wade into royal intrigue, extricating ourselves becomes a formidable challenge. I require no concern from you. The Marquis's expression darkened at the underlying warning in Su's words, and he waved his hand dismissively, showing no inclination to rise. Scholar Su, undeterred, turned and departed. To him, it was evident that while the Divine Arrow Marquis possessed extraordinary prowess and formidable combat ability, he was clearly intent on remaining aloof from royal matters, a wise choice indeed. Before long, the lakeside pavilion was left in solitude, with only the Divine Arrow Marquis seated, silently contemplating the disarrayed chessboard. After a lengthy pause, he reached for a white piece, sighing softly. To enter the game is akin to plunging into an abyss. One cannot escape its consequences. His eyes, however, betrayed not a trace of the earlier irritation, reflecting clarity instead. A group of laughable individuals, believing themselves to be in control, remained blissfully unaware that they were all ensnared within the game, with no means of escape. With a single move, he placed a piece at the central point, shattering the board into fragments as black and white pieces scattered across the surface. When the player overturned the board, all would meet their demise beneath his arrows. Meanwhile, within the Cold King's manor, the door of a sealed chamber, locked for 3 days, slowly creaked open. Today marked the final deadline for Yi Han's seclusion, and Han Ning had followed his wishes to awaken him. As the door swung wide, what emerged was not an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, but rather a bone-chilling frost that pierced the air. The thick cold transformed into a swirling mist, forming a thin layer of ice upon the ground outside the chamber, spreading outward beneath the midday sun, dazzlingly bright. Han Ning allowed the icy gust to pass before him, unfazed by the frost that had begun to settle in his hair, and respectfully announced, "My lord, the two princes have been awaiting you in the inner hall for quite some time." As footsteps echoed, a figure emerged from the dense mist. With each step, it seemed as though the ice beneath him cracked, and upon exiting the chamber, a visible wave of cold surged forth. Sensing the intensity of the chill, Han Ning remained composed, evidently unhurt, though his gaze narrowed slightly upon meeting the eyes of the figure at the center of the frost. Indeed, a warrior at the initial stage of martial cultivation. Han Ning raised the corner of his mouth in a semblance of a smile, then knelt gracefully upon the icy ground. "Congratulations, my lord, on achieving your desires." Yi Han stepped forth from the boundless cold, and even under the bright sun, a relentless chill emanated from his being. His complexion appeared slightly paler than before his seclusion, a consequence of adjusting to the icy energy circulating within him. Fortunately, as his cultivation was only at the martial level, the cold did not manifest to an excessive degree. In truth, while the martial realm would typically reveal cold energy outwardly, Yi Han's condition was exceptional. His formidable accumulation in the martial apprentice stage, combined with the vast amounts of Xianbing's spiritual essence consumed in the past 3 days, had caused the internal cold to surge. Ultimately, he bore responsibility for this consequence. Indeed, it is time to celebrate, for achieving one's desires. As the cold energy roiled within him, Yi Han's channels began to crack, the sound of his meridians opening filling the air. His arduous efforts over the past 3 days had not only allowed him to enter the martial realm, but also facilitated the transformation of the cold energy derived from the spiritual essence, clearing his meridians. From this day forth, he would be unshackled in his cultivation. Chapter 19. The Prince's Past and the Cold King's Art of Divination. Within the inner hall of the Cold King's residence, Yi Han, who had just emerged from seclusion, sat facing two princes separated by a considerable distance. Yi Qingran cradled a cup of steaming tea, gently blowing warmth into his palms. Typically fond of being close to Yi Han, he now found himself maintaining a respectful distance, not out of resentment for past grievances, but rather due to the frigid aura emanating from Yi Han, which made proximity unbearable. When Yi Han first emerged, Yi Qingran had stubbornly approached, and as a result, his frostbite had yet to heal. Yi Qingyu gazed at Yi Han, who was shrouded in coldness yet still appeared intent on savoring his tea, and could not help but furrow his brow. "What has happened to you? This chilling presence of yours may be unbearable even for seasoned warriors." Bringing the teacup to his lips, Yi Han discovered that the once boiling liquid had transformed into ice-cold water before reaching his mouth, almost on the brink of freezing. "Let us set aside this matter for now, Qingyu. I seek to utilize the teleportation array. Do you have any means to assist me?" "The teleportation array?" Yi Qingyu replied, somewhat puzzled. "Though it is not often activated, it is not uncommon for various lords to employ it. Do you truly require my assistance for this?" Yi Han could only smile wryly in response. "Regrettably, the Cold King is perceived as being on the verge of death. I am able to depart, but the Cold King must remain in the residence." "I see," Yi Qingyu remarked, understanding that Yi Han merely wished for him to fabricate a false identity. "That is not a difficult task." Observing Yi Han's sheepish expression, Yi Qingyu felt a surge of delight. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Han's ability to channel energy into his body was a monumental boon. Although the Cold King's residence possessed considerable influence, power ultimately dictated the hierarchy in this realm. As long as the Cold King was unable to cultivate, true stability would remain elusive. Now that Yi Han's singular weakness had been surreptitiously remedied by the system, no one could ever again restrict him with their cultivation. Even if the two brothers were not destined to inherit the throne, the presence of Yi Han, the one who stood alongside them, would ensure their safety for a lifetime. Yi Han's spirits were indeed high, not only due to his successful breakthrough into the warrior realm, but also because, at that moment of ascension, he received the familiar chime of the system in his consciousness. Beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the warrior realm. A side quest has been initiated. Quest progress. First phase completed. Breakthrough to the warrior realm. Rewards: 300 prestige points, 1 lottery opportunity, sect construction decree for the scripture repository. Note: the path is boundless, having just embarked upon it. I hope the host will continue to strive forward. The sect construction decree and prestige points were self-explanatory, but what truly thrilled Yi Han was the single lottery opportunity. He had previously perused the lottery system, where every item was a rare treasure. Yi Qingyu regarded the youthful figure before him, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Perhaps even Yihan himself was unaware that his gaze was unlike that of ordinary people, sparkling with a captivating light that evoked a deep-seated admiration. It reminded Yi Qingyu of the time when he faced numerous trials within the court, striving with all his might to navigate through them, seeking assistance only from someone like Yihan. He recalled how, after Yi Qingran had been struck by the seventh prince, his porcelain-like face had swollen alarmingly. The wet nurse who tended to the brothers in the Qingping Palace had repeatedly warned them to avoid provoking the seventh prince. Though she had not explicitly stated the reasons, Yi Qingyu understood the implications. The seventh prince, Yi Qingjun, was not only favored by the emperor but also had a maternal grandfather who held the title of Duke of Southern Pacification. In contrast to their own motherless plight, he was in a far more advantageous position. With a courage he could hardly fathom, Yi Qingyu had ventured beyond the palace walls, knocking on the door of the Cold King's residence and asking the gentle ruler, "Would you be willing to be our ally and assist us in securing a royal title?" Noticing that Yi Qingyu, lost in thought, had yet to sip from his tea, Yihan shook his head in exasperation. Clearly, the eighth prince had once again drifted into contemplation. As he prepared to rise, Yihan's gaze fell upon Yi Qingyu's face, and his expression suddenly shifted. While outsiders claimed that the Cold King was a master strategist, it was a misrepresentation. Yihan was not particularly adept at scheming or intricate planning. His reputation for foresight stemmed from his uncanny ability to anticipate his adversaries' moves, which bestowed upon him an aura of mystique. This ability was, in essence, a carryover from his previous life. Although the celestial patterns in this realm differed from his past, rendering his former divination techniques ineffective, he found no such limitations with other forms of fortune-telling. Since his rebirth in this world, he had refrained from revealing his skills, for the art of divination was foreign here. Should his abilities become known, it could incite envy, but the true peril lay in exposing his identity as a transmigrator. Despite his discretion, he frequently relied on his divination skills. A person's life, encompassing their words, knowledge, and actions, was laid bare in their facial features. The frightening aspect of a diviner was their ability to deduce an individual's past, present, and future merely by observing their countenance. They could even unravel many untold secrets, rendering them devoid of any semblance of privacy. Rather than simply being able to outmaneuver his opponents, Yihan was acutely aware of their machinations, enabling him to navigate and dismantle their plots with ease. This skill had allowed him to maneuver among the various nobility during his diplomatic missions, emerging unscathed. The sixth prince's reclusive nature had limited their encounters. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to the prince's schemes. Just moments ago, he had noticed a dark aura extending unnaturally from Yi Qingyu's illness palace, nearly obscuring half of its brilliance. Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. The illness palace was associated with health and vitality, and the presence of black energy there typically indicated a chronic ailment or dire condition. In this martial arts-dominated realm, where nearly everyone possessed some degree of cultivation, the impact of illness was minimal. If the illness palace was shrouded in gray, it was often the result of injuries inflicted by demonic beasts. Given Yi Qingyu's cautious nature and his limited excursions outside the palace, where experts abound, Yihan found it difficult to fathom who could have harmed him to such an extent, allowing the black energy to fester so deeply. Chapter 20. The Life-Saving Elixir and the Void Vision. What happened? Yihan gently shook his head and turned to the door, saying, "Han Ning, please fetch 2 life-saving elixirs from the inner treasury. What is going on that warrants such urgency?" Upon hearing Yihan mention the life-saving elixirs, even Yi Qingran, who had been idle, could not help but become serious. The name suggests a remedy for life-threatening situations, yet it is more akin to a potion that induces a state of false death. This elixir is said to be unique to the southern kingdom of the Wild Rock dynasty, crafted from a toxic herb known as tianmaji. It is rumored that consuming this elixir will instantly halt one's breathing and heartbeat, obstruct the flow of blood, leaving only a flicker of life within the chest, rendering the individual almost indistinguishable from the deceased. However, if administered to someone on the brink of death, regardless of the severity of their injuries, it can preserve their last breath, halting the deterioration of their condition and placing them in a state of neither life nor death. This potion is rather impractical and is considered a rare and eccentric remedy in the Wild Rock dynasty, which Yihan had stumbled upon during his diplomatic missions to various nations. While it may not be effective for saving lives, it serves as a precious means of prolonging life in cases of poisoning when an antidote is unavailable. Before long, Han Ning returned, holding 2 chilling jade boxes, which he presented to Yi Han. Yi Han did not take them, but instead nodded to Han Ning, indicating that he should hand the boxes to Yi Qingyu. Once consumed, the life-saving elixir would halt the flow of blood within the body, rendering even a martial artist's vital energy inert, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness for 7 days, susceptible to any harm. Thus, it should only be used in the direst of circumstances. Observing Yi Qingyu and his companion accept the elixir, Yi Han gently cautioned, "Exercise utmost caution." He lightly tapped the table, and it seemed that the cold aura surrounding him intensified at that moment. "If you encounter difficulties, seek out Lin Zhan from the Black Yin army. He will assist you with all his might." "I will heed your advice." Yi Qingyu nodded in agreement, refraining from questioning Yi Han's motives and choosing instead to place his unwavering trust in him. Everyone harbors secrets. Yi Qingyu flicked his sleeve and gently brushed his left hand across his right wrist. There, a purplish-black seal was imprinted beneath his skin, akin to a parasite. Inescapable and indelible. Yi Han had his secrets, and so did he. Yet, he firmly believed that Yi Han would never wish him harm. As if recalling something, Yi Qingyu retrieved a metallic token from his storage pouch and tossed it to Yi Han. His expression darkened slightly. Mr. Tian was their chief formation master at Qingping Palace and a respected elder in the formation arts, yet he had defected to the third prince. Few were aware of Mr. Tian's situation, and the average person lacked the qualifications to investigate this token. Use it as a means to access the teleportation array as a disciple of his. Having said this, he disregarded the antics of Qing Ran beside him, who was making faces at Yi Han, and turned to leave. However, his somewhat hurried pace imparted an impression of fleeing. Yi Han gently grasped the token, tracing the characters Qingping Palace, delicately carved in purple gold. He sighed softly in the direction of their departure. "Take care." From Yi Han's perspective, a massive wheel spun in the void before him, adorned with 24 compartments, seemingly representing the 24 celestial cycles. At the heart of the wheel, a pointer, appearing as though forged from pure gold, was embedded there. He had previously attempted to interact with it, confirming that the system's interface was visible solely to him. Not only that, even the lottery and task interfaces were imperceptible to others, and any treasures remained concealed behind the illusory screen. In fact, when he had tapped the table earlier, he had already activated the lottery interface. He was eager to ascertain whether Qingyu and his companion could perceive this ethereal system interface. He was prepared. Should they be able to see it, he would divulge everything about the system to them. Although such matters were not easily spoken of, if he could not even trust them, Yi Han would truly have few allies to rely upon. Regrettably, neither Yi Qingyu nor Yi Qingran could perceive the system interface materializing before them. Evidently, this celestial master system could only be sensed by its bound host. He was uncertain whether to feel honored by such peculiar privileges. As Yi Han's thoughts spiraled, the colossal wheel suspended before him gradually came to a halt. The pointer, seemingly cast from gold, rested under Yi Han's intense gaze, landing upon a glimmering compartment. Primordial divine ability, void vision. It defines yin and yang, seizes creation, transcending all illusions, perceiving the profound truths of heaven and earth. With the wheel's cessation, a radiant blue divine light erupted from the compartment. A brilliant eye, shimmering with luster, shot forth like a blue star, as if breaking through the barriers of space and merging into Yi Han's gaze. Upon experiencing this extraordinary power entering his being, Yi Han's body trembled uncontrollably. The icy energy he had absorbed into his myriad acupoints surged violently, seemingly attempting to resist this invading force. However, under the operation of the system, both Yi Han's essence and the blue divine power gradually calmed. Their energies intertwined, nurturing the development of Yi Han's divine vision. As Yi Han opened his eyes, the brilliant blue radiance transformed into a sea of stars. Beneath the celestial light, no illusion could deceive him. This divine vision was sufficient to pierce through the void and survey the cosmos. Chapter 21. Teleportation and the Four Continents. Yi Han sat within the inner hall, seemingly unchanged since the departure of the 2 previous princes. Yet, within his eyes, a brilliant azure light radiated. Beneath this star-like luminescence, nothing seemed capable of evading his keen perception. Even the intricate array patterns etched upon the walls of the inner hall were laid bare before him, every detail vividly apparent, untouched by any activation. What a terrifying divine ability. Even Yihan could not help but express astonishment. This divine ability might lack offensive power, but in combat, it allowed him to perceive favorable circumstances, seizing every advantage. Illusions and nightmares held no sway over him. Furthermore, for one skilled in divination like Yihan, this ability greatly enhanced his craft. As a diviner, he had already cultivated the ability to perceive the 5 energies within a person. Now, with this divine ability merging with his own, he felt as though he had gained wings. In any case, the divine ability he had drawn from the lottery was indeed to his liking, filling him with anticipation for future rewards. He had not forgotten that upon breaking through to a higher realm, the system had indicated task progress, first ring completed. This implied that with each subsequent breakthrough in cultivation, he would receive rewards. The thought stirred a fervor within him. Yihan gently blinked, retracting the azure light until the divine radiance no longer shimmered outward. Only then did he rise and exit the inner hall. He sought a celestial paradise to establish a sect, a task that could not be accomplished overnight. Preparations were imperative. On the following day, before the sun had fully risen, 2 youths entered the Tianjin Hall of the imperial capital. One of the youths donned a moonlit-hued robe, exuding an aura of icy chill, his visage concealed by a pale golden mask, revealing only a fair chin, rendering his appearance inscrutable. The other was clad in black, who, upon entering the array platform, began extracting piles of spirit stones from his cosmic bag, embedding them into the formation beneath the stone hall. As each spirit stone was placed, the entire formation gradually illuminated, releasing wisps of spiritual energy that invigorated those nearby. Who are these 2? They are using mid-grade spirit stones. Hush, keep your voice down. I overheard the steward mention that these 2 emerged from the royal city. I wonder which prince they serve. We must not let them hear us. Hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. How long would it take for us to gather such a fortune? Yet these 2 are utilizing them to activate a formation. Where could they possibly be going? Even a nearby county would not require such an expenditure. As some protective array masters entered the Tianjin Hall, they could not help but whisper among themselves upon witnessing the duo's setup. However, the 2 youths remained unfazed. The black-clad youth, who was placing the spirit stones, displayed no change in expression, his demeanor as cold as ice. The white-robed youth at the center of the array also offered no comment. Though several hundred mid-grade spirit stones were not a trifling sum, they were negligible compared to the reserves of the Cold King's manor. Moreover, after a few days of seclusion, he had merely 26 days left to complete his main quest. If he could not find a suitable celestial paradise for establishing a sect within this time frame, the only outcome awaiting him was erasure by the system. He did not wish to gamble with his life. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from within the Tianjin Hall. Upon spotting the 2 youths manipulating the formation, his eyes brightened, and he hurried over. This man was the steward of the Tianjin Hall. As the hall's guardian seldom made appearances, he managed the various affairs within. Holding a position as steward in a place filled with formation masters required him to possess nearly the cultivation of a 4th-level formation master. However, at this moment, he carried no airs of authority. Instead, he approached Yihan and his companion with a beaming smile, respectfully presenting them with a token and a pale golden array disc. Speaking earnestly, "Gentlemen, the token has been verified. This is the activation disc for the teleportation array. Please proceed as you wish." The steward was slightly sweating. Although the 8th and 9th princes were not particularly favored among the royal offspring, they were still royal descendants, supported by the Cold King, and were not to be trifled with. The Tianjin Hall was merely a neutral establishment, and he was just a 3rd-level formation master. Everyone knew that the princes were often at odds with one another. Individuals like him were plentiful in the imperial capital. He did not wish to inadvertently become embroiled in their conflicts and face dire consequences. Indeed, these 2 youths were none other than the Cold King Yihan and his hidden guard, Han Ning. As the Cold King, he naturally did not wish for his identity to be revealed during this discreet journey. Thus, he arrived early, accompanied only by Han Ning. Yihan lifted his gaze to the perspiring middle-aged man, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking him. Nevertheless, he accepted the array disc, instantly claiming its usage rights with his divine sense. With a resonant hum, the formation activated, a dazzling white light erupted, and hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones shattered. Their vast spiritual energy absorbed by the formation, warping the very fabric of space. This distortion allowed for the exchange of distances spanning millions of miles, encapsulating the essence of the teleportation array. As the brilliance faded, the spiritual power contained within the hundreds of spirit stones was nearly depleted, and the two youths standing within the formation vanished from sight. Under the reign of the Cold Feather Dynasty lay the 4 continents and 18 prefectures. Among them, the imperial capital, the Cold Heaven Imperial City, was situated in the continent with the most favorable terrain and abundant spiritual energy, known as Tianzhou. To the south of Tianzhou lay Nanzhou, the border between the Cold Feather Dynasty and the Southern Rocky Dynasty, a region perpetually engulfed in warfare, with the 4 major prefectures of Nanzhou serving as military strongholds. Among them stood the continent's most formidable checkpoint, the South Gate, a bastion at the border of the two nations, serving as the greatest shield for the imperial capital of Tianzhou. To the north of Tianzhou was Xianzhou, boasting 8 prefectures, its vast expanse unparalleled among the 4 continents. Although it did not suffer the incessant strife characteristic of Nanzhou, its remoteness rendered it considerably less rich in spiritual energy compared to Tianzhou. Yihan's destination was located in the northern part of the imperial capital, Xianzhou. Chapter 22. Arrival at Xian Continent. Sangyun Prefecture choosing to go to Xian Continent was not due to Yihan's reluctance to head south. Rather, as a noble of the Han Yu dynasty, he was privy to the intricacies of the court. The South Continent lies at the boundary of the Han Yu dynasty and the Huang Yin dynasty, serving as a crucial gateway with immense strategic significance. Let us not dwell on whether there exist suitable sanctuaries for sects in the South Continent. Even if such a place were to exist, Yihan would never establish a sect there. Historically, the South Continent has always been a vital area, under the formidable control of the dynasty. Centuries of consolidation have rendered it impenetrable, akin to an iron fortress. While it may not be quite as grand as the imperial capital of the Tian continent, it is certainly not a realm where a nascent sect could easily infiltrate. If word got out that a sect had taken root in the south, opening its doors to recruit disciples, it would not be long before the Southern Guards army would descend upon the Xiantian Dao sect to quash it. When the Xiantian Dao sect was first established, it was in a state of disarray, lacking any foundational strength. Even with Yihan's sect system as support, it could not instantly ascend to the status of a holy land. In the fragile early days of the sect's development, he would not only refrain from confronting the dynasty, but would also leverage its power to bolster his own base. For an ordinary individual to seek the dynasty's assistance is no simple task, as one must tread carefully in the company of a tiger. A single misstep could spell disaster. Yet Yihan possessed such confidence, for as the sect's leader, he not only commanded the sect system, but was also a prince of the Han Yu dynasty. In contrast to the South Continent, the Xian continent is far more conducive for sect establishment. The Han Yu dynasty governs 4 continents and 18 prefectures, and within the Xian continent, there are as many as 8 prefectural cities, nearly half of the dynasty's total cities. This abundance reflects the continent's prosperity and population density, making it an ideal ground for sects to recruit disciples and attract talented individuals. Numerous sects originating from the far north have chosen to inherit their legacies on this continent, including one of the 3 great holy lands, the Shuilong sect. With a Holy Land's presence, the threat of beast tides is significantly diminished, perhaps contributing to the continent's flourishing state. In the Sangyun prefecture of Xian continent, within the Hall of Celestial Arrays, the guardian Zhang Hai was idly seated. Regardless of the city, the Hall of Celestial Arrays remained a mere bureaucratic office. This is not to say the teleportation array was insignificant. On the contrary, during times of war, it could very well become a lifeline for the city's inhabitants. However, during peacetime, few paid attention to this formation. This lack of activity determined that the teleportation method was seldom utilized. Zhang Hai was startled when the array lit up, quickly rising and standing to the side. The glowing array was a large-scale teleportation formation connecting various prefectural cities. Whoever arrived could not possibly be someone he could afford to offend. As the brilliance of the array intensified, the surrounding space began to distort. When the light finally dimmed, 2 young figures appeared within the formation, Yihan and Han Ning. Having teleported from the imperial capital, Zhang Hai observed the completion of the teleportation but did not rush forward. Instead, he lingered, seemingly waiting for something. The infrequent use of the teleportation array stemmed not only from its immense consumption of spirit stones, but also from the distortion of space during the teleportation, which could severely deplete a warrior's soul energy. For those with weaker soul energy, Recklessly using the array could lead to severe consequences, even bleeding from the orifices or soul disintegration. Even for those with stronger soul energy, a state of disorientation would ensue post-teleportation, and the duration of their recovery would depend on their mastery of the soul. Zhang Hai scrutinized the two youths. One wore a moon-white garment and a mask, emanating a faint chill, while his cultivation level was at the initial stage of the warrior realm. Zhang Hai could not help but shake his head. The youth in black behind him, though young, bore an air of grim determination, evidently a bodyguard. He would likely require less time to regain his composure. Just as Zhang Hai speculated about when the two youths would awaken, the masked youth suddenly shook his head, to Zhang Hai's astonishment. He then stepped down from the teleportation platform with steadiness. "Are you the guardian here? What brings you?" Yihan inquired, his voice laced with a hint of coldness that sent a shiver down Zhang Hai's spine. This chill was not intentional, but rather a consequence of his current cultivation technique, which imbued his inner energy with frost, gradually affecting his external demeanor. Consequently, his emotional fluctuations were less pronounced than before, altering the quality of his voice. This left Yihan somewhat exasperated. Having just begun his journey, he was already feeling its impact. If he continued to cultivate to higher realms, would he, like Han Ning, transform into a perpetually stoic figure? Yihan met Zhang Hai's gaze in silence, prompting a bittersweet smile from Zhang Hai. These matters were not for him to question. The dynasty's laws mandated that warriors arriving via teleportation must provide detailed explanations, without exception, even for royal offspring. However, who would willingly divulge their secrets to another? Observing the middle-aged man's rueful expression, Yihan decided not to press further. Instead, he tossed the token given to him by Yi Qingyu to Zhang Hai, stating in his icy tone, "I am Tian, an array master under the 8th prince. Come from the imperial capital in search of herbs to heal the cold king's injuries." This had been his premeditated excuse, using himself as a shield. In the vast world, perhaps there was no one quite like him. Zhang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, his expression shifting to one of understanding. No wonder the youth had recovered so swiftly. He was an array master, likely of a comparable rank to Zhang Hai himself. Zhang Hai committed Yihan's words to memory and promptly stepped aside, indicating he would not impede Yihan's departure. At that moment, the dazed Han Ning seemed to regain his senses. Looking up to see Yihan had already dismounted from the platform, clearly recovering more quickly than he had. The young man in black's expression darkened slightly, a hint of defiance flickering in his eyes as he pursed his lips, remaining silent as he followed behind Yihan. Chapter 23. The Exchange Map. Spirit Beast Garden. Zhang Hai lingered in place, seemingly hesitant to speak. Yihan understood his unspoken thoughts. Having arrived from the imperial capital and claiming to be a subordinate of the 8th prince, it would indeed be prudent to meet the city lord of the county. Such an audience might afford him assistance, facilitating his endeavors considerably. However, given the pressing nature of his current circumstances, the deadline for his main quest loomed over him like a suspended blade, instilling a sense of restlessness. Thus, it would be wise to seek a hidden paradise post-haste. Leading Han Ning out of the Hall of Heavenly Arrays, Yihan made his way directly to the city gates without pause. Meanwhile, his fingers trembled slightly, and before him, a system interface materialized in midair, visible only to him. He accessed the sect interface to search for hidden paradises, initiating the search. Before long, a familiar, intangible wave emanated from him, sweeping outward in an instant to a distance of 100,000 miles. Ding! System search complete. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, no suitable locations for a sect's training ground have been found. We hope the host will continue to strive and establish a sect soon. The mechanical, monotonous voice of the system caused a slight heaviness in Yihan's heart. Although he was well aware that his journey would not be entirely smooth, hearing the notification again still left him somewhat disheartened. After the system scan, 3 powerful consciousnesses swept through Songyun City, indicating that the martial king stationed here had sensed the earlier disturbance. However, Yihan paid little heed. Songyun City was not the imperial capital, and there was no need for the same level of caution, even if they could discern his presence from the system fluctuations. What could they do? After all, he still bore the title of a guest of the prince's mansion. Indeed, after those 3 consciousnesses swept past, there was no further reaction. It remained uncertain whether they had noticed him at all. "My lord, that individual just now seemed to have activated a communication talisman." Han Ning suddenly stepped forward, lowering his voice to speak into Yihan's ear as he walked behind him. He referred, of course, To Zhonghai, the guardian of the Hall of Heavenly Arrays. As a guardian, it would be remiss of him not to inform the city lord about a prince's guest arriving via the teleportation array from the imperial capital. Let us disregard it for now. We'll leave the city first. Yihan gently shook his head, for he had no desire to concern himself with the thoughts of others at this moment. He could not find peace until the main quest was completed. Suddenly, Yihan squinted slightly, as if an idea had struck him. He inquired within his mind, does the system possess a map of the Hanyu dynasty? System retrieval complete. Opening exchange interface. Map of the extreme north of the central sky continent. Exchange cost, 50 prestige points. Upon hearing this, Yihan was momentarily speechless. Even this item required prestige points. Truly a shrewd merchant. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, he resolutely chose to proceed with the exchange. Although maps existed within the Hanyu dynasty, the rampant beasts in the extreme north meant that even a newly opened safe passage could quickly become a den of monsters within a matter of days. Relying solely on the maps recorded within the dynasty could easily lead one unwittingly to the lair of a beast king. Thus, despite the lucrative profits of the merchant caravans traversing between various cities of the Hanyu dynasty, it must be acknowledged that such ventures were indeed a gamble with one's life. Exchange complete. Would you like to open the map? Open. As a brownish-yellow glow illuminated, the system interface before him converged, revealing a vivid depiction of the extreme north. Yihan glanced up and nodded slightly. It was no wonder that it cost 50 prestige points. This map not only indicated the locations of major cities within the Hanyu dynasty, but also clearly marked the gathering spots of formidable beasts. Even certain perilous areas in the extreme north were meticulously recorded. With this map in hand, their safety on this journey was assured. Yihan sighed inwardly. Though Han Ning was not weak in cultivation, traversing the extreme north with ease was still a considerable challenge. With the guidance of this map, they could at least avoid most dangers. Suddenly, Yihan paused again, with a thought. The floating map of the extreme north magnified a millionfold in an instant, clearly revealing the city located to the southwest of Xianzhou, Songyan County, where he currently stood. Not enough. Still not enough. Yihan frowned, focusing his mind once more. The already maximized map expanded further in his consciousness, displaying the general layout within the city. Regular viewing of the map did not consume much, but forcing it to expand with his divine sense was a taxing endeavor. Just a brief glance left him feeling slightly dizzy, a testament to the strength of his consciousness. For others, such an attempt would likely result in immediate fainting. It seemed he could not rely on this method frequently. Yihan lamented inwardly, although he was unsure if the map had the capacity for updates. Its current magnification was sufficient to reveal the layout of a city. If it could be infinitely enlarged, it would undoubtedly surpass the utility of any scout. Han Ning, originally accompanying his lord out of the city, noticed the change in Yihan's demeanor and refrained from questioning, following him instead. His pace quickened, and his gaze shifted around with an implicit wariness, clearly reflecting his distrust of this unfamiliar city, or perhaps of the world at large. Songyan County was vast, and despite Yihan and Han Ning's swift pace, it took them a considerable amount of time to reach their desired destination. Before them stood an enormous courtyard, where the roars of exotic beasts echoed faintly even from outside. The plaque hanging above the entrance bore 3 resplendent golden characters, Spirit Beast Garden. Upon seeing those 3 characters, Yihan couldn't help but smile inwardly, striding confidently inside. The expanse of Xianzhou was immense, containing 8 county cities, each separated by considerable distances. To traverse this grand continent without a means of transportation was simply unthinkable. He had no intention of measuring the breadth of the extreme north on foot. Chapter 24, Spirit Beast Seal, Azure Cloud City. Lord, no sooner had Yihan and Han Ning stepped into the courtyard than Yihan's body jolted. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed within his sea of consciousness. Notification: a significant number of low-tier domesticated spirit beasts detected near the host. Sect System's Spirit Beast Interface unlocked. Reward: 100 renown points, 1 Spirit Beast Seal. What's happening? Yihan was somewhat bewildered. This can trigger a system interface? He chuckled, then, with a thought, began to examine the newly opened interface. As expected, the so-called Spirit Beast Interface was a part of the Sect Interface, with the Sect still in its nascent stages. The Spirit Beast Interface remained largely barren, disappointed that the Spirit Beast Interface offered little of interest. Yihan turned his gaze to the reward he had just received, a complex, Pale red spirit seal. Spirit beast seal. Exotic treasure system interface unlock reward. A treasure of absolute binding for spirit beasts. One-time use. Forcibly establishes a master-servant contract with spirit beasts below the 6th rank, refining guardian spirit beasts, ensuring unwavering loyalty and devotion. Initially, Yihan paid little attention to the spirit beast seal. However, upon discovering its capabilities, he was utterly astounded. A 6th-rank exotic beast was comparable to a martial king, among the most formidable entities in the world. To forcibly establish a master-servant contract with beings below the 6th rank meant that this seal alone could grant him dominion over a supreme beast just below the martial king echelon. For Yihan, whose foundations were still shallow, the spirit beast seal was a godsend. A pity it can only be used once. Yihan seemed regretful, but he soon smiled. Such a heaven-defying treasure, if usable indefinitely, would allow him to subjugate every spirit beast on the continent. Such an existence would invite celestial jealousy. So it was natural that it could only be used once. Only once. Its application warrants careful consideration. At the very least, it should be used on a 5th-rank exotic beast comparable to a martial grandmaster. Yihan seemed to be calculating in his mind, but his expression remained inscrutable as he led Han Ning into the spirit beast garden. Shortly thereafter, 2 youths rode out of Azure Cloud City's gates on steeds covered in azure scales. The azure scale horse, unique to the far north, possessed a docile temperament and remarkable cold resistance, lacking any significant offensive capabilities. As such, they were domesticated by martial artists and sold as mounts. While lacking in offensive power, their stamina was exceptional, and their speed was unmatched, surpassing even some demonic beasts. Yihan, astride one of the azure scale horses, couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled asking if there were any 5th-rank spirit beasts for sale at the spirit beast garden, turning the garden owner's face pale. 5th-rank spirit beasts were comparable to martial grandmasters. How could ordinary martial artists subdue such creatures? Not only was it impossible for the spirit beast garden to tame such beasts, but who would even consider selling them? The garden owner nearly dismissed Yihan and Han Ning as troublemakers. Fortunately, Yihan, sensing the situation, quickly changed his request and settled for the 2 top-tier azure scale horses, which improved the garden owner's disposition. It made sense. If the spirit beast garden could tame 5th-rank demonic beasts, even the dynasty would treat them as honored guests. Why would they be selling spirit beasts in a mere city? He had been impatient. The spirit beast seal's power lay in forced contracts. This meant that even if a beast had not been tamed, it could still be forcibly brought under his control. In that case, why bother with the spirit beast garden? He could go directly to the ice plains and seek out powerful beast kings. With these thoughts, Yihan no longer hesitated. He spurred his horse and galloped out of the city. The azure scale horse's speed was indeed remarkable. The journey they had taken to arrive was quickly traversed, and the towering gates of Azure Cloud City loomed ahead. With the Imperial Prince's decree, they would not face any difficulties at the city gates. However, as Yihan passed through the towering gates, his expression changed slightly. He turned to look back at the city. After Yihan's departure, a ripple seemed to form in the air before the city gates. A figure emerged from the distorted space, a refined man holding a book. He looked in the direction of Yihan's departure, his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly puzzled. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed from the city walls behind him. "Brother Xuan, I didn't expect even you to be alarmed." The refined man started slightly, turning to see an elderly man with white hair standing on the city walls. The old man appeared aged, his white hair fluttering in the wind, but his back was not stooped, and his eyes flashed with a hawk-like glint. The old man's aura was calm, without any trace of a martial artist's pressure, and his vitality seemed somewhat depleted. Clearly, he had passed the golden age of a martial artist and was on the decline. However, he stood on the city walls with an air of harmony, as if he belonged there. If Yihan were present, he would be shocked to discover that the old man's aura was inextricably linked to the great city beneath him. As if the old man and the city were one. Yuan Xuan greets the city lord. The man who had emerged from the space, standing in the air, saw the old man and his guard dropped away. He was replaced by reverence, bowing to the old man. This old man was Yi Beichen, the city lord of Azure Cloud City, the current king's uncle, and a venerable elder who had lived through 2 reigns. Though not a king, he was the lord of a city and a being of immense cultivation. The old man waved his hand, looking in the direction of Yihan's departure. An interesting young fellow. The man named Yuan Xuan heard this, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, City Lord, that earlier aura. Indeed, you sense correctly. It was that young man. The old City Lord smiled and said casually, though his cultivation is not high, his soul power is comparable to that of a martial grandmaster. That earlier power must have been due to a magical artifact or technique. Yuan Shuwen nodded lightly, a strange light flickering in his eyes as he pondered something. Chapter 25. Beneath the 9 Heaven Snow Mountain, in the depths of the netherworld. A path hangs in the sky, where spirits weep. The elderly man squinted slightly, gazing at the refined young man before him, and chuckled. This little fellow is of royal blood, a member of the Yi clan. Do not think to bully the younger generation before this old man. Royal blood? Yuan Shuwen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, looking at the elder with newfound respect. The city lord jests. I would never trouble Amir Jr. The elder shook his head, holding back words unspoken. Earlier, as Yihan left the city, he had distinctly glanced back. The elder sensed that the boy had caught sight of Yuan Shuwen concealed in the void, though it remained uncertain whether he had noticed the elder himself. That glance had pierced through the void, indicative of an extraordinary eye technique. At such a young age, having cultivated his primordial spirit to this level, he was indeed a prodigious talent. If he were to survive, upon reaching the martial king stage, his enlightenment would surely be swift and fruitful. He cannot be a direct royal prince. Which family does he belong to then? The Mountain King, the Shin King, or perhaps? While the elder pondered in silence, Yuan Shuwen spoke again. But if he possesses royal blood, why conceal his identity? He was not doubting the old city lord, but was merely curious. In a dynasty, why hide behind a false name? Warriors of their caliber, having reached the martial king realm, would instinctively feel a kinship with those who shared their bloodline. This is also why the elderly cherished the company of their descendants more deeply. The elder seemed momentarily stunned by Yuan Shuwen's words, then sighed, I am old and weary. I no longer wish to engage in the intrigues of the court or the scandals of the royal family. City Lord Yi Baichen of Tsangyan had been the younger brother of a previous king, having witnessed the turmoil of the palace in his youth. He had grown weary of fratricidal strife. Thus, he chose to relinquish the title of prince and distance himself from the imperial capital, becoming the lord of this Tsangyan county. Yuan Shuwen could only smile bitterly at this. The old city lord's demeanor was gentle, and despite his profound cultivation, he bore no airs of superiority, embodying the respectability of an elder he admired deeply. Even among the martial kings, City Lord Yi Baichen stood as one of the elite. Yet, whenever the subject of the imperial capital arose, this venerable elder would shake his head, seemingly resolute in his decision to spend his days in Tsangyan County. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden surge of violent energy erupted from the northeastern part of the city. The aura suggested that 2 formidable martial artists were clashing. Yuan Shuwen furrowed his brow at the disturbance. In the realm of the dynasty, the cessation of conflict was a well-known, unspoken rule. Moreover, the unleashed power of 2 martial masters was enough to wreak havoc within the city. Who among them dared to breach this taboo? Did they not fear being forever exiled, barred from entry? The city's guard had hastened towards the disturbance, accompanied by several commanding martial masters, clearly intent on punishing the offenders. Yuan Shuwen, sensing the identities of the combatants, expressed his irritation. These sects are becoming increasingly unruly. Do they dare to disregard the edicts of the dynasty, preparing for open rebellion? Within the realm of Shin continent, numerous sects had established themselves, yet regardless of where they set their gates, they always maintained a foothold in the county. Some of the more established sects even established presences in multiple counties. The tumultuous noise emanating from the disturbance was clearly linked to the Baigui sect and the Panshir sect. Evidently, for some unknown reason, the 2 sects had found themselves at odds again. The elder turned to observe the commotion, chuckling at Yuan Shuwen's remarks, a group of second-rate sects. They're most powerful within merely the martial sect realm. How could they dare to rebel against the dynasty? Yuan Shuwen sighed. His earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of helplessness. He addressed the elder, City Lord, my Shin continent is vast and populous, with 8 counties that nearly account for half of the dynasty's population. Yet, the martial artists from our dynasty rank at the bottom among the 4 continents. Do you know why? Are you referring to those sects? Indeed, Yuan Shuwen replied, his dissatisfaction evident. 80% of the sects from the northernmost lands have set their roots in Shin continent. They open their gates wide, recruiting disciples, nearly exhausting all the talented martial artists across the continent. leading to a significant decline in the number of warriors under the dynasty. Over time, the balance shifts, and these sects cannot help but entertain ambitions of dominance. Showen, you still do not understand. The elder gently shook his head, gazing toward the area where the martial artists congregated. The circumstances of the northernmost lands are unique. The rampancy of demonic beasts is secondary. The true threat lies in the malevolent creatures surging forth from the northern abyss. At the mention of the northern abyss, even the kind-hearted Yi Beichen's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness, and a trace of murderous intent leaked from his frail form, sending a shiver down Yuan Xiuwen's spine. These demonic forces are enigmatic and relentless. Every emergence brings calamity to the living. Xiuwen, do you have any means to hold back the horde before the gates of Tianzhou? Yuan Xiuwen fell silent. The demonic scourge of the abyss was a wound that afflicted the entire dynasty. It was not merely he who could not vanquish these demons. Even the once mighty King Shenhua, who once dominated the continent, had failed to conquer them. The dynasty itself relied on the strength of the sects to keep those strange demonic forces at bay beyond Tianzhou. The dynasty's tacit acceptance of the growing power of the sects was for this very reason. If those sects were to collapse, how could the dynasty alone withstand the onslaught of the demons? Should those demons breach the divide between continents and storm the imperial capital, it would become a laughingstock. As the elder's figure began to fade atop the city wall, it resembled ink dissipating into water, leaving no trace. Just as he had arrived silently, he departed without a sound. Xiuwen, remember this. In the northernmost land, the only power that warrants our cautious regard is a singular force. The rest are merely accomplices, lacking the potential for greatness. Yuan Xiuwen watched the elder's form gradually dissipate, hesitating momentarily before sighing and turning to leave. He understood precisely what the old city lord meant. The only sect that commanded the dynasty's careful consideration, standing on equal footing within the northernmost lands, was the colossal entity located at the northernmost reaches of Xian continent, the Snow Dragon Sacred Land, the Snow Dragon Sect. In the northeastern part of Xian continent, two snow-capped peaks were interconnected, forming a bottomless ice cliff between them, from which a frigid aura radiated outward. The dark abyss at its base seemed to lead straight down into the netherworld, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, on one side of this chilling precipice, a narrow path remained, sufficient for a person and a steed to traverse. One side represented the abyss of death, while the other was a skyward corridor traversing the mountain range. A mere step separates life from death. Beneath the nine heavens snow mountain, in the depths of the netherworld, a path hangs in the sky, where spirits weep. Chapter 26. The merchant family, walking alone the treacherous snow path, suspended in the air, appears to the average warrior as a direct passage to the netherworld. Along this ancient icy road, not only is there a chasm exuding a terrifying chill, but fierce cold gales frequently sweep through, threatening to engulf the unwary. Even formidable warriors, if caught off guard, risk being swept into the abyss, where survival is unlikely. Yet, amidst this perilous snowy trail, a merchant caravan bravely advances against the biting winds. The group, though small in number, consists of individuals whose martial prowess exceeds the master realm, each mounted on a unique beast. They harness their inner energies to fend off the cold, urging their steeds onward. The Cold Feather Dynasty, striving to withstand the onslaught of beast tides, has established various prefectural cities. While this preserves the vitality of the dynasty, it also complicates communications between the settlements. Consequently, the caravans connecting these cities reap substantial profits. However, the northern territories are plagued by rampant beasts and harsh climates, frequently beset by blizzards, leading to many caravans vanishing amidst the ice. Despite the dangers, the flow of merchants between the cities never ceases. The adage "men die for wealth, birds perish for food" aptly captures this relentless pursuit. Among the few members of this caravan, one figure stands out, a fiery-haired young woman in her 20s, clad in armor resembling flames, adorned with intricate runes that cannot conceal her graceful form. Her brows are like lightning, her eyes as cold as stars, radiating a determination rivaling that of any man. Beneath her, a beast draped in crimson scales, reminiscent of a lion yet crowned with a sharp horn that glimmers ominously, embodies a brewing destructive force. Lin Yuexin channels her inner energy, activating the cold-resistant formations etched into her heavy robe. The armor shimmers with layers of magical patterns, exuding an exquisite beauty. This robe, a prized artifact, was a gift from her father upon her breakthrough into the Master Realm, inscribed with several third-tier formations, primarily for halting winds and resisting the cold. In this frigid northern land, where eternal glaciers abound, the air is imbued with a chilling essence capable of freezing souls. Despite the protection of her robe, Lin Yuexin still feels the bone-deep cold infiltrating her, dulling the flow of her inner energy. Although only in her 20s, she possesses the cultivation of an early-stage master and has served as a guardian warrior for over 3 years, proving herself capable within the Lin family. With determination, she fully channels her inner energy, activating the formations on her robe. She gently pats her steed, the Crimson Flame Beast, and calls out to her companions, pressing forward against the fierce winds toward the mountain pass. In a moment of reflection, she caresses a ring adorning her finger, containing part of the cargo they are transporting for the Lin family's business. Successfully delivering these goods to Qingyun Prefecture would yield profits crucial for their survival, underscoring the significance of this journey. As they approach the mountain, Lin Yuexin feels a flicker of hope. Beyond this ridge, the fierce winds should relent. Having traversed this perilous ancient road for decades, the Lin family knows it well. Yet, they are unprepared for the sudden emergence of a violent gale, typically reserved for the late afternoon. Caught off guard, the leading elder is hurled into the abyss by the ferocious winds. Only a few of the Lin family's guardian warriors remain, struggling to hold their ground. The Crimson Flame Beast, sensing its master's anxiety, lets out a powerful roar. Its scarlet scales radiate a vibrant glow, momentarily pushing back the surrounding winds. Xiaoyan, I depend on you. As they near the mountain pass, the gale intensifies, and despite Lin Yuexin's efforts, she feels fatigue creeping in. The fierce winds, laden with frigid currents, dim the patterns on her armor, and frost begins to form on her limbs. With resolve, Lin Yuexin shatters the ice forming around her wrist, unleashing chains to secure herself and the Crimson Flame Beast together. She retrieves her last few rejuvenating pills, feeding them to her beast, channeling her energy to aid in their absorption. Though her cultivation is modest compared to her elders, her steed, a rare breed with traces of dragon blood, has saved her countless times. With her support, the beast's energy surges, and with a fierce cry, a sharp red blade of energy emanates from its horn, cleaving through the winds. Together, they leap like lightning, propelling themselves through the mountain's wind gap. Following them, for more figures on their steeds make the same daring escape. However, the last elder, appearing somewhat frail, struggles to keep pace. His mount, armored and formidable, resists the gale's pull, but the relentless winds threaten to overwhelm it. The beast, not designed for opposing winds, has exhausted its strength on the long snow path and now slides helplessly toward the abyss below, where the icy depths churn ominously. The elder, realizing his fate, suddenly adopts an air of serenity, appearing to shed years as his white hair darkens, rejuvenating before the inevitable. Chapter 27. The cold wind blows the withered bones, forging the soul of the Lin family. The cold wind howls fiercely, so much so that even the scaled beasts cannot withstand its might, let alone an elderly man of martial mastery. In a mere instant, the old man's figure falters as he approaches the wind's edge, utterly exhausted. Although he did not cross the threshold of the tempest, he expended every ounce of strength to cast a ring from his grasp beyond the mountain's mouth. Once this act was fulfilled, the old man's expression grew weary, and along with the scaled beast beneath him, they were swept into the depths of the storm. Fourth uncle. Lin Xinru's heart sank as she witnessed the elder vanish into the icy gale, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow. On this journey, aside from a few external martial artists accompanying their merchant convoy, the majority were kin of the Lin family. Yet, at this juncture, their once sizable group had been reduced by more than half, and the remaining members bore hidden injuries. The ring that the elder had desperately cast was a soil-colored storage ring, entrusted to him for safeguarding the goods they were transporting. As it flew past the wind's edge, the essence enveloping it was nearly depleted. Just before it descended, a middle-aged man caught it deftly in his hand. This man had achieved the pinnacle of martial mastery, and though his essence was significantly drained, he retained a slight reserve compared to others. The middle-aged warrior slowly opened his other hand, revealing 4 identical rings resting quietly within his palm. Yet, as he gazed upon these storage rings, there was no glimmer of joy for preserving the goods. Instead, his eyes were filled with anguish. Each of these rings had belonged to their owners, who, knowing their fate was sealed, had entrusted them to him with the same resolve as the earlier elder. The blood of the Lin clan flowed through each ring. Aside from those who perished without a trace, it could be said that most of the remaining goods were left behind. The middle-aged man stifled his sorrow and distributed the 5 rings among the others. He then approached Lin Yuexin, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, and spoke. Since we set forth, we old ones have long placed life and death aside. If we can reach Qingyun County and obtain the Qingling immortal herb to heal the patriarch's wounds, it will afford our family 30 years of respite. This endeavor is worth every sacrifice. Lin Yuexin clenched her teeth, striking the icy surface beneath her with a heavy fist, leaving a deep imprint. Damn the 100 Ghosts sect. A despicable and shameless lot. The middle-aged warrior could only remain silent in response. The 100 Ghosts sect was a second-tier sect within Xianzhou, with roots in several county cities. It was said that they had martial kings stationed within, far beyond the capabilities of the declining Lin family. The Lin family had thrived as merchants for generations, traversing various county cities, and had no enmity with the 100 Ghosts sect. They could only blame the sect for coveting their business in Qingyun County, wishing to establish their own stronghold there. The Lin family's business had been painstakingly obtained through the negotiations of their former patriarch, a martial sovereign, 300 years prior, and had remained under their control ever since. For the Lin family, the business in Qingyun County was their foundation. How could they allow it to fall into others' hands? Securing a place in the county city was no easy feat aside from the option of joining a dynasty. Small families like theirs had no idea how many sacrifices they had made to establish a foothold. If they were to relinquish their ancestral legacy, it was likely that their forebears would rise from their graves in protest. During the beast tide hundreds of years ago, numerous formidable families that could rival the Lin family perished amidst that calamity. Only the Lin family survived by relocating to the county city, thereby preserving their lineage for 300 years. However, with the last martial sovereign's absence, the Lin family found itself in a precarious position. After Lin Qinxiao's disappearance, Lin Yuexin's father, Lin Jintian, assumed the role of patriarch. Although he lacked the martial sovereign's prowess, he had attained the late stage of martial mastery. This level of cultivation, while insufficient for seizing a stronghold in the county city, was still adequate to protect the Lin family's business through the upcoming martial competition. The triennial martial competition within the county city allowed local forces to maintain their status as long as they could withstand external challenges within the arena. For 30 years, they would enjoy the protection of the dynasty, their position unassailable. Lin Jintian had reached the late stage of martial mastery, making him a rare contender at this level. While he could not claim absolute victory in battles against peers, he could at least remain undefeated. Though the 100 Ghosts sect coveted the Lin family's business, they dared not act with impunity within the dynasty, even if they dispatched a fully realized martial master elder. As long as Lin Jintian could endure the arena's trials during the competition, the family's status would remain secure. Yet, the Lin family had not anticipated that the 100 Ghosts sect had bribed their allies, ambushing the merchant convoy under direct escort from the patriarch, inflicting grievous injuries amidst the boundless ice plains. With the competition imminent, ordinary medicinal remedies were insufficient to heal Lin Jintian. Excluding him, the strongest martial artist within the Lin family was merely at the early stage of mastery. This level of cultivation was hardly enough to withstand the competition, particularly when facing the machinations of the 100 Ghosts sect. The middle-aged man sighed, patting Lin Yuexin's shoulder before rising to summon the others to resume their journey. However, he was interrupted by a curious inquiry from a nearby martial artist. Why has the gale emerged on the Xiantian snow path at this moment? Is it not said that such winds only manifest during the hour of Xin? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but furrow his brow. The gale on the Xiantian snow path was a manifestation of celestial forces, impervious to the influence of beasts. For centuries, it had remained unchanged. What could have caused this anomaly? Chapter 28. The Midsummer Heat. A long spear piercing the rainbow at this moment. The crimson flame beast accompanying Lin Yuexin suddenly snorted loudly, displaying signs of restlessness. It fiercely scraped its front hoof against the icy surface before nudging its massive head against its master's armor, as if attempting to convey an urgent warning. Lin Yuexin raised her hand to stroke the beast's single horn, soothing it, then looked up at the middle-aged warrior beside her and said, "Uncle Lu, something feels amiss. Xiaoyan seems to sense a dangerous presence." The middle-aged warrior, named Lin Jinhong, was the younger brother of Lin Yuexin's father. with his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm. He was the most likely candidate from the Lin family to break through to the grand martial master level. At this moment, he too sensed a disturbance. Slowly crouching down, he gently placed one hand on the ice, allowing a stream of his true essence to seep into the frozen surface, extending into the distance. Suddenly, Lin Jinhong's expression changed drastically. He immediately grasped Lin Yuexin's hand and retreated swiftly. He shouted angrily to the surrounding warriors, "Fall back! Someone has set up a formation here." However, before his words could fully escape, a sinister voice emanated from beneath the ice. "Want to leave? Too late. Elder Ghost has activated the formation." Boom, boom. With the resounding explosions, the ice shattered, and figures sprang forth from within. Beneath their feet, a massive, ink-black formation materialized from the solid ice, enveloping the Lin family merchant group's warriors entirely. As the formation fully manifested, enormous skulls began to emerge, and faint wails of tormented spirits echoed, almost causing a loss of composure among the onlookers. 7 warriors emerged from beneath the ice, 3 of whom appeared to hold significant status. Standing with their hands clasped behind their backs before the formation, their expressions apathetic and seemingly indifferent to the Lin family's plight. The other 4, clad in black robes, positioned themselves at the formation's corners, exhibiting no signs of fear in the face of the looming skulls. Confronting the skulls, the 4 raised their hands, severing their own limbs, either an arm or a leg, and tossed these bloody offerings into the skulls' gaping maw. Despite the blood flowing from their severed limbs, their expressions revealed no hint of pain, only a bloodthirsty fervor burning in their eyes. In the Lin family's ranks, Lin Jinhong was in charge. He had pulled Lin Yuexin back a few steps, but could not escape the formation's grasp. Seeing the black-robed figures at the formation's edges, who were unflinchingly using their bodies to nourish the formation, his expression shifted, revealing a glint of horror in his eyes. Yet, when his gaze landed on the 3 apparent leaders among the elderly figures before the formation, he could not contain his fury and erupted with a furious rebuke. "Guili, Guishang, you 2 old scoundrels dare to resort to such despicable acts. Has the 100 Ghosts sect no shame left?" His anger was justified. The 2 elderly men were the external elders of the 100 Ghosts sect who had once visited the Lin family to negotiate the acquisition of their merchant company. After Lin Jinhong's father, Lin Jintian, rejected them, they left with cold laughter but soon orchestrated a deadly ambush against Lin Jintian. It was evident that these 2 had played a significant role in that treachery. Upon hearing Lin Jinhong's outburst, the 2 elders raised their heads, regarding the Lin family members within the formation with mocking expressions. Soon, a dense aura of ghostly energy began to seep from the formation, obscuring their vision entirely. Recognizing the dire situation, Lin Jinhong's face grew grave. He identified the formation that ensnared them as the infamous Ghost King Soul devouring formation of the 100 Ghosts sect. This formation was a lethal trap. Once set, it would root itself in the ground, immovable. In the days to come, the one who set the formation would need to sacrifice living souls daily to nourish it, refining the 100 Ghosts to sustain the Ghost King. When activated, the ghostly generals would converge, and the Ghost King would emerge, slaughtering all within the formation without leaving a trace of life. The black-robed figures stationed at the 4 corners of the formation were specially cultivated medicinal beings of the 100 Ghosts sect, raised in the lands of vengeful spirits. They were companions of the shadows day and night. By drawing in the souls of the dead and using forbidden medicinal concoctions, only those who survived this harrowing existence would become the sect's medicinal beings. While other ghostly sects refined ghosts from humans, the 100 Ghosts sect refined humans from ghosts. Though these medicinal beings possessed limited cultivation, their bodies had been forged into soul-drawing vessels by the chilling energies of the underworld, granting them a potent allure to vengeful spirits. Thus, the 100 Ghosts sect often used these beings as sacrifices, offering blood to the Ghost King. Though this practice was morally reprehensible, it undeniably constituted a form of ultimate slaughter. Legend has it that the sect's leader once set this formation before a rival sect's gate, sacrificing 1,000 lives and utterly annihilating that second-rate sect, leaving even 2 martial sovereign warriors unable to escape, turning the area into a sea of blood, a ruthless act that sent shockwaves throughout the Xian continent. Recognizing the infamous formation, the Lin family warriors exchanged glances, their faces paling. Although the current formation lacked the power of 1,000 souls, and only 4 medicinal beings were present. The summoned Ghost King was still formidable enough to reach the Grand Martial Master realm. Lin Jinhong, maintaining a semblance of composure, gazed at the 4 gigantic skulls emerging from the formation, deeply inhaling. Forcing down his unease, he flipped his palm, revealing a long spear shimmering with silver lightning. The spear stretched 8 feet 3 inches, adorned with dazzling, writhing electric serpents. As the spear trembled, it emitted a dragon's roar. Under the spear's radiant glow, even the ghostly energy within the formation seemed to scatter. The spear, known as Piercing the Rainbow, was a superior treasure inscribed with 36 layers of mystical prohibitions, one of the Lin family's most prized artifacts. Weapons without inscribed prohibitions were termed mystical weapons, while those with 18 prohibitions were referred to as magical artifacts. A weapon with 36 prohibitions was classified as a treasure. The culmination of 36 prohibitions marked the zenith of treasure crafting, should a master craftsman surpass this limit. Merging the 36 prohibitions into one, the artifact would gain sentience. At that level, it transcended the boundaries of ordinary treasures, becoming a spiritual weapon coveted even by martial kings. Most weapons in circulation were either mystical or magical artifacts. Treasures of this caliber were typically unattainable for small families, and superior treasures were especially rare. Had it not been for the Lin family's former glory, despite the absence of a martial king among them, they had previously boasted several martial sovereign experts and had long circulated among major counties, making it possible for them to possess such a superior treasure. Chapter 29, Spiritual Artifact. Mysterious bow of phoenix glory. As Lin Jinhong unveiled the spear, the gazes of the 3 individuals outside the formation momentarily sharpened, particularly the elder at the forefront, whose eyes glinted with greed. It was no surprise, given that a family with such a long-standing history across numerous counties would possess a treasure of this caliber. Yet, alas, this precious item would soon change hands. Humph, we shall see what you are truly capable of. Although unable to behold the scene beyond the formation, Lin Jinhong discerned the raspy voice of the elder, clearly intended to provoke, eliciting a cold snicker from him. He slammed the spear's handle onto the snow-covered ground, akin to the sound of distant thunder, shattering the surrounding phantoms and establishing a momentary sanctuary for Lin's group of martial artists. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped the rainbow spear tightly. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a strike imbued with the force of 1,000 thunders toward one of the skeletons hovering above the formation. In response to this thunderous assault, the skeleton did not yield. It opened its mouth to expel a dense black mist that enveloped the spear's tip, resulting in a backlash of searing lightning that reverberated through the air. Though the skeleton appeared as a mere shadow, it was, in truth, a manifestation of myriad wandering souls. Having attained the realm of a ghost general, its cultivation was hardly inferior to that of a martial master. The chilling aura of the specters wielded a significant influence over human martial artists. Even before engaging, Lin Jinhong felt the oppressive black mist closing in on him, severely diminishing his prowess by a third. Nonetheless, the rainbow spear, even among high-grade artifacts, stood at the pinnacle, boasting 36 layers of enchantments, all inscribed with lethal patterns. Moreover, the power of heavenly thunder was naturally a bane to these malevolent spirits. Upon their first clash, the 4 ghostly generals found themselves at a disadvantage, firmly suppressed by the thunderous spear. However, the 3 individuals outside the array exhibited no signs of urgency, as if everything was within their control. Observing the unfolding events, the figure in black robes behind the 4 diagrams hesitated not a moment to sacrifice his other arm. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air as the massive skeleton began to radiate a vivid crimson glow, drawing closer together, seemingly intent on merging. Lin Jinhong's expression shifted drastically. He understood all too well the nature of this formation. Should the 4 skeletons successfully fuse, the resultant Ghost King would likely reach the realm of a Grand Martial Master, and with their current cultivation, they might truly perish here. Combine forces to shatter that old ghost's brow, he bellowed, and in an instant, the spear in his grasp erupted with the fury of thunderous light. The spear transformed into a lightning dragon, charged with a destructive aura, and lunged toward the imposing skeleton ghost general. Simultaneously, the other martial artists activated their true essence, drawing their respective weapons to assault the Ghost King emanating from the formation. Yet, they evidently underestimated the formation's might. The array had thoroughly sealed off the realm, preventing any external light from penetrating, while the malevolent spirits manifested in full force. A multitude of ghostly figures surged forth from the formation, laden with a dense aura of malice, lunging at Lin's group. The martial artist's offensive crumbled instantaneously, and several, caught off guard, were invaded by the spectral entities, their faces paling as they coughed up blood infused with chilling energy. At the heart of the formation, the four ghost generals suddenly fused before the horrified eyes of the onlookers. A torrential wave of ghostly energy erupted, giving rise to a skeleton ghost king, towering and twice the size of its predecessors. Each of its bones shimmered with a pearlescent gleam, and within its sunken eye sockets danced two vibrant green flames. The oppressive aura surrounding it intensified, even staining the icy layer beneath the array with a profound darkness. Sensing the surging energy emanating from the skeleton, Lin Jinhong's expression transformed. Yet he showed no inclination to retreat. With a determined grip on his spear, he surged forward recklessly. Thunderous spear technique. Raging thunder shakes the sun. At that moment, he seemed to merge with the spear in his hands. Silver lightning cascaded from the spear's handle, entwining around him, transforming him into a fearsome lightning dragon. With a furious roar, the lightning dragon surged forth, imbued with an aura of utter destruction, colliding with the colossal skeleton. The ghostly flames flickering in the skeleton's eye sockets quivered momentarily, followed by a deep black light shooting from its brow, forming a shadowy energy that clashed with the oncoming lightning dragon. The spear's tip halted just a few inches from its brow, and despite Lin Jinhong's fervent efforts, it could not penetrate further. Before him stood merely a wisp of black energy, a ghostly force effectively countering his full-force strike. Unquestionably, the Ghost King summoned from this formation held the cultivation level of a Grand Martial Master. Though the Ghost King had only recently materialized and had yet to fully adapt to its new form, its ghostly arrow, born from its breath, entirely stifled the advance of the high-grade artifact, the Rainbow Spear. The disparity between the consummate Martial Master and the Grand Martial Master was starkly evident at this moment. Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, Lin Jinhong remained composed, raising his hand to strike fiercely downward from the spear's handle. The Rainbow Spear whirled violently, unleashing torrents of thunderous energy that coiled around the shadowy energy like ropes, binding the massive skeleton tightly. Thunderous spear technique, hook and sickle spear style. This was the most potent technique of leverage within spear arts, where the force unleashed could reach astonishing levels. Under such immense power, even the skeleton Ghost King was jolted. As the Ghost King's colossal form began to break free from the formation, the overwhelming ghostly energy seemed to dissipate, revealing a series of dark, ink-like patterns that constituted the formation's core. This was the essence of the soul-devouring formation of the 100 Ghosts sect. Once activated, the core would remain concealed, only revealing itself beneath the Ghost King's dominion. Why do the protective formations of various sects instill fear? Beyond their terrifying power, a crucial aspect was that when attempting to breach the formation from the outside, one could not locate the core of the array. Thus, the best approach to dismantling such formations was through a coordinated internal assault. This soul-devouring formation, merely a killing array, possessed elements of a protective formation's capabilities. How could it not be formidable? Lin Yuexin quickly. With Lin Jinhong's furious shout, Lin Yuexin, who had yet to make a move, abruptly opened her eyes wide. As she raised her delicate hands, divine lights materialized in the air, coalescing into a tangible form. It was a bow, entirely crimson, resembling a phoenix in shape, the blood cry longbow. Upon this bow, no visible enchantments were apparent, yet it seemed to emanate the essence of a phoenix taking flight. This vividly red artifact appeared as though it possessed sentience. As Lin Sinyu grasped it, she could feel a surge of joy radiating from it. The clear and melodious cry of the phoenix resonated through the heavens. A spiritual artifact, the mysterious bow of Phoenix Glory. Chapter 30. Breaking the array in her hands. Lin Yuexin held a bow of fiery red, resembling a phoenix, which trembled continuously, emitting a sound akin to the cry of the mythical bird. The black-haired maiden radiated a flickering crimson light, as if flames were igniting around her, rendering her almost too dazzling to behold. At her point of contact with the ground, the surrounding dark demonic aura had evaporated completely, and even the ancient ice beneath her feet began to soften. Has Yuexin already learned to wield Fenghua? Amidst the astonished gazes of the Lin family members, the girl gently swept her hand behind the longbow. A barely perceptible, clear note rang out, and suddenly, a strand that seemed to be woven from flames materialized behind the bow, which she slowly drew back. Although it appeared exceedingly arduous to stretch the bowstring, the girl remained unwavering, her pace slow yet resolute. Unbeknownst to her, her fingers were cut by the bowstring, droplets of blood staining it, transforming the flames alighting upon the bowstring into a hue reminiscent of blood. The Lin family's ancestral spiritual weapon was notoriously difficult to master. At this level of artifact, it possessed sentience, selecting its own master. Only when acknowledged could its power be unleashed. Otherwise, some spirit entities would rather self-destruct than be bound to a human. The reason this spiritual weapon of the Lin family remained unknown to outsiders was not only due to the fear of covetous eyes, but also because it had been many years since anyone from the Lin family could wield it. This bow was said to have been crafted by a renowned master of weaponry who, upon the icy plains of the polar regions, united with others to slay a formidable demon king, using its bones to forge this magnificent bow. After years of refinement, it had finally transcended into a spiritual artifact imbued with a spirit. Throughout the vast lineage of the Lin family, no member had managed to earn the recognition of this artifact, causing its legendary status to gradually fade from public memory. Yet, when Lin Yuexin entered the ancestral hall to pay homage to her forebears, she unexpectedly established a connection with this very artifact. The Lin family rejoiced, nurturing her as the next generation's leader. Thus, although her cultivation was the weakest among the group, it was undeniable that she, wielding the spiritual weapon Fenghua, was the most formidable in terms of combat prowess. As her finger was cut by the bowstring and her blood absorbed, the flames upon the bow blazed even brighter. Subtly, it seemed as though an ethereal phoenix soared within the flames. Lin Yuexin bit her crimson lip, feeling her true essence rapidly depleting, flowing into the Fenghua bow, while the continuous loss of blood caused her vision to darken. Nevertheless, she persevered, steadily pulling the bowstring until, at last, a violent surge of fiery energy coalesced within the now taut bowstring. At that moment, an arrow ignited with crimson flames manifested from the bow, resembling a blazing feathered dart. The girl's expression sharpened, and as the arrow took form, she abruptly released her grip. Instantly, the bow erupted in resplendent brilliance, a phoenix's cry resonating through the heavens, accompanied by the distant sound of myriad birdsong. The feathered arrow, having absorbed Lin Yuexin's blood, shot forth, enveloped in flames reminiscent of blood. It pierced the void, transforming into a divine bird, a phoenix soaring through the skies. In that instant, countless arrows materialized in the air, following the path of the phoenix arrow. In a flash, a multitude of arrows were unleashed, creating a magnificent spectacle of a phoenix in flight, attended by a legion of arrows. The crimson beast that had been lurking beside her raised its head. From its singular horn, a streak of black lightning shot forth, joining the phoenix arrow in its flight. The Ghost King's soul-devouring array was not vast in its coverage, and the distance could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Thousands of arrows pierced through the air, descending upon the dark mist behind the Ghost King. At once, the sound of crackling flames erupted, scattering the thick black fog and revealing a layer of luminous magical array hidden beneath. The phoenix arrow and the black divine light landed upon the array, causing it to tremble violently. The ominous ghostly energy surged chaotically, and a web of cracks appeared across the array. Clearly, even the Ghost King's soul-devouring array could not withstand the full force of a spiritually attuned artifact. Crack, crack, with the sound of shattering. The intricate patterns of the array flickered with divine light, which slowly dimmed before a thunderous roar resounded, causing the entire array to collapse, scattering dark mist and unveiling the familiar icy expanse outside. Upon seeing the boundless ice plains once more, the Lin family, who had previously held a deep-seated hatred for it, now found the pristine white snow to be strangely endearing. Amidst the overwhelming ghostly energy, they not only had to endure the agony of spectral intrusion, but also had to constantly fend off the encroaching malevolence. For these martial artists of the martial master realm, this was indeed a considerable burden. Lin Jinhong wielded his rainbow spear to execute the hook and scythe spear technique, freeing the skeletal Ghost King from the array's confines. But he was struck by the Ghost King's palm in the process. Despite the barrier provided by the rainbow spear, several of his ribs were fractured, causing blood to seep from his mouth. Cough, cough. Lin Jinhong continuously coughed up blood, yet a smile crept upon his face. clearly relieved by the shattering of the array. The infamous reputation of the Ghost King's soul-devouring array was daunting. Once ensnared, the ghostly energy would only grow stronger, while those trapped within would weaken progressively. The longer the delay, the more perilous their situation became. Now that the sealing array had been dismantled, causing the ghostly energy to dissipate, the Lin family could restore their full strength and engage in battle against the horde of ghosts from the 100 Ghosts sect. Although the skeletal Ghost King possessed the strength of a great martial master, upon the array's collapse, he would no longer receive a continuous influx of ghostly energy. Moreover, the ghostly essence contained within his skeletal form began to strip away, now that the restraining array was no longer in effect. Gradually, the Ghost King's formidable power would dwindle, and before long, he would pose little threat to them. Evidently, the collaboration between Lin Jinhong and Lin Yuexin had yielded significant results, alleviating much of the Lin family's peril at the moment the array shattered. This indeed was fortuitous news for them. Cough. Next, it's time to deal with you. These old ghosts. With the array in ruins, Lin Jinhong's gaze naturally fell upon Gui Li, Gui Shang, and the enigmatic elder before them, his eyes gleaming with chilling determination. Chapter 31. Lin Jinhong's defeat. The divine bird returns home, though unspoken. The elders of the Lin family were acutely aware that the perils encountered during their transport of goods were likely influenced by the presence of the 100 Ghosts sect. While they had not anticipated such brazen ambushes, it would be disingenuous to claim that the Lin family was wholly unprepared. This trading expedition had deliberately excluded martial artists of the Grand Master realm to evade the attention of the 100 Ghosts sect. Yet every individual accompanying the convoy was a formidable practitioner within the Master realm. Lin Jinhong had already reached the pinnacle of the Master realm and was but a step away from entering the Grand Master domain. His decades of mastery over the Thunder Spear technique imbued him with an overwhelming force of thunderous energy, establishing him as the preeminent master of the Lin family. Although Lin Yuexin was still young, she had already attained the initial stage of the Master realm and wielded the Lin family's spiritual artifact, the Xiangong Fenghua, a potent trump card for their journey. In a sudden turn of events, Lin Yuexin had managed to dismantle the formation set by the 100 Ghosts sect, causing the 4 black-robed figures who had sacrificed themselves to the array to be annihilated by its backlash before they could react. As the formation collapsed, the figures of 3 elderly men appeared before the Lin family members, prompting Lin Jinhong to regard them with murderous intent. With a twist of his spear, he moved in harmony with its motion, unleashing a strike as mighty as a dragon. The astonishing power of thunder enveloped the exquisite weapon, and with a single thrust, the spear's tip, crackling with electricity, pointed directly at the 3 men. Though he bore wounds from the earlier assault by the skeletal Ghost King, his combat prowess remained formidable. The 2 opponents, Gui Shang and Gui Li, were merely mid-tier masters. Even if Lin Jinhong suffered further injury, dispatching them would not pose a significant challenge. Such was the confidence that Lin Jinhong possessed. However, as he launched his spear, he sensed a jolt of foreboding. The moment his attack was to land, he realized he could not alter his course. He could only channel his entire essence to amplify the spear's might. The brilliance of lightning surged, coalescing in the air, rendering the spear's form indistinguishable to onlookers, who could only perceive a fierce thunder dragon tearing through the void, descending upon the 3 elderly men. The voice that spoke was not from the 2 elders Lin Jinhong recognized, but from the gaunt figure at the forefront who had previously mocked him. Alas, a mere step separated them, yet the disparity was monumental. Today, this exquisite weapon would be claimed by me. With his words echoing, the elder raised a finger, directing it at the spear's tip, igniting a dazzling arcane light. Lin Jinhong's full-powered strike was entirely stymied by this single gesture. Despite the raging thunderous energy at the spear's tip, he could not advance even an inch. Panic surged within Lin Jinhong as he hastily withdrew. Yet the elder's finger transformed into a hand, firmly locking the spear's tip in place, impervious to the tumult of thunderous force. Simultaneously, the elder's other hand, previously concealed, emerged from his sleeve, shrouded in dark, ghostly energy. A single punch struck Lin Jinhong's chest. With a sickening thud, Lin Jinhong's chest caved in, propelling him like a cannonball into the ice, causing him to relinquish his spear and shower the air with blood. The elder, who had just sent Lin Jinhong flying, seemed somewhat surprised. Just as his punch landed, a radiant arcane light suddenly ignited upon Lin Jinhong's armor. He sensed that much of the punch's power had been mitigated by that light. An arcane armor? It seems your status within the Lin family is quite significant to possess such a treasure. The elder marveled, grasping the still crackling spear and giving it a slight swing, unleashing a bolt of thunder that carved a deep trench into the ice beneath him. I am Gui Qianjia, an elder of the 100 Ghosts sect. I am not to be compared with those two juniors. Uncle 6. Lin Yuexin's face paled at the sight of Lin Zhenhong's defeat. He was hurled hundreds of feet away, crashing against the snowy mountain, blood erupting from his mouth like a waterfall, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Cough, cough. Hey, Grandmaster. These words sent a tremor through the onlookers. While the skeletal ghost king possessed Grandmaster prowess, it was a mere amalgamation of vengeful spirits formed by a formation. Despite its formidable reputation, it was not a true martial artist. Strong though it was, its weaknesses were glaring, leaving them a sliver of hope when united. However, a true Grandmaster was a different matter altogether. A warrior who had spent decades honing their essence to achieve this pinnacle. Having regained confidence with the spear he had seized from Lin Zhenhong, Gui Qianjia appeared exceedingly pleased and stowed it away in his storage pouch. His gaze fell greedily upon Lin Yuexin, particularly fixating on the Fenghua Xian Gong in her grasp. That is a spiritual artifact, a transcendent tool. Even a martial king would covet it. If he could possess it, even if he could not claim it as his own, presenting it to the sect would yield immeasurable rewards. Lin Yuexin trembled, her eyes flashing with determination as she beheld the advancing elder. Raising her blood-stained fingers, she drew back the bowstring once more. The essence within her had already diminished significantly from her previous arrow, and she found herself barely able to pull the string taut. Yet, she persisted, refusing to relent, even as her fingertips turned pale. As she drew the bowstring, her raven locks began to turn streaks of silver. This arrow would cost her lifespan to activate the spiritual artifact. As the Xian Gong in her hands shimmered like a meteor, Gui Qianjia suddenly halted, feeling an unusual force restraining his body, rendering him immobile. Beneath him, the ice erupted, forming a fiery divine ring centered around him, spewing forth a divine light reminiscent of molten rock, ensnaring the elder within. The divine light transformed, manifesting into the visage of an ancient tree, ensnaring Gui Qianjia within its heart. The phoenix perches upon the parasol tree. Lin Yuexin gritted her teeth, gazing at the elder now trapped upon the icy surface, her eyes glimmering with resolution as she slowly released the bowstring. With a fierce cry, a phoenix arrow shot forth from her Xian Gong once more. This time, the myriad of arrows did not flood forth. All the power was concentrated within this singular feathered projectile, aimed directly at the elder, Gui Qianjia. Now ensnared by her earlier enchantment, the divine bird returns home. The divine bird returns, igniting the heavens with fire. Chapter 32, Body Cultivation. Crisis. With a deafening roar, a pillar of magma erupted from the very spot where the elder had stood. Beneath its searing heat, millennia-old ice melted into water, and the ground in that vicinity gradually sank by more than 3 feet. Boom! As the phoenix returned to its nest, even from a considerable distance, the Lin family felt a wave of heat wash over them, seemingly softening the ancient frozen ground beneath their feet. Gazing at the surging magma pillar, a glimmer of hope surged within them. Such a tyrannical inferno would reduce even a Grandmaster to ashes. The 2 other elders from the 100 Ghosts sect, who had been lingering at the back, finally changed their expressions, unleashing their true essence, their dark energy swirling, ready to act. Clearly, the might of this phoenix arrow had shaken their confidence in Elder Qianjia. Watching the erupting magma pillar, Lin Yuexin's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, but a sickly crimson hue suddenly crept onto her delicate cheeks. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, and her aura instantly waned. The arrow had severely depleted her vitality, costing her at least 3 years of her lifespan. After that shot, she was left without any combat capability. Even if it couldn't kill, it should have severely wounded him. Lin Yuexin's frail body slowly succumbed to the ground, her breath shallow, a strand of black hair turning white atop her head. This was a manifestation of her depleted lifespan, a fundamental loss that even elixirs could not conceal. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of a spiritual weapon, had it been an ordinary warrior, they would have long since turned to dust. Alas, you have encountered me. Just as Lin Yuexin attempted to regain her composure, a raspy voice emerged from within the surging magma pillar, causing her heart to plummet. From amidst the raging flames, Two inky black hands emerged, gripping the edge of the magma pillar with an ironclad hold. With a ripping sound akin to tearing fabric, the fiery phoenix, transformed from the divine bow, was completely split in two. As the pillar shattered, the violent flames surged outward, raising the temperature in the area dramatically, further melting the icy ground beneath them, and the elder's figure was fully revealed. After enduring the terrifying heat, the elder's black robe had turned to ash, exposing a body that had long lost the luster of flesh and blood, now resembling a skeletal form as dark as ink, covered in dense, blood-red patterns resembling water serpents. The inscriptions etched upon him were all venomous curses, writhing as if they were living entities, creating an eerie spectacle that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Body cultivation. Lin Yuexin could only utter these two words before falling silent, despair evident in her gaze. Body cultivators were an anomaly among warriors. They did not excel in divine abilities or mystical arts, yet possessed an indomitable physique, unyielding against any magical arts. One punch could shatter all techniques, rendering them invincible. No wonder her sixth uncle's full-powered strike could be effortlessly blocked. It turned out that this elder from the 100 Ghost sect practiced not the ghostly arts but was a master of body cultivation. Having shed the bonds of flames, the elder stepped forward, his form shifting, appearing directly before Lin Yuexin, and with a swift motion, he grasped her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Little girl, the spiritual weapon may be powerful, but you cannot fully unleash its might. What can you do to me? If you were to reach the realm of Grandmaster, even with my ghostly body, I might fear being reduced to nothing. But now, you can only blame yourself for choosing the wrong side. The elder's gaze was filled with malevolence. The 100 Ghost sect and the Lin family were already sworn enemies. Allowing this young girl to grow would not only pose a threat, but could lead to their ruin. Thus, upon witnessing her mastery of the spiritual bow, his heart was filled, not with greed for the phoenix bow, but with a murderous intent towards Lin Yuexin. Roar. Seeing its master in peril, the Qian beast, which had been lying beside her, let out a roar and began to gather power at its horn. However, before it could rise, a hand as dark as ink, yet as formidable as a mountain, met it. The 100 Ghost sect's body technique, the mountain-suppressing palm. The elder's hand struck heavily upon the Qian beast's head, the terrifying force driving the creature into the ice below. Despite its furious roars and frantic struggles, it could not rise. Though the Qian beast boasted an extraordinary lineage and formidable strength, it was merely an equivalent of a third-tier beast at the martial master level, making it no match for Gu Qianjie. Nonetheless, the fact that this grand beast could not rise against the elder's single strike was nothing short of terrifying. Gu Qianjie's physique was likely comparable to that of a beast. Cough, cough. After subduing the Qian beast, the elder's grip began to tighten around Lin Yuexin's neck, prompting her to struggle violently. Yet, her true essence had been nearly exhausted after two prior shots, particularly the second, which had drawn upon powers far beyond her current realm, leaving her unable to break free from Gu Qianjie's hold. Old demon, release Yuexin. Lin Jinhong, grievously injured, and Lin Yuexin, held captive, left the other Lin family warriors accompanying them visibly anxious, drawing their weapons in unison. Though they were not young, with two being elders from the Lin family's Qin lineage, they had long since resigned themselves to the realm of martial masters and accepted the inevitability of life and death. Their presence was merely to contribute their last efforts for the family. Faced with a grandmaster, they had long set aside their fears of life and death, willing to charge to their doom without retreat. However, Lin Yuexin was the first of the Moon lineage, the hope for the family's resurgence, and must not come to harm. The three Lin family elders, weapons in hand, channeled their true essence and charged at Gu Qianjie. Even knowing they were no match, they would fight with all their might. Saving Lin Yuexin was worth any price, even death. Uncle. Though Lin Yuexin was restrained, she could still see the reactions of the elders, compelling her to struggle even harder. With their cultivation levels, engaging Gu Qianjie would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. She silently prayed for someone to intervene. An ant trying to block a cart. Seeing the approaching attackers, Gu Qianjie sneered inwardly, having no intention to engage. As expected, the three Lin warriors were intercepted by Gu Li and Gu Shang, who had remained uninvolved until now. Although Lin Jinhong and Lin Yuexin were merely martial masters, their unleashed combat prowess had long exceeded that boundary. Gu Li and Gu Shang found it impossible to counter them. However, facing the three already injured elders, they felt a surge of confidence. The formation they had set during this outing had yielded little effect. If they did not act now, they would bear the brunt of Elder Qianjia's wrath. Though they too were elders of the Hundred Ghosts sect, they were merely outer disciples, far inferior to the inner disciples at the Grandmaster level. Initially, one would presume that confronting three elderly individuals, already significantly weakened, would be a task of assured success. However, they underestimated the Lin family's unwavering resolve to fight to the bitter end. As soon as combat commenced, the eldest among the Lin elders unleashed a blood-burning secret technique, catching Gui Li off guard and resulting in a grievous loss. His entire right arm was severed at the shoulder. Had he not slightly shifted his body at the last moment to evade a critical blow, he might have been cleaved in two by the frenzied elder. Although the three Lin elders are constrained by their innate abilities and unlikely to surpass the great martial master realm in their lifetime, their extensive experience in the martial master stage has solidified their true essence. Had it not been for the recent series of events that severely diminished their cultivation, it is quite possible that Gui Li and Gui Shang would not have been able to contend with them. After suffering such a severe setback, Gui Li and his companion were drenched in cold sweat, no longer willing to engage in a desperate struggle with the Lin family. They opted instead to restrain the three elders, preventing them from interfering with Gui Qianjia. Despite being suppressed and at a disadvantage, they managed to achieve their objective. A group of lunatics. Witnessing Gui Li's dire state, Gui Shang was profoundly shaken. Faced with these fearless elders, he dared not confront them directly. Instead, he resorted to the secret arts of the Hundred Ghosts sect, entwining himself in combat utilizing the residual array patterns while silently praying for Elder Qianjia to arrive and assist them. Lin Yuexin, seeing that Gui Li and Gui Shang had engaged the three Lin elders, breathed a sigh of relief, yet her own peril was far from over. Chapter 33. The severed arm. Lin Yuexin found herself ensnared by the grip of Gui Qianjia, her neck clutched tightly, lifting her into the air. Darkness clouded her vision, yet she refused to succumb to despair. Drawing upon the last vestiges of her inner vitality, she summoned the phoenix Xian Bao, igniting a flicker of phoenix fire at her throat. She hoped the searing flames would compel this sinister elder to release her. However, to her utter dismay, the once all-consuming phoenix fire could not ignite before the elder's shadowy fingers, failing even to penetrate the veil of murky energy enveloping his form. Gui Qianjia let out a chilling laugh, his eyes alight with excitement as he gradually tightened his grip. Rather than swiftly ending Lin Yuexin's life, he relished in the slow dismantling of her consciousness. The thrill of tormenting an unripe prodigy was intoxicating. As moments slipped away, Lin Yuexin sensed her surroundings becoming increasingly nebulous, her awareness fading into chaos. The strength in her limbs felt as though it was being siphoned away, and death loomed ever closer. Am I to perish? This is unacceptable. Having trained since childhood, endowed with exceptional talent and later recognized as the chosen of the spiritual artifact Fenghua, she had been cherished by the Lin family, navigating life with relative ease. Yet, the arrival of the Hundred Ghosts sect shattered the sanctity of her sheltered existence. Her once proud cultivation was rendered insignificant within the sect, and her father, once an invincible figure in her eyes, now faced a perilous fate. The Lin family's influence proved utterly ineffectual. Only when her beloved sixth uncle unveiled the true nature of the Hundred Ghosts sect did she comprehend the absurdity of her previous pride. This was a world where strength reigned supreme, power and wealth held little value. A sect governed by a martial king possessed a status comparable to that of a city within a dynasty. Not even the Lin family, deemed inconsequential, could afford to antagonize such a formidable force, let alone a city lord of a dynasty, unless absolutely necessary. The presence of a martial king was the bedrock of the Hundred Ghosts sect's confidence. Thus, she insisted on accompanying the merchant caravan. Unwilling to remain a passive woman under her family's protection, she aspired to become a true warrior, forged through bloodshed and strife. Yet, she underestimated the murderous intent the Hundred Ghosts sect harbored towards her family, as even their merchant convoy, devoid of a grand martial master, sought to eliminate her. I refuse to accept this. As Lin Yuexin's consciousness slipped further into darkness, her fingertips trembled slightly, and the Fenghua Xian Bao at her feet quivered in resonance. Yet she found herself powerless to resist, awaiting death's arrival. Yuexin. Witnessing this scene, the elders of the Lin family felt their hearts shatter, their energy surging uncontrollably. Yet, They were thwarted by Gui Li and Gui Shang, who united to block their path, rendering them unable to breach the barrier. At that moment, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Just as Lin Yuexin awaited her demise, she felt the constricting force around her neck abruptly loosen. Without support, she fell to the ground, coughing violently. When she looked up again, she beheld the severed arm of the Grand Martial Master of the 100 Ghosts sect, its break smooth and devoid of blood, a testament to the unnatural state of his body. Indeed, as he had claimed, his form had been refined beyond humanity. Gui Qinjia, without hesitation, recoiled as he clutched his severed limb, his gaze aflame with fury. A dark, delicate flying knife, as slender as a cicada's wing, danced in the air before him, exuding an uncanny vitality. Though merely a few inches in length and glinting with a cold light, it emitted no discernible aura, prompting onlookers to overlook its presence. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous blade had manifested out of thin air to sever his arm. His body, tempered over many years, was as resilient as iron. Even the Lin family's ancestral artifact, the Fenghua Xianbao, had failed to inflict harm upon him. Fire, water, thunder, and lightning posed no threat. It was this overconfidence that led him to toy with the Lin family like a cat with a mouse. But now, that diminutive flying knife, smaller than a bird, had effortlessly severed his arm as one might slice through tofu. If it could sever his arm, what would happen if it targeted his neck? The mere thought sent a shiver of dread through Gui Qinjia's gaze. Without hesitation, he struck his chest with his remaining hand. This act was akin to opening Pandora's box, unleashing a torrent of corpse insects and vengeful spirits from a small vial within him, enveloping his entire being in a wave of macabre armor. Such a formidable blade. I am eager to see if you can breach the sacred armor of my ancestral spirit insects. Gui Qinjia's eyes fixated on the ebony blade. Wariness etched across his features. Countless black-armored corpse insects swarmed around him, ready to ensnare his exposed visage at his command. Clearly, the previous strike had left a profound impression on the elder. As the elder remained on high alert, the air was suddenly pierced by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing from the treacherous snow path of suspended heaven. The weighty thuds reverberated through the wind, penetrating even the fiercest gusts, striking the hearts of those present with an oppressive force that nearly drew blood. What is this monstrous entity? Gui Qinjia's expression began to shift. The gale within the snow path had been conjured by the 100 Ghosts sect using a formidable celestial formation, intended to subdue the Lin family. The ferocity of that wind was well understood by them. Why, knowing that the Lin family warriors would emerge from the wind's mouth, did the 100 Ghosts sect not lay an ambush there, but instead set their formation beyond it? It was due to the terrifying gale that even they did not dare to tread lightly. Among those present, only Gui Qinjia, shielded by his Grand Martial Master's energy, could claim the ability to survive within that tempest. The sheer might of celestial forces was overwhelming. Yet, the unmistakable sound of footsteps resonating even through the violent winds sent shockwaves of alarm through them. If such footsteps could not be hindered by the howling winds, how colossal must be the being from which they emanated? Even Lin Yuexin, who had just been nearly choked to death, felt compelled to lift her gaze. She too yearned to uncover the identity of the entity capable of severing Gui Qinjia's arm. Chapter 34. The Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King. As the heavy footfalls drew closer, even those outside the wind gap could sense the tremors resonating from the icy surface beneath them. The ancient ice, unchanged for millennia, seemed to develop tiny fissures at that moment. Fortunately, the eternal glaciers of the extreme north were composed of centuries-old solid ice. Had it been elsewhere, the very sound of its approach would have been sufficient to cause the icebergs to collapse. Suddenly, the fierce winds enveloping the snowy path began to tremble violently, revealing a colossal silhouette that was visible to the naked eye. A massive figure emerged from the biting cold winds, its presence overpowering the gusts, rendering its form apparent. As the gusts fractured, the immense body finally came into view. In an instant, Lin Yuexin gasped in shock. And even the seasoned martial artist Gui Qinjia could not help but twitch noticeably. The creature was entirely crimson, adorned with fiery scales, though it lacked an armored appearance. No one dared to question its resilience. Its 4 robust hooves seemed to blaze with flames, each step leaving a half-foot-deep impression in the ice, which melted into water upon impact. Atop the creature's head stood a straight, proud horn, intricately spiraled with patterns that hinted at a ferocious energy brewing within. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yuexin's Crimson Flame Beast, yet it was several times larger, and the power contained within its seemingly identical horn was vastly superior. This was the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast. Gui Qianjia's expression shifted dramatically. This beast was notorious across the frigid expanse of the north, a creature closer to the ancestral bloodline than the Crimson Flame Beast. Adult Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beasts could reach the 4th tier, equivalent to a great martial master. Moreover, they possessed a trace of dragon blood, bestowing them with formidable combat prowess that even martial sovereigns would hesitate to provoke, making them a formidable presence in the extreme north. The beast before them stood an imposing 8 zhong, indicating it had reached maturity, equivalent to at least a great martial master in cultivation. However, the most astonishing sight was the figure clad in black seated upon its back. Here was a 4th-tier beast, yet it had been reduced to a mere mount. Just how powerful was the individual in black? Gui Qianjia swallowed hard. Although he had easily subdued Lin Yuexin's Crimson Flame Beast, he was reluctant to confront this sacred armor beast. The Crimson Flame Beast, which had risen from the ground after Gui Qianjia's retreat, seemed stiffened by the sight of the colossal creature, crouching slightly to shield its master, fixating its gaze on the sacred armor beast with a lowered head. This was a gesture of submission, indicating that despite sharing the same bloodline, their combat strengths were vastly disparate. Gui Qianjia regarded the figure atop the massive beast, his voice coarse as he bowed slightly, stating, "I am Gui Qianjia, an inner elder of the 100 Ghosts sect. I have come to eliminate a traitor at the behest of my sect. I kindly ask you not to interfere." In light of the unknown strength of the individual, Gui Qianjia, despite harboring a vendetta, dared not act impulsively, thus invoking the name of his sect in hopes of intimidating the mysterious figure. However, it was evident he had miscalculated, as the black-clad figure on the beast's back paid him no heed, instead urging the creature forward a few paces. Pausing as if awaiting something. What was the figure waiting for? Gui Qianjia soon discerned the answer. Beneath the fierce winds, another massive silhouette emerged. Evidently another creature rivaling the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast in size. As time progressed, the presence from behind the wind gap had yet to reveal its true form. But a formidable oppressive force began to permeate the air, causing the onlookers to change their expressions. Even Gui Qianjia felt a weighty pressure. His complexion paled slightly. One Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast was already a considerable challenge. Could there be an even more terrifying presence behind it? Though a suspicion arose in his mind, he dared not believe it. Suddenly, the winds of the gap trembled violently, and soon, a figure resembling a fiery embodiment emerged. This massive being did not struggle against the winds like the previous Sacred Armor Beast. Instead, it shattered the wind layer entirely. As it stepped forward, not only did it tear through the gusts, but a searing heat radiated outward. The fierce cold that had previously wreaked havoc upon the Lin family was forcefully dispelled by this creature, which single-handedly reversed the icy currents into a wave of warmth that enveloped the surroundings. To reverse the elements with its own power, what a terrifying existence. As the frigid winds evaporated, the crimson figure became visible. It was another beast identical to the previous Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast, yet its size was nearly double that of its predecessor. The scales covering its body, while similarly red, were strikingly vibrant, as if engulfed in endless flames. The innate chill of the extreme north had no effect on it. Within a few zhong of proximity, one could feel the sweltering heat typical of the southern kingdoms. What was this creature? It was akin to a sun walking upon the earth. Yet astonishingly, this powerful beast, capable of defying the elements, was also subservient to someone. A youth clad in a moon-white robe and wearing a golden mask sat cross-legged upon its back. The enormous creature, with its eyes like two blazing fireballs, radiated heat wherever it looked, yet it would occasionally glance back at the youth on its back, its fierce demeanor softening momentarily, resembling a domesticated cat. A 5th-tier beast. Is this the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King? Gui Qianjia could not suppress his exclamation at the sight of the massive creature. While he had harbored thoughts of contending with the previous Sacred Armor Beast, upon seeing this colossal being, all desire for resistance vanished. The Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King, though merely at the 5th tier, was capable of standing against even 6th-tier Beast Kings. Should it ascend to the 6th tier, it would undoubtedly become a true sovereign in the extreme north. Chapter 35. Talent Assessment. The Shadow Cold Ning, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast, upon reaching maturity, can achieve the formidable 4th rank, comparable to the realm of a grand martial master. The Beast King, who commands the entire Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast clan, possesses at least 5th rank cultivation, with some even stepping into the 6th rank, akin to the realm of a human martial king. Gui Qinjue? Not to mention that he is merely an intersect elder of the 100 Ghosts sect. Even their sect leader would tread carefully upon encountering a Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast King. After all, the combat prowess of demonic beasts generally surpasses that of human martial artists, and unlike humans, they are not inclined to reason. They adhere to the jungle rule of survival of the fittest, typically resolving matters through brute force. Moreover, their strength is often exceedingly formidable. After the initial shock, Gui Qinjue's gaze fell upon the youth seated upon the back of the Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast, and his complexion paled. He could not perceive any trace of the boy's aura. To him, the youth seemed akin to a lifeless entity. It is known that all living beings emit a certain aura, a manifestation of the soul's vibrations. Even a mere mortal, while their aura is weaker compared to martial artists, cannot be entirely devoid of it. Yet this youth exuded no discernible aura whatsoever, a testament to a terrifying mastery of concealment. Indeed, to subdue a Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast King, even among the martial kings, few could achieve such a feat. If such an existence were to allow him to discern their cultivation level, it would indeed be a rare occurrence. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced through reached his ears. Gui Qinjue looked up to see the black flying knife that had just severed his arm darting towards the back of the Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast at a terrifying speed, circling around the youth with an almost sentient grace. It appeared to be a spiritual artifact. Gui Qinjue felt a slight shock within, yet he dared not reveal any emotion on his face. With his remaining arm, he respectfully saluted the youth seated on the back of the beast, stating, "I am Gui Qinjue, an elder of the 100 Ghosts sect, paying my respects to you, senior." The scene of a withered old man, past the age of 50, bowing before a youth and referring to himself as a junior was undeniably peculiar. However, none present felt the slightest dissonance. In the vast realm of martial arts, it is customary for the accomplished to be regarded as masters. Moreover, despite the youth's appearance, who could truly ascertain his age? In this world, many martial artists maintain their youthful visage due to unique practices, and their cultivation levels are often terrifying. Another from the 100 Ghosts sect? The youth's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, emanated from the massive beast's back, sending a subtle shiver through Gui Qinjue, who sensed an ominous premonition. Could it be that this senior bore a grudge against their sect? However, the youth seemed indifferent to his thoughts and turned his gaze towards the woman sheltered behind the Scarlet Flame Beast, asking, "Are you Lin Yuexin?" Upon hearing her name revealed so effortlessly, Lin Yuexin felt momentarily at a loss, but mustered her weary body to stand and reply, "I am indeed she. May I inquire about your—" The masked youth paused briefly before announcing, "I am Yi Chong Kong, the leader of the Xiantian Dao sect. Do you wish to join my sect for cultivation?" What? Lin Yuexin was momentarily stunned, and even the elders of the Lin family, standing nearby, found it hard to believe their ears. Was he truly offering to take on a disciple? After the initial shock, the elderly members of the Lin family could not suppress their ecstatic expressions. This was a being who had subdued a 5th-rank Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast King. Even if he were not a martial king, he was at the very least a grandmaster of the martial sect realm. A sect under the protection of such a powerful figure could hardly be compared to their Lin family. If Yuexin were to join such a sect, under its shelter, the Lin family would have little to fear from the 100 Ghosts sect. Gui Qinjue's heart sank. He shot another glance at Lin Yuexin, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The girl who had nearly perished at his hands possessed mid-level martial master cultivation, which, while impressive, hardly warranted the attention of a martial king for the purpose of accepting a disciple. "What do you think?" Yihan's voice held a hint of awkwardness. After all, the so-called Xiantian Dao sect had yet to establish its gates, and in truth, it consisted solely of him as the sole leader. To call it a sect would be an overstatement. What he was doing now would, in a previous life, be considered a scam, regardless of the current state of his sect. He would first entice the individual to join. The considerable effort he expended stemmed from the system's prompt he received while traversing the Xiantian snow path. Ding! A prodigy has been detected, unassociated with any faction, possessing exceptional talent. It is advised that the host take them under their wing and nurture them, as in time they will surely become a pillar of strength for the sect. Prodigy, Lin Yuexin, Female, high-level fire spirit body, possessing unparalleled aptitude in fire magic. Capable of cultivating the 3 flavors, true fire internally, and generating 8 directions, divine flames externally, her fire-refined body can scorch the heavens. Talent assessment, top-tier 9th rank. Even with Yi-Han's composure, the initial revelation of this talent assessment left him astounded. Yet upon reflection, it made sense, as a body of absolute severance. He should not have been able to cultivate. However, he happened to possess the system, a sort of cheat, making it reasonable that he could not discern such matters. Han Ning was a descendant of the Shadow Clan whom Yi-Han had rescued during his travels across various nations in the Huyan dynasty. This clan practiced their inherited god-slaying technique, following a path of slaughter. Han Ning was the inheritor of this path. The god-slaying technique was the pinnacle of the path of slaughter, capable of battling the heavens and slaying deities, and combined with the Shadow Clan's bloodline. It rendered them as natural assassins, moving unseen and unheard. Yet, despite their terrifying talents, the Shadow Clan was envied by fate, and few among their kin would meet a good end. Moreover, the god-slaying technique bore such heavy bloodlust that it inevitably harmed its wielder. The previous clan leader succumbed to the backlash of this bloodlust, perishing in a closed-door meditation. Yi-Han turned his gaze towards Han Ning, observing the boy's cold demeanor, and couldn't help but sigh internally. Just how old was Han Ning? Even Yi-Han could not ascertain, but he was certain that the child's bone age did not exceed 15 years. Regardless of Yi-Han's 2 lifetimes, even in his current identity, he was significantly older than the boy. 2 equally homeless souls finding solace in one another naturally fostered a bond of kinship. Although Han Ning willingly became his attendant, Yi-Han had always regarded him as family. At under 15 years of age, possessing the realm of a Grand Martial Master was indeed astonishing. Yet, Yi-Han could not find joy in this. Only he understood that Han Ning's formidable cultivation was entirely a trait of his lifespan. The god-slaying technique, which validates its path through slaughter, was excessively domineering. The killing intent within the technique grew more formidable alongside Han Ning's growth, allowing him to advance rapidly, but also embedding that boundless bloodlust deep within his marrow, infiltrating his meridians. For now, he could suppress this overwhelming bloodlust through sheer will and cultivation, but eventually, he would be unable to contain it. At that time, the child's fate would likely mirror that of the previous Shadow Clan leader. Yi-Han's fingers tightened slightly, and no one knew the thoughts swirling within him. Yet a peculiar glimmer shone in his eyes. Chapter 36. The Gifted 9th Grade, the first disciple under the door since that fateful year. Han Ning had persistently remained by Yi-Han's side. In Yi-Han's eyes, his cultivation, talent, and strength were unparalleled, even when compared to the royal aristocracy and the bloodline of martial kings. Yet, despite such extraordinary gifts, he was only rated at the 8th grade. Thus, encountering an extraordinary prodigy with a 9th grade talent on the road was enough to ignite Yi-Han's excitement. What does a 9th grade talent signify? It implies that as long as she remains alive, she is destined to become a martial king, and the possibility of breaking through limitations to ascend further is not out of reach. Standing amidst the snowy path, though hindered by fierce winds, Yi-Han's keen eyes could perceive everything beyond the gusts. Witnessing Lin Yuexin on the verge of perishing at the hands of Gui Qianjia, how could Yi-Han allow such a fate? He had long regarded her as the hope for his sect's rise. He could not let her be extinguished. Yi-Han's voice jolted Lin Yuexin from her stupor, causing her to lift her gaze. As Yi-Han sat astride the back of a mystical beast, obscured by a mask, she could only glimpse his profile. Though unfamiliar with his visage, his youthfulness struck her, evoking a sense of surreal detachment. Just moments ago, she had nearly met her end, and now a figure of profound depth sought to take her as a disciple, while the elder of the 100 Ghost sect, who could crush her with a mere gesture, stood in stunned reverence, unable to move even with an arm severed. All of this stemmed from power. Only with formidable strength could one shatter all injustices and rise above all beings. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yuexin boldly inquired, "Dare I ask, esteemed elder, why do you wish to take me as your disciple?" Surprised by her directness, Yi-Han chuckled softly, "Little girl, do you not know that you are a rare fire spirit body? This physique is exceptionally suited to practice the techniques of my Shantian sect. I am merely delighted to have discovered you. However, you have misunderstood. I do not seek to take you as my disciple. Rather, I wish for you to join my Shantian sect and inherit the path of fire." At this revelation, Lin Yuexin felt a flicker of realization. Since childhood, she had been fascinated by fire-based martial arts, finding them effortless to practice. Even her recognized spiritual weapon, the Xian Baofenghua, contained the essence of crimson flames. Yet, upon hearing that this esteemed elder did not intend to take her as a personal disciple, a sense of disappointment stirred within her. Perhaps it was the disparity between being a sect disciple and a personal disciple of a martial king. Understanding the weight of the situation, Lin Yuexin resolutely knelt, declaring, I, Lin Yuexin, wish to take you as my master. I implore you to accept me. Yi Han was momentarily taken aback, as was Han Ning, who had been observing from the sidelines, his icy countenance revealing an unusual expression. Little girl, you possess a fire spirit body, while I practice the path of ice. Our paths are different. I cannot teach you. Lin Yuexin, unwilling to accept this, pressed her forehead to the ground, insisting, I am willing to be your disciple. The elders of the Lin family were astounded, fearing for Lin Yuexin's safety, as they regarded Yi Han as a figure of martial king caliber. They worried about the elder's temperament, if Lin Yuexin were to inadvertently provoke him. A collective shiver ran through the group of old men, and they found themselves at a loss. Yi Han, realizing that Lin Yuexin likely viewed him as a martial king, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Joining a sect led by a martial king and being a direct disciple of one were entirely different concepts. Was this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Just as Yi Han grappled with this absurdity, a notification resonated in his mind. Beep. Prodigy Lin Yuexin requests to join the sect. Do you agree? Taken aback by the prompt, Yi Han instinctively clicked agree, having intended to recruit the girl. Why would he refuse her request? Yet, he soon regretted his decision. Beep. Lin Yuexin joins the Xintian sect under the leadership of Yi Changkong, becoming the sect's first personal disciple. Beep. Lin Yuexin, cultivation level, early martial master. Since the disciple's cultivation surpasses that of the master-disciple relationship is not fully confirmed. The sect leader must surpass the disciple's cultivation within 3 months, or the relationship will be dissolved. Beep. Congratulations, host. The Xintian sect welcomes its first disciple, becoming the chief disciple, unlocking the disciple interface. Beep. The task system panel has been updated, issuing a sect-related side quest, 9 great disciples. Please check promptly. The sudden influx of notifications left Yi Han momentarily stunned. Upon comprehending the contents, his youthful face darkened, the pressure palpable even through his mask. Surpassed the early martial master level within 3 months? What nonsense! Although he had thrived in this endless icy expanse after mastering the supreme technique, Ice Emperor's Ascendance, he still lingered at the early martial master stage. The system demanded he exceed Lin Yuexin's cultivation, an insurmountable gap. Just then, another prompt eased his expression somewhat. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first personal disciple, completing the first phase of the 9 great disciples task. Reward: 1 chance to draw, Fire Attribute Technique Mysterious Fire Essence, and 300 prestige points. Continue your efforts. Hearing this, Yi Han's demeanor softened. He gazed at the girl kneeling before the Scarlet Flame's Sacred Armor Beast King and sighed gently. Rise, from today onward. You shall be my first disciple, the chief disciple of the Xintian sect. Thank you, master. Lin Yuexin's eyes sparkled with joy, astonished that this martial king figure had accepted her as his first personal disciple. Yi Han gestured for Lin Yuexin to stand, fixing his gaze upon her. Now that you are under my tutelage, you must remember the sect's decrees. First, do not betray the sect. Second, do not deceive your master or destroy your ancestors. Third, do not harm your fellow disciples. Disciple Lin Yuexin shall remember the teachings of my master. Lin Yuexin bowed respectfully, her voice bright, her eyes gleaming with newfound determination. In contrast, Yi Han felt an odd sensation wash over him upon hearing her refer to him as master. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the peculiar feeling, and his gaze shifted to the trio from the 100 Ghost sect, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 37, Fratricidal Conflict and the Art of Corpse Explosion. Upon overhearing the conversation between Yi Han and his disciple, Gui Qinjie felt an ominous premonition. As he met Yi Han's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine, and he awkwardly chuckled. Junior congratulates Senior on finding an exceptional disciple. Since my presence is not required here, we shall take our leave. Before he could finish his sentence, he stepped back a few paces, concealing himself behind Gui Shang and Gui Li. He retracted his remaining hand into his sleeve, where an eerie green light flickered ominously. What's the hurry? Yihan chuckled lightly. It seems you harbor some grievances against my disciple? Gue Qianjia felt a jolt in his heart and dryly replied. It's all a misunderstanding. Even he found this assertion far-fetched. Had it not been for the sudden flying dagger, Lin Yuexin would have met her demise long ago. Who would believe such a misinterpretation? Well then, if that's the case, why not stay a while longer? I excel at reading omens and find this place's feng shui quite suitable for a burial ground. The expression on Yihan's face was a sly grin, but his words sent chills down Gue Qianjia's spine. After a brief silence, Gue Qianjia, with some difficulty, remarked, Our 100 Ghosts sect is also protected by a martial king, and our sect has maintained amicable relations with the Snow Dragon Sacred Land for generations. Surely, Senior would not wish to leave us with no options? The Snow Dragon Sacred Land. At this mention, Yihan exhibited no immediate reaction, but the elders of the Lin family visibly paled. The Snow Dragon Sacred Land was a true overlord of the extreme north, a name recognized throughout the Xianzhou realm. While some may be ignorant of the dynasty's might, none would be unaware of the Snow Dragon Sacred Land. It was a force capable of contending with the dynasty itself. Each of its 108 peaks wielded power comparable to that of a sect. The Lin family, merely a fated clan within a county of the dynasty, could not even begin to compare with such a pinnacle of power. Thus, upon hearing the name of the Snow Dragon Sacred Land, their astonishment was palpable. They had never heard of any ties between the 100 Ghosts sect and the Snow Dragon Sacred Land. On the other hand, upon hearing Elder Qianjia's invocation of the Snow Dragon Sacred Land, the expressions of the outer sect elders, Gue Li and Gue Shang, shifted from panic to calm. Clearly, they understood that the 100 Ghost sect's backing came from the only sacred sect in the extreme north. Therefore, despite being merely outer sect elders, their demeanor remained audacious and arrogant. In their minds, invoking the name of the Snow Dragon Sacred Land commanded respect from any formidable opponent, and even the dynasty would regard it with caution. The 100 Ghosts sect had slaughtered countless subjects of the dynasty. Such actions could not go unpunished. And yet they had remained undeterred until now, all thanks to their association with the Snow Dragon Sacred Land. Yihan's lips curled into a cold smile. The notion of maintaining good relations with the Snow Dragon Sacred Land was merely a pretext for being a subordinate sect, a facade the 100 Ghosts sect upheld. In more flattering terms, they were vassals of the Sacred Land. In harsher terms, they were mere accomplices. Regrettably, even those who strike dogs must heed their masters. The current dynasty lacked the strength to sever ties with the Sacred Land. Moreover, if the Hanyu dynasty waged war against the Snow Dragon Sacred Land, the Arid Rock dynasty, which had clashed with Hanyu for over a millennium, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Under the constraints of various factions, the 100 Ghosts sect had developed an inflated sense of security, believing that merely invoking the Sacred Land's name would compel all strong opponents to retreat. Unfortunately for them, today they would encounter a formidable obstacle. In stark contrast to the haughty Gue Shang and Gue Li, Gue Qianjia displayed far more acumen. After mentioning the Snow Dragon Sacred Land, his inner alarms did not dissipate. Instead, his unease intensified. The gaunt elder, possessing a single arm, tactfully took 2 steps back, positioning himself behind Gue Shang and Gue Li, his gaze sharpening as he contemplated his next move. Ah, the Snow Dragon Sacred Land is indeed a name that commands respect. A resonant voice emanated from the back of the colossal beast. Yihan raised his hand, gently grasping the black flying dagger that coiled around him, flicking it lightly with his fingers. Do you recall the Nether Valley before Juyo Mountain? At this juncture, Gue Qianjia's voice faltered, as if he had recalled something, his expression shifting to one of horror. 8 days ago, I passed through there, and your sect left quite a profound impression on me. A blood sacrifice of 3,000 lives to nurture a vicious ghost, truly a grand display. You thieves deserve to be exterminated. With that pronouncement, the murderous intent in Yihan's voice was no longer concealed. After cultivating the Ice Emperor's celestial record, his voice had already grown icy, and at this moment, it was as frigid as death itself. He raised his finger, flicking it against the black flying dagger that circled him, and in the blink of an eye, the inky dagger vanished from sight. Not good. Gue Qianjia, who had been vigilantly observing Yihan, felt his hair stand on end the moment the black flying dagger disappeared. His lone arm, which had been resting behind him, shot forth not to strike Yihan, but rather to strike Gue Shang and Gue Li on their backs in a swift, unanticipated maneuver. His palm, radiating a greenish hue, transformed into a venomous serpent, exuding a nauseating stench as it coiled around the two unsuspecting elders. Gui Shang and Gui Li, oblivious to the danger, were utterly taken aback that Elder Qianjia, whom they had regarded as a figure of authority, would turn against them. In an instant, their lives were extinguished by that fatal strike. These two unfortunate old men, reveling in their identities as outer sect elders, had no inkling that they would soon become tragic sacrifices. As the fatal blow fell, their breath ceased, yet their souls remained trapped within their bodies, firmly confined by Gui Qianjia's grip. After the strike, the greenish glow in Gui Qianjia's hand dissipated. With a wave of his hand, a fierce force propelled the still-standing corpses of the two elders toward Yihan. Upon witnessing the two approaching figures, Yihan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. His eyes gleamed with icy light as he halted the advancing Han Ning with a gesture, flicking his fingers lightly. In that void, a streak of pitch-black lightning shot forth at an alarming speed, severing the necks of the two elders' corpses. Without a sound, their bodies were decapitated mid-flight. Yet, as the two bodies fell apart, they did not cease their advance. Instead, propelled by Gui Qianjia's force, their corpses rapidly expanded. With a resounding explosion, the two corpses erupted in mid-air, releasing a visible miasma of corpse energy, accompanied by a nauseating stench. The bodies had undergone a transformation into rotting corpses under Gui Qianjia's attack, releasing a thick, greenish mist that enveloped Yihan. The Art of Corpse Explosion. Chapter 38. The accumulation of corpses and the determination to kill upon recognizing the sinister technique employed by Gui Qianjia. Yihan's expression turned icy, his killing intent glaringly evident. It was apparent that this malevolent martial skill reminded him of some rather unpleasant memories. When he and Han Ning had just reclaimed the Qi Yin Shengjia Beast clan, leveraging the terrifying speed of the Beast King, Song Yin, they had traversed the entire Xianzhou. Throughout their journey, they had utilized the system's search and detection powers numerous times, yielding some rewards. They had discovered several inferior spirit lands, but all of them were already claimed. Among them, the cave dwelling they had detected near the Jiuyu Mountain left the most profound impression on Yihan. At the foot of Jiuyu Mountain, Yihan activated the system's search once more and discovered a medium-grade Yin land before the mountain. However, this particular land was also under the dominion of another, specifically the Baigui sect, which practiced the techniques of the ghostly path. Cave dwellings and blessed lands vary significantly. Some are perpetually encased in ice and snow, with frigid currents and eternal frost. Others, conversely, lie within the molten core of the earth, searing heat radiating towards the heavens. Inlands, however, represent a unique type of cave dwelling. For most, such a place would hardly be regarded as a blessed land, as it is suffused with ghostly energy. Any ordinary warrior who remained within for an extended period would suffer greatly. The ghostly energy would invade their bodies, severely depleting their vitality, and in grave cases, the Yin energy could corrode their souls, leaving them as mere walking corpses. Yet for those who practiced the techniques of the corpse and ghost path, such a realm was a rare treasure. Within it, not only was the refining of corpses and spirits effortless, but the cultivation of their techniques also yielded remarkable results. It was not unusual for there to be Yin lands in the extreme northern regions adjacent to Han Yuan. As a master of calculations, Yihan was well acquainted with the art of gazing at Qi. To him, the mouth of Jiuyu Mountain occupied the leaf fire position in the 8 trigrams, representing supreme yang energy, a rare arrangement of divine fire. Although the deep valley before the mountain disrupted the pure yang energy, preventing it from becoming a blessed land, it should not have transformed into a completely opposing Yin land. Puzzled, as he and Han Ning approached, they beheld a sight that would forever haunt his memory. Beyond the dense forest, what lay before them was not merely a valley but a veritable pit of corpses, with new bodies piled atop the old. Layers upon layers of countless remains. While some were beasts, the majority were human corpses, men, women, and children, all bearing expressions of terror. The tightly packed bodies, some already decayed while others appeared almost lifelike, made it impossible for Yihan to discern which were ordinary humans and which were seasoned warriors. Yet, each corpse bore a gaping wound where the heart should be, their lifeblood extracted by the practitioners of the Baigui sect through secretive methods, forming a vast pool of blood at the valley's center. The nauseating stench of decay emanated from this sanguine pool. As bubbles erupted one after another, a murky aura flowed forth, gradually being absorbed by the land, the essence of ghostly energy. Witnessing this scene, Yihan could no longer fathom how this Een land had come to be. It had never occurred to him that this medium-grade Een land was not the result of natural evolution, but rather a product of human design. The decay of human corpses and the essence of their blood had given rise to ghostly energy, nurturing this land of accumulated corpses. How many lives had the Baigui sect slaughtered over the years to forge such a graveyard, reversing the divine fire arrangement of nature itself into a treasure trove of Een corpses? At this thought, Yihan felt a desire to grind his teeth in fury. In his 2 lifetimes, he prided himself on his unique cultivation of qi, yet he found this scene utterly unacceptable. However, he was not a person of impulsive compassion. He retained his rationality in such dire circumstances. The Jiuyu Mountain was the Baigui sect's stronghold, their lair cultivated over countless years. To openly challenge their sect here was an act of folly. Thus, despite the anger boiling within him, Yihan chose to turn away alongside Han Ning. Yet in his heart, a new entry was added to his list of those marked for death. Now, upon witnessing the corpse-exploding technique wielded by Gui Qianjue, Yihan could not help but draw a chilling connection to the pit of corpses at the foot of Jiuyu Mountain. He broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Had the Baigui sect unleashed this corpse explosion technique to its fullest extent, that valley filled with remains would surely transform into a battlefield of slaughter. If all the corpses within that valley were detonated, the mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down his spine. Surely, even those of the martial king realm would perish within its confines. Yet, Yihan was overly concerned. The Baigui sect's corpse explosion technique, while seemingly formidable, had its limitations. This technique essentially involved detonating the accumulated corpse poison within a body using the true essence of a living person. Only when the corpse's accumulated ghostly energy reached a certain threshold could the technique unleash its full potential. For instance, the strike Gui Qianjue had just executed swiftly killed Gui Shang and Gui Li, but they had only recently perished and lacked any significant accumulation of ghostly energy. Thus, Gui Qianjue had to infuse his own corpse poison into his strike, delivering a blow to their heart veins. This allowed him to rapidly generate 2 decaying corpses, a feat that, despite his high cultivation, consumed considerable energy. The pit of corpses within the Baigui sect, while replete with remains and no shortage of decaying corpse poison, would require careful selection of corpses rich in ghostly energy for detonation. Additionally, Baigui sect practitioners would need to infuse their true essence into these corpses. However, once the true essence was infused, it had to be detonated within a brief time frame. Otherwise, it would dissipate on its own. Consequently, the effectiveness of the corpse explosion technique would be severely limited. Had Gui Qianjue not feared Yihan's flying knife and sought to use the overwhelming corpse poison to impede Yihan's advance, he likely would not have resorted to such a self-damaging technique. The surging corpse poison spread like a hazy mist, nearly obscuring everyone's vision. The acrid stench nauseated many, even causing dizziness among warriors who inhaled but a hint of it. Yet, could this power truly afford Gui Qianjue the time he sought to escape? Undoubtedly, the answer was negative. Confronted by the encroaching wave of corpse poison, Yihan's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any intention to intervene. However, the Qi-Yin Shengjia beast king beneath him raised its head at that moment. This beast, akin to a mighty lion, opened its jaws wide. Its eyes transformed into a striking crimson hue, resembling 2 flawless rubies. A ferocious aura, comparable to that of a martial sovereign, erupted forth, causing the snow beneath its feet to be swept away. Chapter 39. Crimson Flames Scorching the Heavens. 9 Steps to Exterminate Evil. The Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King, Song Yan, raised its head, unleashing a surging torrent of flames from its maw. The fire billowed in the wind, swiftly engulfing the sky like a fiery cloud consuming the heavens and the earth. Under this terrifying high temperature, the air at the mountain pass between the 2 peaks suddenly surged, elevating the temperature several-fold, causing the icy ground beneath everyone's feet to gradually melt away. The fierce aura emanating from the 5th-tier beast enveloped the surroundings, leaving the Lin family members momentarily paralyzed with fear. Although they were aware that this beast king possessed combat prowess comparable to that of a martial sovereign, its previous docility, akin to that of a domesticated cat raised by Yihan, had dulled their perception of its threat. The sudden eruption of power jolted them back to reality. reminding them that this steed of the martial sovereign was no ordinary creature, but a crimson flame sacred armor beast king capable of battling martial sovereigns. As Tsang Yin unleashed its flames, even the crimson flame sacred armor beast, serving as a mount for Han Ning, lowered its head slightly, a gesture of submissiveness to its king. After the fiery onslaught, the air became as smooth as a mirror, incinerating not only the spreading corpse poison, but also the blood and bones of the two elderly men, turning them to ash in the flames. Several martial artists from the Lin family supported Lin Jinhong, who had been struck and sent flying by Gui Qianjia. Along with Lin Yuexin, they took refuge behind the crimson flame beast, shielded from the flames that Song Yin intentionally avoided in their direction. Observing the roaring flames sweeping through the sky and feeling the intense heat, their expressions were filled with exhilaration. Indeed, this crimson flame sacred armor beast king undoubtedly boasted fifth-tier prowess, and judging by the intensity of its flames, it had likely lingered at this tier for quite some time, not far from ascending to the sixth-tier beast king realm. Such a formidable beast was a rarity, even in their extensive travels, and the fact that it had been subdued by someone was utterly unbelievable. Once Tsang Yin had incinerated the corpse poison, Yi Han, seated upon its back, did not show any signs of relief. His gaze was fixed upon the direction in which Gui Qianjia had fled, his expression cold as he uttered, "No need to leave any survivors." Understood. Han Ning's form flickered, transforming into a shadow that vanished into thin air, employing the unique evasion technique of their shadow clan. The 9 steps to ethereal passage. It was not long before Han Ning returned. After all, a mere grand martial master from the 100 Ghost sect, particularly one who had been severely weakened by losing an arm to Yi Han, posed no challenge for him. With a sharp crack, the blood-soaked head was forcefully thrown onto the snowy ground, crimson blood seeping out and staining the white snow. The vivid red was striking against the snow, reminiscent of the blooming flowers of the other shore, guiding the way to death. Aside from his slightly trembling legs, no one could discern that he had just slain a grand martial master. The old man's insect-controlling technique had indeed been effective, and the strange insects had proven nearly impervious to harm, resulting in Han Ning suffering a minor setback. The young man discreetly tapped his legs, confirming the numbness. Given his current cultivation level, taking a 5th step was exceedingly arduous. Although the 9 steps to ethereal passage was indeed a divine footwork technique, it also served as a method of accumulating power. It was said that stepping 9 times in succession could unleash a force capable of overturning the stars. Though the truth of this remained uncertain, Lin Yuexin gazed blankly at the familiar elderly head, lost in thought. Just moments ago, this elder had effortlessly dominated the Lin family. Yet now, his head lay discarded in the snow, devoid of value. At that moment, several elders from the Lin family finally reacted, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear as they regarded Han Ning. It was no wonder he could stand beside a martial sovereign. This seemingly indifferent youth was evidently a concealed master. Yi Han, observing Gui Qianjia's head, felt his expression soften considerably. Clearly, the old man's recent actions had ignited his murderous intent. Although Han Ning and Gui Qianjia were both grand martial masters, Yi Han understood that Han Ning's cultivation was certainly superior to the elders. To put it differently, among grand martial masters, aside from formidable fighters like Lin Zhan, who were at the threshold of becoming martial sovereigns, few could rival this young man. It was not merely that his cultivation was profound, rather, Han Ning, hailing from the Shadow Clan, excelled in assassination techniques. While Han Ning may not have had the upper hand in dueling peers of the same rank, when it came to killing techniques, his lineage allowed him to dispatch fellow grand martial masters with ease. However, the rapid resolution of Gui Qianjia's life was not solely due to the elder's prior injury. The influence of 9 steps to ethereal passage also played a part. Having dealt with the threat posed by Gui Qianjia, Yi Han gently pushed off from Tsang Yin's back and descended onto the snow-covered ground. His sudden dismount startled those present. Aside from Lin Yuexin, the other elders lowered their heads. To them, it was evident that Yi Han wore a mask to conceal his identity, and they understood that continuing to stare at him would be rather impudent. Although Lin Yuexin was curious about her master's appearance, the mask obscured her view. At this moment, her greater concern lay with her uncle, Lin Jinhong's injuries. Lin Jinhong had already sustained internal injuries, and after being struck by Gui Qianjia's full-force palm, he was teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, when Gui Qianjia had unleashed the corpse explosion technique, The Lin family had managed to shield him. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Yet, in his current state, it was clear he could not hold on for much longer. On this endless icy expanse, with such severe injuries, he was essentially a corpse. The Lin family shared a similar sentiment, their hearts heavy with despair. "Master, is there any way to save my uncle?" Lin Yuexin asked innocently, voicing what was on her mind. The elders did not stop her, as they too were eager to know the answer. Yihan approached, contemplating the situation. He possessed a considerable stock of royal medicinal pills, which might save the man's life. After all, he was a relative of his disciple and a foundation for the sect. However, when he finally assessed the extent of the injuries, his expression became somewhat awkward. Chapter 40. The Seal of Longevity, the True Body of Martial Arts. The sound of bones shattering and organs being damaged echoed, accompanied by the chilling voice that emerged from behind Yihan, revealing that Han Ning had followed him. Although his steps were still somewhat stiff, he appeared to be largely unharmed. Yihan felt a twinge of helplessness. The information provided by Han Ning was already apparent to him through his divine gaze, clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary elixirs. If it were not so, the Lin family would not have found themselves so helpless. As Yihan pondered, the members of the Lin family began to grasp Han Ning's words, their expressions reflecting deep sorrow. Although they had already lost numerous clan members during this journey, most were elders whose potential had been exhausted. Those accompanying him had intended to contribute their last efforts for the family, fully aware of their fates. However, Lin Jinhong was different. He was in the prime of his life. Despite not possessing the innate talent of prodigies like Lin Yuexin, achieving the peak of the martial master realm before the age of 30 was an astonishing feat for a family like the Lin clan, making him the most likely candidate to break through to the grand martial master level. Had it not been for the critical nature of this trade mission, the Lin family would not have sent Lin Jinhong to hold the line. The Lin family was gradually declining, and losing Lin Jinhong, their foremost martial master, would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow. Yihan raised his gaze to meet Lin Yuexin's eyes, his expression sharpening slightly. To him, a faint crack was visible in Lin Yuexin's features, a harbinger of calamity indicating that the Lin family was on the brink of disaster. After a moment of contemplation, Yihan realized that his intentions extended beyond merely accepting Lin Yuexin as a disciple. Convincing the Lin family to serve as the foundation of their Xiantian Taoist sect in the mortal realm would not be an effortless endeavor. The Xiantian Taoist sect, having just been founded, lacked any substantial heritage. Without a solid foundation in the secular world, the establishment of a sect would face dire challenges. Although Yihan hailed from royal lineage and the power of the Hanwang Manor could quietly support the sect, it could not serve as its public foundation. Thus, the Xiantian Taoist sect needed to seek its roots elsewhere. Yihan's interest lay in the Lin clan, now teetering on the edge of ruin. He sighed softly and discreetly opened the exchange interface of the system. Within this exchange system, there was an object that could prove vital. Yihan had noticed this extraordinary treasure during his initial exploration of the exchange interface. Though he was unfamiliar with the Emperor of Longevity mentioned within the treasure's records, it was evidently a miraculous healing elixir of formidable potency. However, despite his eagerness to acquire this treasure, he hesitated due to the exorbitant cost associated with it. The price for the Qingdi Longevity Seal was an astonishingly high prestige value, exceeding 10,000 points, an amount far beyond Yihan's current means. As he opened the exchange interface, it was indeed this extraordinary treasure that he sought. While he could not redeem the complete artifact, he could obtain a single-use opportunity to utilize it. Soon, a phantom seal appeared in Yihan's hand. It was a palm-sized, greenish-blue talisman, resembling the imperial seals of his past life, though instead of a dragon totem. It was adorned with countless depictions of flora. The seal, though somewhat ethereal, radiated divine light, and the abundant life force emanating from it could be felt even from a distance by the members of the Lin family. What is this? Could it be a wondrous artifact wielded by the martial king? As the Lin family pondered, they were soon met with a sight they would never forget. The greenish-blue seal hovered above Yihan's palm, emanating a surge of divine light, and an overwhelming life force erupted forth, creating a tempest of vitality in the surrounding atmosphere. The rich essence of life seemed to pervade the heavens and the earth, gradually drawing upon the forces of nature around them. A vast aura coalesced behind Yihan, manifesting as an illusory figure adorned with the patterns of plants and trees. This figure, although humanoid, exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient tree. Its emerald eyes seemed to harbor boundless vitality, while two branch-like horns atop its head glimmered with green light, and its robe, woven with foliage patterns, radiated nobility with every movement. This figure stood as the center of the universe, causing countless beings to bow in reverence. In that moment, it transformed into the emperor of all living things. Beneath the overwhelming force of vitality, even the ancient ice below began to awaken, yielding stunted trees that had been entombed in ice for uncounted ages. The members of the Lin family stood in awe, captivated by the ethereal figure that resembled a celestial being, their hearts overwhelmed with shock, compelling them to kneel in worship. Surrounded by this verdant ocean, they felt enveloped in warmth. Under the purifying power of vitality, even their hidden injuries began to mend. Those elders of the Lin family who had previously burned their life force through secret methods found their dimmed eyes slowly regaining their former brilliance. The true body of martial arts. This was undoubtedly the true body of martial arts, a manifestation of the heavenly law that could only be achieved at the martial king level. Feeling the warmth enveloping them, the eldest elder of the Lin family suddenly recalled something, gazing at the towering green figure with excitement, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing his words, the others were similarly jolted, their eyes igniting with fervor. They had never imagined they would witness the manifestation of the true body of martial arts, an ability only attainable by those at the martial king level. What is a martial king? The one who reigns in martial arts. Upon reaching the martial king realm, one's cultivation transcends that of ordinary mortals, and the resonance of their true essence can effortlessly invoke the forces of nature. Thus, when a martial king exerts their full power, they conjure extraordinary phenomena, manifesting the heavenly law behind them to harness the forces of nature in their endeavors. Wielding the might to pluck stars and seize the moon, this is what is known as the true body of martial arts. With a thought, the true body of martial arts materializes. When the words are spoken, 3,000 laws follow. This is the might of a martial king. During the upheaval in the capital city of Luohan, the third prince had once utilized the power of the Mountain King manor, dispatching martial sect warriors to assassinate Yi Han, only to be repelled by Lin Zhan, who commanded the Black Abyss army. While the injuries sustained by Xue Changjia played a part in this, Lin Zhan's command of 3,000 Black Abyss soldiers made him a formidable opponent. Several martial masters might challenge a Grand Martial Master, and numerous Grand Martial Masters may confront a martial sect warrior, but when faced with a martial king, even a coalition of a dozen martial sect warriors would face inevitable demise. At this level, martial artists can no longer be constrained by sheer numbers. Only another martial king can stand against them. Chapter 41. Resurrection and the Prestige of the Qing Emperor Yi Han, lacking the cultivation of a martial king, was naturally unable to summon the power of heaven and earth through his own true essence to manifest a martial body. However, he acquired a single-use permission for the Qing Emperor's longevity seal through the exchange system. This extraordinary artifact was crafted by a supreme being 80,000 years ago, known as the Longevity Emperor, who was reputed to be a spirit of flora and fauna, hailed as the ancestor of all trees, and was said to be immortal and indestructible. While this treasure may not fully inherit his immortal abilities, it possesses the power to command life, control vegetation, and even revive the dead. Although the true form of this artifact was not manifested, merely appearing as a shadow, such a treasure was sufficient to resonate with the forces of heaven and earth. Yi Han did not anticipate the tremendous force unleashed by this artifact, which caused a disturbance in the natural order and, astonishingly, materialized the law avatar of the Longevity Emperor behind him. This solidified Yi Changkong's identity as a martial king in the minds of the Lin family members. Upon witnessing the Azure Law avatar coalescing behind Yi Han, even the usually indifferent Han Ning could not suppress his astonishment. Since the incident where the prince was injured, he sensed that Yi Han had changed significantly, yet remained unchanged in many ways. The current Yi Han not only refined the surrounding energy and broke through the martial realm, but also effortlessly subdued a fifth-order Scarlet Flame Holy Armor Beast King. Now, he had even manifested the martial body, a feat exclusive to martial kings. This series of developments left Han Ning somewhat bewildered, had he not been intimately familiar with Yi Han. He might have doubted whether a millennia-old monster had taken residence within this guise. Fortunately, accompanying him was the steadfast, aloof Han Ning. Had it been Lin Zhan, he would have been unable to restrain his curiosity and would have pressed for explanations regarding these seemingly irrational occurrences. For Han Ning, as long as he confirmed that the individual was indeed Yi Han, he would inquire no further. This was precisely why, despite Lin Zhan's superior cultivation, Yi Han chose to have only Han Ning accompany him. It was not a matter of distrust in Lin Zhan, but rather an understanding that the journey would inevitably reveal the capabilities of the system, and it was best for fewer individuals to be privy to such extraordinary phenomena. Should Yi Han tread a path of certain demise, Lin Zhan would undoubtedly attempt to thwart him, while Han Ning would follow him without hesitation. This exemplified the distinction between a loyal minister and a devoted retainer. Yi Han raised his palm, within which a spectral law seal spun in midair. Within a radius of several hundred meters, specks of green light converged, merging into the law seal. After a brief moment, the vitality of life was finally amassed, and the azure figure behind Yi Han began to move. Its fingers, akin to jade carvings, emerged from the voluminous sleeves, pointing through the ethereal law seal held in Yi Han's palm and resting upon the battered body of Lin Zhanhong. In an instant, a surge of vital energy emanated from the illusory law seal, coursing through Yi Han's body and settling upon Lin Zhanhong's brow. To the astonishment of the Lin family's martial practitioners, they witnessed Lin Zhanhong's pallid visage rapidly regain color. Even his sunken chest was gently lifted by an invisible force, gradually restoring to its former shape. What sorcery is this? The elder members of the Lin family, who had lived for decades, gazed in awe at this mythical spectacle unfolding before them, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they stammered a few words of wonder. Such an extraordinary method of life restoration, harnessing the peculiar powers of heaven and earth, was utterly unprecedented in their experience. Observing the figure at the center of the emerald waves, they felt an overwhelming reverence. As this celestial martial king now appeared even more enigmatic in their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, it was Yu Chang Kong, seemingly omnipotent, who was the most astounded. He had cultivated the void law eye, enabling him to perceive that which ordinary mortals could not, including Lin Zhanhong's current condition. As the jade-like power surged into Lin Zhanhong's brow, it astonishingly reassembled his nearly disintegrated primordial spirit at a terrifying speed. While the ethereal figure behind him directed the power of the law seal to heal Lin Zhanhong's injuries, the jade-like energy coursed through Yi Han's own body. Yi Han was familiar with this force. It was the very power of the Qing Emperor's longevity seal that had restored his own shattered primordial spirit when he was gravely injured in the city of Falling Cold. Though he had lost consciousness at that time, the remnants of his awareness etched the memory of the cool energy swirling within his mind. It could not be mistaken. The force that had saved his life was indeed the power of the Qing Emperor's longevity seal. Before Yi Han's eyes, Lin Zhanhong's body, resembling a tattered sack, began to recover at an alarming rate. His fractured ribs reassembled under the pull of the verdant light, gradually returning to their original state. The ruptured internal organs and meridians also began to mend, and within a brief moment, Lin Zhanhong transformed from a near-death individual into a martial practitioner with steady breath. Moreover, under the operation of the emerald light, the true energy circulating through his meridians condensed significantly, indicating a slight advancement in his cultivation. What an extraordinary treasure the Qing Emperor's longevity seal is, such a miraculous artifact. It is no wonder that it requires such an abundance of prestige to exchange. Yi Han marveled internally, yet his exterior remained composed, as he focused on the prestige values displayed in the system interface, feeling a pang in his heart. What was once a prestige value nearing 1,000 had now dwindled to a mere 500 points. The use of the Qing Emperor's longevity seal had cost him 200 prestige points. An additional 200 points had been expended on the soul-severing flying blade. The black blade he had used to sever the arm of Gui Qianjia, a reward from the system upon subduing Tsang Yen, and a treasure of spiritual weapon grade. While spiritual weapons wield unparalleled might, they also require an immense amount of true essence to control. Lin Yuexin struggled to handle the Xian Bao Fenghua with her martial master cultivation, let alone Yi Han, whose cultivation was merely at the warrior level. Thus, Yi Han opted to channel the spiritual weapon's power through prestige points, explaining why Lin Yuexin's arrow failed to affect Gui Qianjia, while Yi Han's blade could sever his arm. The system empowered the flying blade, unleashing all its potential. However, the consumption was indeed staggering. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Han had only unleashed 2 strikes, each costing 100 prestige points. Now, gazing at the remaining 500 points, He could not help but shake his head and smile ruefully. Jinhong expresses his gratitude for the benevolence of the senior's revival. Supported by the others, Lin Jinhong stood up, feeling the vigorous true energy within him, and his expression reflected profound gratitude. Not only had his injuries healed completely, but he also sensed a loosening of the bottleneck that had troubled him for years. It would not be long before he could break through that barrier and step into the realm he had long desired. The elders of the Lin family, along with Lin Yuexin, bowed in gratitude to Yi Han. Chapter 42. Heart to heart between master and servant. The cold of the northernmost town on the Serpentine Glacier. Winding like a coiled dragon, two colossal figures advanced one after the other. The immense form resembling a lion exuded a fiery aura, unmistakably revealing their identities as Yi Han and his companion, who had just departed from the heavenly snow path. After accepting Lin Yuexin as his disciple, Yi Han did not linger excessively despite the Lin family's earnest attempts to retain him. He left her with some belongings and departed alongside Han Ning. Through Lin Yuexin's visage, he discerned that the Lin family faced tribulations, yet there was no imminent threat of annihilation. As an affiliated family of the Shintian Dao sect, coupled with the items he left behind, it would be utterly inconceivable if they could not withstand such challenges. Yi Han chose not to take Lin Yuexin along. It was prudent, for her current cultivation level was merely that of a warrior. The ability to deceive many martial artists was attributed not only to the Crimson Flame Saint armor beast, but also to the fact that no one could perceive his true aura. Yi Han was unaware of the true form of the system, having never encountered it, yet he surmised it resided within his consciousness. While inspecting the system interface, he took note of its capabilities. Initially intending to investigate the essence of the system, he inadvertently discovered he could manipulate it to seal his consciousness entirely. This method prevented even the faintest trace of his soul's aura from leaking, rendering him seemingly lifeless in the perception of others, thus concealing his cultivation level. However, while this technique effectively suppressed all traces of his presence, engaging in combat would inevitably disrupt the seal within his consciousness, revealing his true cultivation. This was why he was willing to expend a significant amount of prestige to wield the soul-severing flying knives. Yi Han sighed internally. His cultivation was a significant limitation, and the urgency of advancement was suffocating. In the past, his inability to cultivate had delayed him considerably, but now armed with the Ice Emperor's celestial record, he stood at a starting point no lower than that of any other. What he lacked now was time. As the 108 acupoints within Yi Han's body continuously absorbed the elemental energies of heaven and earth, the many mystical attributes of the Ice Emperor's celestial record began to reveal themselves. Merely a fortnight had passed since his last breakthrough, and he felt the threshold of the mid-warrior stage drawing ever closer. Such a terrifying pace was incomparable even to the royal family's ancestral techniques. Yet, even with this progress, it was still far from sufficient for him. Suddenly, Yi Han, walking ahead, signaled to Tsang Yen to slow his pace and turned to the approaching Han Ning, asking, "Having witnessed so many inexplicable phenomena, do you not have any questions for me?" Taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, Han Ning hesitated before falling into silence. What could he possibly ask? Under Yi Han's gaze, the cold, black-clad youth slowly shook his head, his eyes devoid of ripples, akin to an ancient well. Yi Han gazed quietly into his eyes and soon chuckled to himself, a hint of youthful audacity surfacing beneath the pale golden mask. "There are some matters I cannot disclose to you yet, but remember this. I am Yi Han, was, am, and will always be. The only thing that will change in the near future is that I shall lead you all to fame across the continent under the banner of the Shintian Dao sect." As the cold wind blew, Yi Han's hair, now slightly lighter in color, fluttered in the breeze. At that moment, a brilliant light rekindled in his eyes. Turning back, he released the restraint on Tsang Yen, allowing the Beast King to unleash its full cultivation of the martial sovereign realm. Its overwhelming aura erupted like a volcano, prompting an instinctive roar of exhilaration from the Beast King. With the seal on its cultivation lifted, the Crimson Flame Saint armor beast reached its zenith. As a fifth-tier pinnacle beast, it was capable of dominating its surroundings, and at that moment, it galloped across the icy expanse with Yi Han upon its back. It was evident that this was not their first race. Tsang Yen understood that Yi Han's unbinding of its shackles meant it could now exert its utmost strength to race northward, and it was determined not to disappoint its master. Flames seemed to ignite beneath Tsang Yan's feet, creating a fiery pathway across the vast ice. Observing the sudden surge of speed from the Crimson Flame Saint Armor Beast, Han Ning's expression finally shifted, revealing a hint of resignation. Clearly, this reckless sprint was not a new occurrence. Although pressed for time, Yihan also acknowledged a desire to relax a bit. Without needing Han Ning's prodding, the Crimson Flame Saint Armor Beast surged forward. Yet the significant disparity in their realms soon left them trailing behind. Nonetheless, their figures remained visible, and with Han Ning's guidance, they were not at risk of losing their way. What speed could a pinnacle martial sovereign beast achieve when fully unleashed? Yihan could only speculate, but he knew everything around them seemed to blur past in a dizzying rush. The fierce winds generated by their breakneck speed compelled Yihan to lower his posture, eventually lying flat against Song Yan's back. He couldn't help but reminisce about the two azure-scaled horses he once rode upon his arrival in the Shin continent, reputed to be rare and capable of traversing thousands of miles daily. Yet, comparing them to Song Yan, he found them woefully inadequate. Song Yan's speed far surpassed that of merely thousands of miles. It likely exceeded hundreds of thousands. Lying on Song Yan's back, Yihan once again immersed himself in the system. Silently, he activated the system's search function, an invisible wave emanating from him, covering a radius of 100,000 miles in an instant. Yet alas, he found nothing. After a long while, he opened his eyes and sighed. Time was indeed of the essence. Although he occasionally gleaned some information, the territories he discovered were already claimed. Looking at the various sects, large and small, Yihan turned away. He was not a villainous person. Seizing another's mountain gate was a vendetta that required total eradication. Given Yihan's character, he would not resort to such actions merely for a place to cultivate. However, the thought of seizing another's territory brought to mind a particular name, the 100 Ghost Sect. Yihan squinted slightly, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. He had long desired to eradicate this nefarious sect, yet he currently lacked the strength to do so. Moreover, while the 100 Ghost Sect's domain was of medium quality, it was ultimately a place of darkness, unsuitable for a righteous sect's establishment. The Shin continent was indeed a suitable locale for sects to establish themselves. Yet, the spiritual ley lines and blessed lands had already been claimed. Finding a place to establish a sect here was exceedingly difficult. Was he truly destined to venture there? Yihan raised his head, glancing over Song Yan's massive flaming horn. His expression complex. Ahead, their path led to the northernmost continent of the Cold Feather Dynasty, known for its severe climate and perilous conditions. It was the site of his former fiefdom, yet Yihan had no desire to tread upon that land again. The northern continent of the Cold Feather Dynasty, Jinhan Continent. Suppression. Han Yuan. Chapter 43. The Young Beast. Once again disappointed Yueshin. Do you think this fellow is reliable? In the midst of a frigid landscape, a small team of just a few individuals pressed onward. Among them, a middle-aged man, seemingly the leader, slightly turned his head and lowered his voice to speak to the young girl beside him, his gaze furtively darting to the side, as if wary of being overheard. The girl beside him could only manage a wry smile in response. Following her uncle's gaze, she saw a striking unicorn-like beast, yet its demeanor was disheartened, as if it were trudging along with reluctance. This was Lin Yueshin's steed, her combat companion, the third-tier beast known as the Crimson Flame Beast, possessing strength akin to that of a martial master. However, the once formidable creature now appeared listless. Upon further inspection, it became clear that a vibrant, colorful rope was inexplicably fastened around its neck, the other end being clutched in the jaws of a diminutive beast barely 3 feet tall. This little creature was the very one Lin Jinhong had just mentioned. Despite its small size, it was remarkably energetic, bounding around the Lin family's party, wherever it ventured. The rope tethering the Crimson Flame Beast remained firmly in its grasp, as if it had claimed the formidable creature as its own. Observing this small beast, the two leading figures of the Lin family could not help but wear expressions of bemusement. This little creature had been left to them by Yihan when he departed. According to Yihan, it was the most gifted member of the Crimson Flame Holy Armored Beast clan, yet it had inadvertently consumed a forbidden herb in its youth, leaving it stunted and perpetually in juvenile form. Yihan entrusted it to Lin Yueshin, suggesting that this little beast might aid the Lin clan in overcoming their tribulations. The words of the venerable martial king were not to be taken lightly, yet the peculiarity of this creature was undeniable. Throughout their journey, this mischievous little being not only dominated Lin Yueshin's mount, but also appeared to have fashioned a colorful rope from who knows where. Leading the Crimson Flame Beast around, as if it were a pet dog. The Crimson Flame Beast, while not entirely lacking in prowess, was indeed a lesser version of the illustrious Crimson Flame Holy Armored Beast. Although the little creature lacked the cultivation of its grand lineage, it was still bound by the weight of its bloodline. After witnessing the might of the Holy Armored Beast King, it had been thoroughly subdued. Thus, in the presence of its ancestor, albeit one of smaller stature, it reluctantly assumed the role of a pet. Consequently, this curious duo, a small creature leading a larger one, became a striking scene against the vast, icy expanse. Wherever they passed, chaos ensued, even attracting a minor stampede of lower-tier beasts towards the Lin family. Though these beasts posed no significant threat, the situation was undeniably amusing. With Lin Yuexin's steed commandeered by the little beast, and their other mounts hindered by the 100 ghost sects formations, their progress was considerably slowed. Yet, the atmosphere among the Lin family remained lighthearted, thanks to the antics of the little creature. Lin Yuexin regarded the comical spectacle of the large and small figures with a smile, remarking, "There must be a reason Master left it with us. Let us not concern ourselves overmuch. I fear this little creature may one day provoke a beast king, bringing calamity upon us." "That is unlikely, uncle. Have you not noticed?" Lin Yuexin observed the little beast, which, with the rope still in its mouth, was tugging the Crimson Flame Beast around with unrestrained enthusiasm. Although the Crimson Flame Beast hasn't exerted itself fully, that little one has consistently outpaced it. Lin Jinhong, upon reflection, felt a chill run through him. Indeed, while the Crimson Flame Beast was a third-tier creature, comparable to a martial master, it had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the little beast, which showed no signs of fatigue. Could it be? With this thought, Lin Jinhong fell silent, pondering whether this cat-like little creature was, in fact, a formidable entity. Let us not dwell on this. We shall leave it to Uncle Jiao and Xiaoyan to handle. Perhaps this little beast truly is the opportunity for our Lin clan to escape peril, as Master suggested. Lin Yuexin chuckled softly, watching the three elder men who were now bouncing around with the little creature. Lin Jinhong could only smile wryly in response. Yet, amidst their playful banter, the distance to their destination, the Lin family's city of Cracked Bone County, steadily diminished. Lin Yuexin lifted her hand to touch her storage ring, where a fiery red scroll lay quietly nestled within. The Machi Fire Profound Art, a supreme Yang fire technique, beckoned to her even before she began her training. Master was right. It seems I am truly attuned to the path of fire. As she gazed over the boundless snowy expanse, a tinge of melancholy washed over her thoughts. Where, she wondered, was the Shantian Dao sect? In the extreme northern lands, atop a snow-capped ridge, two colossal beasts stood side by side. Before them, two youths stood at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance, ensnared in silence. Before them lay an expanse devoid of anything, yet beneath the sun's warm embrace, the air shimmered with an unnatural distortion. This scene was all too familiar to Yi Han, who had encountered such formations before. These were the protective arrays set by sections. During his journey in search of a hidden paradise, he had come across no less than 10 such arrays. After nearly 20 days with no suitable hidden realms found, Yi Han stumbled upon nearly 10 secluded sects, leaving him in a state of bemusement. "Han Ning, how long have we been away from the imperial capital?" 21 days. Yi Han fell silent once more. He didn't truly need to ask Han Ning. Before him, the system panel displayed a countdown for the task of establishing a sect. Only 6 days remained. 6 days, though seemingly ample, offered no room for further delay. Yi Han's gaze fell upon the ominous word exterminate inscribed beneath the task, sending a shiver down his spine. Could it be that he was truly destined for obliteration by this system? "May I inquire what brings you to the gates of my Crimson Sea sect?" A voice, aged and resonant, suddenly pierced through the wavering air before Yi Han. It was as if a bell tolled in the twilight, awakening him from his reverie. Yet, upon regaining his senses, Yi Han chose to ignore the voice, turning instead to mount his steed, the Tsangyan, once more. Onward, to the frozen cold continent. Chapter 44, Lord of the Crimson Sea, the Sword Cliff of 10,000 miles. As Yi Han and his companion departed from the cliff, the slightly distorted space rippled with waves, revealing a gaunt elder and a youth yet to reach adulthood, cloaked in their true essence. It was evident that they were accomplished martial artists. The gaunt elder gazed towards the direction in which Yi Han had vanished, his expression grave, only exhaling a heavy sigh once he sensed that the volcanic-like heat had completely dissipated from his perception. Master, why did you allow those two youngsters to leave? They were sneaking around, observing our mountain gate. They surely harbor ill intentions, the youth behind the elder remarked, seemingly oblivious to the elder's somber demeanor. His face etched with confusion as he watched the departing figures. Upon hearing the youth's words, the elder's expression momentarily faltered before he coldly chuckled. You little brat. Allow? I see you are the one who is naive. Tell me, can you discern the cultivation level of that masked individual leading them? I cannot. The youth paused slightly, then replied nonchalantly. Perhaps he was wearing some artifact to conceal his aura. What is the big deal? Could it be that even you, master, cannot see through it? Surely not. What kind of artifact could it be? Does he possess a spiritual weapon to mask his presence? It likely isn't an artifact at all. Although I cannot perceive his cultivation level, I did recognize the mount he rode away on just moments ago. The beast? The youth pondered the massive form of the creature, nearly 20 zhang in stature, and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, such a colossal beast is quite rare upon these icy plains. However, it felt strangely peculiar to me, as if... Bang! Ouch! You little brat. How dare you underestimate the martial artists of the world simply because you possess a modicum of talent? If you had spent a day diligently training in the library, you wouldn't even be unable to recognize the Crimson Flame sacred armored beast of this far northern land. The Crimson Flame sacred armored beast? The youth's expression stiffened slightly, his demeanor becoming somewhat sheepish as he recalled why he had found the beast so odd. In this frigid region, where the biting cold prevails, most beasts are of the ice attribute. Even with some exceptions, it is improbable for them to exude a fiery aura. Beasts of the Crimson Flame attribute, naturally, face the constraints of the harsh climate, leading to their rarity over time. Those that manage to survive such conditions are exceptionally formidable, commanding respect in their realms. The Crimson Flame sacred armored beast is one of the most renowned among them. The youth, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head lightly. But his hands suddenly froze as if an idea struck him, uncertainly asking, Isn't the adult Crimson Flame sacred armored beast only around 8 zhang in size? Wasn't he that beast we just saw a bit? Heh. What's the matter, little brat? Weren't you eager to show off before? Now you're afraid? Typically, an adult Crimson Flame sacred armored beast measures only about 8 zhang, with few exceeding 10 zhang. However, exceptions exist, such as the Crimson Flame sacred armored beast king. The youth gasped, forgetting to lower his hand, disbelief etched on his face. A beast king of the demon clan would undoubtedly possess at least late-stage 5th-tier cultivation. What sort of realm does that person occupy? Could he possibly be a martial king? Who knows? The gaunt elder remarked, producing an ancient wine gourd from seemingly nowhere, tilting it to drink before turning and swiftly vanishing from sight. The youth, having missed the elder's departure, heard the elder mumble to himself, what a formidable being. Almost made me awaken the elders in seclusion. If I had acted rashly, I would have lost face entirely. Our Crimson Sea sect cannot compete with sects guarded by those of martial king rank. Faced with a potential martial king, even I, as sect leader, find it hard to remain composed. That figure seemed to head towards the frozen cold continent. Could significant events be unfolding? After pondering for a while, the elder chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, and raised the wine gourd to his lips, only to find it completely empty. Oh well. Even if there were some fortuitous opportunity, it is not something our small sect could covet. Without a martial king to underpin the sect's foundation, even with numerous martial sect elders, the Crimson Sea sect possesses little confidence in the face of outsiders. This is why, despite its size, the sect leader personally ventured forth to ascertain the truth when outsiders arrived. It is also due to his own waning potential. While those elders who might advance further have retreated into seclusion, a martial king, if even one of my fellow brothers could break through, I would be able to retire and travel freely. Having served as sect leader for many years, he has little desire for power. During a great calamity years ago, he had exhausted his potential to protect the sect, now forever confined at the pinnacle of martial sect, unable to ascend to the martial king realm. His brothers are entrenched in solitary cultivation, striving to reach that transcendent level, while he has languished in stagnation for over a decade. As the years drift by, he finds himself aged and weary, yearning to behold the world before his time is up. He is no longer the master of a sect, but rather a frail old man whose path forward has been severed. The world sees the sovereigns of dynasties and the revered leaders of sects dominating their realms. Yet they forget the sacrifices made by those at the pinnacle to ensure the longevity of their factions. To wear the crown of a king, one must bear its weight. To the north of Xian continent lies the frozen cold continent. The boundary between the two great continents is said to have been cleaved by a legendary figure with a single sword strike, leaving behind a cliff imbued with eternal sword intent. Even today, remnants of that fearsome sword aura linger, causing many who seek to master the sword to tremble at its presence. For those who grasp its essence, this vast cliff serves as an exceptional ground for cultivation, propelling them to remarkable advancements. However, for living beings, this place has also been a site of bloodshed for countless martial artists. When the demonic tides surged from the cold abyss, the sword aura contained within this cliff staved off the encroaching tide of demonic creatures. Over time, it became the boundary between the two great continents, a cliff spanning thousands of miles, separating two realms, one of humanity and the other of demons. Chapter 45. The Beast Spirit Space. Forced slumber. Is this the sword cliff? Before the towering precipice, two figures stood alongside two extraordinary beasts. Yihan gazed into the seemingly endless chasm, his complexion paling slightly, stretching for thousands of miles without an end in sight. This was no mere cliff. It should rightly be called the Sword Valley. Yihan raised his hand to lightly touch his brow, releasing a wisp of his soul power in an attempt to perceive the surroundings. However, he had underestimated the terrifying nature of the Sword Cliff. With his soul cultivation comparable to that of a martial sovereign, he could only extend his perception a few zhang before being utterly obliterated by the overwhelming sword intent. Recognizing the futility of the endeavor, Yihan swiftly severed the connection to his soul power, thankfully avoiding any repercussions to himself. Such formidable sword intent, accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Was this truly something a warrior could achieve? As he surveyed the cliffs, smooth as mirrors and devoid of any protruding rocks, he could not help but change his expression. It resembled the marks left by a sharp weapon, lending credence to the legend that this cliff was cleaved by a single sword strike. Yet, despite the resemblance, Yihan found it difficult to believe this was the result of human effort. Perhaps only upon attaining the rank of martial king or a higher realm could he begin to comprehend it. He gently tapped the void before him, and from his fingertips emerged an insatiable maw, devouring the surrounding space and light, leaving behind a pitch-black aperture. In no time, this dark portal expanded at an astonishing speed, forming a vast gateway of impenetrable darkness. Observing Yihan's conjured portal, Han Ning's attention was swiftly drawn to it. Clearly, this was not his first encounter with such a gateway, yet its impact remained undiminished. What Yihan had opened was the spirit beast space within the celestial door system, awakened during his subjugation of the Crimson Flame sacred armor beast lineage. This portal served merely as a conduit to a space of moderate size, designed to facilitate the cultivation of spirit beasts under the sect's care. However, as the Xintian Dao sect had yet to be fully established, the spirit beast system remained incomplete, rendering this space merely a rudimentary form. While it could accommodate spirit beasts, it did not function as described within the system, as the lack of a sect foundation made it exceedingly fragile. Upon entering this space, spirit beasts were compelled into a state of slumber to minimize their impact on the environment. Upon forming a contract with the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King, Song Yan, the entire lineage naturally gravitated towards Yihan. Though Song Yan's group was not vast, it comprised several dozen members, many of whom were fully grown. Yihan could not carry them across the long journey, nor could he expect Song Yan to abandon its kin. Thus they were entrusted to the spirit beast space. Despite being forced into slumber, they were secure and at peace. The Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast that had run alongside them for over 10 days showed no signs of reluctance upon hearing Yihan's words. It simply glanced at Song Yan, and upon seeing no objection, walked directly into the dark portal. Though Song Zhu was no weakling, crossing the sword cliff posed significant danger. Song Yan's responsibility for both Yihan and Han Ning was already a considerable burden, making it prudent to allow it to enter the spirit beast space. Yihan closed his hand as if grasping the diminished portal, though it bore no tangible sensation, leaving him with a hint of regret. With a mere thought, he could perceive the condition of the spirit beast space. Within his vision, this seemingly spacious area was occupied by numerous spirit beasts, both large and small, all adorned with crimson scales and singular horns, clearly belonging to Song Yan's kin. These Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beasts, renowned for their exceptional talents among fire-type beasts, emitted a fervent aura even in slumber, suffusing the space with an oppressive heat. Song Zhu, stepping slowly into the area, found its movements gradually slowing, its energy waning until it chose a vacant spot to rest. The space was imperfect. It could not sustain the spiritual energy required for the beast's cultivation. Devoid of flora and with a sparse presence of natural forces, the environment resembled a barren wasteland, with patches of grayish-brown rock laid bare, exuding an air of lifelessness. Noticing Song Zhu had succumbed to slumber, Yihan shifted his focus back to the formidable sword cliff before him. After a brief assessment of the razor-sharp sword aura, he refrained from crossing immediately and signaled to Tsang Yin to rest and recuperate its strength and cultivation. The massive beast seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and complied, nudging Yihan gently before settling down beside him, closing its fiery eyes to gather its internal energy. Even it could not guarantee safe passage for both individuals across the cliff, especially given the dual threats of the oppressive sword energy and the ominous forces lurking within. This abyss, steeped in boundless sword energy, had claimed countless demonic entities over the eons, birthing untold dangers, thus caution was paramount. Observing Tsang Yin's immense form resting in the snow, Yihan did not delay but seated himself in the frigid environment, seeking to cultivate and regain his energy. His cultivation centered around the powerful ice attribute techniques, rendering him unfazed by the cold. However, as he prepared to meditate, a thought struck him. He recalled that after accepting Lin Yuexin as a disciple, the system had rewarded him with a lottery opportunity, which he had yet to utilize. With a mere thought, Yihan activated the system interface. Chapter 46, Another Lottery. Corpse Demon Cultivation Method. This time, Yihan activated the system panel without examining his own attributes. Instead, he directly accessed the lottery system interface. Indeed, on the enormous wheel of fortune, a golden one had mysteriously appeared, signifying a single opportunity to draw. Yihan did not hesitate and promptly clicked to begin the lottery. After all, the bizarre adversities that lay ahead demanded that he enhance his strength without delay. The massive wheel began to spin languidly before his eyes, gradually decelerating. Soon, the glimmering pointer came to rest on a space marked with a scroll of techniques. However, as Yihan discerned the inscription on the scroll, the smile on his face faltered slightly. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the technique Heavenly Corpse Holy Canon, which has been stored in the system. Heavenly Corpse Holy Canon, a consummate compilation of the corpse demon cultivation methods, meticulously refining the art of corpse manipulation and puppet techniques. The requirements for refining a corpse into a puppet are exceedingly high, and it must be devoid of any damage. Upon mastery, the ability to resurrect the deceased's former powers is achievable. Moreover, the puppet is unyielding to fatigue or pain, obediently following commands, making it a formidable instrument of slaughter. Note: the technique is devoid of righteousness or wickedness. Its application determines its nature. The host is advised to wield this technique judiciously, lest they fall into malevolent paths. Yihan felt somewhat speechless upon receiving this arcane skill, having just dealt with an elder of the corpse demon sect. To now draw a technique from the same school seemed almost like a cruel jest by the system. It was not that the technique lacked power, on the contrary. The ability to display portions of the deceased's former abilities through corpse refinement was unprecedented. Perhaps even the esteemed Hundred Ghost sect had never encountered such a method. Upon further contemplation, a sense of dread enveloped Yihan. The prospect of controlling dozens, if not hundreds, of martial kings as puppets would undoubtedly entice any faction. Should this technique circulate, it could potentially disrupt the delicate balance among various powers, inciting chaos and upheaval. Yihan swiftly closed the lottery interface. Though the value of this technique was immeasurable, it bore little significance for him at present. Where could he possibly procure the remains of a formidable warrior? Would he be expected to plunder the tombs of ancestral kings? Such thoughts were merely fanciful. Should he attempt such an act, even as a figure of considerable repute, he would likely face dire consequences. Thus, he decided to leave this scroll within the confines of the system's storage, for there was no safer place in the world. Host: Yihan, Yichang Kong. Identity: King of the Cold Feather Dynasty. One word: King. Master of the Xiantian Dao sect. Not yet established. Cultivation level: Early Martial Soldier. Secondary skill: Formation, level 4. Soul level: Early Xian grade. Early Martial Sovereign. Primary technique: Ice Emperor's Heavenly Record. First layer. Secondary technique: 9 stars stepping into the void. Movement technique: Sect: Xiantian Dao sect. Establishment Progress 20, Spirit Beast, Song Yin, King. Of the Crimson Flames Sacred Armor Beast. Treasures. 1. Soul-severing Flying Dagger, Killing Spirit Artifact, forged from black radiant Shin Iron, razor-sharp, capable of claiming lives without a trace. 2. Insect Bottle, Upper-grade Treasure. Inscribed with 34 layers of protective seals, originally the life-saving treasure of Elder Gui Qianjia from the 100 Ghosts sect. Housing the corpse insects of the sect. Reputation points. 521. The insect bottle was the very reliance of Gui Qianjia when he used the insect armor technique during his dire straits. Bolstered by the invulnerable spirit insects that lent him the confidence to confront Yi Han's flying dagger. Little did he realize that Han Ning possessed the 9 steps to tranquility, allowing him to close the distance in mere moments. Leaving no time for Gui Qianjia to summon his spirit insects before being decapitated. As for the Guanhong lance, which Gui Qianjia had seized from Lin Jinhong, it naturally returned to its rightful owner, moving the 7-foot man to tears. In comparison to Yi Han's initial interface upon activating the system, this one was undoubtedly much more enriched. However, Yi Han discerned that the core of these system attributes lay within the Xintian Dao sect. It appeared that the system truly lived up to its designation. The name of the Xintian Dao sect formed the foundation of the entire attribute framework. Even though the sect had yet to be fully established, its presence already hinted at the potential transformations that awaited once the sect was officially founded. Even without utilizing a fraction of his cultivation, Yi Han could unleash the full power of an artifact merely by expending reputation points. It was fair to say that these points had been instrumental in his journey thus far. Nonetheless, he had also witnessed a significant depletion of his reputation in recent days. Despite completing several tasks, the influx had barely kept pace with the expenditures, and his current reputation had dwindled to 500 points, making it increasingly challenging to navigate the upcoming crises. Although the system's reputation points occasionally rose, they remained insufficient to address his needs. When the members of the Lin family caught sight of the vaguely majestic grand city, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, they could finally lay their apprehensions to rest, for no one dared to attack them before the county city. Even the sects had to tread lightly, behaving with utmost caution. After all, the dynasty's prohibition against conflict was no trifling matter. Countless lives had been sacrificed in its name, including many renowned figures. As the elders departed, news that would send shockwaves through the Lin clan began to spread. Chapter 47. Rise of Reputation. Sword Cliff. As the Lin family members returned to their clan, far away at the border of Xianzhou, Yi Han was reviewing his system, which suddenly displayed a prompt. Beep. Congratulations, host. The reputation of the Xintian Dao sect has spread far and wide, instilling fear in the Lin family of the Lieko County. Your reputation value has significantly increased. We hope you will continue your efforts and soon become renowned across the continent. The unexpected system notification caught Yi Han off guard, but the subsequent changes astonished him. Within just a few breaths, his reputation value, which had only exceeded 500, surged nearly 100 points, and it showed no signs of stopping. The Lin family is intimidated by the sect? Considering the timing, it seems certain individuals are about to arrive at Lieko County. This implies that spreading the sect's name can indeed enhance my reputation as the sect leader. Realizing this, a smile of joy crept onto Yi Han's face. This newfound method could provide much-needed support for his currently insufficient reputation value. However, establishing the sect's name is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. It appears this approach will require a steady and long-term plan. After a while, noticing that Song Yan's aura had gradually stabilized, Yi Han walked over to rouse it from slumber. His reputation value had now settled at 690 points, with the increase returning to a more mundane pace. Clearly, the Lin family is merely a small clan within Lieko County, and even if they recognize the sect's name, the benefits are limited. Should he wish to further augment his reputation, Yi Han would need to devise alternative strategies. At the extreme north of Xianzhou, bordering Jinhan Prefecture, lies the Sword Cliff, which stretches for thousands of miles. Here, the air is thick with sword energy, and the fierce sword aura slashes through any life forms that dare to intrude. Although this place is fraught with peril, the relentless sword energy serves as a divine forging ground for those who practice the sword path. Yet, throughout the ages, only a handful of warriors have come to refine their swordsmanship here, for this esteemed place of enlightenment is also a graveyard for the unwary. Above the Sword Cliff, dense clouds shroud the void, while violent sword energy rends the heavens, creating a mist that never releases a single drop of rain. The thick vapor condenses into heavy clouds that perpetually envelop the area. Sometimes, these clouds, tainted by the eerie aura emanating from the cliff's depths, turn black, while at other times, they are torn asunder by the domineering sword energy. In that moment, a colossal crimson figure burst through the thick clouds, creating a gaping hole. At the edges of this rift, the swirling mist was completely evaporated, revealing the intense heat of the red figure. Following closely, the surging sword energy seemed to be awakened, enveloping the space and shattering the dense clouds into fragments, scattering the vapor. The red figure, unimpeded, surged forward, cloaked in a crimson radiance, crashing through the floating clouds and tearing through the void. Occasionally, sharp sword lights would strike down, producing the sound of clashing metal and igniting sparks, indicating formidable defenses. Indeed, this fiery figure was none other than Song Yin, the sacred armor beast king, carrying Yi Han and another companion. After a brief moment of recuperation, Song Yan's already fierce flames had reached their zenith, making it appear as if it were a moving volcano. Atop its back sat two figures, one clad in white, wearing a mask, exuding an ethereal presence reminiscent of a corpse, while the other donned black attire, exuding a chilling aura, constantly watching over the former. It was clear that these two were Yi Han and Han Ning. Once Song Yin regained its strength, Yi Han wasted no time and promptly awakened the colossal beast. Ignoring its resentful gaze, he pulled Han Ning onto its back. At that moment, a layer of fiery aura enveloped the beast, and within it, the semblance of scales crystallized into existence, vivid and lifelike. The sacred armor beast, as its name suggests, possessed scales that shimmered with a fiery luster, signifying their true nature. Should Song Yin have traversed this forbidden land alone, it would not have needed to unleash its fiery essence to manifest this protective armor. For although the sword energy within the cliff is formidable, it cannot penetrate the defenses of its brilliant scales. For the Sacred Armor Beast clan, achieving a breakthrough to the 5th rank and being titled Beast King grants them the ability to traverse the sword cliff. As long as they do not delve into the depths of the cliff to disturb the source of the sword path, the manifested sword energy poses no threat to them. However, Yi Han and Han Ning lack such formidable defenses, compelling the fire beast to fully exert its protective abilities. Despite this, Song Yin remained uncertain. This protective aura is a minor technique that every member of the Sacred Armor clan possesses, primarily serving as a defensive measure. However, its efficacy is limited. Even at its peak, forming the protective scales cannot compare to the solidity of their natural armor. Thus, while sprinting through the air, Song Yin focused intently, channeling its blazing essence to bolster the protective aura. Yi Han, seated atop Song Yin, observed the nearly tangible crimson scales above him, feeling a twinge of guilt. He could clearly see Song Yan's efforts and understood that he and Han Ning were holding the beast back, yet he felt powerless. To traverse the distance between Xianzhou and Jinhan Prefecture, crossing the Sword Cliff is the swiftest route. If he were to take the path he traveled in his youth with the members of the Han royal family to the imperial capital, it would take at least 3 months to detour, and he simply did not have that much time to squander. At that moment, another sword aura shot towards them. Unlike the formless sword energy encountered previously, this one appeared more concentrated. Upon striking the protective scales on Song Yin's back, the beast trembled under the impact. Han Ning, startled by the sharp energy from above, looked up just in time to see the crystalline sword energy dissipate in the air. However, a deep crack appeared in the nearly solid protective scales of Song Yin. Although the crack quickly healed under the influence of the fiery spirit, Yi Han could discern that the sword aura had nearly pierced through Song Yan's protective barrier. This situation was untenable. The relentless sword energy, while unable to breach Song Yan's defenses, was still taxing them significantly. Yi Han furrowed his brow, for he was not naive enough to believe that the infamous sword cliff harbored only this degree of danger. Moreover, he sensed the repugnant aura gradually closing in. Hiss. Chapter 48. 800 Reincarnations. Manifestation of demons. At that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from the protective barrier surrounding Song Yin, causing Yi Han's expression to shift. He looked up to find a shallow crack had appeared, seemingly on the almost tangible scales of the armor. The crack was not deep, indicating that the force that had just struck was not overwhelmingly powerful. However, the area surrounding the fissure exuded a disturbing, dark aura. The protective armor of Songyan shimmered with a crimson glow, representative of its demonic essence. Even the trace left by the sword energy that had nearly breached its defenses quickly recovered under the pulsating red radiance. Yet this time, the crimson light could not effortlessly erase the mark. It was hindered by the strange black mist enveloping the wound. The clash of red and black light created an unsettling sound as they fought against each other, and after a lingering half-quarter of an hour, the black mist was finally dispelled. However, the crimson hue, having expended much of its energy in the process, appeared dim and lackluster. Indeed, the most troublesome aspect of the sword cliff is the chilling abyssal demonic energy. This abyssal demonic energy originates from the northernmost borders of the continent, where the chilling abyss resides. It lies even further north than the frozen state of the Hanyu dynasty, reputed to be the boundary of heaven and earth, a fathomless void that is a force to be reckoned with. There have been formidable beings who ventured into its depths seeking answers, yet even those with profound cultivation and extraordinary treasures failed to emerge unscathed, succumbing instead to the overwhelming black mist that clouded their minds. The essence of that venerable figure was eroded, with a strange black energy consuming his spiritual core, leaving his descendants unable to save him despite exhausting all the resources of heaven and earth. The unfathomable abyss seemed to connect to the mythical realms of the underworld. Those who entered faced inevitable demise. The black mist surging from that abyss rendered the surrounding area barren, devoid of any plant life. Even migrating beasts, under the influence of this demonic energy, gradually morphed into frenzied, bloodthirsty monsters. Yet, the chilling abyss is not solely populated by demonic energy. It harbors other peculiar entities. Though their realms may be modest and their combat prowess not formidable, these beings are utterly unyielding to pain and fear, presenting a significant challenge to any who encounter them. Moreover, these strange creatures are shrouded in demonic energy. Any ordinary warrior who engages them must endure the agonizing effects of the energy upon injury. Sometimes, a mere scratch necessitates the drastic measure of amputation for survival. Thus, over time, the fearsome reputation of the chilling abyss has only grown, becoming a well-known terror across the land. Another aspect that instills dread regarding these demonic entities is their seemingly limitless numbers. Each time the abyss erupts, waves of these creatures pour forth like a raging tide, transforming the frozen state into a haven for demonic forces. Fortunately, it seems that this demonic abyss was sealed by legendary figures long ago. Typically, aside from the occasional release of demonic energy, these entities cannot escape the depths of the abyss. The two counties within the frozen state often dispatch warriors to eliminate the emerging demons, managing to suppress their numbers, but never fully eradicating them. However, every 800 years, during the demonic tide, these counties consolidate their forces, invoking the array of formations etched by their ancestors within the cities, pooling all their strength behind these defenses. Should they withstand the onslaught, once the seal of the chilling abyss is restored, they can venture forth to eradicate the rampaging demons once more. Yet, even with these measures, their efforts may be in vain. The combined might of their counties, or even the entire dynasty's warriors, is unlikely to withstand the seemingly endless tide of bizarre demons. How could two mere counties hope to suppress such overwhelming forces? In the face of calamity, humanity has little choice. Throughout endless ages, the chilling abyss has witnessed several eruptions, with the relentless tide of demons not only besieging the frozen state, but also surging towards the southern continent, with the first point of contact being the Xianzhou of the Hanyu dynasty. As these strange demons advanced toward Xianzhou, they naturally traversed the boundary of the sword cliff that separates the frozen state from Xianzhou. Over the ages, this chasm has served as the dynasty's protector, a natural barrier. Every 800 years, the sword energy within the cliff revives, unleashing a torrent of sword light that annihilates all life that dares to enter. Countless demons have perished here, and rivers of demonic blood flow at the base of the cliff, giving rise to many terrifying entities. Roar! Songyan let out a fierce roar, sensing the menacing aura beneath it. A surge of flames erupted from its feet, transforming into a crimson pillar of molten lava as it descended. The lava pillar crashed down mere hundreds of meters below, exploding with a thunderous roar, releasing a fierce inferno that dispelled some darkness, illuminating what lay beneath. There stood a colossal bird, measuring dozens of zhang in length, larger than Songyan itself, cloaked in metallic-hued feathers marred by deep sword scars. These marks, remnants of the sword cliff, had fragmented even the gleaming black feathers of the creature. The great bird appeared to have just fled a battlefield, every inch of its body bearing the marks of slaughter. However, Yihan soon perceived something, and his expression grew grave. This ominous giant bird emitted no trace of life force, resembling himself when employing the soul-locking secret technique. Yet, unlike Yihan, this massive creature had long since ceased to exist. Indeed, this dark giant bird was not a living being. Beneath its inky, metallic feathers lay no flesh or blood. The deep, bone-exposing wounds etched across its iron feathers revealed only the absence of life, merely decaying flesh entwined with the black, demonic energy swirling around it. A demon. Chapter 49. The Master of the Abyssal Mountain Monstrous Beasts. Yihan's countenance darkened as he recognized the identity of the colossal bird at first glance. He had some conjectures regarding the beast's identity before its transformation into a demon. In the extreme north, the Cold Feather Dynasty reigned supreme. Even the Snow Dragon's sacred land, rumored to possess strength capable of rivaling the dynasty, does not dare to openly oppose it. As the sovereign, the dynasty maintains meticulous control over the human populace of the extreme north and possesses extensive records of the more troublesome monstrous beasts in the northern regions. Yihan had previously encountered a record in the dynasty's compendium, the Chronicles of All Beasts, that bore striking resemblance to this demon beast, a record of a beast king. The extreme north is characterized by its frigid climate, where biting winds and ice present lethal challenges not only to humans, but also to the demon race. In such an environment, fire attribute demon beasts are exceedingly rare, which is why creatures like the Scarlet Flame Saint armored beast have become renowned. Similarly, the survival of avian demon beasts is severely impacted by the icy conditions. Those that can cultivate to the level of a beast king in such harsh surroundings are few and far between. Among the most notable in recent centuries is undoubtedly the Master of the Abyssal Mountain. The name Master of the Abyssal Mountain sounds remarkably anthropomorphic, yet it belongs to a beast king. The ruler of that towering mountain is none other than the celestial ghost King Eagle, a creature that has attained the kingly realm. This Eagle King is proclaimed as the sovereign of the skies in the extreme north, with a formidable history of battling against kings, coupled with its impenetrable iron feathers. Countless martial kings have returned defeated. Throughout the extreme north, the Master of the Abyssal Mountain enjoys a reputation as radiant as the sun. Yet, this formidable beast king mysteriously vanished hundreds of years ago. There was no news of its demise, and its whereabouts remain unknown, leading to a power vacuum in the vast Abyssal Mountain. Countless great demons waged war against one another, but none could unify the factions, resulting in the eventual collapse of the Abyssal Mountain. This incident stirred considerable commotion in its time. Even after many years, Lingyu found records of it within scrolls. Yet the fate of the Master of the Abyssal Mountain was conspicuously absent, rendering it an unsolved mystery. At this moment, the giant eagle before Yihan undoubtedly bore the cultivation of a beast king, aligning perfectly with the identity of the Master of the Abyssal Mountain who had been missing for centuries. However, this once mighty figure now exuded no trace of its nearly 1,000 years of demonic essence. Instead, it was suffused with a repugnant magical aura. Furthermore, the Eagle King no longer possessed the breath of life. Aside from the swirling demonic energy, there lingered the ethereal essence of the deceased. Indeed, it had transformed into a mere corpse. For Yihan, who had recently acquired the corpse ghost path technique, the sight of such a colossal demon's remains should have elicited joy. Yet, in the presence of this tainted corpse, he felt only dread. For the term demon does not solely refer to living entities. With a chilling screech that sent shivers down his spine, the demonic bird, lingering in the abyss, abruptly raised its head. From its singular, remaining eye, a thick stream of black light erupted. This black light tore through the void, piercing even the sword aura that surged forth, leaving behind a trail of black mist wherever it passed. Within mere breaths, the sword auras were completely obliterated. Yihan's pupils contracted as he struck down on Song Yan's neck, urgently commanding, "Veer left." Song Yan, having just emerged from the molten lava pillar, instinctively understood that it had struck something. However, as it soared through the air, it had no time to examine the situation further. Upon hearing Yihan's words, it reacted instinctively. Although it successfully dodged the silent black light, the mystical scales surrounding its body were nonetheless breached. From the gash, a dense black light continued to flicker. No matter how Song Yin tried to channel its demonic essence, it could not expel it entirely. Like a maggot clinging to bone, it remained affixed, spreading further. Song Yin, abandon your protective scales. Song Yin, the Scarlet Flame Saint-Armored Beast King, though vastly outmatched in cultivation by Yi Han, had established a life-bonded contract with him. As his master, Yi Han's commands were effortlessly transmitted through their shared consciousness. Generally, he refrained from using this method, as Song Yin was a king of its kind. And despite becoming his spirit beast due to the system, Yi Han preferred to regard it as a companion rather than a subordinate. However, the present circumstances demanded immediate action. Faced with a demon beast of at least kingly caliber, devoid of sentience and pain, he needed to exert control over everything around him. The nearly tangible spiritual armor enveloping Song Yin shattered into countless fragments in an instant, along with the encroaching demonic energy, turning to ash. Song Yin seemed momentarily taken aback. It had just heard Yi Han's voice and instinctively complied, even relinquishing its protective scales without hesitation. For spirit beasts bound by life contracts, their master's words are paramount. While Song Yin might obey verbal commands instinctively, there would inevitably be a slight delay in its response. However, orders issued from the Sea of Consciousness are fundamentally different. Commands transmitted from the Spirit Beast seal resonate directly with the Spirit Beast's essence, compelling it to act in accordance with its master's will. In essence, even if Yi Han commanded it to perish, Song Yin would comply without hesitation. Thus, the technique of spiritual control, known as the art of divine domination, is exceedingly formidable. Song Yin, reacting instinctively, disbanded its spiritual scales without a trace of reluctance. It comprehended that while the protective armor could shield its body, the cumbersome weight would hinder its speed, especially as it needed to fully channel its essence. The protective technique would only serve as a burden. Moreover, after being tainted by that bizarre demonic energy, the integrity of the spiritual armor was in jeopardy. It was uncertain how long it could withstand the invasion of the black mist. Should too much time pass, that peculiar power might infiltrate its very essence. Without regard for anything else, and with no need to maintain protection for him, Yi Han urged, Song Yin, you must traverse this sword cliff at your utmost speed. With a thought, he conveyed his command through the Spirit Beast seal. Chapter 50. The soul-severing blade and the feathered edge piercing the void. The recent eruption of the molten lava column from Song Yin, though it did not inflict substantial harm upon the beast, unveiled its true form to Yi Han. This monstrous creature stood at least 30 zhang tall, even more colossal than Song Yin's true form. Its mysterious demonic aura was immensely potent. Among the avian beasts, only the master of the illusory abyss could reach such heights. Should this bizarre creature set its sights on them, it was likely that Yi Han and his companions would meet their end here. Upon recognizing the identity of this beast, despair washed over Yi Han. Yet, beneath the fiery column conjured by Song Yin, he beheld a magnificent spear, radiant with divine light, piercing through the creature's shoulder blade, firmly anchoring the immense beast against the precipice of the sword cliff. Even the master of the illusory abyss could not extricate itself from such a binding. Thus, Yi Han urged Song Yin to disregard everything and flee at full speed. If they could traverse beyond this vicinity, they would at least evade the formidable presence of this deeply knowledgeable beast. Meanwhile, Han Ning, seated behind Yi Han, suddenly tensed. Although he had not heard Yi Han issue commands to Song Yin, he witnessed the collapse of their protective spiritual armor, indicating that both he and Yi Han would soon be exposed to the threats of the sword cliff and the demonic aura. The young man in black clenched his fist, and unbeknownst to him, a dark blade that seemed to merge with the very fabric of space materialized in his grasp. This weapon, a product of the Shadow Clan, was an unknown great instrument of slaughter. It was this inky black blade, seemingly unremarkable, that had effortlessly severed the head of Elder Gue Qianjia from the 100 Ghosts sect days prior. Determination shone in the youth's eyes. Ever since he had allied with Yi Han, he had cast aside fears of life and death. This blade was drawn solely for the protection of his master, and until his last breath, he would not allow anything to breach his defense. Unbeknownst to Yi Han, who was commanding Song Yin to withdraw their defenses, Han Ning had resolved himself to such an extent. At that moment, Yi Han activated the interface of his system's prestige value. A black flying dagger cut through the air, leaving a faint trace in the void. With the enhancement of his over 600 prestige points, the shadowy silhouette of the soul-severing blade coalesced into a vast net. sealing off all paths that might allow intrusion. While the dwindling prestige points caused Yihan a pang of regret, he nonetheless felt a measure of relief. Just as he believed victory was assured, the massive bird, ensnared beneath the sword cliff, began to thrash violently. The black behemoth flapped its wings with ferocity, releasing a torrent of dark demonic energy, as if attempting to break free. Yet, the spear was no ordinary weapon. Its divine light blazed forth, rendering the creature immobile despite its desperate struggles. The one who had thrust that spear must have been an extraordinary figure, managing to suppress this beast, which had already reached the realm of kings for so many years. Though the beast possessed immense strength, lacking intelligence, it was fearlessly ferocious in true combat. Both humans and beasts would cower before it. Yet, to witness a creature of such royal caliber rendered immobile was a testament to the spear's formidable power, sending a shiver down one's spine. After a moment of futile struggle, the Eagle King seemed to concede the impossibility of escape. However, as it gazed at the receding Song Yan, a glimmer of unwillingness flickered in its eyes, and it emitted a piercing screech once more. In response to this cry, a flurry of dense black feathers erupted from its expansive wings, hurtling toward Song Yan. Among them were 3 striking red feathers, which, under the shroud of dark demonic energy, went unnoticed. Song Yan was momentarily stunned by the eagle's piercing cry, and Yihan and Han Ning shared in the discomfort. Yihan, with his martial realm cultivation, fared somewhat better, while Han Ning fared poorly. Blood seeped from his orifices, for the realm of spirit was not his forte as an assassin. In an instant, the multitude of feathers descended like a storm, reaching Song Yan in the blink of an eye, startling the beast into unleashing its fiery blaze, which incinerated a significant portion of the incoming black arrows. Song Yan, a 5th-tier beast king, while not yet at the 6th-tier demon king level, was nearly there. The creature, under the suppression of the spear, had already suffered tremendous losses. At this distance, the mere invocation of the feather blade technique could not harm it. However, this delay left little room for consideration of Yihan and Han Ning, who were perched upon its back. The dark arrows raced through the air, raining down upon the black blade net Yihan had conjured. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. The endless blade radiance that formed the net sparked as it met the onslaught of black iron feathers. Although these black arrows lacked the former power of the Demon King, they were far from the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist. Yihan, unable to escape, found solace in the protection of the soul-severing blade, wielded by the system. Although the onslaught of black feathers shook the blade's defenses, they were held at bay. Yihan exhaled a breath of relief with the system's guidance. The power of the soul-severing blade had been fully unleashed. A fully operational spiritual weapon, while not comparable to the might of a king, was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, it could not have withstood the relentless barrage of feathers. Yet, just as Yihan began to relax, he was suddenly forced against Song Yan's back by Han Ning, and a flash of crimson light swept before him, sending tremors through his entire being. What is this? Yihan's pupils constricted as a faint. Almost imperceptible wail emanated from the soul-severing blade amidst the myriad of blade radiance. The dense black blade light remained, yet within Yihan's perception, he discerned 3 conspicuous gaps amidst the swirling blade light. A defense technique wielded by a system-controlled spiritual weapon could not possess such glaring flaws. The only plausible explanation was that some force had breached the protective barrier of the flying blade. Chapter 51. The blade cuts through feathers. Han Ning is injured unexpectedly. Yihan was forcefully pushed down by Han Ning, who had been quietly seated behind him. The youth suddenly stood upright, raising his right hand, which had been pressing down, and swung it with great force. A shadow as dark as ink sliced through the space, seemingly capable of severing all in its path. It was a black long knife, a weapon of slaughter from the Shadow Clan. As it was wielded, it was shadowless, soundless, and not a trace of murderous intent was emitted. Even the piercing light was swallowed by the profound blade, leaving no mark on it. One might doubt whether the knife was merely an illusion if it were not tangible. The long knife carved a striking black arc in the air, the blade's aura manifesting only after it had passed, leaving a spatial trace. Anyone locked in the gaze of this black light would feel a prickling sensation on their scalp. This was a true instrument of slaughter, having tasted the blood of countless formidable beings. Each swing represented the return of a powerful soul to the underworld. Yet this time, Han Ning wielded it not for murder, but for protection. Clang, clang. With 2 crisp sounds, The black long knife erupted with dazzling sparks, as the surging energy within the youth was fervently consumed. This strike was delivered with all his might. As the long knife fell, the two objects he struck revealed themselves, two slender feathers, drenched in a blood-red hue. Compared to the black feathers shot by the beast, these appeared more elongated and delicate, their color a vivid, transparent red unlike the dull black of the others. A ferocious aura emanated from these feathers, capable of unsettling even the most steadfast of hearts at a mere glance. Should one's will falter, they might transform into a soulless beast, consumed only by the instinct to kill. Were these the feathers of a divine bird? Upon seeing these two feathers, Yihan was struck with a chill. He had been negligent. He believed that under the system's control, the power of the soul-severing flying knife could withstand any attack, especially as the creature was suppressed and unable to exert its full strength. This flying knife had indeed lived up to its reputation, effortlessly blocking every one of the countless iron feathers shot by the beast, not allowing a single one to cross the threshold. However, Yihan had forgotten that he faced the remains of a beast that once reached the 6th-tier Demon King realm. Though it had lost much of its intelligence after transforming into a monster, the instincts honed over centuries of slaughter remained, and no mere artifact could halt its advance. For avian beasts, divine feathers held a significance akin to the reverse scales of dragons. They were extraordinarily precious. A bird might grow countless feathers in its lifetime, each capable of great destruction, but divine feathers were not easily produced. The feathers of the Eagle King possessed terrifying power. These two seemingly small feathers not only pierced through the barrier set by the soul-severing flying knife, but also inflicted damage upon the artifact itself during the breach. Han Ning's strike against the feathers was executed with utmost effort. He had summoned all his cultivation. Regardless of success or failure, he would be left powerless afterward. For an assassin, his actions had completely contradicted the creed of a single, unobstructed strike followed by a swift retreat. Han Ning had left himself no escape route. And as for the assassin's creed, he scoffed at it. Years ago, he had ceased to be merely a killer. Crash! With two resounding impacts. The skin between Han Ning's thumbs split open, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the hilt of his knife. His long knife, clearly an extraordinary artifact, absorbed much of the powerful backlash from the feathers. Had it not been for this, Han Ning might have suffered more than mere arm injuries. Although his arm bore wounds, he managed to repel the two feathers. In another direction, a deep black light sliced through the air, creating two more openings in the dense web of blade auras. Vanishing into the void. Seeing his strike succeed, Han Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He had exhausted all his energy, and it would be impossible for him to strike again in the near future. Moreover, the backlash from the blade had rendered half his body numb. While it was not a severe injury, recovery would take some time. Yet it was worth it. At least the immediate crisis had been averted. Perhaps I am still of some use, Han Ning thought to himself, with Yihan gradually revealing his mysterious nature over the past days. He feared that one day he would be cast aside for not keeping pace. Within the Shadow Clan, he had witnessed too many former illustrious assassins meet a desolate end in their old age. He had resolved to practice this art, accepting that he would not meet a peaceful conclusion, yet he was unwilling to face such an end so swiftly. Be careful. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Yihan's urgent voice, followed by the sensation of being pulled forward, causing him to stumble. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he discovered a large gaping wound where a crimson feather had penetrated, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The 2-foot-long feather shimmered with a sinister, blood-red glow. It seemed that, having soaked in his blood, its brilliance had intensified. Xiao Ning. Though Yihan's earlier pull had spared Han Ning's heart, the penetrating wound still drained the color from Han Ning's face, tightening Yihan's heart in concern. He lifted Han Ning into his embrace, channeling his icy energy to form solid ice over the gaping wound, staunching the flow of blood, while simultaneously sending a telepathic message urging Song Yin to flee swiftly. The disparity in realms between them and the beast was overwhelming. Even if the creature was restrained by the divine spear, it was not something they could provoke. Chapter 52. Crossing the Sword Cliff and entering Demon Continent Song, Yin seemed to sense the metallic scent of blood wafting from its back, causing its scales to bristle in response. A torrent of vibrant flames surged forth from within, coalescing into a pair of fiery wings at its flanks, dramatically enhancing its speed. The entire beast, exuding an aura of wild ferocity, surged forward with reckless abandon. At the moment it caught the scent of blood, the Beast King had resolved to disregard any supernatural abilities the specter might possess, determined not to delay even a moment longer. As a spirit beast, allowing its master to be harmed upon its back would signify utter incompetence. With its fiery wings propelling it, Song Yin swiftly departed from the territory of the demonic creature within a mere few breaths. It was only then that Yi Han realized his clothing was entirely soaked with cold sweat. The disparity between a 5th-tier Beast King and a 6th-tier Demon King was indeed monumental. Even a mindless Demon King was not to be underestimated. Soon, the other side of the sword cliff came into view. Yi Han utilized his ice elemental power to seal Han Ning's wound and cautiously probed further, feeling a weight in his heart. Although the feather had not struck Han Ning's vital points, it had originated from a demonic beast and thus carried with it a malevolent aura akin to a parasitic presence. Moreover, it was imbued with the essence of a king-level demonic creature. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would likely have succumbed to the corruptive influence, transforming into an undying monstrosity. Fortunately, although Han Ning was still young, he had already attained the level of a Grand Martial Master and was practicing the ancestral technique of the Shadow Clan, the Godslayer technique, which possessed a brutal killing intent that offered some resistance against the strange demonic energy. Additionally, Yi Han's mastery of the Ice Emperor's Tome had not yet reached the level of sealing the heavens and freezing all, but it mitigated the spread of the dark energy, temporarily stabilizing Han Ning's condition. However, the sole drawback was that since the onset, the blood-red feather, seemingly having absorbed Han Ning's blood, had been trailing closely behind them, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining a distance that was neither far nor near. It clung to them like a soul-chasing knife, casting a shadow over Yi Han's demeanor. The specter, which even the soul-severing knife net could not fend off, loomed ominously behind them, inducing a chilling sensation in his heart. Yet, despite this, he felt utterly powerless. With a roar, Song Yin evaporated the fog ahead, transforming the surging flames into a fiery bridge across the void. The beast, its hooves ignited with flames, trod upon this bridge with a primal ferocity, shattering both demonic energy and sword chi in its path. The 5th-tier Beast King moved forward with the relentless ferocity of a southern barbarian beast, bulldozing its way to the other side of the sword cliff. They soon reached the opposite side of the sword cliff. Although both sides were cliffs, the northern side exuded an entirely different atmosphere. The southern side, devoid of life due to the piercing sword energy, emanated a grand aura, a testament to years of sword intent saturating the air. In contrast, the northern side surged not only with sword energy, but also with a repugnant presence. Even the soil beneath their feet had turned pitch black, tainted by the blood of demons, a grim testament to the countless creatures that had perished on this land. Some of those creatures had been slain by the sword energy within the cliff. Others had fallen victim to the desperate struggles of human warriors or beastly demons caught in the tide of madness. Yet, the majority had been consumed by their own kind in a frenzy of violence. These demonic beings, devoid of intellect, were mere harbingers of chaos. Song Yan's fiery hooves, as they struck the tainted ground, could not help but let out a few roars, feeling a profound discomfort. For both humans and beasts alike, the frozen cold continent was far from a hospitable place. Strange energies pulsed from the earth beneath its feet, stirring within their consciousness a desire for brutality. This was another characteristic of the cold abyss demonic energy. It could evoke the negative emotions harbored within a warrior's heart. If one's resolve was unsteady, they would inevitably succumb to this malevolent energy, transforming into a wretched abomination. Though Song Yin was a spirit beast, as a 5th-tier Beast King, it was not easily overwhelmed by such forces. With a powerful tremor, it dispersed the encroaching darkness, incinerating the black aura into nothingness. Raising its head, it unleashed a furious roar, its colossal form charging across the blackened soil. At this moment, Song Yin shared a mental connection with Yi Han, sensing his anxiety over Han Ning's injuries. Yet, the frozen cold continent was unlike any other realm. It was rife with demonic creatures. Without finding a secure location, Yi Han would be unable to tend to Han Ning's wounds in peace. The fire giant rampaged across the dark terrain, startling some weaker demonic beings that resided there, most of which were reduced to ashes by its ferocious flames. Although it had attained late 5th-tier cultivation, it could not be deemed invincible, but it was indeed a formidable force. Nonetheless, Song Yin dared not linger in this place for too long. The frozen cold continent was incomparable to the Xian continent. In the Xian continent, the creatures disturbed by its presence might overlook it due to fear of its prowess. However, the inhabitants of the frozen cold continent were primarily mindless beasts, although the demonic tide had long since receded. And many of these creatures had been slaughtered by warriors over the ages. The remaining powerful demons were not ones to provoke lightly. Song Yan's rampage did not last long. It soon selected a more secluded mountain range. Although demonic energy lingered within, it sensed no overwhelmingly powerful presence. The flame-laden beast traversed the marsh, scorching a path even through the muddy depths. It did not conceal its aura, instead charging directly into the mountain's belly with unrestrained flames. Rocks shattered and debris tumbled as the raging flames and tremendous force forged a modest stone chamber deep within the mountain. With a roar, the flames encircling its body expanded, igniting the surrounding rocks, searing the chamber's walls with a crackling sound. Before long, the flames extinguished, revealing a unique pattern resembling a lion's stripes etched into the walls. This was a barrier formed from the essence of the crimson flame, designed to incinerate the demonic energy swirling within this space. Chapter 53. Summoning the Dharma Image Again. Incompatible as water and fire on a desolate mountain near the Sword Cliff in the cold state, dark wisps of energy occasionally flitted by, tainting even the soil with an eerie hue of black. The oppressive darkness enveloped the entire cold state, casting a shadow that rendered the landscape devoid of vegetation. Instead, jagged rocks protruded ominously, their obsidian surfaces laid bare to the air, exuding a menacing aura. Amidst the fissures of these rocks and the swirling black energy, grotesque black insects and small beasts occasionally emerged, some with crimson eyes radiating a fierce malevolence, while others appeared as mere husks, devoid of vitality. The singular trait they shared was the sinister black mist that enveloped them, marking them as demonic entities, some reanimated corpses steeped in dark energy. Others transformed beasts corrupted by the same force. These creatures inhabited the barren mountain, either hidden within rocky crevices or lurking beneath the earth, consuming the imperceptible black currents of energy that permeated this realm, intensifying the blood red in their eyes and the dark mist surrounding them. Even the lifeless forms among them could gradually enhance their power by absorbing this dark energy. For these beings, the malevolent essence that other life forms shunned was a source of nourishment. The demonic beasts, engaged in a continuous cycle of consuming black mist, often turned upon one another, ripping and tearing as if it were the most natural of behaviors. Yet, before they could comprehend the shift in their surroundings, the very ground beneath them quaked violently. The mountainside abruptly split open, releasing a torrent of stones, and several smaller beasts, caught off guard, tumbled into the abyss. In their descent, they were swiftly turned to ashes by the force emanating from the fissures. A brilliant green light burst forth, imbued with a surging life force, as if beneath the mountain. A radiant emerald sun was rising. This green light, rich in life essence, was far more potent than what had previously manifested in the mystic state. To humans, this life force, capable of reviving the dead, would appear as noxious poison to the demonic entities. The beasts that fell into the crevice had little chance to resist, being effortlessly purified into nothingness by this overwhelming power. It is likely that even Yi Han, the creator of this phenomenon, could not have anticipated that this seemingly gentle life energy would exert such an effect, presenting a significant threat to creatures that could survive even after being cleaved in two. Observing this, Yi Han felt a surge of exhilaration. For millennia, demonic entities had loomed like a colossal mountain over humanity, forcing the Han Yu dynasty to adopt alternative measures to preserve their strength, all due to the treacherous nature of these beings. The realms of these demonic creatures were comparable to that of human warriors. If that were all, they would merely be another alien race akin to the beast clans, and humanity should not have feared them so greatly. However, these entities had no vulnerabilities, even when their hearts were pierced or heads severed. They could rise again and continue their rampage. Fundamentally, these creatures could not be classified as true life forms. They were neither living nor dead. As long as a trace of dark energy resided within them, they were immortal. Even corpses long buried could emerge from the earth if steeped in dark energy. This was yet another reason for humanity's dread of these abominable beings, who would willingly entangle themselves with such loathsome entities. If the Emperor's seal of eternal life could indeed suppress these demonic creatures, it would be an invaluable treasure for Yi Han. Meanwhile, beneath the mountain, within a stone chamber carved by the flames of the Beast King, two individuals and a beast sat motionless. The colossal Tsang Yen, in a fit of discomfort, curled its massive body within the confines of the small chamber. Not yet having reached the sixth-tier Beast King stage, it could not control its size and thus lay submissively. Yet it remained vigilant, raising its head slightly to press its horn against the stone wall, which bore intricate crimson flame patterns, an infernal barrier it had conjured to cleanse the chamber of lingering dark energy upon its arrival. At present, however, this barrier merely served to reinforce the mountain structure. The fiery essence surged into Tsang Yan's horn, enhancing the brilliance of the crimson patterns, ensuring the chamber's stability against collapse. Though seemingly simple, the task was arduous for Tsang Yan. It had not anticipated that its master would once more invoke the healing Dharma image, provoking such a significant reaction here. The verdant radiance, which had appeared as a beacon of hope in the mystic state, unleashed vibrations in the air, causing a tumultuous upheaval in the cold state. The life force and the encroaching black energy clashed, resulting in explosive bursts. The moment the Emperor's Dharma image manifested, the entire mountain trembled as if an earthquake had struck, sending tremors through the desolate terrain. The cold state had long borne the brunt of demonic tides, suffering countless onslaughts from these creatures. The air, thick with an imperceptible black mist, bore witness to the land's transformation into a breeding ground for dark energy. As the Emperor's Dharma image emerged to purify this malevolent essence, the very earth quaked, the mountain teetering on the brink of collapse. Tsang Yen channeled its own essence to uphold the barrier, supporting the weight of the mountain. Had it not exerted its power, the desolate peak would have surely crumbled to dust, leveling the area. Yihan could not be blamed. He had not foreseen the overwhelming repulsion of the cold abyss's dark energy by the Emperor's seal of eternal life. As Yihan summoned this Dharma image once more, he sensed something amiss. During the initial invocation in the mystic state, the green radiance surrounding the figure had conveyed an essence of perpetual vitality, embodying the pinnacle of life force, a power capable of reviving the dead. Yet, as extremes often lead to opposites, the natural order of the universe dictated that all things are relative. Now, in this realm saturated with dark energy, the summoning of the Emperor's Dharma image awakened a more primal aspect of life force. Though the Emperor, a being of nature, abhorred violence, anyone who could ascend to such heights would inevitably tread upon mountains of corpses. The dazzling green light swept across the land, as the black mist hovering beneath the heavens materialized and dissipated under the gaze of the azure figure. The clash between the life force and the dark energy mirrored the incompatibility of water and fire, a phenomenon that Yi Han had anticipated. However, for him, it was a fortuitous development, as the life force's aversion to the dark energy instilled him with newfound confidence in healing Han Ning's affliction. Chapter 54, Self-Disruption of Ascension. The capital of all knowledge, uncertain whether it was merely his illusion. Yi Han felt that the phantom of the eternal life emperor he had conjured this time seemed considerably more solid than before. Even the features that had previously eluded discernment now bore a vague outline. Those eyes, shimmering with a verdant glow, appeared to encapsulate the essence of vanishing stars, exuding a gaze that towered from the highest heavens, surveying the multitude of beings below. The sovereign, representing the dominion over all living souls, remained exalted in the clouds. Under the scrutiny of that indifferent gaze, Yi Han shivered involuntarily, subsequently rousing himself. He gazed at Han Ning, who lay before him, and gently bit his tongue to awaken his drowsy mind. With his fingers aligned, the ethereal seal that had hovered before him seamlessly merged into his fingertips. Thereafter, a river-like surge of life force gathered in the void, accumulating upon Yi Han's fingers, swiftly enveloping them in emerald patterns reminiscent of verdant foliage. The immense power coalescing caused Yi Han's arms to tremble slightly, though he could employ the method he had once used to rescue Lin Jinhong, directly cleansing Han Ning's body with life force. He was acutely aware that the injuries Lin Jinhong had suffered, while severe, did not involve the troublesome intrusion of demonic energy. The chilling magic of the Han Yuan was exceedingly peculiar, and as a royal scion, Yi Han had been educated from a young age on the countermeasures against demonic entities, granting him profound insight into such enigmatic forces. Despite possessing a system as a trump card, he dared not let his guard down. Thus, he opted to endure the agony of channeling this colossal power into his body, striving to master life force to its zenith. After all, the repulsion between these two forces was overwhelmingly potent. The life energy that leaked from the seal began to disintegrate the demonic energy in the air into nothingness, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. To expel the demonic poison from Han Ning's body, he needed to utilize Han Ning's form as the battleground, thus he could not afford the slightest negligence. Yi Han's fingertips pressed against Han Ning's brow, and the vast life force surged into his consciousness. The demonic energy of Han Yuan could be disconcerting. Thus, Yi Han aimed to first cleanse his mind. The life force purified the primordial spirit, allowing Han Ning's tightly furrowed brow to gradually relax, which in turn eased Yi Han's own mind. With a slight motion of his fingers, he guided the life force downward, using his consciousness as a starting point. Traversing the 8 meridians and roaming through Han Ning's body, consolidating the dispersed black mist, gradually extracting it from within under the rippling emerald glow. However, while the life force was robust, the ancient demonic energy, which had plagued humanity for ages, was not so easily dispelled. Once Yi Han confined it to a singular point, the peculiar black energy seemed to sense something, abruptly oscillating in Han Ning's chest before transforming into 9 streams of black radiance that surged towards various parts of his body. The demonic energy erupted from his chest, although Yi Han controlled the life force to protect Han Ning's internal organs and meridians. The shock still injured his chest and abdomen. With a muffled groan, a vivid crimson flowed from the corner of Han Ning's mouth, dripping onto his sleeve. Yi Han's expression remained unyielding as he raised his fingers to form a seal, successively pressing his fingers onto the 9 major acupoints before Han Ning, infusing them with the verdant life force. Dealing with this demonic energy proved to be no simple task. The notion of expelling it in one fell swoop was evidently impractical. Yi Han had no choice but to adopt a more cautious approach, securing the major acupoints around Han Ning's body before attempting to force the 9 streams of black energy outward. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Yi Han's expression abruptly shifted, for the anomaly originated from within his own body. His fingers trembled slightly as an icy blue radiance illuminated all 108 acupoints within him. The frigid essence surged forth uncontrollably, rendering Yi Han nearly unable to master his own being, causing the temperature within the cavern to plummet, startling even the crouched Song Yin nearby. Yi Han's countenance darkened. He felt the icy essence within him swell violently. Under the stimulus of the life force, his cultivation abruptly approached a bottleneck, threatening to break through. Damn! Even the cold king, raised in royal decorum, could not suppress an expletive. The threshold of breakthrough is a rare opportunity for any martial artist. However, for Yi Han, the arrival of this moment was far from fortuitous. The technique he practiced, the Ice Emperor's Ascension, though not thoroughly elucidated by the system, was evidently a rare and formidable martial art. Though he currently possessed only the cultivation of a warrior, the chilling techniques he could manifest hinted at the terrifying potential of this art in the future. He manipulated his essence to condense water into ice. Although the coverage was unremarkable, the temperature was appallingly low, so much so that even the protective energy of ordinary warriors could not withstand it. This extraordinary phenomenon filled Yi Han with anticipation for the forthcoming breakthroughs. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not the time for ascension. While expelling the demonic energy from Han Ning, he could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. Yi Han quickly made a decision, gritting his teeth, and struck his palm forcefully against his chest. The spiritual energy that had been gathering around him fell into stillness once more. The 108 acupoints gradually calmed, and the overwhelming sensation of imminent breakthrough was forcibly interrupted by his strike. With a spurt of blood from his mouth, his complexion turned ashen. The strike had nearly sealed off half of his acupoints, thus halting the influx of spiritual energy, effectively terminating the prospect of ascension. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Han formed seals with his hands, channeling the immense life force once again into Han Ning's body. Han Ning, should you fail to awaken, I shall not spare you. Yet while Yi Han busied himself, far away in the heavenly continent, the capital seemed equally turbulent. The capital's 100-knowledge pavilion was an anomaly in itself. This establishment permeated every corner of the Hanyu dynasty, with branches in every major county, even extending to subordinate cities beneath the counties. Its distribution was unmatched by any sect or force, deeply infiltrating every facet of the Hanyu dynasty. However, the dynasty allowed it to exist without imposing any restrictions on this entity. While one might consider the 100-knowledge pavilion a power, it possessed no stance of its own. Its doors were open to all, Much like ordinary merchants, it was said that as long as one could afford the price, they could acquire any information, be it about the dynasty or sects, treated with the same impartiality. Such an entity was indeed an anomaly within the dynasty, existing as if beyond the reach of rules. Yet, the dynasty's tolerance meant that no one could voice objection. The capital, being the foremost city of the Hanyu dynasty, naturally served as the foundation for the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, which adhered to strict regulations. The pavilion was divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man. Ordinary warriors and low-level loose cultivators could only access the lowest tier, the man level. Those of notable status could enter the earth level, attended to by the pavilion's stewards. As for the pinnacle, the heaven level, even within the entirety of the Hanyu dynasty, few were qualified to enter. Even Yi Han, now a prominent figure, likely lacked the requisite privilege. Chapter 55. Qingran's Commission, the steward of the Earth Pavilion at this moment. Within the Earth Pavilion of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, a young man clad in simple azure attire was idly tapping his teacup, seemingly awaiting something. Despite his unadorned garment, his handsome features exuded an air of nobility, indicating his distinguished lineage. Had Yi Han been present, he would have recognized this azure-clad youth as the 9th Prince, Yi Qingran, whom he had specifically cautioned to refrain from venturing out without pressing matters. Yi Qingran, with his chin resting on one hand, appeared listless, lost in thought. Why is he so slow this time? He murmured softly, revealing that he was quite familiar with this place, having visited on numerous occasions. The maidservants standing by could only wait silently, hoping that the steward would arrive soon, though they were unaware of the young man's precise identity. His regular access to the Earth Pavilion and the personal reception he received from the steward indicated that he was not someone they could offend. The 100 Knowledge Pavilion was one of Qingran's favorite haunts outside the palace, where, due to his princely status, he could easily enter the exclusive rooms of the Earth Pavilion on the 2nd floor. Those permitted entry to the Earth Pavilion were esteemed guests, and the pavilion treated them with utmost respect, rarely allowing disturbances. The lower-level information could be freely accessed, enabling one to stay informed about worldly affairs without stepping outside. Thus, for him, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion was second only to the Cold King's residence. However, the steward responsible for his reception was notably delayed, leaving Yi Qingran to ponder the cause of the holdup. Just as he was lost in his musings, the seemingly ordinary door to the elegant loft slowly opened, revealing a woman clad in palace attire, her face veiled by a sheer fabric. Though her features were obscured, her tranquil voice indicated that she was not much older than Qingran. After so long, I did not expect the 9th Prince to remain so spirited, the woman said with a slight bow, her tone devoid of much reverence, suggesting familiarity with him. The maidservants on either side acknowledged her and then quietly exited, aware of the unspoken rule to refrain from eavesdropping. Seeing her gesture for the maidservants to leave, Yi Qingran cleared his throat and straightforwardly stated, "Steward Yu, I wish to inquire about my elder brother's recent affairs." The 8th Prince. Despite the presence of 7 other princes, only the 8th Prince, Yi Qingyu, was referred to as brother by Yi Qingran. Even with those he was close to, like Yi Han, he had always used their names directly. The woman appeared slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such an inquiry from Yi Qingran regarding his own brother. The bond between the 8th and 9th princes was profound, and their almost telepathic connection made her puzzled about the necessity of Qingran's question. Indeed, Yi Qingran replied, lifting his teacup to take a sip. "It seems my brother has recently encountered difficulties, yet he refuses to confide in me. Given the capabilities of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, you should be able to uncover some clues." Initially, Yi Qingran had thought his brother was merely unwell, but over the past few days, Yi Qingyu had withdrawn from public life. The 8th Prince, who had been a consistent presence in the court, had suddenly fallen ill and ceased his attendance. This unusual behavior piqued Yi Qingran's curiosity, and his attempts to visit had been met with repeated avoidance, causing him considerable agitation. However, he understood his brother's character well. Despite Yi Qingyu's gentle demeanor, he would remain tight-lipped even under duress. This perplexing situation had left the usually spirited 9th Prince restless, leading him to seek assistance from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. If they could discern details about Yi Han's earlier injuries, they might also shed light on his brother's predicament. Steward Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging her understanding of the 8th Prince's character. If he were indeed facing troubles, it was likely he would choose to shoulder them alone rather than burden his younger brother. "Very well, We at the 100 Knowledge Pavilion shall take on this matter. However, as you are aware, the pavilion has its rules. Steward Yu seated herself opposite Yi Qingran, delicately tapping her teacup. Her calm voice, emerging softly from beneath her veil, was as undisturbed as the tea within. This was, after all, a business transaction. The 100 Knowledge Pavilion had always prided itself on being open and accommodating, operating under the principle of commerce. Yi Qingran felt a wave of relief wash over him at her agreement. His urgency to seek assistance stemmed not only from his brother's troubles, but also from the words Yi Han had imparted before his departure. Yi Han had entrusted them with 2 precious life-preserving pills, urging them to use them only in dire circumstances. With Yi Qingyu evidently in distress, Yi Qingran remembered those words with rising unease. As a regular patron of the pavilion, Yi Qingran was well aware of its customs. Guests who entered the Earth Pavilion could browse the summaries of information without charge, yet should one wish to investigate a specific matter, they were required to offer something of commensurate value. The pavilion prided itself on its ability to procure any information, provided the price was met, though this price was not merely gold or silver, but items of extraordinary worth, such as spiritual stones for martial training or rare treasures. Though Yi Qingran was a prince, his status among his peers was somewhat precarious, and his resources were limited. The precious 9-curved dragon pattern pendant bestowed by the Empress had been given to the pavilion during his previous inquiry about Yi Han's injury, leaving him with few remarkable treasures to offer. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to act, recalling his brother's recent demeanor. With a determined sigh, he retrieved a jade box emanating a faint chill from his storage pouch, placing it on the tea table before the woman. Steward Yu was visibly surprised upon seeing the item, having been aware of Yi Qingran's circumstances. She had not anticipated that he possessed such a treasure. Gently, she lifted the exquisitely crafted jade box and opened it, releasing a more potent wave of cold air that caused frost to form on the redwood table beneath. Chapter 56. The Cold King's Treasure. This pavilion shall not claim it. As the jade box opened, it revealed a small, emerald green pill the size of a longan fruit. A delicate fragrance wafted from within, quickly permeating the entire compartment. A pill? Upon seeing this, Yu Lian's expression grew solemn as she caught a whiff of its subtle aroma. As the steward of the Baishao Pavilion, she was well acquainted with many such treasures. The aura emanating from this pill indicated it was certainly no ordinary item. The fact that the 9th prince would present it at this moment, allowing genuine pain to flicker across the young man's face, suggested it was of significant value. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Lian removed a silver hairpin from her hair. As she gently held it, a faint spiritual energy radiated from it, bringing the intricate carvings to life. With the hairpin in hand, she closed her eyes and delicately lifted the pill from the icy jade box, seemingly attuning herself to its essence. Though the hairpin appeared unremarkable, it was, in fact, a premium magical artifact, primarily used for discerning pills and spiritual materials. While she merely touched the pill with the hairpin, she was cautious. Many spiritual pills were worth their weight in gold, and any damage would be an irretrievable loss. After a brief moment of focus, she opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flitting across her gaze. This was the scent of Tianma mushroom. Could it be the fabled life avoidance pill known to circulate within the Huangyan dynasty? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingran displayed little astonishment. The life avoidance pill was simply the name of this life-preserving treasure within the Huangyan dynasty, reputed for its ability to stave off death and extend life, hence its notable renown. As a steward of the Baishao Pavilion, Yu Lian's ability to identify this pill was hardly surprising. The pill's designation as the life avoidance pill also stemmed from another reason, though it could prevent death for 7 days. If one failed to find a means of prolonging life within that time, even divine intervention would be futile beyond the 7-day limit. Thus, the life avoidance pill was also deemed the certain death pill. This life-preserving pill must have been obtained from the Cold King's residence. It was well known that the Cold King, in his youth, had traversed various nations and acquired numerous treasures. Who would have thought he could procure this long-lost life-saving pill and be willing to present it to? What is your intention? Do you mean to imply that this life-preserving pill is beneath the notice of the Baishao Pavilion? Yi Qingran pressed his hand down upon the jade box, allowing the chilling air emanating from it to freeze his palm, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze fixed fiercely upon the woman opposite him. Meanwhile, Yu Lian appeared unfazed by the anger in his eyes. She leisurely lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip. And only when Yi Qingran seemed on the verge of overturning the table did she rise calmly, speaking at a measured pace. What do you mean by this? This is a spiritual pill that has long been extinct in the Huangyan dynasty. Is the Bai Shao Pavilion truly unmoved? Yi Qingran's expression softened considerably, a trace of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Heaven knows how anxious he felt when he extracted the life-preserving pill meant for Yi Han. Yet, he never expected that this merchant-minded Bai Shao Pavilion would choose to return this spiritual pill to him. That is not the case. The life-preserving pill can safeguard a person from death for 7 days. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? However, even the most precious item taken from the Cold King's residence may not guarantee its consumption. Yu Lian, though merely a fragile woman, could not casually claim treasures from the Cold King's abode. Today, this information shall be bestowed upon the ninth prince, serving to cultivate a favorable connection with him and the Cold King. Before her words had fully dissipated, she had already moved to the door, lightly tapping her finger against it. The seemingly ordinary door transformed, flowing open as if it were water, allowing her to pass through effortlessly. The door to the Bai Shao Pavilion's Gezi compartment, while appearing unremarkable, was inscribed with layers of intricate formations. Once guests entered the compartment, the door would remain shut without the host's permission. Even the stewards of Bai Shao Pavilion could only traverse through it by employing special secret methods. Much like Yu Lian had just done. Is it because this belongs to Yi Han that it cannot be taken? Just how many secrets does that fellow conceal? He found himself devoid of interest in continuing to peruse various oddities within this establishment. Yet, he remained unaware that as he exited the Bai Shao Pavilion, 2 figures on the second floor were observing his every move. One of these figures was an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, clearly having surpassed 70 years. The other was a youthful woman, her face veiled in light gauze, evidently the very Yu Lian who had just departed from Yi Qingran's presence. The life-preserving pill, it is said, was created by the second-tier sect, Yaowang Valley, within the Huangyan dynasty, a legacy of great antiquity and renown. Later, after the Yaowang Valley was annihilated by the Shadow Tower, this pill fell into obscurity, with all stored pills seized by the Shadow Tower. Though both individuals stood upon the second floor, the elderly man remained half a step behind Yu Lian, his posture slightly bent, exuding an air of respect. As he spoke, he recounted secrets unknown to the public, revealing his significant status within the Bai Shao Pavilion. The so-called Yu Lian merely nodded slightly, remarking, "The only life-preserving pills circulating in the world today are those that escaped prior to the Yaowang Valley's destruction, or those in possession of the Shadow Tower." Who would have thought that the Cold King would have ties to the Shadow Tower during his southern expeditions? Truly unfathomable. Yu Lian's fingers lightly tapped the armrest before her, a soft laugh escaping from beneath her veil. Yet, thanks to him, my confidence regarding the 8th prince has significantly increased, since His Highness the Cold King has even produced the life-preserving pill. He must have some awareness of the 8th princess situation. I just wonder if he can assist this prince in successfully escaping calamity. As Yu Lian spoke, the elderly man behind her appeared slightly perplexed and bowed to inquire, "Master Yu, the pavilion has long conducted investigations on that Cold King. This man possesses an innate flaw and seems unremarkable. Why does the master place such importance on him?" Chapter 57. The Master of the Four Directions. Is the body of the severed veins truly so extraordinary? Upon hearing these words, Yu Lian smiled, her eyes filled with derision, seemingly dismissive of such remarks. In the 42nd year of Xianting, the former Grand Marshal had spoken ill of him, using the late king's death as a weapon against him. The Cold King had merely crossed paths with him and chose to ignore him. However, the following day in the Golden Throne Hall, the Cold King presented 27 charges against the Grand Marshal, meticulously detailing the misdeeds of this elder over the past 18 years, each supported by irrefutable evidence, including the sites of murder and concealment of state funds, all without exception. "Are you aware of this matter?" The old man fell silent. For being a member of the 100 Secrets Pavilion, he was naturally familiar with this affair. The 42nd year of Xianting coincided with the Cold King's return to the capital, marking the onset of his rise to prominence. That Grand Marshal was the first stepping stone to the Cold King's burgeoning reputation. As a high-ranking official with immense power and the cultivation of a great martial master, his actions were undoubtedly arrogant and overbearing. Such acts of corruption and injustice were hardly secrets in the world. Yet, as long as no tangible evidence remained, no turmoil would ensue. In the court, everyone is a cunning fox, and thus no one spoke of it nor cared. However, on the very next day after the Grand Marshal's conflict with the Cold King, Yihan directly presented 27 charges against him before the monarch, each one a grave offense, all itemized with remarkable detail, as if he had witnessed them firsthand. The monarch, naturally skeptical, dispatched his subordinates from the Cold Blood Dragon Guard to thoroughly investigate the matter as per Yihan's claims. Remarkably, within half a day, every charge was validated, inciting the monarch's furious wrath. The Grand Marshal's entire clan was executed, not leaving even a trace, and the incident stirred a great uproar in the imperial capital, lingering for over half a year without abating. The old man pondered for a moment, hesitantly remarking, "As I recall, the Cold King claimed to have acquired that information from our 100 Secrets Pavilion, and thus the matter settled, remaining unmentioned since entering the imperial capital. The Cold King had remained reclusive, unwilling to engage with anyone beyond the 8th and 9th princes. How could I have heard of him visiting our 100 Secrets Pavilion?" A cold laugh escaped the woman's lips, her expression concealed beneath her veil, yet her eyes shimmered with a hint of mockery. Moreover, the affairs of the high-ranking officials in the imperial capital often came to my attention. How could I not know when such detailed intelligence was procured from within the pavilion and sold to the royal family? The old man was rendered speechless. The 100 Secrets Pavilion housed 4 masters, Tiantong, Daiming, Qianji, and Balian, each possessing extraordinary abilities. With a legacy spanning a millennium, the pavilion has seen its peaks and troughs. Yet the positions of its 4 masters have never been vacant, ranked just below the elusive pavilion master, truly a position of power. Yulian, however, was not merely a steward of the 100 Secrets Pavilion. She was the only woman among the 4 masters, standing at the pinnacle as the 3rd, inheriting the title of Master Qianji, a figure of utmost prominence even within the pavilion. Master Tiantong comprehended the celestial cycles, discerning changes and predicting the trends of the world. Master Daiming could measure the fortunes of the land and discern the nuances of mountains and rivers. The Master Qianji before him possessed insight into the myriad facets of life, divining the fates of individuals and foreseeing calamities. As she stated, nearly all information related to human affairs sold by the 100 Secrets Pavilion would pass through her hands, for she had calculated many matters herself. The tale of the Grand Marshal was widely circulated, with the Cold King purportedly claiming to have obtained that information from her pavilion, a matter long settled and unchallenged, even within their ranks. Yet now, it appeared that Master Qianji was entirely unaware of this affair, suggesting that there were indeed deeper implications at play. The Cold King was a relative of the Cold Feather Monarch, and given the circumstances, he had done no wrong. So why would the monarch pursue the matter further? The 100 Secrets Pavilion has always prided itself on being a merchant. Who would wish to antagonize the current nobility unless absolutely necessary? A cold laugh escaped the woman's lips, indicating she was already well aware of the past events. Moreover, the release of the Cold King's information served to enhance the reputation of our 100 Secrets Pavilion, yielding benefits without drawbacks. The Cold King Yihan is indeed a master of schemes. Her words carried little anger. Rather, it was the absurdity of being unjustly blamed that left her somewhat aggrieved. Additionally, a part of her stubbornness likely fueled her frustration. It must be acknowledged that the detailed evidence Yihan presented was beyond her capacity to foresee. The thought that someone could ascertain such intricacies sent a chill down her spine. The elder behind her also flashed a look of astonishment. If this were true, then the Cold King was indeed unfathomable. Yet he could not comprehend how, if the information did not originate from their pavilion, the Cold King had acquired it. After all, many of the Grand Marshal's actions occurred before Yihan's birth. Suddenly, the elder glanced at the woman before him, seemingly recalling something, and cold sweat began to bead on his brow. The Cold King had long been without cultivation, supposedly due to a congenital severance of veins that rendered him unable to channel energy into his body. He had always believed this without question. However, when he associated Yihan with the Master Qianji before him, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, this woman, revered by countless individuals within the 100 Secrets Pavilion, was also a mortal without any cultivation. The masters of the 100 Secrets Pavilion, observing the celestial mechanisms and calculating destinies, engaged in acts deemed contrary to heaven. Thus, each generation of masters faced divine jealousy, bearing unique shortcomings. Master Tiantong cultivated the insight to observe the sun, moon, and stars, predicting the trends of the world. But aside from his cultivated insight, He could perceive not a single thing in the earthly realm. Master Daiming could explore vast territories and understand the shifts of the land. Yet his legs had been crippled for many years. And Master Qianji, while discerning the myriad states of existence and human affairs, was condemned to live as a mere mortal, forever barred from the path of cultivation. And the cold King Yihan, precisely due to his congenital severance of veins, had also been unable to cultivate. Now the elder, having surpassed 70 years of age, felt as if he had stumbled upon something momentous, and cold sweat profusely dripped down him, yet he dared not wipe it away. Meanwhile, the woman stood before him as if oblivious to his state, stepping toward the rarely accessed Tianzi Pavilion within the Hundred Secrets Pavilion. According to reports from within the pavilion, it seemed the Cold King had recently broken through to the martial artist level. How had he accomplished this? After a few strides, she ascended to the third floor, her figure vanishing from sight, while the elder remained rooted in place, hesitating to depart. Chapter 58. Searching again, northward. Yihan raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, gazing down at Han Ning, who lay motionless on the ground with tightly shut eyes. A heavy stone seemed to lift from his heart. At that moment, the dark aura that had once intermittently emanated from Han Ning had completely vanished. Even the massive wound on his chest now bore only a faint mark, clearly a testament to the life force that had intervened. Between the two of them, several drops of pitch-black blood were swirling within the barrier set by Tsang Yan, gradually being consumed by the fiery essence contained within, turning to nothingness. These were the remnants of Han Ning's demonic poison. As the malevolent energy spread, Yihan had no choice but to employ the most rudimentary method to expel it along with the blood from Han Ning's body. Although it took considerable effort, the process proved to be relatively smooth. He merely needed to wait for Han Ning to regain consciousness, and he would surely recover. This time, there was no expectation of a breakthrough in his cultivation, but fortunately, the foundation of his prowess remained intact. With time, the opportunity for a significant advancement would not elude him for long, as it was merely a minor realm. Yihan did not meditate further. Instead, he gently lifted the unconscious Han Ning and mounted Song Yan's back. While healing Han Ning required tranquility and focus, he himself was not in a stupor and was aware of the events unfolding around him. Despite Song Yan's profound cultivation, sustaining a collapsing mountain was no light task. Now that the ordeal had concluded, it was time to depart from this shattered hillock. Yihan sheltered Han Ning in front of him, a role reversal of sorts, as this fellow had once saved him, and now it was Yihan's turn to protect him. After ensuring they were settled, Song Yin summoned a protective blaze and ceased sustaining the barrier, charging forth beyond the crumbled rocks. The small mountain, having already lost its support under the emerald divine light, would have collapsed long ago had it not been for Song Yan's continued support with his demonic essence. As Song Yin suddenly retracted his power, the already battered hill could no longer endure, crumbling to pieces the moment the barrier vanished, sending countless fragments tumbling down. Under Song Yan's protection, Yihan and Han Ning were unharmed, with the debris dissipating in the violent flames. Yihan paid no mind to the dust behind him. Once Song Yan was free, he directly accessed the system interface, commencing the search. The last time he had searched, he was still within the bounds of Xianzhou. But now he had crossed Jian Cliff, arriving in this desolate land of Zhenhanzhou. He could not believe that the heavenly realms scattered across this continent were similarly governed by their own lords, as in Xianzhou. An invisible ripple spread through the void, extending into the dim expanse of land, its destination unknown. If other martial artists were present, they might regard this unseen wave with caution, yet to Yihan, it was familiar territory. As the wave reverberated, feedback swiftly reached his consciousness. System search complete. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, no suitable sacred ground for establishing a sect has been found. The host is encouraged to persevere and establish a sect soon. Alert. Excessive energy from otherworldly sources detected nearby. The host is advised to exercise caution. Alert. A powerful fluctuation of celestial energy has been detected to the north, likely indicating the presence of an ancient sect site. The host is advised to proceed northward. The system presented two notifications, causing Yihan to frown. The first notification was clear. The otherworldly energy referenced was likely the cold abyssal demonic aura intermingled with the environment of Zhenhanzhou. This power clashed with the celestial forces of this world, aptly termed otherworldly energy. Yihan, however, paid little heed to the demonic essence within the celestial energy. The demonic aura in the air was exceedingly thin, insufficient to corrupt even ordinary martial artists, merely influencing their minds with its negative emotions. His cultivation of the Ice Emperor's heavenly record, a top-tier ice attribute technique, inherently stabilized the mind and purified the spirit, rendering him impervious to such feeble, demonic influences. Yet, the second message regarding the north puzzled him. This was Zhenhanzhou, situated at the northernmost edge of the continent, already a desolate area. Proceeding further north, near the cold abyss, would lead to a zone devoid of life. The system's claim of ancient sect remnants in the north was intriguing but contradictory. The previous feedback indicated no sacred grounds within 100,000 miles. According to the system, the so-called sacred ground must lie at least 100,000 miles to the north. What lay 100,000 miles north of Zhenhanzhou? Even the two prefecture cities on this continent were located near the southern edge. To venture north, one would likely traverse beyond the demon barrier, a place infamous for its perilous terrain. How could a sect possibly exist in such cursed soil? The earth, tainted by demonic energy, had profound effects on human martial artists. Even if such a place had been a sacred ground in the past, it was hardly a realm suitable for mortals now, unless the remnants were suspended in the sky. Yihan scrutinized the system panel before him, a flicker of turmoil evident in his gaze. Should he pursue the relics to the north? Venturing there would likely plunge him into a maelstrom of demonic dangers. Yet, should he refrain, he would remain in Zhenhanzhou, aimlessly searching like a headless fly. Should he fail to locate a suitable site within the allotted time, he would inevitably face obliteration. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Han Ning, he sighed softly and then addressed Song Yan. Let us proceed northward. We shall visit the divine imperial prefecture for some respite. However, lost in contemplation of the system's matters, Yihan failed to notice that the blood-red feather that had trailed them since Jian Cliff had vanished, its whereabouts now unknown. Han Ning remained unconscious, his body leaning against Yihan, yet a faint red glow flickered briefly within his slightly drooping palm. As they journeyed onward, Song Yan moved without the brilliant flames that usually enveloped him, his steps significantly lighter than before. Clearly, upon entering this demonic soil, even Song Yan, a beast king of the 5th tier, had to exercise utmost caution. After all, this was a land where countless powerful beings had met their demise. Chapter 59. The City of Divine Guardian. In the desolate land of Jinhan Prefecture, a colossal unicorn-like beast galloped forward across the dark brown earth. Upon its back sat two youths. One appeared to be in deep slumber, while the other wore a furrowed brow. Yihan's expression was grave. Having encountered countless remnants along the journey, some belonging to aberrant beasts, others to humans. In this frigid expanse of the far north, the despairing visages of the deceased were preserved in their final moments, evoking a chilling sensation. The corpses scattered along the path were relatively intact, yet some had been ravaged beyond recognition, resembling tattered sacks, rendering their former appearances unidentifiable. The acrid stench of blood mingled with decay was nauseating. As Song Yan ventured deeper northward, such macabre remains multiplied. Alongside the scattered bones lay many shattered walls, remnants of villages obliterated by monstrous entities. Ahead of them loomed the northernmost county city of the Hanyu dynasty, the City of Divine Guardian. True to its name, it stood as a bastion against the onslaught of malevolent forces, towering at the forefront of the demonic tide, in concert with the demon barrier, to ward off the strange beings encroaching from the north. This city, perched upon ancient frozen soil, had endured for millennia, its history predating even the Hanyu dynasty. As Yihan and his companion drew closer to the city, the vestiges of humanity became increasingly apparent. While most remnants were long past their ruin, traces of life began to emerge. Yet, Yihan felt a sense of futility. The local populace exhibited a fierce demeanor. Throughout their journey, he had witnessed several bands of brigands preying upon travelers, all of whom had been deterred by the formidable presence of Song Yan. Yihan paid little heed to these petty criminals, opting to withdraw Song Yan into the spirit beast realm as they approached the city. He hoisted the unconscious Han Ning onto his back and made his way towards the City of Divine Guardian. This city was not unfamiliar to him. It was the place where his former self had spent his youth and the former domain of the Han King. Indeed, Yihan's father, the previous Han King Yishingang, had been the lord of this city. However, following his father's demise, the power of the Han royal estate gradually diminished, leaving the lordship all but vacant. The once heroic Han King, despite his valor, had shown a lack of discernment in his allies. Though Yihan had been away for several years, his visage likely remained known among the upper echelons of the city, even with a mask to obscure his identity. Should he enter the city astride Song Yan, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. After several days of arduous travel, he appeared disheveled and weary, especially with the unconscious Han Ning on his back, resembling a destitute fugitive rather than a nobleman. As he approached the city gates, the throng of humanity began to swell. Yet, those traversing the path were gaunt and haggard, some with darkened foreheads and sunken eyes, bearing the marks of imminent demise. The sight of Yihan, soiled and disheveled, stirred no reaction among them, not even at the sight of the unconscious Han Ning. In Jinhan Prefecture, carrying an injured person or even a corpse elicited little astonishment. Observing the numbed expressions of the people, Yihan sighed inwardly. Jinhan Prefecture was a cursed land, where even those within the two county cities lived precariously, let alone the lowly martial artists dwelling outside. Yihan spoke little, silently carrying Han Ning to the gates of the city, joining the end of a queue that stretched like a serpent. The gates of the two major county cities in Jinhan Prefecture were perpetually crowded, filled with those hoping to enter, seeking to exchange the beasts they hunted for meager rations, or others hoping to slip inside and seize an opportunity. Yet, for most, their hopes would dissolve into nothingness. If it were easy to remain within the city, such a multitude would not be clamoring at the gates. Yihan gently set Han Ning down, allowing him to lean against him. The inspections for entering the city were stringent, designed to prevent any monsters from infiltrating, and at their current pace, it would take considerable time to gain entry. Suddenly, a burly warrior in the middle of the queue seized a diminutive man before him, lifting him effortlessly. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly defenseless man produced a short sword, stealthily concealed, and slashed at the warrior's throat. The burly fighter, though taken by surprise, managed to evade a fatal blow. A flash of cold light revealed the blade embedding itself into his arm, blood gushing forth and contorting his face in agony. He retaliated by flinging the small man away. As the small man hit the ground, he deftly rolled and crawled behind a pile of rubble, ignoring the threat behind him. "Fool, you seek death," roared the burly warrior, quickly wresting the blade from his wounded arm. Heedless of the blood streaming down, he charged towards the shadowy figure behind the stones. Yet, in mere moments, the small man had vanished into the distance. The two engaged in a frantic chase, soon disappearing from view. The unexpected turmoil failed to rattle the queue. Even as the diminutive man struck, the onlookers displayed little more than indifference. The denizens of Jinhan Prefecture had long grown accustomed to such violence. Each bore some stain of another's blood upon their hands, for in this mad world, kindness would scarcely ensure survival. Chapter 60. The veteran Shin Jin. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Yihan regained his composure, the two figures had already vanished into the depths of his vision. This scene swiftly roused a sense of vigilance within Yihan. After spending several years in the tranquility of the imperial capital, he had long forgotten the brutality of Jinhan Prefecture. Here, even an ordinary mortal, wielding a short blade, could easily assassinate a martial artist without raising any eyebrows. The stout martial artist had already attained the level of a martial master, though his cultivation was not particularly stable. He had undeniably entered the third realm of martial arts. In contrast, the short man, also a martial artist, was significantly inferior in strength, as evidenced by the aura he exuded, which was a whole realm below that of the stout man. Otherwise, the latter would not have so carelessly lifted him. Yet, despite his lower cultivation, the short man showed no hesitation when he struck to kill. Throughout the encounter, he did not utter a single word, nor did he attempt to defend himself against the stout warrior's accusations. He simply raised his hand and unleashed a deadly strike. Those who manage to survive in Jinhan Prefecture are individuals who have emerged from countless massacres, each carrying a harrowing burden of bloodshed behind them. The long line of people began to move swiftly, filling the void left by the departure of the two men. Yihan maintained his silence, yet he did not dare to relax the flow of his inner energy even for a moment. In Jinhan Prefecture, one must be cautious not only of the ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts, but also of these martial artists whose hearts remain inscrutable. As time ticked away, the lengthy queue progressed slowly. After several hours, it was finally Yihan and his companions' turn to approach the city gate. At that moment, Yihan clearly saw the appearance of the city guards, which elicited a faint chuckle from him. The guards were clad in rigid iron armor, their entire bodies shielded, save for their eyes, which were the only visible part of them, as if they dared not expose even an inch of skin. Aside from searching Yi Han, the soldiers were disinclined to approach him at all. Although the entry inspection was tedious, it was hardly thorough. Yi Han had casually stored away his weapons and armor in the system space, carrying not even a storage pouch, and Han Ning was in the same predicament. As for their identities upon entering the city, that was easily resolved. Yi Han fabricated a name and background on the spot, and with a token he had taken from a corpse along the way, he fashioned himself as a steward from a fallen family. Han Ning, in turn, became the pampered young master of that family, having fainted from the fright caused by the beasts outside the city. Although their identities posed no issue, verifying Han Ning's condition required some effort. It was evident that Han Ning was injured, causing the soldiers to hesitate before allowing them entry. Who could say whether his injuries were inflicted by beasts? If he were to be tainted by demonic energy and transform within the city, it would be no trivial matter. Yi Han, observing the situation, was not surprised. He approached a small captain with familiarity, handing him a heavy silk pouch while quietly explaining a few words. The captain ceased his inquiries, and they entered the city in a rather muddled fashion. Watching the dense line of people outside, Yi Han couldn't help but smile wryly. Gaining entry to the county city was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in remaining within its walls. Those like Yi Han, who entered the city without a county token, were considered outsiders. Once night fell and the city imposed a curfew, such outsiders would be forcibly expelled. Those with a modicum of strength might be retained by the city's nobility, kept as death warriors in their households. Regardless of the outcome, their fates were invariably grim. Yi Han did not linger, opting to turn away and seek refuge in a nearby inn for the time being. While the inns within the city helped avoid expulsion during curfew, their prices were exorbitant. If one had the means to stay at an inn, it would be wiser to pay a certain sum to acquire a county token instead. However, obtaining a county token here was not a guarantee of safety. Even residents were required to regularly submit the corpses of beasts to the county. Failure to comply would result in the confiscation of their tokens and expulsion from the city. Thus, the majority of inhabitants met their demise in battles against the beasts. Even those fortunate enough to survive would, in their old age, find their vitality waning and lose the ability to hunt, leading to their eventual banishment and death. The rules of Jinhan Prefecture were merciless. Yi Han declined the assistance of the inn staff, carrying Han Ning into their room. He then produced a pale green circular jade pendant from seemingly nowhere, inscribing a few words upon it with his spiritual energy before crushing it decisively. As the jade shattered, Yi Han seated himself at the head of Han Ning's bed, beginning to cultivate and restore his energy. Since their departure from the imperial capital, Yi Han had not had a moment's true rest. Once he relaxed his mind, he was immediately beset by a sensation of fatigue. A chill emanated from his body, causing even the slumbering Han Ning to shiver involuntarily. In recent days, the presence of the fiery beast, Song Yin, had suppressed the cold within him, allowing Yi Han to nearly forget its existence. Now, with Song Yin asleep, the chill resurfaced, prompting Yi Han to smile ruefully as he stepped away from the bed and settled into a corner to meditate once more. He had no doubt that if this continued, he would soon succumb to sleep. Fortunately, the jade pendant did not keep him waiting long. Within half an hour, a knock resounded at Yi Han's door. Chen Jin, reporting to His Highness the Cold King. Standing outside was a figure cloaked in black robes. When Yi Han waved his hand, unleashing a gust of cold air to open the door, the figure swiftly entered the room. Upon seeing Yi Han, the man, aged over 50, immediately knelt on one knee, paying deep respect. As the man knelt, his black cloak fell away, revealing a weathered face marked by the trials of life. His name was Chen Jin, a former guard of the Cold King's residence, akin to Lin Zhan, and fiercely loyal to Yi Han. Years ago, he had sustained severe injuries during an assassination attempt, rendering him unable to accompany Yi Han on long journeys. Hence, Yi Han had left him in Xinyu County as an informant for the Cold King's residence. Yi Han hurriedly rose to assist the veteran general. Once a guard of the Cold King's residence, he now served as a subordinate general under the city officials of Xinyu County. Observing the graying hair at Chun Jin's temples, Yi Han couldn't help but sigh. Although Chun Jin's cultivation had once been inferior to Lin Zhan's, he had been on the verge of breaking through to the realm of grand martial artist. However, since that fateful injury, his progress had halted, and now, over 8 years later, he remained trapped at the pinnacle of martial master. Time had flown, And even among the guards of the Cold King's residence, Chen Jin had been considered older. Now, this once mighty warrior who had followed the Cold King had bowed his back, and his youth had long since faded away. Chapter 61. The situation in the county city. It is said that General Chen's foundational losses belong to the old wounds of years past. With the power of the Qingdi Chongqing seal, it should be possible to heal them. Just as Yi Han was pondering this, a sudden mechanical voice echoed within his sea of consciousness, startling him. System detection. The host's prestige value is merely 186 points remaining. Using the Qingdi Chongqing seal again will reduce the prestige value below the critical threshold of 100 points. The host is advised to use caution. This time, the system's mechanical voice was not the usual notification, but rather a surprisingly humanized reminder, appearing unannounced in Yi Han's mind, catching him off guard. This was the first time the system had proactively alerted him to anything. And a flicker of thought crossed Yi Han's mind. Did this imply he could now inquire about task-related matters with the system? Shaking his head slightly, he sighed and dismissed the notion for the time being. However, at this juncture, he certainly could not afford to squander his prestige value. Fortunately, Yi Han was already resolute in obtaining the Qingdi Chongqing seal, and he believed that General Chen's injuries could eventually be healed. He was confident that the rewards for completing the main storyline task would not disappoint him. General Chen, what is the current situation in the county city? Your Highness, the present state of Xinyu County City can be described as divided into two factions. One faction is led by the current city lord, Lord Yishuanja, while the other is composed of prominent families, spearheaded by the venerable martial king, Huang Guchuan of the Huang clan. Both factions are fortified by formidable martial kings, creating a stalemate where neither can easily overpower the other. Yi Han nodded gently upon hearing this. Though he resided in the imperial capital, his connections to the region of Zhanhanzhou had not waned over the years, and he was not entirely unfamiliar with the local dynamics. His inquiry was merely a means of reacquainting himself with the situation. He had also heard of Lord Yishuanja. By lineage, he could be considered Yi Han's royal uncle. As a contemporary of his father, the late King Han Yixingan, he was among the few in the royal family who had attained the martial king realm and had been honored with the title of one-word king. Yi Han held no ill will towards this noble. After his father's demise, if it had not been for this noble's clandestine assistance, the members of the Han royal mansion would not have been able to leave Xinyu County City so easily. It was crucial to note that within Xinyu County City, aside from the late King Han Yixingan, the opposing faction also had a martial king in their ranks. The Huang clan was not a minor family akin to the second-rate clans of the falling Cold City. Their patriarch, Huang Guchuan, was a seasoned martial king and a renowned figure within the Hanyu dynasty. As a martial king of a noble family, Huang Guchuan nominally pledged loyalty to the dynasty, consistently aligning himself with King Han Yixingan in Xinyu County City. However, being a martial king, he was afforded significant privileges by the dynasty, unlike the lesser sects that could be summoned or dismissed at will. As long as he remained aligned with the dynasty on major issues, the dynasty tolerated some of his private maneuvers. Under this tacit allowance, the Huang clan's influence expanded significantly. Although Zhanhanzhou was a cursed land, it was undeniable that perilous places also held opportunities. The magical beasts, while troublesome, provided valuable resources. Their remains could be fashioned into magical artifacts or formations, containing immense power that was particularly effective against demonic entities. These resources were unique treasures of Zhanhanzhou. Over time, the Huang clan evidently emerged as the foremost family in Xinyu County City, making it challenging for even the Han royal mansion to compete. The locals even jestingly referred to the Huang clan as the royal family. As the lord of Xinyu County City, Yixingan could not help but feel a sense of urgency upon witnessing the expansion of the noble families within the city. Nevertheless, Huang Guchuan, being a cunning old fox, never engaged in direct confrontation with him, leaving Yixingan with little recourse. The Huang clan had established itself in Xinyu County City for centuries, amassing untold wealth. Even during Yixingan's lifetime, he had to exercise restraint towards the Huang clan. With such a formidable force, it was now exceedingly simple to manipulate a Han royal mansion lacking a martial king in its ranks. What Huang Guchuan did not anticipate was that Lord Yishuanja would come to the defense of the Han royal mansion. With a martial king as protection, the dynamics shifted significantly. While Lord Yishuanja valued familial ties, he could not provide protection at every turn. Though both factions remained at an impasse, the Han royal mansion, caught between the two sides, would inevitably face gradual decline until it faded into obscurity. Yi Han had discerned the situation in Xinyu County City, which prompted him to lead the entire Han royal mansion to the imperial capital in search of an opportunity for resurgence. He felt gratitude towards the noble who was willing to extend a helping hand during the Han royal mansion's most perilous moments. Yi Han stroked his chin, recalling that Lord Yi Xuanzhe was not particularly difficult to engage with. He could potentially be swayed to their side. After contemplating this for a moment, Yi Han decided to set the matter aside for now. Regardless, it was a consideration for the future. The most pressing concern remained the main storyline task issued by the system. General Chun, are there any peculiar places beyond 100,000 li north of Xinyu County City? 100,000 li north of the county city? Hearing Yi Han's unexpected inquiry, Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback. Xinyu County City was already the northernmost city of the Hanyu dynasty. If one were to venture further north, they would reach the formidable Yuma Pass, which was as renowned as the southern Zhunnan Pass of the dynasty. While the former might not boast the same fame, only the upper echelons of the dynasty were aware of the immense power harbored within Yuma Pass, which far surpassed that of Zhunnan Pass. After all, Zhunnan Pass defended against other human realms, whereas Yuma Pass was tasked with guarding against non-human entities. The extent of the power concealed within that formidable pass was likely known only to the ruler of the dynasty. However, there was no doubt that powerful martial kings were stationed there, and certainly more than one. For a general of the Hanyu dynasty, upon hearing of the northern region of Xinyu County City, the first thought that sprang to mind would naturally be to consider Yuma Pass. However, when he voiced this, Yi Han shook his head in response. Yi Han was well aware of Yuma Pass's existence. When his father still governed Xinyu County City, he had recounted tales of that formidable stronghold. In the late King Han's words, there was an air of reverence, and he regarded Yuma Pass as a protective shield for Xinyu County City. Yet, what Yi Han sought to inquire about was the existence beyond that stronghold, in a realm perilously close to the brink of life itself. Chapter 62. Leaving the city, my lord. Beyond the demon barrier is a realm untouched by humankind. He was startled when the Ling Tong Jade, which he had carried with him, suddenly reacted. However, due to the intricate formations inscribed within it, the wear on the array patterns was inevitable during the flow of spiritual energy. Thus, unless it was a matter of utmost urgency, those stationed in Jinhan Prefecture would not easily employ this artifact. Yet, Yi Han had arrived here without warning and summoned him alone, now inquiring about the matters north of the demon barrier, which filled him with a sense of trepidation. Could it be that the Lord intends to venture beyond the barrier? Spare no words. Simply share what you know with me. Yi Han gestured lightly, articulating his request. He was acutely aware that the expanse beyond the demon barrier was a forbidden land for humanity, but at this juncture, he had no alternative. Chen Jin sighed, yielding to the inevitable, and divulged all that he knew. In the past, Yi Han had been unable to cultivate the Cold King manners technique, the 9 stars Chinquan art, due to his unique physique. However, there were no restrictions on practicing the corresponding footwork, the 9 stars void treading. Over the years, he had mastered it to perfection. It was only due to his limited cultivation that he had yet to fully unleash the technique's speed. Now, having practiced the Ice Emperor's celestial record, Yi Han had entered the warrior realm and was on the verge of advancing to the mid-stage. As he executed this footwork, celestial shadows manifested beneath his feet, allowing him to dart through the frigid currents with astonishing speed, nearly dazzling the onlookers. It was no wonder that the old Cold King had favored this footwork. The 9 stars void treading, as it was indeed extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Yi Han transformed into a mere shadow, weaving through countless warriors and swiftly distancing himself from the county city. Once he was in a secluded area, he removed his black cloak and summoned a fiery beast from the spirit beast space. It was none other than the flame sacred armor beast king, Song Yan. Before leaving the city, he had already awakened the slumbering Song Yan through his spiritual connection, ensuring it was ready to emerge at a moment's notice. Perched upon Song Yan's back, the oppressive fiery aura quelled the icy energy that had been seeping from him, prompting a wry smile to cross his lips. Only now did he truly exhale in relief. His anxiety was understandable, as Chen Jin had forewarned him. Most individuals exiting the city were seasoned warriors, either affluent or powerful, and it was likely they carried the county city tokens. It was crucial to note that these tokens were unregistered, meaning that whoever seized one could enter the city without enduring the perilous existence of being prey to the wilderness. This prospect was undeniably alluring to those destitute warriors. Even if the departing warriors bore no tokens, they were undoubtedly laden with valuable items, making them prime targets for those who would not let such opportunities slip by. Aware of this, Yihan had no intention of slowing his pace. Although Chen Jin had offered to escort him out of the city, Yihan firmly declined, preventing him from alerting others. His departure was meant to be clandestine, and he wished to avoid attracting attention. If a military leader were to accompany him out, it could attract the gaze of those with ulterior motives, which would be quite unfavorable. While no one could intercept Yihan, this would inadvertently reveal Chen Jin and the others' identities. Moreover, with Yihan entrusting the unconscious Han Ning to him, it was imperative that their presence remain concealed. In truth, Yihan was not overly concerned about the rabble pursuing him. With his current cultivation, bolstered by the Ice Emperor's celestial record, his internal energy had already surpassed that of a mid-stage warrior, even rivaling that of late-stage warriors. Given such power, combined with the 9 stars void treading, even martial masters would find it challenging to catch up to him in a short span. Once he distanced himself from the county city and summoned Song Yan, it remained uncertain who would be the real prey. Indeed, as soon as Yihan mounted Song Yan, the Beast King turned its gaze back toward their pursuers, its eyes ablaze with a domineering fire. There were indeed reckless souls daring to pursue them. Outside the northern gate of Xinyu County, a ragtag group of disheveled warriors was scrambling away, their expressions filled with sheer terror, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs to hasten their escape. Behind them, atop a pile of rubble, loomed a massive beast engulfed in raging flames, surrounded by burning earth and stone, utterly unfazed by the frigid temperatures of the extreme north. Among this group, the most powerful warrior barely reached the level of a martial master, rendering them inconsequential in the presence of Song Yan. Thus, any who came into contact with the fiery pillar were reduced to ash without even a scream, scattered upon the ground. The remaining few either managed to evade the flames or were fortunate enough to be outside the pillar's reach, allowing them to escape with their lives. However, even those who were spared found their hair and garments singed and tattered, their clothes melted and fused together by the intense heat. Amidst this horrifying inferno, their meager protective aura was utterly ineffective, and even at a distance, they felt as if their bodies were melting. As they fled in terror, tears streamed down their faces. They had witnessed Yihan exit the city and depart at a terrifying speed, mistakenly believing him to be a low-tier warrior who had panicked at their ambush. Little did they know, the seemingly unremarkable warrior was accompanied by a formidable spirit beast of at least 5th-tier cultivation. With such a powerful mount in tow, how could he be a weakling? Those who often lingered by the river had indeed kicked a steel plate this time. For those lurking outside the city, a successful ambush could lead to overnight wealth, and with a stroke of luck, they might even gain entry into the county city. However, the risks they faced were significant. Those emerging from the city were not without their own strengths. Numerous martial masters and martial sovereigns were among them, and should they turn their attention to this unruly mob, the outcome would surely be fatal. Let us depart. Yihan gently patted Song Yan's scaled back, signaling it to leave. He had no intention of pursuing those fleeing behind him. Those who dared to target him had never received mercy. The ashes left behind by Song Yan bore testament to that. Yet, he held no desire to chase after the escaping individuals. Within Jinhan Prefecture, these were the forsaken remnants of the dynasty. In this land of demons, life and death were dictated by fate, and the law of the jungle prevailed. Why should he pursue them relentlessly? Chapter 63. The gallant commander Yihan sat astride the back of Song Yan, extracting a somewhat yellowed piece of parchment from his storage bag. This was the item he had pried from the lips of General Chen Jin the previous day, a map depicting the northern region of the Divine Guardian City. Despite its reputation as a forbidden land for living beings, the Demon Guard Pass had stood resiliently atop this frigid terrain for over a millennium. While he could not claim to know every detail, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the area. The map provided by Chen Jin was said to have been drafted 3 centuries ago when many warriors of the Demon Guard Pass ventured into the Northern Frost to exterminate magical beasts. It was rudimentary yet marked with significant details, such as a mountain that, although vaguely referenced in conversations, was distinctly circled on the map. This mountain, delving deep into the northern demon territory, lay some distance from the fearsome ice abyss. Yet it undoubtedly resided within the demon-infested lands to the north of the Demon Guard Pass. Remarkably, this mountain was one of the few places untouched by the malevolent aura of the ice abyss. As Yihan had previously speculated, it was a mountain floating above the sea of clouds. The floating mountain, The Emperor's Tomb Ridge, the Demon Guard Pass, though referred to as a checkpoint, resembled a small city. In terms of size, it could not compete with the sprawling prefectural cities of the dynasty that often covered thousands of miles. Even compared to subordinate cities, it paled in comparison. Yet none could equate this city with others. Its most notable distinction from the other cities of the dynasty was the absence of the elderly, women, and children within its confines. The city housed hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, all in their prime, each a cultivator of martial prowess. In their daily lives, they might appear no different from common folk, but when magical creatures threatened, each could don armor and charge into battle. This was unequivocally a war city. Liao Beihua was a general with the cultivation of a grand martial master, commanding an army within the Demon Guard Pass. Although his strength was comparable to Lin Zhan's, his status did not reach the same heights within the imperial capital. The reason was simple. He was stationed in the Demon Guard Pass, a fortress housing hundreds of thousands of soldiers, born for battle. Here, while the rank of Grand Martial Master was not particularly low, it was by no means rare. Thus, although he held the title of general, he performed duties akin to those of a deputy commander in other cities. At that moment, he was leading his ironclad army on a patrol of the city walls. In any other prefectural city, wall security was typically overseen by the city's guards. Even in less fortunate circumstances, a deputy commander would suffice, which general would personally don armor and patrol the walls. Yet, in the Demon Guard Pass, this had always been the custom, with multiple generals required to lead their troops on patrol. Liao Beihua, with one hand resting on the hilt of his weapon, gazed with a vigilant glint in his eyes at the scene below the walls. There, beyond the armored soldiers guarding the city, were many individuals clad in burlap, shackled by chains, laboring incessantly. This was the reason for their constant vigilance. Among the hundreds of thousands of warriors in the Demon Guard Pass, a significant portion comprised prisoners of the dynasty, dangerous and uncontrollable criminals. Within the dynasty, only those guilty of the gravest crimes faced exile to this place. Compared to other locations, being sent to the Demon Guard Pass essentially equated to a death sentence. Most of the martial practitioners banished here would remain forever, toiling within the city. And when magical beasts attacked, they too would be compelled to fight. They were acutely aware of this, and while some had resigned themselves to despair, others harbored a relentless desire to escape. Those dispatched here were primarily heinous offenders, and for these desperate souls, taking a life was trivial. They bore no fear. After all, who among those capable of committing such atrocious acts could be deemed ordinary? The prisoners below the walls, shackled and laboring, some pushing earth and stones, others carrying timber, sweated profusely without pause, for the guards wielded their whips without mercy. Though perhaps not the tallest, the walls of the Demon Guard Pass were undoubtedly the most formidable, as the imprisoned convicts served as the most effective labor force. As Liao Beihua observed the bustling figures below, his vigilance eased slightly, and his hand relaxed upon the sword at his side. The general's gaze shifted from the city below to the distant horizon, where a haze obscured his vision. The air in Jinhan Prefecture was perpetually tainted, a manifestation of the mingling of demonic energy, rendering the distant landscape a mere blur. Under such conditions, guarding the city was no simple task, yet he bore no concern. The Demon Guard Pass, having established its position at the northernmost edge of the dynasty, possessed its own defenses. Not to mention the numerous concealed sentries and the myriad traps scattered beyond the walls. These measures effectively precluded the possibility of magical creatures stealthily approaching the city, unless one could simultaneously eliminate the several deputy commanders stationed at the hidden posts. Breaching the intricate web of defenses that had enveloped the Demon Guard Pass for centuries was impossible. What a tranquil year it was. Liao Beihua mused as he gazed into the distance, unable to suppress a sigh. Was it truly tranquil? Within the confines of the Demon Guard Pass, death occurred almost daily. The density of demonic energy had reached alarming levels. Although formations had been established within the city, they could not entirely stave off its encroachment. Especially for those prisoners who spent extended periods outside the city, their cultivation had largely been suppressed, and under the onslaught of demonic energy, the damage they sustained was evident. Yet, in Liao Beihua's eyes, this represented a rare form of tranquility. Throughout his decades of steadfastly guarding the Demon Guard Pass, he had endured numerous disturbances from magical creatures, and of the 8 generals who had accompanied him, only he remained. While the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all martial practitioners, most possessed only basic techniques. In other locations, such a force might be deemed unassailable, but within the Demon Guard Pass, it was insufficient. When faced with an uprising of magical beasts, the casualties among the soldiers could easily reach the tens of thousands. Thus, for a veteran like him, the absence of beastly assaults and prisoner rebellions constituted a significant and rare form of peace, although he could not predict how long such tranquility would endure. Chapter 64. The Military Formation. Unmovable as a mountain, Liao Beihua raised his hand to pat the chainmail on his chest, glancing up at the sun, now nearing the western mountains. After a brief internal calculation of the time, he turned to his deputy beside him and said, "It's about time. Sound the drums." Yes. The deputy accepted the order and quickly departed. Soon, a clear sound of the war drum echoed through the city, signaling the retreat. Below the walls, the prisoners, shackled in chains, seemed to momentarily freeze upon hearing the sound, their numb eyes suddenly glimmering with a flicker of hope, as if anticipating something. In due course, the massive gates of the Demon Subjugation Pass slowly creaked open before the gazes of the onlookers, and the group of prisoners clad in tattered garments began to shuffle into the city under the guidance of the soldiers. Although their formation was far from orderly, none dared to create a disturbance under the watchful eyes of the armored soldiers wielding sharp blades. Amidst the bustling crowd, a grim-faced youth remained inconspicuous. No, perhaps he had intentionally diminished his presence. The dirt on his face and the ragged robes he wore were conspicuously self-applied, as he wished to draw no attention. This youth was named Chu Yuan, one of the latest group of prisoners delivered to the Demon Subjugation Pass, belonging to those who refused to accept their fate. The name Chu Yuan was not widely recognized in the imperial capital, yet if the name Chu Jikong were mentioned, it would resonate with many, though not to a deafening degree. Formerly a lieutenant general in the armor guard, he had long since relinquished military power, but his status was not inferior to that of Lin Zhan, the commander of the Black Yin army. He was a formidable warrior at the cusp of the martial sovereign realm, capable of evenly matching Lin Zhan in combat. He had once served at the Southern Pass, traversing 3,000 miles within the wild rocks, leading troops out of the pass 8 times, and rendering great service to the dynasty. Yet, this valiant general now bore the stigma of treason, with his entire clan imprisoned. Some were executed, others exiled, including his own son, Chu Yuan, who had been condemned to the perilous Demon Subjugation Pass. As the boy walked slowly with the crowd, his steps were somewhat unsteady. The shackles binding him were no ordinary chains, for they were inscribed with runes that suppressed one's innate powers. Within this prison were countless fierce convicts. Without these enchanted shackles, even the Demon Subjugation Pass would struggle to contain such desperate souls. When the youth reached the base of the city wall, he could not help but glance up at the figure clad in chainmail atop the wall, his gaze momentarily clouded with nostalgia. In his memories, his father, Chu Jikong, had always been that imposing figure clad in armor. Although General Chu no longer held military command, he had heeded the king's orders and led troops to support the Southern Pass multiple times, thereby establishing a storied legacy. The recollection of his father remained firmly rooted in the image of him leading his army southward. How could Chu Yuan believe that such a general, who had fought valiantly for over a decade, would conspire against the crown? The fleeting haze in his eyes lasted but a moment before he regained his composure. Lowering his head once more and concealing his bright eyes beneath a tangle of disheveled hair, revealing nothing. Liao Beihua seemed to sense something amiss and looked down towards the city. A hint of confusion crossed his features. "General, is something wrong?" inquired another deputy accompanying Liao Beihua. However, Liao Beihua merely shook his head lightly, his expression still perplexed, yet he chose not to pursue the matter. Just moments ago, he had felt as though he were being watched. It was not unusual for a battle general stationed on the city wall to be observed, but this gaze felt unsettling, distinctly different from the vacant stares of the prisoners below. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Yet, just as Liao Beihua prepared to descend from the wall, his steps faltered, and he abruptly turned to gaze into the distance once more. They stood at the northeastern corner of the Demon Subjugation Pass, an area typically devoid of visitors. Yet, moments earlier, he had perceived a heavy thundering of hooves, questioning whether it might be the sound of distant thunder. But soon, he confirmed that it was no mere thunder. Some of the more perceptive prisoners had even sensed the subtle tremors beneath their feet. The already crowded throng of prisoners below became increasingly chaotic. In this far northern land, especially before the northern wall of the Demon Subjugation Pass, few would believe that human warriors could be approaching. The weighty sound of hooves likely heralded a surge of monstrous beasts charging towards the walls. Though they were prisoners, many had grown numb to the bleakness of their lives. Yet as long as one was human, the instinct for survival prevailed. Even ants strive to live, how much more so for beings endowed with consciousness. Before the prisoners could fully descend into chaos, Liao Beihua was the first to react. Sensing the anomaly, he felt his essence surge within him, igniting a frenzied, bloodthirsty light in his pupils. Military secret technique. Tiger's eye. What is that? At that moment, within Liao Beihua's blood-red eyes, what materialized was not the expected monstrous creature, but rather a fiery, red-armored beast wreathed in flames. The Scarlet Flame's sacred armor beast? Suddenly, Liao Beihua's expression shifted dramatically as he discerned a slender figure seated atop the colossal creature's back. A human warrior, riding a fifth-tier beast king, quickly informed the general. Liao Beihua unsheathed his sword and turned to his deputy, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him, and leapt from the city wall with his troops. The Demon Subjugation Pass was the first line of defense against the beasts of the north, holding immense significance. Even if the approaching force consisted of human warriors coming from the direction of the divine imperial city, they dared not let down their guard. Dispatch someone to notify the general to form ranks before the gates in defense. It is the safest course of action. As a battle general with decades of experience guarding the pass, Liao Beihua swiftly devised the most comprehensive response possible. Soldiers clad in black armor formed ranks at the forefront, channeling their unique essence into harmonious resonance, gradually merging their energies. At that moment, all the soldiers raised their heavy shields, nearly obscuring their bodies behind them, their combined essence forming an impenetrable barrier, as if they had become a formidable mountain. Military formation, unmovable as a mountain, though their cultivation was rather limited. With most not having reached even the martial master realm except for a few commanders, the formation they established transcended their individual capabilities. With General Liao Beihua as the anchor, even a martial sovereign or a fifth-tier beast king would need to think twice before attempting to breach the gates. With the strength of many against the few, and the weak overcoming the strong. This is the might of the imperial military formation. Chapter 65. The eye-piercing technique. Liao Beihua stood at the center of the military formation, directly in front of the mountain-like illusion, sword in hand. However, he did not raise the blade. Instead, he gripped the hilt in reverse, positioning the sword horizontally across his chest, a posture as steadfast as a mountain. Not only he, but all the black-armored soldiers surrounding him showed no intention of drawing their swords. Rather, they raised their massive shields before them. They were the defenders of the Demon Suppression Pass, and in times of adversity, their primary duty was to hold the fort. Even at the cost of their lives and shattered armor, they could not allow the enemy to breach the gates. Moreover, faced with an entity riding a fifth-tier beast king, their only course of action was to fortify their defenses and hold their ground. Not to mention the soldiers, even Liao Beihua, who was half a step away from the martial sovereign realm, lacked the courage to initiate an attack. The general's hand, tightly gripping the sword, began to perspire. With his cultivation, even with the support of a 100-man formation, withstanding a martial sovereign was already a considerable challenge. If that individual were a martial king, the situation would become dire. 1,000-man military formation could withstand a martial king, but at present, he could not assemble such a number of soldiers. Even if he could gather 1,000 warriors, controlling the formation was beyond his capabilities. A formation merges the strength of all its warriors into one, transforming and adapting in ways that are not easily mastered. Only a general who has attained the martial sovereign realm can command a formation of 1,000. For Liao Beihua, managing a formation of several hundred was already his limit. If he were to forcefully manipulate a larger formation, not only would he fail to unleash its power, but he could also inadvertently cause the formation to collapse, resulting in a backlash that would be detrimental even to him. He had already sent word to the general. As long as they could hold for a few breaths, they would be safe. Liao Beihua watched the approaching figure with a growing sense of tension. Yet, he felt no fear. As a general of the dynasty, though revered in the military, he was ultimately just a commander of an army. The general he referred to was not merely a name, but a rank within the dynasty. Those who ranked above the battle generals possessed at least the cultivation of the martial sovereign realm. The few generals at the Demon Suppression Pass were the true authorities, holding the power to command troops. With the cultivation of the martial sovereign realm and the many soldiers at the pass, they could create a 1,000-man formation capable of contending against a martial king or beast king. Should such a formation fail to withstand the approaching figure, they would have no choice but to alert the powerful warriors guarding the city. As the crimson figure drew nearer, even the ordinary soldiers without the eye of the tiger could see the massive form of the beast. Yet, for some reason, the individual seated upon its back remained somewhat indistinct. They understood that if this person were to attack their formation, they would likely perish here, but even so, they could not retreat an inch. Just as they fused their powers, forming a mountain-like illusion to brace for the impending assault, they suddenly realized that the warrior on the beast had no intention of attacking them. The enormous crimson beast surged past their formation, seemingly disregarding the mountain-like illusion they had conjured. Flames enveloped the beast, creating a fiery path across the vast ice field, and the soldiers standing at the forefront felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over them as it passed. At that moment, Liao Beihua, stationed at the center of the formation, suddenly emitted a muffled groan, a surge of reverse blood rising within him, which he forcefully suppressed. "General?" While others failed to notice his anomaly, the adjutant who had always accompanied him caught a glimpse of the fleeting shock in Liao Beihua's eyes, a pallor tinged with an unhealthy hue appearing on his face. Liao Beihua discreetly signaled to his adjutant to keep silent. If the commander faltered before the troops, it would be a significant blow to their morale. As the colossal crimson beast passed before their formation, Liao Beihua instinctively activated his eye of the tiger to gaze at the youth seated upon the beast's back. As they drew closer, he finally discerned the figure riding the beast. Though adorned with a golden mask, Liao Beihua's keen observation revealed that the individual was undeniably very young. Yet, he could not perceive the young man's cultivation level. He could not even sense his aura. It was well known that unless one were deceased, even a martial king could not completely conceal their presence. Alarmed, he instinctively activated the eye of the tiger. This technique, widely circulated within the army, was a secret art nurtured with bloodlust to enhance one's vision. When mastered, it not only augmented the user's insight into enemy movements but also contained a brutal killing intent that could intimidate foes. With Liao Beihua's strength, unleashing this technique would allow him to see through even a martial sovereign's cultivation. However, at the moment he activated the technique, the youth seemed to sense something and turned to look in his direction. That star-like gaze seemed to pierce through the formation and fixate upon him. In that instant, the world fell silent. Liao Beihua felt as though that gaze penetrated his very soul, exposing everything about him. This sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, yet it left him shaken, the crimson glow in his eyes quickly ebbing like the tide. Having cultivated for decades, Liao Beihua had reached the third level of the eye of the tiger, yet under that seemingly trivial gaze, his technique was suppressed. The forced disruption of his secret art left him feeling nauseous, nearly causing him to spit blood, his vision blurring as shadows began to dance before his eyes. Without 3 days of recovery, he could not hope to employ this technique again. Liao Beihua was filled with profound dread. He understood the power of the eye of the tiger. While he harbored great respect for the martial king realm, he had never anticipated that even a mere glance from this youth could shatter the technique he had spent decades honing. In that moment, Liao Beihua gained a fresh understanding of the martial king realm. Forcing down the tumultuous blood within him, he bowed respectfully to the receding figure. To him, the mere act of breaking his secret technique with a glance indicated that this formidable being must also have practiced eye techniques. With such prowess, he surely had shown restraint. Had a martial king genuinely engaged, the damage inflicted upon him would not have been limited to just his secret art. Chapter 66. General Qiyun. It was only after the silhouette of the strange beast had completely vanished from sight that Liao Beihua's expression began to return to normal. At that moment, he realized that the armor on his back had become drenched in sweat. He had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. In a confrontation between two armies, defeat might leave the commanding general with a sliver of hope, but when clashing with a being of such caliber, those who entered the fray without profound cultivation, unlike Liao Beihua, would most likely meet their demise. A bloodless victory was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome for soldiers like them. While they harbored no fear of death, it was not their desire to embrace it. Before the city gate, the scattered prisoners gradually regained their composure. Among the throng moving toward the city, a young boy raised his head and gazed in the direction where the beast had departed, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing his eyes. Even as he quickly lowered his head and turned to follow the stream of prisoners into the city, the shock of that fleeting moment had indelibly etched itself into his heart. Chu Yuan had never imagined that the power of a martial artist could compel an army to bow in submission. The formation of armored soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, was inexplicably grateful for the mere glance of that individual. The commander at the center of the formation actually paid respects to the retreating figure as if it were a younger generation. Such scenes were unfathomable to the former Chu Yuan. Visions of these moments flashed before the boy's eyes, akin to poppy seeds silently falling into the fertile soil of his heart, gradually taking root as they awaited the day of blossoming. In that instant, the imprisoned youth unknowingly erected an admirable figure in his mind. He longed for the strength that would allow him to stand tall against the world. The clamorous prisoners continued to enter the city, gradually escorted by soldiers toward a distant corner. At that moment, countless figures surged forth from within the city. Though not all possessed the ability to soar through the air, they leaped onto the shoulders or heads of the prisoners, using their strength to propel themselves away. Each of these figures donned crimson robes, with the edges of their garments revealing an embroidered character for cloud in golden thread. The Qian Guard. Outside the city gate, Liao Beihua, who had just disbanded the military formation, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this group of crimson-clad soldiers. Upon locking eyes with a man at the center of the red-clad warriors, a bitter smile involuntarily spread across his face as he hurried forward. Junior Officer Liao Beihua, paying my respects to General Qiyun. At the forefront of the Qian Guard stood a middle-aged man clad in red armor, standing majestically in the air. Indeed, he was suspended without any visible support, akin to the soaring Qingyan who once traversed the Sword Cliff. This was a manifestation of having reached the pinnacle of cultivation, embodying the essence of martial artistry and a hallmark of the martial sovereign realm. The man had fiery red hair and eyes of the same hue, devoid of any other color, resembling two brilliant rubies embedded in his sockets. His presence emanated the suppressed energy of a volcano, seemingly unremarkable yet brimming with explosive power. One glance at his countenance revealed that he was an expert deeply versed in the path of fire. His name was Qiyun, a general of the highest rank, one of the 10 generals of the Yuma Pass, and a principal figure in the governance of the city. The red-robed Qian Guard was under his command. He was known for his fiery temperament, imposing strict discipline upon his subordinates. Any minor transgression would invoke military law without mercy. All the generals within the Yuma Pass had suffered under his strict regime, earning him a widely known moniker among the leaders within the city, the Red-Faced Judge. As the commander of the iron-armored army at Yuma Pass, Liao Beihua felt a twinge of trepidation towards this red-faced judge. The reason was simple. When he had first arrived, youthful and reckless, he had received a severe reprimand from this very man. Among the generals, Qiyun was the one Liao Beihua least wished to confront. Perhaps the psychological shadow cast by that encounter still lingered. Yet today, the typically fiery general wore an unusually grave expression, his gaze sweeping over the city gate before landing on the flame-ridden ground that had yet to extinguish, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. He directly approached Liao Beihua, locking onto him with eyes akin to fiery gemstones, instilling a rare sense of apprehension in the otherwise fearless general. General, it appears that the mysterious senior has no intention of assaulting the city. He has circumvented it and is heading toward the far north, Liao Beihua managed to articulate, uncertain of the general's intentions. In his mind, he felt justified in having formed the military formation to guard the city, believing that no other general could have performed better in his stead. Even the red-faced judge could not find fault in that regard. How formidable is that individual? As Liao Beihua pondered anxiously, a cold voice pierced the air, making him feel slightly embarrassed. General, it seems that the individual possesses great skill in concealing his presence. Even before the military formation, I could sense no trace of his aura. Not even my subordinate's tiger's eye technique could penetrate his concealment, as he effortlessly dispelled it with a mere glance. General Qiyun raised an eyebrow at this, scrutinizing Liao Beihua closely before giving a slight nod. With his discerning eye, he could tell that although Liao Beihua appeared calm, his internal energy was tumultuous, particularly around his eyes, where several fine veins showed signs of damage, evidence of the backlash from having his tiger's eye technique countered. A 5th-tier Beast King's mount? Indeed. The Scarlet Flame's sacred armor beast, measuring nearly 20 zhang, with cultivation at least at the late 5th tier. Speaking of Qingyan, Liao Beihua's expression grew solemn. While he could not perceive the mysterious martial artist's cultivation, one would typically refrain from making extravagant moves once they reached the realm of martial sovereigns. Moreover, there existed unwritten rules among various factions, where martial sovereigns would mutually restrain one another, making it rare for such formidable beings to intervene. However, Qingyan was different. Though it had been tamed as a spiritual beast, it belonged to the demon beast clan, which acted without restraint. If this strange beast were to be unleashed, even the generals would find themselves in a predicament. Chapter 67. The enigmatic beast. The modest fortress of Yuma Pass, after the recent upheaval, gradually fell into silence once more. Under the twilight, this darkened citadel stood out prominently, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait in the far north. It did not roar nor exhibit its fangs and claws. Yet no one dared to underestimate the might of this stronghold. When it revealed its hidden depths, the entire region of Jinhan Prefecture would find itself engulfed in peril. Upon the northern ramparts of Yuma Pass, the soldiers who had once gathered there had dispersed, leaving the towering walls desolate. Only a middle-aged man clad in crimson armor remained, gazing into the distance. Before his watchful eyes lay a strikingly vibrant path of flames, extending into the unknown. This man was General Qiyun, who had previously led his forces outside the city. Now, he had dismissed the Qiyun guards, standing alone, seemingly in no hurry to depart. His gaze remained fixed upon the fiery trail lingering on the vast ice plains, sensing a familiar essence of fire, which caused his brow to furrow slightly. Have you discerned it as well? It appears to be the very creature we once encountered during our tenure in Xianzhou. As General Qiyun pondered this, a melodic laugh echoed through the void, and a presence suddenly re-emerged upon the once quiet battlements. A woman clad in sheer garments materialized, her laughter ringing like silver bells. As she stood barefoot in midair, clearly another adept of martial prowess. Qiyun showed no surprise at her arrival, having anticipated it. However, he frowned at her attire, questioning the appropriateness of such garb for a military figure. Ah, General Qiyun, ever the unyielding judge of decorum, she teased, lightly touching down before him and taking a seat facing the icy expanse, her demeanor playful in contrast to his stoic expression. Despite her youthful beauty and graceful form, the woman known as Qi Mei was indeed his senior in both age and experience, ranking alongside Qiyun as one of the 10 great generals of Yuma Pass. Nonetheless, in terms of both accomplishment and cultivation, she surpassed him considerably. Though she appeared to jest, her subordinates were fiercely loyal and formidable, and any who dared to entertain ill intentions toward her met with dire consequences. If Qiyun was the impartial arbiter of justice, Qi Mei was the silent reaper, claiming lives without a trace. Now, to the matter at hand. After a brief pause, Qi Mei resumed, "The aura of this beast feels intimately familiar. If I am not mistaken, it is the Beast King we encountered during our time stationed in Xianzhou. Its presence is far more potent than before. It appears to have reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Yet, I am perplexed as to why the Beast King would venture to Jinhan Prefecture and traverse Yuma Pass, unless it seeks a death wish." Before she could finish her thought, she watched as Qiyun leaped from the fortress, striding purposefully onto the fiery path. His finger pointed directly at the flames. That reckless fool. Qi Mei's eyes widened in astonishment, her form following him to the city's edge. She hesitated to interrupt, remaining silent as she observed his actions. As Qiyun's finger made contact with the flames, the fire, which had burned without any medium, surged towards him, swiftly flowing into his being. This spectacle caused Qi Mei to pale slightly, internally cursing his audacity. While the flames of the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King were formidable, Qiyun's act of absorbing the mysterious fire into his body was unprecedented. Such a feat required profound mastery over the fire element. A single miscalculation could lead to excruciating torment. After the initial flame was consumed, the residual fire along the path began to slither toward him, one burst after another, vanishing into his fingertips. Soon, all visible flames were devoured, leaving no trace, and the path forged by the Beast King would be buried beneath snow and ice. After a considerable time, Qiyun finally reopened his eyes, a fleeting glint of something elusive passing through his crimson gaze. He seemed invigorated, licking his lips as if savoring an aftertaste. The relentless practitioner of fire had indeed consumed the indomitable flames as sustenance. Similar to years past, the Beast King's cultivation surpassed his own, and its mastery of the fire element had nearly attained perfection. Qiyun, a true master of fire, deduced the strength of the Beast King merely from a few consumed flames. Qi Mei, aware of their past encounters, showed no surprise at his conclusions, recalling their own skirmishes during their initial breakthroughs into the martial realm. Time flowed swiftly, and she had no doubt that the gifted Beast King had not remained stagnant. Chapter 68. The desolation of beings. The lament of kings outside the northern city of the Demon Guard. Two principal figures stood facing each other. A dark scar charred by flames lingering upon the icy expanse between them. Despite the flames having long since extinguished, the profound mark remained, impervious to swift concealment. Qi Yun's countenance was grave, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. His relationship with Song Yin was one of enmity rather than camaraderie. It was perhaps the pride of his youth that haunted him, as he remained deeply affected by his defeat to Song Yin in the art of fire. 8 years prior, a nascent warrior, Qi Yun had joined forces with Qi Mei, both serving in a city within Xianzhou. They had aimed to eradicate the Red Flame's Sacred Armor Beast clan to quell the menace of feral beasts. Yet, they were met with a grievous miscalculation regarding the strength of the Beast clan, as the Beast King Song Yin had attained the formidable late stage of the Fifth Realm. Two early-stage warriors could hardly hope to confront such a powerful foe, particularly for Qi Yun, who, having ascended to martial prowess through fire, found himself severely disadvantaged against the inherently fire-affiliated Red Flame Sacred Armor Beast, especially given the two-tier gap in their cultivation. That battle was etched indelibly in his memory. He could still vividly recall the anguish as his most potent flames were devoured whole by Song Yin, stirring doubts about his martial path for the first time. Nevertheless, he did not concede defeat. Following that encounter, he volunteered to guard the Demon Guard in the bitterly cold northern lands, seeking to temper his mastery of fire through hardship. Little did he anticipate that the once dominant and fiercely temperamental Beast King would one day bow to human warriors. Qi Mei observed Qi Yun's demeanor with concern. She remembered the events of that year and understood the sacrifices he had made to challenge the Beast King anew. Over the past 8 years, he had transformed from an ordinary warrior at the threshold of martial enlightenment to one of the foremost generals, having defeated 6 peers of similar rank. This metamorphosis was born from the relentless pursuit of his martial aspiration. Now, the knowledge that the Red Flame Sacred Armor Beast King, whom he aspired to confront, had submitted to humanity would undoubtedly affect him. Within Qi Mei's recollections, she knew of others who had faced such unfathomable circumstances, and the collapse of a warrior's heart for the martial way was not uncommon. The dignified master of the Red Flame Valley, a 5th-tier Beast King, had been reduced to a mere spirit beast. What an absurdity! As Qi Yun spoke, a derisive smile crossed his features, his words laced with disdain. Qi Mei could only respond with a wry smile, refraining from contesting his sentiments. However, she was troubled by the implication that the Red Flame's Sacred Armor Beast King had been utilized as a steed, with a mysterious figure seated upon its back. Who could that individual be? Given Liao Beihua's prowess, he was mere steps away from martial mastery. Even in the presence of a sovereign, it was implausible that one could remain undetected. No need for concern. Qi Yun rose slowly, perceiving the hesitation in Qi Mei's expression, and guessed her apprehensions. He bore no trepidation. Indeed, while sovereigns possessed extraordinary power, the ability to conceal one's presence could stem from more than mere technique. Qi Yun's gaze drifted northward, a complex expression crossing his face. If that person were nearing the end of their life, their imminent demise might cloak their vital essence, rendering them undetectable to Liao Beihua. The approach of death? Qi Mei's brow furrowed, recalling something significant, and she nodded slightly. While the notion of death masking life force might seem extraordinary, it was a reality, especially in the Demon Guard, where death was a constant presence. There were even instances of individuals whose physical forms succumbed to demonic corruption while their indomitable spirits continued to suppress the transformation, allowing their bodies to roam without consciousness. These beings were termed walking corpses. The term walking dead stemmed from this phenomenon. Yet, among such walking corpses, a human warrior's spirit could not indefinitely resist the encroaching darkness. Once the spirit faltered, the corpse would inevitably succumb to monstrosity, wreaking havoc. While many deemed it disrespectful to incinerate the bodies of the deceased, allowing them to decay underground only to rise as malevolent entities was a far greater desecration. Hence, in the Demon Guard, cremation became an unwavering principle. From generals to prisoners, all chose to embrace the flames rather than leave behind mere remnants. Qi Mei lifted her gaze to follow Qi Yun's, directing her attention to the north, the path taken by the man and the beast. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she began to piece together the implications. If that individual truly were a waning martial king, everything would fall into place. Beyond the confines of the Demon Guard lay a realm of peril, yet intertwined with danger were opportunities that beckoned. Legends spoke of hidden forces within this cursed land that could propel martial kings beyond their limits. Though merely a myth, it attracted countless seekers, and over the years, innumerable formidable warriors had perished in pursuit of such promises. Thus, for millennia, renowned martial kings and reclusive sovereigns alike had ventured toward this forbidden land as they approached the twilight of their existence. In Chi Mei and Chi Yun's eyes, it mirrored the recent silhouette they had witnessed. There lay the desolation of beings, a final resting place chosen by supreme warriors. A melancholic elegy for the unparalleled heroes constrained by the limitations of existence. Chapter 69. Serendipity and the Ascendance of the Eye Technique. If that individual truly is a martial king nearing the end of their lifespan, the choice of the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King as a steed may very well be a contingency plan in the event of failure. Beyond the Demon Guard Pass lies a realm of demonic earth, where those lacking martial prowess are unable to withstand the pervasive demonic energy. Even ordinary warriors find it challenging to endure for long. A martial king, having surpassed the prime of their life, venturing into such a treacherous domain in their twilight years suggests a plan for either triumph or demise. Should they succeed, they may become the first in millennia to shatter the shackles of the martial king realm and soar to unprecedented heights. Conversely, failure would see them joining the countless ancestors who have perished in this very land. Within this demonic earth reside numerous ancestral relics, yet it is also teeming with countless terrifying creatures. Even a martial king cannot guarantee a safe return. For a king who has reached old age, with their vitality waning, the dangers multiply exponentially. Undoubtedly, this venerable elder harbors no intention of escaping should defeat befall them. And the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King is likely the funeral escort they have prepared for themselves. Should a martial king perish in this land, the ensuing corruption by demonic energy would spell catastrophic consequences for the entire dynasty. A martial king's body is akin to metal and stone, their blood flowing like mercury. At this level, ordinary blades struggle to inflict any harm. Yet, the flames of the Crimson Flame Sacred Armor Beast King are among the few capable of injuring a martial king's flesh. Song Yin gazes northward, reminiscent of the Beast King that once subdued the two of them, a complex expression surfacing in his eyes. Following a king into a desperate situation may appear safe. Yet in a place where even a martial king may fall, how could a pinnacle fifth-tier Beast King hope to escape? Breaking through constraints is no mere boast. Historical texts reveal that in ancient times, the martial king realm was not the ultimate destination. In those days, a profound martial realm existed beyond that of the martial king, and the phrase to pluck stars and seize the moon was not mere rhetoric. However, in the present era, the martial king has become the limit for all beings. Countless prodigies have arisen over the millennia, yet not a single soul has surpassed the path of kings, not even in the farthest northern reaches, nor across the entire continent. Deep within the extreme north lies a trove of ancestral relics, most of which remain unverified. Yet, shrouded in endless demonic energy, they maintain an ancient visage. Concealed within are the legacies of ancient powers, but they are also fraught with peril. Song Yin, now a half-step demon king, cannot believe that this ancient fiend would willingly accompany a dying person into such a perilous abyss. Outside the Demon Guard Pass, the two generals turned back towards the city gates. Regardless of how Song Yin yielded to that elder, they felt it improper to comment further. Survival of the fittest is the most fundamental rule of nature. What a close call. Yihan leaned forward, resting against Song Yin's neck, his eyes tightly shut, gasping for breath. In his azure pupils, an extraordinary divine light suddenly surged, reminiscent of a vast sea of stars, reflecting the infinite void of antiquity. This was the Void Eye Technique, a divine ocular ability obtained through a system lottery. With its origins in the system, it could not be anything mundane. According to the system's description, it possesses the titles of breaking laws, transcending the void, and dispelling illusions. However, as Yihan activated this divine ability, he did not perceive the terrifying power described in the system. Resigned to this, he attributed it to his insufficient cultivation, unable to unleash the true might of the technique. Yet, at that moment, the ocular technique underwent a transformation. Within the boundless stars unveiled in Yihan's eyes, a point of brilliance akin to a river of stars emerged, causing the celestial bodies to whirl violently, colliding and erupting in divine light, revealing even brighter stars. Alert! Notice, the host's divine ability, Void Eye Technique, has evolved autonomously due to external influence, and its level has ascended. though he was unaware of what had triggered the evolution of the Void Eye technique. The phrases evolution of divine ability and level ascension were evidently beneficial to him, and thus he intended to allow things to unfold naturally. Yihan's speculation was not unfounded. The Void Eye technique is indeed a rare high-tier ocular secret art. However, due to Yihan's low cultivation, this ability could only manifest its most elementary power. The evolution and elevation of divine abilities suggest that upon receiving external influence, the technique begins to ascend autonomously, enhancing its power and gradually restoring its former might. Such an enhancement of power is undoubtedly advantageous for Yihan. The force that awakened the power of the Void Eye technique was none other than the secret method, Tiger's Bite Eye, employed by the ironclad army commander Liao Beihua at that moment. In terms of tier, Tiger's Bite Eye could not compare to Yihan's Void Eye technique. However, Liao Beihua had honed Tiger's Bite Eye for over a decade, and under his refinement, it had reached the third tier, creating a cultivation disparity that Yihan could not bridge. This was not entirely surprising. Even if Liao Beihua exerted his full strength in activating Tiger's Bite Eye, he could not penetrate the system's soul-locking technique. Yet, the bloodlust contained within Liao Beihua's Tiger's Bite Eye clashed with Yihan's Void Eye technique as he unleashed it with all his might. This was a secret art that attacked the soul, and the bloodlust of Tiger's Bite Eye possessed a soul-shaking effect, fundamentally serving as a rudimentary, soul-stunning technique. This half-baked power, falling upon Yihan, naturally invoked the protective force of his divine ability. After all, the Void Eye technique is an ocular art, and the refinement of his eyes inherently grants a protective effect over the sea of consciousness. Under the influence of the bloodlust, it naturally triggered an anomaly in the ocular technique. The intangible power radiating from Yihan's eyes was indicative of the divine ability's advancement. While this power was not overwhelmingly strong, given Yihan's cultivation, the soul-shaking force released during the advancement of the divine ability was considerably more potent than the stunning effect of Tiger's Bite Eye, easily shattering Liao Beihua's secret art. As for Liao Beihua's own injuries, they resulted from the backlash of his own technique being broken and were unrelated to Yihan. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Song Yan's speed was astonishing, nearly flashing past before the army formation, while Liao Beihua, having his divine ability shattered, experienced a wave of darkness in his vision and thus did not notice Yihan's face pale in an instant. In truth, there were still vulnerabilities in this sequence of events. The shattering of a divine ability is no trivial matter for a martial artist, especially when it is a soul-related technique broken by a being far superior in cultivation. A misstep could render one foolish or dazed under the backlash. However, Liao Beihua, upon having his ocular divine ability shattered, did not suffer severe backlash. Merely a few hidden veins were damaged, resulting in a remarkably light injury. Presumably, Song Yan also sensed this, yet he interpreted it as the martial king nearing their end, unwilling to expend further effort, thus relying on the unparalleled mastery over soul power typical of a martial king to allow Liao Beihua to escape calamity. Little did he expect that all of this was actually due to the shattering of Liao Beihua's soul-stunning power, leading to his own secret technique's backlash. With little connection to Yihan, had Liao Beihua's ocular technique merely served as a probe without containing soul-stunning power, such a situation would not have arisen. In this instance of transformation, Yihan did not rely on the power of the system. Rather, he invoked the protective force through his innate abilities. As a formidable general on the brink of the martial sovereign realm, having traversed the battlefield for decades, one can only ponder how General Liao would feel upon discovering that his ocular technique had been shattered by a junior of mere warrior realm. Chapter 70. Advancement completed. A startling vision, Liao Beihua's breaking of his divine powers was a self-inflicted torment, yet it also brought considerable trouble to Yihan. The evolution of divine powers and the elevation of ranks, which should have been a boon for him, became a source of distress as Yihan forgot that the very reason these divine powers were sealed was due to his insufficient cultivation, rendering him incapable of mastering them. At this moment, before he had amassed enough cultivation to wield this technique, the premature unsealing of this technique not only bestowed him with formidable strength, but also subjected him to a terrifying drain of elemental energy. The icy true essence within Yihan surged forth like a wild stallion, racing towards the acupoints in his eyes at an alarming velocity. Yihan, originally born with a rare bloodline, practiced divine powers that did not follow the conventional meridian path of ordinary martial artists. His method involved refining within the myriad acupoints of the body. The icy true essence dispersed throughout his limbs and bones, granting him a capacity for true essence that far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists of the same rank. However, even this was insufficient to withstand such a tremendous consumption. In mere moments, Yihan's complexion turned pale. The once abundant true essence within him had dwindled by more than half, and if this continued, it would not be long before his elemental energy was completely depleted. With a slight pallor on his face and trembling fingers, he fished out a jade vial from his spatial pouch. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he uncorked the vial and tilted his head back, consuming all the elixirs within. This was the Spirit Essence Pill, a rare elixir capable of replenishing a martial artist's elemental energy, which Yihan typically hesitated to use. Yet now he had no choice but to swallow it all. After ingesting the Spirit Essence Pill, Yihan casually discarded the jade vial, grasping the scales of Tsang Yin to steady himself, while his other hand formed a hand seal before his chest, swiftly circulating his cultivation technique. If someone were to employ the eye technique at that moment, they would see that all of Yihan's acupoints had completely opened, with a torrent of elemental energy swirling within, refining the surrounding energies at an astonishing pace. The spirals of energy within the acupoints could only be formed upon reaching the second realm of the Ice Emperor's celestial record. Upon mastering the second layer of this technique, all acupoints within the body would be thoroughly tempered. During the operation of this technique, each acupoint would generate a whirlpool of elemental energy, thereby significantly increasing the speed at which they absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Having consumed several pills in rapid succession, Yihan inadvertently stumbled upon the threshold of the second layer. A breakthrough was surely on the horizon. However, he had no time to revel in this advancement, as the pills and the spirals of energy, despite hastening his refinement of the icy true essence, still fell woefully short of the immense energy required for the advancement of his divine powers. Sweat beads began to form densely upon Yihan's brow, as the pace of his energy refinement nearly kept pace with its consumption. Just as he felt his strength waning, Tsang Yin beneath him seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly slowing its pace. Although its massive head did not turn, it perceived Yihan's condition through their bond. With a resounding roar, the horn atop Tsang Yan's head suddenly shimmered with star-like brilliance, transforming into fiery red ribbons that cascaded towards Yihan, akin to a river flowing through the starry sky. Yihan sensed Tsang Yan's actions and could not help but smile bitterly. Clearly, Tsang Yin sought to replenish Yihan's elemental energy with its own demonic power. However, not only was there a significant disparity between the elemental energy of humans and the cultivation of demonic beings, but their inherent attributes were also fundamentally opposed, making such an exchange improbable. Yet, Yihan had no time to dissuade it and could only allow the Crimson River to envelop him. At that moment, within Yihan's spirals of energy, the influx of energy surged forth, as if it were a nourishing tonic, expanding rapidly and unabashedly absorbing the incoming red river. Surprisingly, this fiery red energy bore no semblance of the anticipated heat. Instead, it swiftly transformed into the icy true essence beneath the spirals, replenishing Yihan's limbs and bones. With a mere thought, Yihan integrated this torrent of elemental energy into his being. Compared to the energy refined from the surrounding essence, this true essence was far more potent. Was this due to their master-servant bond or the nature of the Ice Emperor's celestial record? After a brief contemplation, Yihan chose not to dwell on it, feeling a slight relief with this newfound assistance. Soon, the speed at which his divine eyes absorbed energy began to gradually slow. Yihan had not anticipated that the elevation of his divine powers would necessitate such a staggering amount of elemental energy. Had it not been for Tsang Yan's assistance, his advancement would likely have ended in failure, potentially harming the foundation of his cultivation. The ascension of his void technique concluded swiftly, and with the familiar chime of the system notification, Yihan's void technique ascended to the second realm in a mere instant. When Yihan reopened his eyes, he found that even without activating the technique, the once fog-laden atmosphere of Jinhan Prefecture could no longer obscure his vision. In his sight, he could see streams of energy flowing in the cosmos, coalescing into a starry river that connected various realms. This was the circulation of the heavenly spiritual energy, a force that had previously been formless and invisible, now vividly manifesting before Yihan's eyes. He raised his gaze towards their intended direction, where tumultuous black energy had almost solidified, surging and flowing enveloping the entire expanse of heaven and earth, resembling a colossal dragon coiled upon the land. Yihan's complexion paled slightly. As a master of divination, he was naturally well-versed in the art of observing energy. Now, surveying the dense black mist, his heart sank. No wonder the dynasties and sacred lands had been helpless against this demonic energy for thousands of years. The demonic energy surging within Jinhan Prefecture had long since gained a foothold, standing in defiance of the spiritual energies of this realm. Such a magnitude of demonic energy had likely fused entirely with the fabric of the cosmos, rendering it impossible for humanity to contend against it. Though the dynasties could temporarily suppress it using human power, they could not eradicate it, merely establishing cities to guard against it, remaining vigilant for thousands of years. Chapter 71. Celestial Observations at Tiantong. Undercurrents in the imperial city in the frigid capital of the Hanyu dynasty. A heavy snowfall descended today, an occurrence quite rare for the imperial city. Although the Hanyu dynasty lay in an extremely cold region, where snow and frost were commonplace, the city itself was protected by an array of intricate formations. These protective arrays enabled the inhabitants to endure the harsh climate, allowing them to cultivate the land even under such conditions. Thus, the status of array masters in the Hanyu dynasty was notably elevated. Yihan's ascension to the throne of the Cold King was not solely due to his merits. His rank as a third-tier array master played a significant role as well. This was true for ordinary county cities, but even more so for the imperial city. The outer city alone was engraved with nearly 100 formations, ensuring that the internal temperature, while not exactly spring-like, was significantly more temperate than the icy expanse outside. Fortunately, Yihan had practiced the ice attribute cultivation technique, which had acclimated his body to the extreme cold. Were it not for this, it would be unimaginable for a pampered noble such as he, with merely the cultivation of a warrior, to traverse the icy plains, let alone cross a significant portion of the dynasty. As the snowflakes danced through the city, pedestrians raised their hands to feel the biting cold that emanated from the falling snow. Even the warmth of the city's protective formations could not fend off the flurries. One could only imagine the severity of the temperature outside. At the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, a towering structure, an elderly man with closed eyes leaned on his cane, trembling as he ascended to the top floor. Upon pushing open the door, he faced the gusts of wind and snow without flinching. He placed his cane beside him, adjusted his robes, and sat cross-legged in the snow. The old man tilted his head back, allowing his unbound white hair to flutter in the wind, merging with the swirling snowflakes. Under the tempest, the old man's eyes slowly opened, revealing murky pupils devoid of any sparkle, a testament to his blindness for many years. Yet, as the snowflakes fell, he did not bow his head, nor did his lifeless eyes close. Instead, he gazed fixedly at the starry sky. Within those sightless eyes, ripples seemed to form, reminiscent of pebbles dropped into water, suggesting he perceived something in the cosmic expanse, or perhaps nothing at all. Time passed, and the old man finally lowered his head, letting out a heavy sigh. The bitter cold had once again brought forth a chilling tide, foretelling disaster. As the greedy wolf marched northward, the 7 killers stirred, and the breaking army shook the imperial stars. Another tumultuous autumn was upon them. His aged voice, carried by the chilling wind, echoed as he wobbled down the stairs, his frail form raising questions about whether the fierce wind might sweep him away. The old man's footsteps faded into silence within the pavilion, restoring a calm that felt oddly dissonant, though the reason remained elusive. After a while, a black cat leapt onto the pavilion, breaking the stillness. The cat darted across the railing but slipped on the icy snow, tumbling into the pavilion and leaving a distinct mark resembling the character for wood in the deep snow. Although the little creature quickly regained its footing and bounded away, it left a trail of shallow paw prints on the exposed rooftop. If anyone were present, they might have discerned the source of the disquieting feeling. A mere cat could leave prints, yet the earlier faltering blind man had left no trace in the snow. No one noticed this, nor did anyone mention it. The blind elder appeared to be an ordinary old man as he descended slowly from the pavilion, vanishing into the snow. The waters were about to be disturbed. In the shadows, several men clad in black emerged, exchanging glances. Their auras indicated they were at least at the level of warriors, with the leader being a grandmaster. They were all practitioners from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, following the elderess lead. Yet, upon hearing his words, none dared to approach him further, standing frozen in place. After a lengthy silence, the leader finally managed a wry smile and turned back towards the pavilion. If the elder wished for solitude, who would dare to pursue? The idea of escorting him was laughable. That man was a top-tier existence even in the far north. In the contemporary world, aside from the reclusive old monsters and the hidden powers, who could pose a threat to him? The foremost master of the 100-knowledge pavilion, Master Tiantong. He understood the tides of fate and could discern the movements of the heavens. Sensing that the presence of those behind him had dissipated, the elder nodded slightly. The place he intended to visit could not be crowded with followers. As another gust of cold wind swept through, the old man's figure vanished completely from the snowy landscape, leaving no one aware of the whereabouts of this immensely powerful elder. Amidst the howling north wind, the imperial city appeared deceptively tranquil. However, beneath the facade of stability, undercurrents surged. In one corner of the capital, an unremarkable inn stood, dim and damp. Long neglected, yet housing many dignitaries. This inconspicuous establishment, seemingly devoid of guests, hung its sign year-round, neither altering nor revealing how it managed to pay the exorbitant taxes of the capital. As night deepened and the calls of night owls echoed, even the watchmen stifled yawns, tightening their cotton garments and swaying off into the shadows. At this moment, however, the gloomy and welcomed its guest. Chapter 72. The Dragon Emperor and the Bejeweled Pearl. All dragons bow down. The individual who entered the tavern was shrouded in a tight black cloak, reminiscent of the dim and damp surroundings. Even their visage was obscured by a broad hood, as if not wishing to reveal even a sliver of skin. Such an appearance, at this late hour, was indeed peculiar. However, it did not stir any commotion. The inn was known to cater to all manner of beings, and visitors at this hour were not uncommon. The frail old man behind the counter merely glanced up, gestured towards a corridor behind him, and then returned to his previous occupation. To him, this was just another guest wishing to keep their identity concealed, unaware that this particular patron held a distinctive status within the Cold Feather dynasty. The cloaked figure took no offense but followed the old man's direction into the shadowy passageway. Though the hour was late, he walked with determination, as if aware that the one awaiting him would not depart. You have finally arrived. Upon pushing open the wooden door at the end of the corridor, a mocking voice emerged from within, causing him to furrow his brow, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, an utterly distasteful sensation. Who are you? The black-clad figure regarded the smirking man inside the room, a hint of surprise evident in his cold inquiry. The man's voice was gravelly, making it impossible to discern his gender or age, clearly a deliberate ploy. Ah, to think you would arrive at such a late hour. I must admit, your patience is quite unexpected, the man replied, adorned in a lavish blue robe, his smile juxtaposed with an aura of malevolence. His elegant tone belied a chilling undertone, as if two contradictory personas were seamlessly fused, creating an unsettling contradiction. He casually seated himself in the lone chair in the room, pouring 2 cups of tea from a nearby pot, yet he made no offer to present one to his visitor, opting instead to sip from his own. Surprised that the girl Ling Yan did not accompany you? I must say, you possess quite the talent for winning her trust, yet she remains obstinately silent about her allegiance. If only she were more pliable, I could have granted her a more merciful fate. However, his words were abruptly cut short as the figure who had just stood at the door now stood before him. A gleaming blade pressed firmly against his throat, just a slight push away from severing his windpipe. Where is Ling Yan? The man faced the blade without a flicker of fear, instead responding with a smile. Is it lacking in sincerity to press such a thing against my neck before our transaction has even commenced? Or are you perhaps reconsidering your demand for the antidote? At this, the cloaked figure's body stiffened slightly, though he showed no intention of lowering the blade. The man's smile began to fade, the chill emanating from the blade causing a prickling pain at his throat, rendering the atmosphere tense. The seated man broke the silence first. Despite his limited cultivation, he was aware that having a blade at his throat was far from a pleasant experience. He straightened slightly, gingerly rubbing his throat where the blade had grazed him, drawing forth a bead of blood. He placed his finger to his lips, licking the metallic taste that lingered, a strange thrill lighting up his eyes. How intriguing. I knew you were a prince, but I had no notion of which one. A martial artist of your caliber is indeed rare among princes. Which prince might you be? The 5th, the 6th, or perhaps the newly ascended 7th? One must wonder how it feels to become increasingly feminine with each passing day. At this remark, the black-clad figure stiffened, seemingly struck at a sensitive point, and the gravelly voice he had maintained slipped away, revealing a more youthful, ethereal tone. You. The The man appeared visibly agitated by such brazen words, yet he soon erupted into laughter. You a prince? In the kingdom of arid rock, you are likely worth less than a hostage. As those words fell, the cloaked figure shuddered slightly, sensing an overwhelming bloodlust emanating from the man, as though he were engulfed in a sea of corpses. With a flick of his wrist, the glinting blade reappeared, yet he made no move to draw it. There's no need for such tension. As Ling Yan mentioned, I merely require your assistance with a task, and in return, I shall present the antidote to you. The man slumped back into his chair, the insufferable smile returning to his face, as if the previous hostility had been but a fleeting illusion. Yet, the black-clad figure dared not underestimate him. He activated the royal technique, the cold sky transformation, in preparation for any eventuality. The aura he had sensed moments ago could not have been born from less than 1,000 lives. This prince, ostracized within the kingdom of arid rock, clearly harbored significant issues. What is it you desire? The black-clad figure's voice was strained, the humiliation evident, which only served to deepen the man's smile. The Dragon Emperor and the Bejeweled Pearl, all dragons bowed down. The man drained his cup of tea, his grin growing increasingly sinister. What I seek is that very Dragon Pearl. You must be mad. That is impossible. At this proclamation, the black-clad figure's composure visibly unraveled, revealing a deep-seated aversion to the mention of the Dragon Pearl. The phrase Dragon Emperor and the Bejeweled Pearl originated from the founding sovereign of their Cold Feather dynasty. Thousands of years prior, before the dynasty was established, the far north was governed similarly to the southern kingdoms, through counties. Whenever calamities besieged them, the dynasty's iron cavalry would inevitably falter against the relentless tide of demons, even being driven back to the capital, leaving devastation in their wake. It was amidst this sea of corpses that the sovereign rose, leading his troops to establish the foundation of the Cold Feather dynasty in the midst of white bones. Yet, when the sovereign proposed a strategy of governance through county cities, it raised concerns among his ministers, who feared that such power would lead to insubordination and ultimately fracture the nation. The sovereign, however, dismissed their worries with a smile, invoking the phrase Dragon Emperor and the Bejeweled Pearl to quell their fears. The Dragon Pearl referred to the imperial seal, the very essence of the dynasty's fortune, the means by which the sovereign subdued the lords of the various counties. The black-clad figure stood at the threshold, his limbs growing cold with trepidation. How could he possibly acquire such a celestial treasure? Even if he managed to obtain it, how could he hand it over to this man? In doing so, he would become the architect of his own downfall within the dynasty. Chapter 73. The Prince of Rockfall. As the town clock struck 4, the streets lay deserted, save for a few black cats darting through the alleys. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure clad in black was swiftly gliding between the buildings. His speed was remarkable, and his features obscured. Even if someone were to stand nearby, they would struggle to discern his appearance. In the fleeting moments, his silhouette transformed repeatedly, employing various techniques of movement, some rapid, others enigmatic, some like a startled swan, and others shadow-like. The transitions were seamless, suggesting he was a practitioner of immense skill, honed through rigorous training. Within a dimly lit inn, a man in blue remained seated at his original spot, indulging in his own company, seemingly indifferent to the departure of the cloaked figure. However, before he could finish his pot of tea, an elderly man with hair as white as snow entered, brushing off the accumulated snow from his attire before seizing the young man's tea and draining it in one gulp. Good tea, aside from Prince Rockfall. I hardly know where one could find such fine leaves from our homeland, the old man remarked, wiping his mouth without a care for the droplets on his beard, and smiled at the young man. Although he referred to him as Your Highness, his tone lacked any semblance of deference. Left General, it has been many years since we last met after the events in Rock Emperor City. I trust you have been well, the young man, addressed as Prince Rockfall, replied, his demeanor devoid of the arrogance displayed towards the black-clad figure. Instead, he radiated the humility of an ordinary warrior. Your Highness is too kind. I sent the Left General out just now. Did you manage to ascertain the identity of that individual? The elderly man's expression shifted slightly at the inquiry, and he offered a wry smile. I must admit, I underestimated that individual. Though his cultivation was merely at the martial master level, his royal lineage granted him formidable prowess. His continuous changes in direction and fluid transitions left me unable to keep pace. The young man's eyes narrowed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, replying with a smile. No matter. If that is the case, it is of little concern. He is merely a martial master, and I doubt he poses any significant threat to our plans. You must be weary from your travels, Left General. Please, rest now." The old man chuckled, exchanged a few pleasantries, and departed. Content after retrieving a jar of tea leaves from the room. Unbeknownst to him, once he had left, the young man's smile faded entirely, revealing a gaze filled with icy resolve. With a sharp command, the prince called forth a diminutive figure from a concealed compartment above the door. The figure, less than 6 feet tall, leapt down and knelt before the prince with a thud. "Master," much of what that old man said was true. The prince has indeed mastered several techniques, and his movements are exceedingly peculiar and difficult to comprehend. Huh, what a lofty opinion from the Left General. It's astounding that a mere former general would have such arrogance, truly fitting for one associated with the 7th prince, aiming to hinder my efforts. Rockfall scoffed, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes as he stood, delivering a heavy kick to the small man's face. The diminutive figure, already frail in stature, could not resist as he was sent crashing against the door with a resounding thud. Blood streamed from his forehead, yet he made no effort to defend himself, remaining silent and submissive. Useless. The prince raised his cup, taking a delicate sip of tea, his gaze returning to the kneeling figure, revealing a deep-seated disdain as he splashed the remaining tea over him. "Speak. When he attacked me, how much of his cultivation did he exert? It is now certain he is not the 5th prince of Cold Feather. However, I am not well acquainted with the 6th and 7th princes, one being reclusive and the other just having broken through," the small man replied, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Rockfall's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor softening as satisfaction flickered across his face. The 5th prince of the Cold Feather dynasty, known as the Martial Prince, was reputed as a martial fanatic, having honed his skills in various military factions. While he officially held the martial master rank, his iron fists had once defeated formidable martial masters, making him one of the strongest princes. As long as that man is not that lunatic, there is little to fear. Rockfall reclined back in his chair, gesturing casually as a small porcelain vial flew into the hands of the small man. "Humph, you still have some use after all. I did not waste my efforts implanting the absolute slave goo in you. This is your antidote for the weak. Should you fail again, the next time the poison strikes, you may find a way to end it all yourself." "Yes, thank you, master." The small figure bowed deeply, fearfully swallowing the contents of the vial, anxious to avoid the torment of the goo. After finishing, he did not discard the vial, but instead stowed it in his storage pouch, returning to kneel with his forehead pressed firmly to the ground. Seeing this, Prince Rockfall appeared somewhat pleased and resumed pouring himself more tea. Yet, he remained oblivious to the deep-seated hatred concealed within the small man's eyes. Chapter 74. The Floating Mountain, the Emperor's Grave. Seated at the table, holding a teacup, Yen Luo cast a scornful glance at the dwarf still kneeling on the ground, yet he remained silent, gesturing for him to withdraw. Once the room was devoid of anyone but him, the expression on the young man's face gradually settled into tranquility. As he gazed into the pitch-black corridor beyond the door, a trace of derision curled upon his lips. Surely, everyone in the world believed him to be that capricious, useless prince. If so, let them think as they wish. As long as this scheme succeeds, he would break free from the constraints of the soaring high and sailing far. Amidst a world steeped in confusion, he alone remained untainted. While others were intoxicated, he stood alert. The grand game in the imperial capital was about to unfold, yet at this moment, Yihan and Song Yen in the far north remained blissfully unaware. The Jinhan continent was indeed a land of demonic soil, and the Yuma Pass separated this cursed realm from the true demon world. As Yihan and his companions crossed this threshold, it signified their departure from the mortal realm. The air around them was thick with chaotic demonic energy, swirling in dark currents that obscured their vision. Had Yihan not cultivated the void vision, he would scarcely have been able to see beyond a mere yard in this murky expanse. The dense black demonic aura had taken on a tangible form. As Yihan reached out, he felt his arm being impeded, as though submerged in water. Song Yen ceased to run, enveloped in flames that formed a formidable armor, steadfastly protecting both itself and Yihan. Since crossing the Yuma Pass, they had traversed nearly 2 days' journey, frequently encountering remnants left by the Great Army during their northern expedition, broken blades, tattered flags, all shrouded in this black mist. Even the finest iron arrows had succumbed to decay, now steeped in darkness. These were remnants from the past few centuries. Anything older had long since turned to dust, not to mention weapons forged from refined iron. Even the magical artifacts wielded by warriors could scarcely withstand the relentless erosion of such concentrated demonic energy over millennia. However, despite witnessing numerous traces, Yihan was not surprised at the absence of any bones. The potency of the demonic energy here was far greater than that of the outside world. Should any remains have fallen here, they would have either been incinerated by their comrades or transformed into wandering demonic entities over time. Regardless of which fate befell them, Yihan had no desire to ponder further. He was solely focused on discovering whether the fabled cave paradise still existed amidst such overwhelming demonic corruption. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the cave paradise. Please proceed further to conduct a deep scan. This system notification had appeared 2 days prior. Following its guidance, Yihan continued onward, unaware that this journey would stretch for a full 2 days. The surrounding area was eerily silent, interrupted only by the sound of colliding dark currents against Song Yan's fiery armor, creating a cacophony of mutual erosion. After another half-day of travel, just as his patience began to wane, the system's message finally arrived. Ding! Host, 300 miles ahead, a cave paradise has been detected, preparing for deep scan. Ding! System detects abundant foreign energy surrounding the sacred site, which is detrimental to host's control of the sect. Initiating sect recognition assistance to dispel the surrounding foreign energy. With this command to disperse, a golden lightning bolt appeared before Yihan, as if descending from the heavens, slicing through the air like a whirlwind. Wherever the golden light passed, the oppressive black demonic aura receded, akin to snow melting under the blazing sun. The golden light resembled a colossal golden axe, cleaving through the dark void that hung over the land, revealing a vast expanse of clarity that spanned hundreds of miles. Such a sight caused not only Yihan, but even Song Yan, who had reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage, to tremble in awe. This was no mere manifestation of life. It was a manifestation of celestial might. The golden light could not have been conjured by a warrior at the king level. This was the first time the mechanical voice of the system had unveiled its profound power since Yihan acquired it. In the depths of his being, Yihan sensed that the system's ability to wield such overwhelming force was likely rooted in a mysterious and arcane principle, rather than the strength cultivated by warriors. The command to disperse had carved out a sanctuary within this bizarre demonic realm, a space untouched by corruption. This sweeping power left Yihan astounded, yet in his heart, he regarded the system as an entity capable of bending the very fabric of existence. No matter the extent of its revealed power, he could accept it. What truly left him gasping was the scene that unfolded before him as the dark miasma dissipated. Before him loomed a mountain, a majestic peak that defied comprehension, suspended in the heavens like a divine summit. It soared thousands of feet above the ground, reminiscent of the legendary flying peak from ancient myths. The base of the mountain revealed rugged, uneven stones, intermittently glimmering with an elusive azure light, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. The mountain was enveloped in a hazy aura, obscuring its true form, yet it radiated an air of divinity, as if overseeing the mortal realm. Clearly, ancient formations and prohibitions still lingered upon its heights. The aura was neither overwhelming nor aggressive, yet it inspired a profound sense of reverence. Even from a distance, Yihan could perceive the pressure emanating from the mountain. A peak suspended in the heavens may sound fantastical, yet it stood before Yihan in undeniable reality. As darkness receded, this lofty mountain became a beacon amidst the cosmos, symbolizing the very center of existence, imposing its will upon the myriad realms. Yihan's throat tightened, although he had cultivated the void vision to pierce through the once dense mist. The toll on his vital energy after such an enhancement was considerable, making it impractical for him to maintain. Thus, when the system dispelled the surrounding black mist, revealing the celestial mountain shrouded in clouds, the impact on him was nothing short of overwhelming. The floating mountain, the emperor's grave. Yihan recalled General Qinjin speaking of a legendary holy mountain suspended in the sky in this far northern land, a notion he had once dismissed with skepticism. Though he had arrived in this extraordinary world, the essence of his former self as a master of calculations remained. The existence of warriors and the power of formations were concepts he could accept, yet now, witnessing this colossal mountain floating unsupported thousands of feet above, enveloped by swirling clouds, he found himself at a loss. Was this truly the cave paradise he had sought for days? Deep scan complete. Cave level determined. Sacred level. After thorough examination, It has been revealed that a site of an ancient sacred land lies concealed within, confirmed to be devoid of a master to wield its sacred seal. Thus it may serve as a dojo for the sect, establishing a lineage of teachings. The system further indicates that the interior of the sect harbors relics from this ancient sacred realm, containing formations and prohibitions from a bygone era, advising the host to proceed with caution. Yihan gazed at the 3 notifications suspended before him, particularly the last 2 lines inscribed in blood red, eliciting a wry smile. He had not anticipated that this cave would reach the caliber of a sacred land. It is well understood that the classification of a cave is not arbitrarily assigned. To be deemed sacred signifies that its spiritual energy, veins, formations, and the elemental power it harbors are comparable to that of the Snow Dragon's sacred land. Although Yihan had never beheld the Snow Dragon's sacred mountain, renowned for its mythical prowess, he had witnessed the imperial city of the Hanyu dynasty. This grand city gathered the dragon veins of the entire northernmost territory, embodying the pinnacle of humanity within the Hanyu dynasty, commanding a portion of elemental power sufficient to manifest the visage of a divine dragon. Even in the absence of guardians, it remains impregnable to mere martial kings. Such is the stature of a sacred dojo, capable of wielding elemental forces. The floating divine mountain before Yihan, rated as sacred by the system, implies it possesses a latent power on par with that of the imperial city of Hanyu. Even though it currently lacks a master, it is inconceivable for mere human strength to conquer it. Only through the might of the system, an existence that transcends conventional rules, does a glimmer of possibility arise. Chapter 75. Ancient aerial restriction formation. Benefiting from his system, Yihan was unencumbered by the mundane tasks of establishing spiritual veins, venerating the heavens, or personally constructing grand halls and abodes. Nevertheless, to establish a sect's sacred grounds within a blessed realm, it was imperative for Yihan to personally venture to the heart of the realm, refine it to his will, and gain complete mastery over the domain. Only by fully controlling a blessed realm, capable of commanding every inch of its space, could Yihan, with the system's aid, arrange formations and deploy techniques within this domain. Only by imprinting the Xian Tian Dao sect's essence onto the very fabric of the heavens, solidifying a sect-specific fortune, and anchoring it upon the sect's foundation, could he truly establish a sect's roots and claim to have founded a sect. Gazing upon the colossal mountain suspended in the firmament, Yihan's initial astonishment and excitement gradually subsided, replaced by a renewed sense of composure. He recognized the lurking perils within, capable of obliterating him. Yet he also knew that it harbored opportunities that could propel him to unprecedented heights. Neither Yi Changkong, the former master of physiognomy, nor Yihan, the current prince of Han, were individuals to shrink from challenges. Having committed to this path, he was determined to spread the Xian Tian Dao sect's renown throughout the continent, ensuring his life would be one of significance. Song Yin exerted slight pressure with its massive hooves, dispersing the surrounding demonic aura. It relinquished its fiery armor, the flames coalescing beneath its ribs, forming a pair of expansive, fiery wings. With a powerful beat of its wings, torrents of flames scattered, and Song Yan's immense form ascended into the air. A fifth-order beast king was equivalent to a martial sect powerhouse, its inner cultivation seamless. Even among the beastly races, it possessed the ability to levitate. Song Yan, at the peak of the fifth order, though not yet a sixth-order demon king, was more than capable of ascending to the suspended mountain. Yihan shared this belief. Song Yan had once carried him across the Sword Cliff. Compared to the Sword Cliff, which divided 2 continents, this 1,000-foot-tall mountain, while imposing, was still within reach. However, as Song Yan took flight, a faint premonition stirred within Yihan. As a master of physiognomy, his intuition was exceptionally keen. Almost instinctively, he activated his void eye, remaining vigilant. Yet, no immediate danger presented itself. As Yihan frowned slightly, Song Yan had already traversed half the distance. At that moment, a faint golden light emanated from the mountain above, illuminating the void. What is that? Yihan's eyes transformed into a boundless starry sky, and as the stars revolved, he pierced through the void. The golden light rapidly intensified, coalescing into myriads of runes. Formation runes? Yihan paused momentarily. He was originally a 3rd-level formation master, but with his soul force breakthrough, he had reached the 4th level. Even so, he could only discern that they were formation patterns. The amalgamation of thousands of patterns formed a formation that he could not decipher in a short time. In truth, there was no need for him to calculate, for the runes in the heavens had fully coalesced. The tadpole-like golden patterns intertwined, forming a colossal ring in the firmament. Adorned with mysterious, law-infused, aerial restriction, Yihan's expression shifted slightly. The formation exuded an ancient aura, indicating its ancient origins. The patterns within this formation were exceedingly cryptic, vastly different from the formation patterns circulating in the present world. Yihan did not recognize these patterns, but his sea of consciousness interpreted their meaning, instilling a sense of foreboding. An ancient formation? Indeed, after the massive pattern materialized, Yihan felt the force of gravity on his body increase exponentially. It was a pressure descending from the heavens, shattering Song Yan's equilibrium almost instantly. Roar! Song Yan's body plummeted downwards. While a fifth-order peak beast king possessed seamless true essence, it had not yet reached the sixth-order demon king realm. It could fly, but it relied on the balance between its powerful demon essence and the forces of nature, unlike a sixth-order demon king, who could roam the void at will. With this balance disrupted, it could only plummet downwards with Yihan. At the same time, the demon essence it used to sustain its body dissipated. Yihan gripped tightly onto the scales on Song Yan's back, his eyes reflecting the collapse of a starry sea. The golden patterns flooded his vision, but the dense array of patterns made his sea of consciousness feel faint. Such intricate array patterns. Definitely beyond my current capabilities to decipher. Yihan's face was pale. While he could perceive the array patterns, unraveling the profound formation was beyond his immediate grasp. Moreover, even if he could, his current cultivation level could not sustain such expenditure. As Song Yan's body plummeted, the flames around it did not completely dissipate. The vast fire energy gathered beneath it, forming a violent fire whirlwind, crashing heavily into the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked at a visible rate, and ice shards and soil were flung several feet away, creating a scene of flying sand and stones. As the fire whirlwind expanded, a massive figure crashed heavily onto the ground, crushing the tornado into fragments and creating a massive crater. Cough, cough. As dust scattered, Yihan crawled out of the crater. Behind him, Song Yan's immense form leaped up as well. Although they were both covered in dust, they had suffered no injuries, thanks to Song Yan's whirlwind. Yihan glanced at the golden array patterns still floating in the sky, a wry smile appearing on his face. While falling from a height of several hundred feet would indeed be a hard hit, Song Yan's cultivation was not concerned with such force. Moreover, the Crimson Flame Holy Armor Beast's physical strength was already quite high, let alone a beast king like Song Yan. Even so, the overbearing power was not so easy to bear. Moreover, when falling, there seemed to be a pressure falling from the sky, which made Song Yan and the others caught off guard. Even if Song Yan used the whirlwind to support his body, he still made a fool of himself. It was obviously the power of the sky-high array pattern that made the power of his fall more than a notch stronger. Yihan looked at the slowly dissipating array patterns and couldn't help but show a hint of amazement in his eyes. Aerial restriction prohibits the art of suspension, completely sealing the master of the sky. What does it forbid? Although the fifth-order beast king can also float in the air, most of those who can fly across the sky are powerhouses in the martial king realm. This level of powerhouse stands at the peak of the world in Yihan's memory, but the art of flying in the air that can be mastered by such powerhouses is forbidden by it. When Yihan used the void eye to see through the patterns on the formation, he felt like he was facing a god king who reached the sky and the earth. The surging power made him feel as small as facing the endless sea of stars. A mere restriction formation in front of the mountain gate has such supernatural powers. So how terrifying was the ancient sect that once stood on this suspended mountain. Chapter 76. Riding beasts across the sky. The sound of flesh splattering echoed in the air as the remains of these avian carcasses transformed into monstrous entities. Lacking the formidable physique of the Song Yan, they plummeted from the heights, obliterated into a bloody pulp by the oppressive force of the ancient forbidden array. Yihan gazed at the pools of dark crimson flesh, his expression shifting subtly. It appeared that this suppression of space was not directed solely at him, but rather pervaded the entire realm surrounding the burial Emperor Ridge. Faced with this realization, Yihan could not suppress a sense of foreboding. If this force enveloped the entire space, how could they ascend? Observing the slowly receding golden patterns of the array, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. He held no illusions about his ability to dismantle a grand formation that had endured since ancient times. Wait a moment. Enduring since ancient times. Yihan's expression froze momentarily, as if a memory had been stirred. Historically, the intricate patterns of formations, when activated, would gradually erode their own inscriptions. Consequently, every array requires the continuous maintenance of a formation master. Even those etched with rare materials could not remain intact from antiquity to the present day. Even if the ancient formations were far more potent than contemporary ones, they would not escape the ravages of time unscathed. Yihan once again activated his void vision. This time, instead of attempting to decipher the vast array, he focused intently on identifying any potential flaws within it, perhaps at the time of its inscription. No such weakness existed. However, under the relentless erosion of countless ages, a trace of ambiguity had emerged in the array's patterns, leaving behind a subtle gap in this realm of suppression. Yet, as Yihan contemplated this, he could not help but marvel at the might of the ancients. The power of this forbidden domain was not immutable. The seemingly constant pressure was, in fact, in a state of flux. Thus, although a slight imperfection had manifested, it would not be long before the vacuity would be cloaked by the returning energies of the past. The mystical abilities of the ancient masters were indeed unfathomable. Even in the present age, with the formation now displaying a flaw, it remained capable of guarding this celestial domain. To seize the opportunity presented by this imperfection and ascend, one must grasp the fleeting moment with unwavering precision. Any delay would undoubtedly result in a fall, as experienced moments prior. Upon recognizing the flaw in the array, Yihan turned his gaze towards Song Yan, sensing an intangible connection between their essences. The fluctuations in Song Yan's eyes gradually stabilized, and within those orbs, a spark that belonged to Yihan seemed to emerge. The art of beast mastery, the technique of divine command. At that moment, Song Yan's consciousness ebbed like a receding tide, allowing Yihan to once again exert control over the Beast King, reminiscent of their earlier encounter upon the Sword Cliff. When evading the master of the Void Mountain, this sensation was peculiar, akin to becoming one with Song Yan. His mastery over his own body remained intact, yet it felt as though he possessed an additional form. He could sense both his own limbs and the immense strength contained within Song Yan's formidable claws, capable of cleaving mountains asunder. The colossal form of the Red Flame's sacred armored beast shifted slightly, akin to a drunken man reacquainting himself with his body. Soon, its gaze was fixed upon the divine mountain hovering in the heavens. Yihan, now seated upon Song Yan's back, grasped the scales firmly. The Red Flame's sacred armored beast could not help but wiggle slightly. This sensation of carrying oneself was indeed bizarre. However, Yihan did not dwell on this peculiarity for long. He directed his gaze towards the heavens, where his starry pupils reflected the intertwining patterns of the ancient array. He was attuned to the array's fluctuations, awaiting the emergence of that fleeting imperfection. Before long, his demeanor turned serious, clearly having calculated the ephemeral opportunity. Without needing to summon it, Song Yan, united in purpose, stomped powerfully upon the frozen ground, leaving for massive claw marks in the ancient ice. In that instant, the beast's massive form soared into the air as surging flames coalesced beneath its ribs, rejuvenating the previously extinguished wings of flame. Yet this time, those fiery wings were not as robust as before. They had become considerably more delicate. Pressed for time, he did not intend to glide leisurely as he had on the Sword Cliff, but rather to surge upwards towards the floating divine mountain in a swift manner. The immense body of the beast shot upwards like a comet against the sky. Yihan, firmly seated upon its back, remained vigilant, his eyes reflecting the shifting patterns of the array, continuously calculating while remaining aware of the surrounding sea of clouds to preempt any unforeseen events. It was evident that the ancient sect had not intended to bar all visitors from entry, for no lethal arrays had been set beneath this mountain gate. In his calculations, the Red Flame's sacred armored beast's formidable form danced through the void, tracing the path of the imperfection, swiftly arriving at the foot of the colossal mountain. Under Yihan's guidance, Song Yan leaped, engulfed in flames, landing atop the mountain peak. Though they had merely touched the base of the mountain, Yihan dared not let his guard down. After all, this was the site of an ancient sect's relics. Even in the absence of a master, the sect's prohibitive measures could easily obliterate a warrior of his caliber. Among the duo, neither possessed the strength of a martial king. Throughout the endless ages, he found it hard to believe that no one had ever sought to claim this hallowed ground. Yet in Yihan's memory, he could not recall anyone who had entered this sacred mountain and emerged alive. and many of those entombed within were undoubtedly formidable martial kings. The red flame's sacred armored beast's body seemed to stir slightly. It did not relinquish its state of divine mastery, but instead continued to maintain this unity of purpose. Slowly advancing towards the summit of the floating divine mountain. The peak of the mountain remained shrouded in an enigmatic aura, one that Yihan could neither perceive nor investigate thoroughly. Even the art of divination proved insufficient to unveil its entirety. Thus, he approached with utmost caution, readying himself to wield the strongest power he could muster to confront the forthcoming challenge. Chapter 77. The Ancient Array. Realm within a realm. Yihan ascended through a gap in the ancient formation, yet this did not signify that the formation had lost its potency. This ancient anti-flight array was a domain-level formation, enveloping all space within several hundred miles of the Burial Emperor Ridge. Within this area, no living being could traverse the void. Although Yihan had never witnessed a martial king contend with this formation, he believed that even a martial king would struggle to navigate the emptiness here. Standing at the edge of the Burial Emperor Ridge, Yihan activated the Void Eye once more. Positioned above the formation, he could discern that the golden light of the array nearly enveloped every corner of this realm. Furthermore, the resplendent golden radiance intensified as it ascended, and before Yihan, beneath the array's diagram, this golden light imparted an almost tangible sensation reminiscent of a sea of gold. Though he had not personally felt the power contained within, he sensed that the pressure in this region was beyond the comprehension of a martial king. This ancient formation, while lacking a lethal capability, was sufficient to keep sovereign warriors at bay. Casting another glance at the immense diagrams surging within the Golden Sea, Yihan appeared to grasp the operational principles of the formation. Without further hesitation, he turned and made his way along a narrow path up the floating mountain range. The floating mountain was colossal. Even if Yihan pressed forward without pause, reaching the summit at the heart of the cave realm would not be a swift endeavor. Moreover, the ancient divine mountain likely harbored countless restrictions, leaving Yihan with little time to spare. Yihan maneuvered his body with the Crimson Flame Beast King's swiftness. Yet he had no intention of soaring through the air. Although the Void Eye had not detected any anti-flight formations above the Burial Emperor Ridge, he was reluctant to employ the floating method here. No one could ascertain the number of restrictions within this floating divine mountain, even with the Void Eye. He could not guarantee absolute safety. In such circumstances, recklessly soaring would only make him a target. Yihan and the Crimson Flame, one man and one beast, continued their ascent. Their pace was brisk yet cautious, with Yihan perpetually activating the Void Eye, wary of any misstep. Regarding the issue of energy consumption, he had established a connection between his true essence and the beast's demonic essence. Thus, the energy expenditure was negligible for a peak 5th-tier beast king. As they progressed, Yihan, relying on the Void Eye, discovered several hidden formation patterns, though most were severely damaged. Clearly, over the ages, the ancient array had not remained intact like the anti-flight array. Yihan chose not to disturb them, but instead opted for a detour. The ancient formations passed down through time differed significantly from those practiced today. Although Yihan could perceive the arrangement of the patterns, it did not imply he could easily dismantle them. Even in their fragmented state, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he was disinclined to engage with them. As time slowly elapsed, Yihan and the Crimson Flame pressed on. An inexplicable force gradually enveloped their hearts, instilling in Yihan a peculiar sensation. This eerie feeling lingered over him, as if something were being suppressed, yet he could never quite grasp its fleeting essence, driving him nearly to madness. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated within Yihan's consciousness, causing him to freeze in place. Ding! System notification. The host's main quest has 1 day remaining until the final deadline. Please complete the quest promptly. Failure to do so will result in the host's annihilation. This abrupt system alert felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Yihan's head, snapping him back to reality. He steadied the body of the Crimson Flame Beast King, halted, and retrieved a small jade disc from his storage pouch. This object served as a timer, one imbued with formation power that left traces as time passed. While it was not a treasure of great value, it was exceedingly sensitive and widely circulated among the high echelons of the dynasty as a timing artifact. Despite possessing the system, Yihan had carried several of these for emergencies. Yet, as he examined the disc and noticed the numerous engravings, his expression shifted dramatically. Has so much time truly passed? He recalled that his entrance into this place had always felt vague, if they had indeed lingered here for so long, even without maximizing their speed. They should have already reached the summit given the Crimson Flame's peak 5th-tier rank. Yet, their current situation suggested they had barely ascended halfway, and despite their prolonged sprint, they had encountered no dangers, only a few damaged remnants of arrays. For an ancient secret realm, this was profoundly abnormal. Yihan surveyed his surroundings, a chill creeping down his spine. Could it be that this cave realm could influence time? Stay calm. Yihan took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his pupils had regained their composure. The reflections of the starry river flickered wildly within his gaze as he pushed the void eye to its limits. His sight, enhanced by this divine ability, seemed to pierce through all obstructions surrounding him. Yihan's eyes scanned the void, and a sound akin to thunder erupted around him. This was no illusion, but rather a manifestation of his mental power reaching its zenith. Lightning of thought, void transformed into electricity. This feat, typically achievable only by a martial king or a 6th-tier array master, was something Yihan, through the cultivation of his martial zone realm soul, was touching upon with the aid of the void eye. As the faint rumbling of thunder echoed, Yihan's expression grew solemn, just as he had suspected. This realm indeed bore an oddity. Within his vision, the seemingly ordinary space displayed signs of double images, the ephemeral distortion almost eluding his notice. This phenomenon, referred to by array masters as spatial overlap, was also known among the populace as 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, or within reach, yet worlds apart. As its name suggests, it is a technique that ensnares one within a confined space. Could the formation causing this spatial overlap be the realm within a realm? Yihan's expression shifted slightly. The term realm within a realm was a designation from their array scriptures, said to be created by the foremost ancient array masters. Once inscribed completely, it could transform into a space indistinguishable from reality, unless one possessed extraordinary cultivation and profound soul comprehension. A martial artist ensnared within this realm would remain oblivious to any anomalies. It was said that in ancient times, a renowned array master set up a grand formation that allowed the inhabitants of a city to live within the array for a century. When the array was dismantled, they awoke, only to realize that a century had passed in what felt like a fleeting dream, with the formation's completion having taken but a day and a night. This represented a highly sophisticated principle of array mastery, akin to an illusion array, yet far superior. To establish such a formation required not only top-tier array skills, but also a profound understanding of space. Only by perfectly merging the array with spatial concepts could the external world align with the realm within, allowing beings to enter the array unaware. Yihan possessed the Void Eye, which granted him insight into nearly all array patterns, yet the realm within a realm remained an ancient formation he could not penetrate. This formation can be said to transcend the very boundaries of conventional arrays. The intertwining patterns have almost given rise to an independent realm, transforming into a complete space of its own. No matter how formidable the Void Law might be, how could it possibly perceive an entire world? This formation is rooted in ancient times, yet in the present era, it has been entirely lost to history. Even the most esteemed masters of formations in today's world find it exceedingly difficult to replicate it. Any attempts to do so would merely result in a sophisticated illusion, far inferior to the self-contained realm within a realm. Yihan was drenched in cold sweat. The formation of a realm within a realm not only eludes detection, but also conceals the consciousness of living beings, which explains why Yihan, despite sensing something amiss, remained oblivious for so long. Were it not for the system's timely prompt, he might have languished in this predicament for countless years. No, he likely would not have had the luxury of time. He would have faced annihilation at the moment the main quest's deadline expired, leading to a complete cessation of all his endeavors. Chapter 78. The Great Gamble. Breaking the array. Noticing the unusual phenomena in this space, Yihan's expression gradually calmed. As long as he understood the source of the problem, there was nothing to fear. Yihan had never been afraid of a formidable enemy. He merely despised the sense of helplessness that came from being at a loss. Once an opponent transitioned from darkness to light, there was nothing left to dread. Even the most elite assassin, when stripped of the darkness that concealed him and thrust into the light, regardless of his profound cultivation, would only signify that his demise was imminent. Yihan raised his hand and retrieved a stack of pale yellow talisman papers from his storage pouch, each inscribed with intricate array patterns. Without a glance, he scattered them in all directions. These talisman papers bore a simplified version of an array, crafted by Yihan himself. Merging his understanding of formations with the whimsical memories of paper talismans from his past life. Although this realm did not originally possess such talismans, Yihan had conceived this idea during his studies of formations, combining it with the imagery of Taoist practitioners he recalled from his previous life. Simplifying the formation undoubtedly diminished its power, yet it also reduced the energy required to activate it. By inscribing them on paper, he could summon them in critical moments. Even if their might were limited, they could still serve as a means of salvation. Yihan had encountered numerous failures in the creation of these talisman papers, but ultimately, his persistence bore fruit, and he now possessed an ample supply of them. The second-tier formations, already limited in power, became even more so after simplification. However, Yihan compensated for this deficiency with their sheer quantity, releasing them like snowflakes drifting on the wind. A faint blue light flickered in Yihan's eyes as countless talismans began to tremble, and from the seemingly mundane papers, strange currents of energy began to ripple forth. Some talismans even whirled in midair before soaring upward once more. This scene was strikingly beautiful, yet akin to the allure of a poppy, it concealed a deadly peril. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of explosions reverberated through the skies, and the land of this space was almost instantly stripped away in layers, leaving behind a charred blackness. Within the reach of Yihan's gaze, he perceived peculiar phenomena emerging from the explosive energies that erupted from all directions, much like ripples formed by pebbles cast into water. The terrifying aspect of the realm within a realm lay in its elusive nature, intangible and formless. It could create its own world, perfectly harmonizing with the true world, making everything within it seem like a genuine manifestation of reality, rendering one oblivious to the fact that they had succumbed to an illusion. However, due to the immense passage of time, this array space, which once perfectly matched the surrounding cosmos, had begun to show signs of imperfection. Though merely a trace, the resultant, imperceptible spatial distortion was evident to Yihan's void-seeing eye. Yet, this was insufficient. Yihan needed to set this array space into motion to discern the ancient array's true essence. At this moment, Yihan ignited thousands of talismans, not to combat his enemies, but to leverage the boundless energy released from the explosions to shake the very foundation of this array space. A complete realm within a realm would dismiss such a disturbance as inconsequential. However, the relentless erosion of endless years had destabilized this array. And as powerful fluctuations of energy surged within the array space, the violent force impacted this self-contained domain. As countless talismans detonated, a radiant brilliance suddenly ignited in Yihan's eyes. When the array trembled, he seized the opportunity to glimpse the true source of this ancient formation. A streak of crimson lightning shot forth from the rising dust, striking upward with the speed of a flash, heading towards the void above. There was nothing in the direction it targeted, yet upon impact, it felt as though it struck something tangible, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. This thunderous roar, unlike the continuous explosions of the talismans, sent concentric waves rippling through the surrounding space, akin to the ripples of water disturbed by a stone. With a sudden pop, reminiscent of a bursting bubble, the entire expanse of heaven and earth vanished in an instant, along with the enveloping mists and the earthy mountains, replaced by an abyss of darkness. The originally earthy brown rocks transformed into a deep, ink-like blackness, a stark contrast to the charred remnants left by Yihan's talisman explosions, which were merely singed black. This new hue was a profound darkness, as the turbulent winds swept away a layer of soil. Beneath the winding mountain path lay revealed the multitude of bones, intertwined and densely packed together. In the center of this series of explosions, as fragments of soil were sent flying, a colossal fireball slowly emerged. The flames quivered slightly, and the surging inferno scattered, revealing the figures of one man and one beast. At this moment, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on Yihan's forehead. Although activating the talismans was not overly complex, triggering thousands to explode simultaneously placed a considerable burden on his spiritual essence. In truth, Yihan had never detonated so many talismans at once before. The path of formations is vast and profound. The consequences of simultaneously igniting these simplified arrays were unknown to anyone. This was a gamble, betting that the defensive techniques of Tsang Yen, with his formidable cultivation, could withstand the ensuing explosion. This was a life-and-death wager, A moment's oversight could result in Song Yan, despite his formidable physique, perishing amidst the tempest of elemental energy, while Yi Han would certainly meet his end if Song Yan faltered. Fortunately, he emerged victorious, not in vain having drawn upon his spiritual essence to redirect the explosive force outward, allowing Song Yan's flames to extend downward, thereby preserving his own life. Song Yan was now somewhat breathless, having expended considerable energy on his defensive techniques, compounded by the need to simultaneously unleash the innate offensive abilities of the Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast clan, the Scarlet Flame Divine Thunder. As a pinnacle 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Sacred Armored Beast King, his unreserved, full-force strike, though not on par with a martial king, was still formidable amongst martial lords. At the moment the colossal array trembled, Yi Han utilized the fluctuations of the array space to deduce the location of the array eye, then, guided by his perception, unleashed a strike of Scarlet Flame Divine Thunder in that instant. Thus, he would be able to dismantle this ancient formation. Thankfully, the potency of this array had diminished significantly over the countless eons. A complete realm within a realm could confine an individual for decades, or even centuries, allowing them to perish within oblivion. Yet, this formation possessed a significant flaw: stability. Such an array must completely harmonize with the surrounding space, rendering the array and the space indistinguishable. Only by fully integrating and merging with it could its effects be entirely realized. Otherwise, should someone discern the slightest hint, the meticulously constructed array for the creation of a world would lose its intended efficacy, rendering it merely a rather sophisticated confinement. Within the ancient array realm of the Burial Emperor Ridge, the passage of endless ages has caused some deterioration in the array patterns, yet it remains capable of sealing a martial king. However, its true flaw lies not within the array itself, but rather in the alterations wrought by the inexorable flow of time. The long river of years has meandered for countless epochs, witnessing the transformation of oceans into fields. The nature of the world during ancient times is beyond Yi Han's comprehension. However, throughout this interminable evolution, the spatial fabric of the universe has shifted, leading to a subtle unease perceived by Yi Han through his ethereal vision. This realization allowed him to follow the trail, using the explosive power of the talisman array to shake the very foundation of the formation. In that fleeting moment, he deduced the location of the array's core and, with all his might, delivered a decisive strike that ultimately led to its disintegration. Breaking this ancient formation required the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. The absence of any single element would have rendered Yi Han incapable of escaping the confinement of this primordial array, even if he were to extricate himself from its grasp. The path ahead would not be devoid of obstacles. Gazing upon the expanse of bleached bones before him, Yi Han's expression darkened slightly.